transmigrating into a story as a malicious female supporting character. Must she endure the plot once more after a previous demise? Is it solely because she failed to adhere to the narrative, not contributing to the romance of the protagonists at the time of her death? Fortunately, the system, in an effort to compensate for her plight, bestowed upon her a golden opportunity, allowing her to deviate from the prescribed storyline. However, this golden opportunity harbors certain complications. The men within the narrative can now hear her innermost thoughts. Consequently, the male lead and supporting characters embarked on a new adventure, causing their personas to unravel, resulting in an uncontrollable plot. Nan Yunmo felt exhilarated. Tonight she would depart this place and return to her original world. What does the male lead mean by leaving? Tonight is our wedding night. Nan Yunmo? Chapter 1. Mission failed. The plot restarts. Brother Pei, I do not wish for you to hold a place for me in your heart. I merely hope for your safety in this life. A trickle of blood escaped the corner of Nan Yunmo's mouth as she lay in Pei Xuandong's embrace, her voice faint yet resolute. Pei Xuandong clutched her hand tightly, his eyes brimming with disbelief and shock. You need not have drunk that poison for my sake. Nan Yunmo struggled to muster a smile, even as blood continued to seep from her lips. Brother Pei, as long as you are well, I shall have no regrets. Before her words could fully escape her lips, she had already breathed her last. Regrets? None whatsoever. Were it not for that wretched system's coercion, do you think I would willingly ingest your poison? Thank heavens, she had finally concluded her role. Oh, she could finally return to the modern world she longed for. She had transmigrated. She found herself within the pages of an ancient romance novel, transformed into the infamous malicious female supporting character. To win the male lead's affection, she resorted to unscrupulous means, causing untold suffering to countless souls. Ultimately, she was forsaken by all and met her demise by drinking poison meant for the male lead. Truly the epitome of a love-struck fool. When she reopened her eyes, she sprang up like a spring, a joyful curve gracing her lips as she enumerated, my beloved phone, my cherished computer, my adored delicacies. Yet, upon her gaze falling upon the antique furnishings of the room, her form stiffened instantly, as if encased in ice. This room, the exquisite decor, worth its weight in gold, was certainly not her cramped 60-square-meter two-bedroom apartment. Could this truly be the boudoir of Princess Anping as described in the novel? How could it be that she had not returned? This is impossible. System, please tell me this is a dream, that this is not real. She cried out in despair within her mind. The system fell silent for a moment before responding in a faint, apologetic voice. I am truly sorry, host, because you perished too soon. According to the original plot's trajectory, after you drank the poison for the male lead, the female lead should have made her entrance. You leveraged your act of drinking poison to compel him to marry you, causing quite a stir. Thus, the mission failed, and you must start anew. Nan Yunmo forcefully coughed up blood. She collapsed to the ground, her hands raised to the heavens as she cried out in anguish. No! System, why must you be so cruel to me? The system replied, it is because you failed to remember the crucial plot points. After this misunderstanding, the male and female leads finally usher in a happy ending, making this segment indispensable. Nan Yunmo lay on the ground, her heart extinguished, her hands crossed over her chest. I am dead. For matters, please burn paper. She had lived, only to die again. She had thought she could escape the fate of a malicious female supporting character, liberating herself from the entanglements of the protagonist's romance to live a blissful life alone. Instead, she was compelled to once again endure the tumultuous narrative involving the male lead, General Pei Xuandong. If you find it insufficient, I could certainly prepare more for you, as after all, paper money holds little value. The veins on Nan Yunmo's forehead throbbed vehemently, her words laced with menace. I warn you. Should you fail to grant me the golden finger or provide me with some benefits, I shall withdraw from the performance. The system appeared to have anticipated this turn of events, responding effortlessly. You should have mentioned it sooner. It is merely a golden finger, just a benefit. I shall provide it to you. Nan Yunmo abruptly sat up, a cunning smile gracing her lips. Had you done so earlier, it would have been better. We have been good colleagues who have worked together, haven't we? The system seemed to regard her as intentionally vexatious. As long as the main plot remains unchanged, all is well. Nan Yunmo furrowed her brow slightly, seemingly perplexed. What do you mean? The system elucidated. It means that as long as the male and female protagonists ultimately unite, the other plot details are of little consequence. However, you must maintain the persona of the villainous female supporting character. Nan Yunmo harbored doubts, fully aware of the insidious nature of that wretched system. Are there any other conditions? The system replied with unwavering certainty, asserting that there were indeed no further demands. Nevertheless, this golden finger bore certain drawbacks, which would not be disclosed to the host. Nan Yunmo reluctantly placed her trust in the system. She rose to her feet, instructing her maid to prepare a sumptuous feast. Her mind lingered on the delectable dishes: spicy water-cooked fish, kung pao chicken, dongpa pork. As the sole offspring of the Xianping Wang, she had been nurtured in the affection of her family since childhood, accustomed to fulfilling her every whim at will. The Xianping Wang, a sworn brother to the current emperor, afforded his daughter, Princess Anping Nan Yunmo, a status nearly equivalent to that of a legitimate princess. She had enjoyed unrestricted access to the palace since her youth, compelling princes and princesses alike to defer to her. This favored daughter of heaven, however, harbored an unyielding affection for Pei Xiandong, to the point of desperation, while Pei Xiandong regarded her with utmost disdain. Just as the lavish feast was served, Nan Yunmo had yet to savor a single morsel before being hastily summoned to the main hall by the head maid, Chunji. It turned out that the imperial master had arrived. Though youthful, this esteemed figure held considerable sway in the court, commanding respect even from the emperor himself. He was indeed a formidable character. In the main hall, Nan Yunmo respectfully bowed to the man seated at the head of the table, cautiously stealing glances at the reputedly aloof deity of men. "I pay my respects to the imperial master." The man's visage was as exquisite as jade, exuding an elegance that was both refined and otherworldly. His brows hinted at a subtle gentleness, and his eyes sparkled with clarity, reminiscent of the delicate ripples in springtime rice wine. His complexion was fairer than that of ordinary folk, clad in a robe of frost hue, silver threads intricately weaving images of ink bamboo upon the lapels, simple yet undeniably elegant. His fingers were long and strong, presently resting gently on the table. He possessed an air of noble grace, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens, instilling a sense of reverence. Nan Yunmo silently lowered her gaze, sighing inwardly. "I would rather remain by the side of the perilous imperial master than seek out that detestable Pei Xiandong." The mere thought of having to perform before Pei Xiandong, nearly ruining the beauty of his beloved and facing his ire, filled her with a desire to eliminate him. Ah, how bothersome. It is yet another repetition. What is so admirable about Pei Xiandong, a general burdened by a sea of blood vengeance? Not only must he be ready for battle at any moment, but he is also as cold as ice. He is neither as handsome as the imperial master, nor does he possess the martial prowess or cunning of the imperial master. What is there to admire? I would rather harbor affection for the imperial master than be forced to like Pei Xiandong any longer. Chapter 2. The imperial master has thoughts of her. After an internal release of her pent-up emotions, Nan Yunmo felt considerably more at ease. However, unbeknownst to her, her heartfelt musings were clearly overheard by the esteemed imperial master, Wen Daochen, seated in the principal position. His gaze shifted towards her, the corners of his eyes subtly arching upwards, as if mocking her ignorance. Was it truly a dilemma for Pei Xiandong's beloved to be reprimanded by him? Was Pei Xiandong not as handsome as he? Most importantly, did she harbor affections for him? How intriguing! Wen Daochen could not help but find amusement in this revelation. He was certain that these sentiments were not explicitly voiced by Nan Yunmo but rather represented an unguarded soliloquy of her innermost thoughts. The reason why he could suddenly perceive her inner voice remained a mystery for the time being. Yet, her psyche was far more captivating than her outward demeanor suggested. At that moment, her thoughts echoed once more. By the way, is the imperial master truly a Duanxia? Surrounded only by men and eunuchs. There isn't even a single female mosquito in sight, nor have I heard any rumors of him being involved with a woman. Perhaps he is incapable. Maybe he is truly the one on the bottom. Wen Daochen's expression sharpened instantly, his gaze piercing into Nan Yunmo. Although his tone remained gentle, it exuded an undeniable authority. "I have heard that Princess Anping intends to invite me to auspiciously calculated date for your union with General Pei." This woman possessed quite the audacity, daring to speak ill of him behind his back. Even with the emperor's protection, he would not easily let her off the hook. Her heart quaked at his gaze, prompting her to cautiously sidestep. At this moment, the imperial master exuded an indescribable aura of pressure. "There is no need to rush," she stammered, attempting to quell her rising panic. After all, Pei Gij had yet to agree to marry her. This imperial master seemed to embody the might of a sovereign, instilling in her a sense of overwhelming intimidation. Regrettably, she could only admire him from afar, unable to touch or speak freely. Perhaps a visit to the brothel in Huajie would be in order? It was said to be a gathering place for many extraordinarily handsome men, dazzling like a constellation of stars. Lost in her reverie, planning to indulge her eyes after completing her current narrative, she was suddenly drawn back to reality by the sight of a frost-kissed garment approaching her. The imperial master, with his unique aura, was slowly making his way towards her. "Imperial master?" she murmured, lowering her gaze and performing a respectful bow once more. Why would His Excellency descend from his exalted throne today? Could it be that he had grown weary of his lofty position and wished to experience the mundane world? When Daochen regarded her feigned innocence with an intensified chill in his eyes, she was indeed a master of disguise. "Are you not eager to marry Pei Xiandong?" Nan Yunmo sighed theatrically, a bitter smile gracing her lips. Imperial Master, to speak candidly, Pei Gij has always shown me indifference, which has compelled me to resort to such desperate measures. What does this seemingly kind-hearted yet sinister Imperial Master mean? Is he coveting my beauty? Although I am the most beautiful maiden in this narrative, I must not allow the Imperial Master to lust after my allure. Should I fail my mission once more, not only would I be unable to return, but I would also have to start afresh. How vexing. Upon hearing her words, when Daochen's eyes momentarily darkened, the subtle shift akin to calm waters concealing unseen depths. A narrative? A plot? Starting over? His mind raced, swiftly grasping the crux of the matter. The novel she referred to must pertain to a tale or a script of sorts. In other words, the world in which he existed was not a tangible reality, but rather a realm woven within the confines of a narrative. Fascinating. A wry smile crept across Wen Daochen's lips, his interest in Nan Yunmo deepening. At this moment, she was a stark contrast to the earlier arrogant and frivolous persona. She resembled an uncut gem, brimming with potential and mystery. Since Pei Xiandong has no intention of marrying you, why not consider coming to my Imperial Master's residence? His mood appeared exceptionally buoyant. If you are willing to join me at the Imperial Master's abode, I possess means to ensure Pei Xiandong willingly marries you. He had rarely encountered such an intriguing situation and resolved to keep a close watch on Nan Yunmo. As for the fact that he was merely a character within a narrative, his life had always been his own to command. Not even the creator of this tale could dictate his will. Nan Yunmo, taken aback, instinctively retreated. Was the Imperial Master jesting? Oh my charm is truly formidable, even captivating the aloof Imperial Master. I knew it. I am beloved by all, like flowers blooming in spring. This Imperial Master was not merely a lofty flower upon a distant peak. In the later chapters of the narrative, he would transform into the malevolent antagonist embroiled in a web of power struggles. All this stemmed from his deeply concealed, enigmatic lineage. A profound smile graced Wen Daochen's lips as he fixed his piercing gaze on Nan Yunmo. Princess Onping, do you think I jest with you? Before she could respond, he continued, I am a man of my word. Nan Yunmo felt as if the plot had veered wildly off course. The previous narrative had not contained such elements. The Imperial Master, summoned by the Emperor, had merely imparted a few casual remarks before departing. Why, then, did he utter these words now? Moreover, there was no need for him to curry favor with her family. This clandestine force was anything but ordinary. Ha ha, the Imperial Master certainly knows how to jest. She awkwardly shifted the topic. If there are no further matters at hand, I shall take my leave. She needed to hasten to find the male lead, to facilitate the romantic interactions between the male and female protagonists. It was precisely because of her clever arrangements that the hearts of the protagonists would ripple, laying the groundwork for their profound future affection. She would perform her role diligently, striving to evoke a love at first sight that would endure through the ages. With that, Nan Yunmo hastily bowed, lifting her skirts as she briskly exited. The system had stated that as long as she ensured the main plotline of the male and female leads remained on track, she need not be overly concerned with the finer details. Wen Daochen followed closely behind her, his steps steady and unhurried. He glanced up at the azure sky, a wave of delight swelling within him. This sky seemed more beautiful than ever, infusing the days with renewed hope. Unbeknownst to Nan Yunmo, she sat within a swiftly moving carriage, eagerly anticipating her destination. The carriage finally halted at the gates of the general's residence, and she eagerly leaped out, rushing towards Pei Xiandong. Pei Gij, wait for me, she called, her face radiant with a brilliant smile. Upon seeing her, Pei Xiandong furrowed his brow in distaste. Nevertheless, he offered a perfunctory bow, his voice cold. I implore you, Princess Onping, to maintain your dignity. Chapter 3. The long-awaited female protagonist makes her entrance, standing before him. Nan Yunmo's gaze remained fixed on the approaching female protagonist. She pouted her rosy lips and playfully chided, Pei Gij, we are to be wed soon. Yet you treat me this way. It is quite excessive. She scrutinized the man before her. His nose was high and regal, and his lips were taut, as if concealing boundless resolve and silence. His brows were sharp as swords, slanting into a few rebellious strands of black hair, adding a touch of defiance to his handsome visage. His facial features were impeccably sculpted, every detail flawless and beyond reproach. Even upon a second glance, the male lead remained strikingly handsome, albeit excessively aloof. Princess Onping, I shall say this one last time, I will not marry you. Pei Xuandong's countenance was as frigid as ice, his tone laced with impatience and disdain. Even if the emperor decrees our union, I shall never take you as my bride. Since the moment Princess Onfing had begun to pursue him, he had harbored a deep-seated aversion towards her. She was arrogant and ruthless, even daring to proclaim him as her future husband to the world. Just at that moment, the long-awaited heroine, the second daughter of the Minister of Rights, Tian Qinglan, made her grand entrance. Tian Qinglan hurried forward, visibly flustered, glancing back nervously, completely oblivious to the fact that Nan Yunmo and Pei Xiandong were standing ahead. Witnessing this scene, Nan Yunmo's heart leaped with joy. The long-anticipated heroine had finally arrived. While she feigned conversation with Pei Xiandong, her eyes were riveted on Tian Qinglan as she collided into Pei Xiandong's embrace. Quick as a flash, Pei Xiandong steadied Tian Qinglan, concern lacing his voice. "Miss, what troubles you?" Although he was unfamiliar with her, Tian Qinglan recognized him well. In a state of panic, she sought refuge behind Pei Xiandong and fervently implored, "General Pei, please save me." Despite the tears welling in her eyes, Tian Qinglan exhibited a commendable resilience, refusing to succumb to chaos. Wretched girl. At that moment, Nan Yunmo's signature malicious persona began to emerge. She charged fiercely towards Tian Qinglan, her hand raised high, delivering a resounding slap to Tian Qinglan's face. Her voice a tempest of fury. "How dare you seduce my brother Pei right before me? Come, ruin her enchanting face. I want to see how she will entice my brother, Pei henceforth." Her performance was becoming increasingly polished, so much so that she nearly fell prey to her own villainous role. Pei Xiandong reacted with remarkable swiftness, immediately lifting Tian Qinglan and gently shielding her behind him, like a valiant knight protecting his beloved princess. His gaze burned with anger as he shot a furious glance at Nan Yunmo. "Princess Onfing, that is enough." Hidden in the depths of a dark alley, when Dao Chen observed the unfolding scene with quiet amusement. His eyes glinted with a hint of a smirk as they fell upon Nan Yunmo. She truly was audacious. Quite the character indeed. But did she truly need to go to such lengths for the sake of a mere story? Or was she left with no choice but to follow the narrative, lest she repeat the past? When Dao Chen narrowed his eyes, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips, intrigued by the impending developments. He yearned to witness how the intrigues of the court and the various factions would unfold, as well as the role he would play within this tale. Nan Yunmo's fury erupted like a volcano, her slender finger jabbing at Tian Qinglan, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she gazed at Pei Xiandong. Her voice thick with disbelief and pain. "Brother Pei, how could you say such things about me for the sake of this wretch?" Before Pei Xiandong could respond, she continued, "Someone, tear this wretch's face. Let her see what price she pays for enticing my brother Pei. Look at him, the male lead, unwaveringly devoted to the heroine, ready to stand against the world for her. That is the essence. Keep it up. Step aside." Pei Xiandong bellowed in anger, kicking the maid aside, and then swiftly raised his hand to strike at Nan Yunmo. His words dripped with fury. "Princess Onfing, you are truly despicable." Nan Yunmo, having anticipated this, deftly sidestepped, feigning a fall to the ground, her face a mask of shock as she gazed up at Pei Xiandong, her trembling finger pointing at him. "Brother, you would strike me for the sake of this wretch?" The pivotal scene had finally come to pass, and she was on the brink of exiting the stage. Pei Xiandong was confident that his kick had not touched her, thus he paid her little mind. He remained vigilant in protecting Tian Qinglan. Turning to glare at Nan Yunmo, "Princess Onfing, please conduct yourself with decorum." Having said that, he courteously invited Tian Qinglan into the Pei residence. Meanwhile, Nan Yunmo leisurely sat on the ground, producing a handful of melon seeds from her sleeve, leisurely cracking them open. "Observe, observe. This is the special treatment reserved for the male and female leads." Whenever their emotions intertwined, the servants trailing the heroine seemed to transform into lifeless statues, standing frozen in place. Witnessing Nan Yunmo's antics, when Dao Chen's lips curved into a deep, contemplative smile, this woman was indeed a paradox. How intriguing! Even more so, he was eager to see what Nan Yunmo would do next. After seeing the servants of the Tian family depart, Nan Yunmo clapped her hands in satisfaction, rising gracefully to enter her carriage. According to the original plot, she was meant to chase after the Pei residents, only to be driven away. She deemed this segment trivial and chose to omit it. The system had made it clear that as long as the main plot remained unaffected, she could freely improvise on other details. When Dao Chen, seeing her board her carriage, did the same and instructed his driver to follow. As the carriage traversed the bustling streets, Dao Chen's brow gradually furrowed, for he realized that Nan Yunmo's destination was anything but ordinary. She had arrived at the Nanfeng Pavilion. Standing at the grand entrance, her face aglow with a radiant smile, her gaze flitted over the handsome men present. She even reached out to caress the face of one particularly attractive young man. Musing to herself, after such a performance, I must reward myself with these exquisite beauties to soothe my eyes. Oh, how I worry for Pei Xiandong for offending me. A princess who commands both wind and rain, all for Tian Qinglan. Were it not for the halo of the protagonist, Pei Xiandong would have long since met his demise. Never to frolic with Tian Qinglan. Surely, the male and female leads should now confront the scandalous entanglements of Lord Tian and his wife. Lord Tian is truly foolish enough to believe Lady Tian's provocations, leading a throng of servants to storm the general's residence in search of infidelity. The male lead, true to form, does not rebuke Lord Tian for his intrusion but protects the heroine, declaring he will safeguard her for a lifetime. Then the heroine, moved to tears, resolves that the male lead is a man of exceptional virtue and desires to be his concubine. How laughable! Should this not be a time for punishing Lord Tian and his wife? Indeed, a melodramatic Mary Sue plot. Chapter 4. The game is afoot. Another who can hear the heart's voice, when Dao Chen squinted slightly, nodding in rare agreement. Should such an event transpire, Pei Xiandong would undoubtedly be the epitome of foolishness, while Lord Tian would be utterly ignorant. To intrude upon the general's residence without permission is a crime severe enough to warrant a death sentence. He watched as Nan Yunmo grasped one handsome man's hand and wrapped her arm around another's waist, entering the Nanfeng pavilion. He leaped onto the rooftop opposite the pavilion, positioning himself perfectly across from the elegant chamber where Nan Yunmo resided. One Dao Chen could clearly see Nan Yunmo reveling in the company of handsome men, indulging in merriment, completely oblivious to his presence. "Miss, please enjoy this drink. The wine you poured for me is always exceptionally sweet." Nan Yunmo raised an eyebrow, her fingertips tracing the handsome man's face, akin to a debauched scion lost in the pleasures of a night of revelry, forgetting all worldly troubles. Just as she was lost in this moment of delight, a commotion erupted outside the window. Curiosity piqued, she looked up to the scene outside, only to be struck with shock. What the? How could the foolish male lead Pei Xiandong be here with Tian Qinglan? Were they not at the Pei residence, lost in each other's affections? Suddenly, Pei Xiandong's icy gaze pierced through the chaos, his face darkening with fury. Nan Yunmo instantly transformed into a figure of rage, her voice laced with disbelief. "Brother Pei, how could you be here with this wretch? I am your fiancé." Her tone carried a hint of a sob, suggesting she had suffered a profound blow. Why would that fool Pei Xiandong bring Tian Qinglan to the Flower Street? Is he out of his mind? The plot has gone awry. Pei Xiandong and Tian Qinglan should be at the Pei residence, caught in the act by Lord Tian and his wife, leading to a transformative shift in their relationship. Pei Xiandong's brows knitted into a tight frown, his eyes filled with confusion and perplexity towards the woman before him. Had the Anping princess truly lost her senses? How could her emotions fluctuate so erratically, one moment ablaze with fury, and the next, hurling insults at him? What baffled him further was her assertion that he and Miss Tian should remain at home, awaiting Lord Tian and his wife to catch them in a compromising situation. What peculiar nonsense was the Anping princess uttering? He barely managed to speak when a cacophony of voices interrupted him, mingled with calls searching for Tian Qinglan. Nan Yunmo's ears caught the sounds, and she instinctively turned towards them. There, Lord Tian and his wife, followed by a dozen or so servants wielding clubs, rushed in like a tempest, swiftly surrounding Pei Xiandong and Tian Qinglan. She watched in astonishment. Could the narrative truly align once more? Not only had the male lead brought the female lead to the brothel for amusement, but Lord Tian and his wife were also tirelessly bringing people to catch them in the act. How utterly bizarre. Pei Xiandong, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but furrow his brow. Nan Yunmo's words had indeed come to fruition. What perplexed him even more was how he had come to accompany Miss Tian into this bustling brothel. Initially, his intention had merely been to invite her to the Pei residence for a brief respite, yet somehow they had ended up here. "Master, look, I am not speaking without basis," Lady Tian exclaimed, desperate to catch the culprits, yet failing to discern who the paramour was. "What shall become of our family's reputation?" After saying this, she covered her face and wept, though secretly reveling in delight. With this scandal of infidelity, she mused, how could that wretched Tian Qinglan possibly survive? Pei Xiandong observed all this, and a vague suspicion began to form in his mind. He was about to question Nan Yunmo, wondering if she had been scheming behind the scenes, but the words that came forth were entirely different. "Lord Tian, you and your esteemed wife truly possess remarkable audacity, daring to surround this general. Are you not openly defying the emperor and the law?" Pei Xiandong. Why had his intended words morphed so? Why was he unable to voice his doubts towards the Anping princess? A misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Lord Tian shot a fierce glare at Lady Tian and quickly adopted a sycophantic smile, turning to Pei Xiandong. General Pei, my wife often speaks without thinking. Please do not take her words to heart. Upon our return, I shall ensure she receives a proper reprimand. If Qinglan could indeed become General Pei's concubine, the Tian family would truly ascend to greater heights. Lady Tian suddenly lifted her gaze towards Pei Xiandong and Tian Qinglan, her eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be possible? She had clearly arranged for several men for Tian Qinglan, and yet it culminated in General Pei? Lord Tian. Pei Xuandong's gaze sliced through Lord Tian like an icy blade, his voice laced with undeniable chill. Your esteemed wife seems to harbor extreme aversion and dissatisfaction towards Miss Tian's proximity to me, which raises my suspicions regarding her hidden motives. Next, the female lead is set to make her entrance, furiously declaring, Father, Mother has arranged for several men for me, determined to ruin my life. She will also assert that had it not been for General Pei today, my father would have encountered nothing but my corpse. The plot thickens. Following this, Pei Xiandong will, in a fit of rage for the fair maiden, chastise Lady Tian and, at the next morning's court, impeach Lord Tian and his wife. The plot? Pei Xuandong's brow furrowed tightly, his gaze once again shifting to Nan Yunmo, only to unexpectedly collide with a handsome man pouring her a drink. Even more coincidentally, he distinctly heard Tian Qinglan echoing the very same words Nan Yunmo had spoken earlier. At this moment, Pei Xiandong found himself compelled to ponder Nan Yunmo's words deeply. How had she come by this knowledge? Nan Yunmo yearned to exhibit her indignation. Yet the unfolding spectacle was simply too captivating and did not impede the main storyline's progression. Thus, she opted to lean against the windowsill, savoring the performance. Soon Lady Tian will feign tears, followed by fainting to elicit sympathy from Lord Tian, all to scheme against Tian Qinglan. Tisk tsk, in this novel, anyone opposing the protagonists is deemed a vile villain, whereas those allied with them, regardless of past transgressions, are conveniently redeemed. Novel? Pei Xiandong found himself perplexed by the concept of a novel, suspecting it might share similarities with a tale. Was the world he inhabited not real? This notion stirred an inexplicable anxiety within him, prompting him to instinctively distance himself from Tian Qinglan and hastily depart. Your family affairs are not my concern. Tian Qinglan was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the Pei general, who had just moments ago defended her, would abruptly abandon her. Chapter 5. Is the imperial teacher truly a cut-sleeve? Nan Yunmo too was bewildered, staring vacantly at the retreating Pei Xiandong, utterly baffled by the plot's unexpected turn. Where is my narrative of fury for the beloved? What has become of the development of the protagonist's affection? Where are my tender moments of intimacy? No. How could the male lead so easily forsake the female lead? When Daochen stood atop a roof, his gaze deep and contemplative as he regarded her, his eyes glinting with subtle intrigue. It appeared this world was far richer and more vibrant than he had imagined, brimming with countless unknowns and surprises. Even more astonishing was his discovery of a unique existence within this realm, Nan Yunmo. His gaze lingered on her, subtle changes rippling across his countenance. She was well acquainted with every character's love and hatred, every plot development, and the eventual outcome of this novel, yet she chose to act against her true inclinations. He could see that she was reluctant to do so, yet felt compelled. Why must she be so? Was it because, as she claimed, failing to act thus would plunge everything into an endless cycle? Or was there a deeper reason concealed beneath? Suddenly, he appeared before Nan Yunmo like a phantom. Her heart raced, nearly choking on the grape in her mouth. She hastily pounded her chest a few times, finally managing to swallow the grape with great difficulty. Her face flushed from exertion. Despite her physical discomfort, she quickly rose and performed a respectful bow, saying, Imperial teacher. Curse the imperial teacher. Does he wish to kill me intentionally? I suspect he desires my corpse, for he cannot have me alive. When Daochen fell into a brief silence, he was not a pervert, nor did he harbor any interest in Nan Yunmo's corpse. He had never entertained any romantic thoughts regarding her, even in her living form. He waved his hand, dismissing the handsome attendants nearby, and then sat beside a chair, his gaze profoundly fixed upon Nan Yunmo. Anping princess, do you not profess to be deeply in love with Pei Xiandong, willing to live and die for him? He propped his head with one hand, his eyes mocking as they scrutinized her. Then why do you come to Nan Feng Pavilion for amusement? Nan Yunmo gently retrieved a silk handkerchief to dab at the tears at the corners of her eyes, her voice tinged with sorrow. I merely seek a sliver of joy amidst my suffering. Who could possibly favor that fool Pei Xiandong? If I must have affection, it should be for the imperial teacher, who possesses both looks and intellect. Alas, the imperial teacher only has eyes for men. Sigh. In this day and age, all the handsome ones are cut sleeves. One Dao Chun pressed his fingers to his throbbing temple, his expression growing increasingly frigid. From which I did this woman perceive him to be a cut sleeve. He simply could not muster any interest in those pretentious women. In the pursuit of a faint glimmer of joy amidst bitterness, his gaze meandered among a few handsome gentlemen. His tone laced with barely concealed sarcasm. The Princess Anping's unique ability to find amusement in adversity was indeed remarkable and awe-inspiring. Were it not for the opportunity to glimpse the genuine voice of this woman as heart, he might have been utterly deceived by her superficial facade. Nan Yunmo subtly curled her lip. How vexing this imperial master is. After work, I am entitled to my personal time. Does the imperial master intend to meddle in my leisure activities as well? I am not beholden to you, in any way. Yet, she maintained a composed smile. For the imperial master truly had a penchant for jest. How curious it was that he found himself at the Nanfeng Pavilion. Could it be that this man is indeed a consort of the same sex? He must have come to the Nanfeng Pavilion to seek his lover, thus learning of my presence here. Who is the imperial masteress beloved? Is it the head courtesan of the Nanfeng Pavilion? Or someone else? I am so eager to know. When Dao Chun's expression darkened instantaneously, his fury barely contained, as he leapt from the window, vanishing into the night. Nan Yunmo stood frozen in place, bewildered. Was there something awry with this imperial master? He arrived hastily, spoke but 2 sentences, and then departed with his usual frigid demeanor. Could it be that he was unsatisfied? A sudden grin spread across her face as she turned to the handsome men beside her, her eyes sparkling with gossip. I ask you, does the imperial master frequently visit your establishment? His beloved is, oh. Before she could finish, Nan Yunmo felt an inexplicable force surge forth, causing her to lose her balance and fall clumsily to the ground, landing in an exceedingly awkward position, face down. Nan Yunmo! A furious shout echoed through the night sky. If you dare speak such nonsense again, I shall have you minced and fed to the dogs. Hearing Wen Daochun's voice, which seemed to be squeezed from between clenched teeth, Nan Yunmo couldn't help but rub her cheek, muttering softly, if you don't want me to say anything, then why not just leave it unsaid? How frustrating. The more this man forbade her from mentioning it, the more it confirmed that one of his favored companions was indeed hidden within the Nanfeng Pavilion. It turned out that the imperial master, rumored to be indifferent to women, was actually a consort of the same sex. This revelation would surely devastate the young ladies who admired him. Meanwhile, on one side of the Tian family residence, Tian Qinglan stood silently in her study, facing her father, whose countenance radiated warmth and kindness, yet within her stirred an unnameable wave of nausea. She furrowed her brow slightly, striving to suppress the discomfort within, and asked blandly, Father, did you summon me for a matter of importance? Lord Tian gazed upon his daughter with satisfaction and admiration, yet the calculating greed in his eyes betrayed his true intentions. Qinglan, I have noticed your closeness with General Pei. It seems he harbors particular sentiments towards you. You must understand, this is a rare opportunity that you must seize. He schemed on how to exploit this relationship for the benefit of the Tian family. Tian Qinglan perceived his machinations with clarity. Though her heart brimmed with disdain and repulsion, she feigned compliance. In her current weakness, she had no choice but to endure and await the right moment. Moreover, with her father's protection, her mother's attempts at undermining her had diminished considerably. Thus, she would have enough time to devise a means of escaping this stifling household. The following morning, sunlight filtered through gossamer clouds, cascading over the residence of the Nan family. Nan Yunmo, having been unable to fully indulge in the previous day's culinary delights, felt a twinge of regret. Therefore, she instructed the maids and servants to prepare a sumptuous barbecue feast to compensate for yesterday's disappointment. This barbecue was not of the ordinary kind, but rather an exquisite concoction, meticulously refined by Nan Yunmo herself, rendering the flavors even more delectable than before. The only lament was the absence of modern comforts such as fizzy drinks and a plethora of snacks. Alas, how she longed to return to the modern world. Another day filled with nostalgia for her mobile phone. Another day yearning for her various beloved delicacies. Amidst such musings, she recalled the plot of the novel. Chapter 6, Life on the Line. This was a romance novel primarily targeting female readers, predominantly centered on the female protagonist, Tian Qinglan, with the narrative unfolding largely from her perspective. The story depicted how, with the support of the male lead, Pei Xiandong, and her own tenacity, Tian Qinglan gradually extricated herself from the Tian family, culminating in their union as a couple who endeavored together to resolve the tribulations faced by the Great Ping dynasty. The couple's initial goal was to confront the myriad challenges and disturbances posed by the Tian family. As events progressed, they discovered that this struggle was far more intricate than they had anticipated, involving numerous dignitaries and even touching upon the royal family. In the later stages of the conflict, the couple found themselves isolated and without assistance. They relied on their indomitable will and the profound camaraderie between the military and the populace to triumph in this arduous battle. This victory garnered them the emperor's newfound respect. Ultimately, they succeeded in stabilizing the Great Ping dynasty, realizing their ambitions. During this period, she had a significant plotline. She would seek to trouble Tian Qinglan for the sake of Pei Xiandong, resorting to scolding and violence to foster the development of the male and female leads romance. As Nan Yunmo's mind drifted to this scenario, her expression fell, her brows knitting together as a heavy gloom enveloped her. Alas, once again, she would have to play the role of the male lead's persistent shadow. This existence was truly suffocating. When would this endless toil come to an end? To be candid, she genuinely harbored a deep-seated desire to cease working altogether. Yet, if she were to abandon her duties, how could she possibly fulfill the system's incessant tasks? Without completing these tasks, how could she hope to return to the modern world that she so dearly longed for? Thus, for the sake of that distant goal, Nan Yunmo gritted her teeth and continued to play her part in this ancient world, enduring her daily life of labor. "Miss, your barbecue is ready," the head maid, Gigi, spoke softly as she presented a platter of aromatic grilled meat before Nan Yunmo. Just as she accepted it, eager to savor the delicacies, news arrived from her mother. With someone hastily sent to summon her, the messenger respectfully conveyed her mother's wishes, requesting that she bring carefully prepared gifts to the Imperial Master's residence as a token of gratitude. Standing before the grand entrance of the Imperial Master's abode, Nan Yunmo wore a perfectly composed smile, resembling a blooming white lotus, fresh and elegant. However, the fingers holding the gifts unconsciously tightened, as if to squeeze out the discontent and frustration brewing within her. That unscrupulous Imperial Master merely visited my home. Why am I obliged to present gifts? I wish I could hurl these gifts at that scoundrel of an Imperial Master. This scoundrel, with his facade of grace, engages in despicable deeds. Just then, a small door creaked open, revealing the figure of the Imperial Master stepping forth, his gaze icy and piercing, akin to the northern wind in winter, aimed at Nan Yunmo as if to rend her asunder. Feeling the blade-like scrutiny, her heart quivered. She quickly composed herself, respectfully lowering her head, hands clasped before her, and offered a slight bow. "Imperial Master." Her voice trembled slightly, but retained its reverence. "I am immensely grateful for your visit to my humble abode yesterday. I have come today to express my heartfelt gratitude. I can assure you, the Imperial Master is undoubtedly unsatisfied, otherwise, he would not bear such a countenance. Goodness! A man who is unsatisfied is indeed a fearsome sight." Upon hearing her thoughts, Wen Daochun's breath momentarily stalled, and the chill in his expression deepened further. He gazed intently at Nan Yunmo, his eyes brimming with confusion and dissatisfaction. How could this woman possibly appear to be someone filled with unfulfilled desires? It seemed that if she went a single day without berating him, she would feel discomfort. He withdrew the usual gentleness from his demeanor, fixing a frigid stare upon her. "Is this truly how you present a gift? Surely what this woman has brought is yet another peculiar token." Nan Yunmo extended the gift in her hands towards him, a triumphant smile illuminating her face. "This is a gift I specifically selected for the Imperial Master. I assure you, it will delight you. I have chosen a special gift for the Imperial Master, considering his unfulfilled desires, ensuring that he may indulge in nocturnal revelries." When Daochun's fists clenched instantly, the knuckles cracking ominously, his gaze, fixated on Nan Yunmo, clearly conveyed his displeasure. "What sort of gift have you chosen for me?" He was already certain that this woman's selection would be anything but commendable. Nan Yunmo's eyes twinkled mischievously, her smile deepening. "What I have chosen for the Imperial Master is undoubtedly something you will find useful." When Daochun furrowed his brow, his expression devoid of warmth as he commanded, "Then open it and let me see." Nan Yunmo hesitated slightly, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her features. "Imperial Master, this might not be appropriate." A cold smirk crept onto Daochun's lips. "Is this gift you bestow upon me something that cannot be unveiled in broad daylight?" A pang of anxiety shot through Nan Yunmo as she hastily sought a suitable excuse to delay the unveiling. After all, this gift was meticulously chosen for you. It seems somewhat improper to open it here. Goodness, what is wrong with the Imperial Master? Why is he so insistent on unveiling this gift in front of everyone? If this gift is unveiled now, my life may well be in jeopardy. A sharp glimmer flickered in Wen Daochun's eyes, as if he had discerned Nan Yunmo's thoughts. You are aware that this gift could place you in peril, yet you dare to present it to me. His tone bore an unmistakable edge of annoyance, growing more severe. I command you to open this gift now. Upon hearing his words, Nan Yunmo unhesitatingly thrust the gift into his arms and swiftly turned to flee, exclaiming, "Imperial Master, I have urgent matters to attend to and cannot linger here." However, before she could take more than a few steps, Wen Daochun seized the back of her collar, akin to capturing a mischievous kitten. "Where do you think you are running off to?" His tone was laced with a chill reminiscent of a winter's breeze, sending shivers down her spine. Nan Yunmo recoiled slightly, mumbling, I'm going to find Brother Pei. I must proceed with the plot." Wen Daochun tightened his grip slightly, his voice taking on a more perilous tone. "The matter concerning Pei Xiandong can wait. First, you will unwrap the gift you brought me. Otherwise, I shall pass it directly to Prince Xianping." Chapter 7. Overwhelmed with shame upon hearing this, Nan Yunmo's expression froze, as if the winter wind had suddenly engulfed her. "Imperial Master, you cannot mean that. How could I so easily allow my gift to be given to my father?" What was merely the act of unwrapping a gift was becoming an insurmountable dilemma. It must be opened here and now. If the Imperial Master were to transfer this gift to her father, it would spell disaster. Wen Daochun narrowed his eyes, observing the myriad emotions flitting across Nan Yunmo's face. Aware that her inner thoughts had long been laid bare before him, he smirked slightly, uttering a single word, "Unwrap." A silent wail echoed in Nan Yunmo's heart. Yet she had no choice but to steel herself and comply. Taking a deep breath of the brisk air, she donned a tragic expression, as if she were about to embark on a path of no return. "Imperial Master, could you perhaps loosen your hold on my collar? Only then can I properly unveil the gift. The moment he releases me, I shall make my escape." Wen Daochun had anticipated her reaction, tightening his grip on her collar further, his voice resolute and uncompromising. "Now you have two choices before you. Either unwrap this gift immediately, or I shall have it sent directly to your father." Nan Yunmo felt as though she could scarcely breathe, her heart brimming with frustration. Yet she was left with no recourse but to slowly begin unwrapping the gift. As she did so, she could not help but murmur, "Imperial Master, this is truly inappropriate. Be cautious, lest someone ensnare you in a sack and give you a beating in the future." Wen Daochun raised an eyebrow at her words, a hint of disdain and indifference gracing his features. "In the entire Delin dynasty, who would dare to ensnare me?" Nan Yunmo, internally fuming, thought, "How desperately I wish to silence this high-ranking Imperial Master." As the gift was gradually unveiled, Nan Yunmo adopted a reckless demeanor. Unperturbed by the imminent wrath of the Imperial Master, her identity served as a talisman. No matter how furious he became, he would never truly harm her. If she were indeed to meet her end, she could simply restart the narrative once more. Wen Daochun's gaze fell upon the gift before him, his expression darkening as if a storm cloud had settled overhead, suffocating in its intensity. Is this truly the gift prepared with such care by Princess Onping? What lay before him were items commonly found in the Nanfeng Pavilion, designed specifically to please guests, each exuding a unique charm. Nan Yunmo, expressionless, shoved the gift into Wen Daochun's arms. "This is what I specifically prepared for you and your beloved. I did not expect the Imperial Master to be so ungrateful. If you have the courage, then kill me. At worst, the plot will reset, and I will simply start anew." Upon hearing her words, the fury within Wen Daochun dissipated in an instant. A smile graced his lips, warm and inviting as the spring breeze, though it concealed a deeper intent. "Princess Onping, I owe you my gratitude." He could not permit Nan Yunmo to perish, nor could he allow her to encounter any misfortune. Otherwise, he could not guarantee whether he would continue to hear her unexpected confessions. His demeanor sent a chill through Nan Yunmo, igniting within her a powerful urge to flee. Yet, Wen Daochun still clutched her collar, preventing her escape. "Imperial Master, can we not converse amicably?" Her voice held a note of desperation, attempting to placate his anger. Yet, Wen Daochun remained unmoved, dragging her towards the estate as he spoke with a hint of frostiness. "Rest assured, I shall not commit any impropriety against you. I merely wish for you to demonstrate how to utilize these items. Since Princess Onping deemed it appropriate to present such gifts, it suggested that you possess considerable expertise in their use." Nan Yunmo immediately began to struggle, attempting to break free from his grasp.
I truly possess no expertise.
I am utterly ignorant of these matters. Help. How can the Imperial Master act in such a manner? Is he beginning to turn dark ahead of time? In the original narrative, did he not succumb to darkness due to that incident? Wen Daochen's eyes darkened slightly as he strained to capture Nan Yunmo's innermost thoughts. He was eager to learn the reasons that led him down such a shadowy path within the original storyline. Only by understanding all of this could he strategically plan to avoid repeating past mistakes. However, Nan Yunmo suddenly fell silent, her gaze lowered, her voice trembling. Imperial Master, I implore you to show mercy and spare me. I promise I shall not dare again. Oh no, I am about to miss a crucial plot point. If I miss this pivotal moment, I shall have to restart. Wen Daochen abruptly released his grip, his tone cold. You may leave. This time, I shall let it go. Nan Yunmo paused, unable to ponder why he had so easily allowed her to escape, before turning and hastily fleeing. Her heart raced with urgency, fearing she might miss that significant narrative juncture. Wen Daochen followed her at a leisurely pace, his curiosity compelling him to uncover the unfolding narrative and the twists that awaited him. Unbeknownst to Nan Yunmo, she was being stealthily pursued as she boarded a carriage, heading directly to her designated destination. Not far from the back gate of the Tian family, according to the original plot, she was en route to seek out Pei Xiandong when a sudden thought of Tian Qinglan prompted her to divert her path and create trouble for her. By coincidence, she encountered the sneaky Tian Qinglan, leading to a fierce confrontation.
Tian Qinglan, halt.
Nan Yunmo dismounted the carriage, her gaze immediately locking onto Tian Qinglan in the distance. Her brows furrowed and her voice tinged with ire. Tian Qinglan, startled by the abruptness of the call, turned to see Nan Yunmo standing nearby, her eyes glinting with a sharp light. Although a sense of panic surged within her, she quickly regained her composure, offering a respectful greeting. I greet Princess Onthing. This esteemed lady was among the elite of the noble circles. Even provoking a legitimate princess was not a trifling matter. Nan Yunmo advanced steadily, her palm raised to deliver a resounding slap. The sharp sound of the slap echoed through the air, showcasing her arrogance. Pei Gij's so-called special attention towards you is merely born from pity. Do not overestimate your own significance. She placed her hands on her hips, speaking with fierce determination. I warn you, keep your distance from my Pei Gij, or I shall make you regret it. At last, the fabled male protagonist is about to make his appearance. My dear hero, where art thou? According to the storyline, the male lead should suddenly appear at this moment, fiercely shielding his heroine, and then confront me, the wicked female antagonist. Following this, the leads would share a deep gaze, their feelings intensifying. Chapter 8. Help. The male lead's character has collapsed. In the shadowy corner, Wen Daochen's eyes reflected profound disdain. He found it incomprehensible how Pei Xiandong could harbor feelings for such a woman. Meanwhile, Pei Xiandong halted abruptly, decisively opting to conceal himself in a narrow alley. His gaze, cold and penetrating, fixated on Nan Yunmo in the distance, filled with confusion and doubt. Would he truly protect Tian Qinglan and share tender glances with her? He had seen her scarcely thrice, yet was he truly smitten? Was he out of his mind? As Nan Yunmo awaited the male lead's arrival, waves of uncertainty rippled through her. At that moment, she struck Tian Qinglan across the face, maintaining the persona of the malicious antagonist. Tian Qinglan, I am speaking to you. Why do you feign silence? Where is the male lead? He should be stepping forth to enact a heroic rescue. The long-awaited romance between the leads is unfolding. Oh, the dream of returning home. Wretched male lead, should you dare to remain absent, what can I possibly do? After all, you are the protagonist of this tale. In the shadows, Wen Daochen involuntarily curled his lips into a smile, pleasantly surprised by Nan Yunmo's intriguing nature and her unique internal monologue. However, his expression soon turned icy, growing somewhat grave. Her words made him realize that even she seemed powerless against Pei Xiandong. Thus, could anyone else succeed in confronting him? A strong desire surged within him to test this theory personally. Pei Xiandong was also deep in contemplation. As the protagonist of this narrative, did it imply that he could navigate any perilous situation and ultimately fulfill his desires? A fierce killing intent flickered in his gaze, his singular wish being to lay waste to the great Ping dynasty and avenge his deceased family. If that were the case, he must ensure he retains his position as the lead character. Even if it meant marrying Tian Qinglan, he would accept without hesitation. The flames of vengeance consumed his heart. At this moment, Nan Yunmo anxiously awaited the protagonist's appearance. Suddenly, Tian Qinglan's voice broke through. Princess Onthing, you misunderstand. There is nothing between General Pei and me. Nan Yunmo's heart raced with impatience, her mind a whirlwind. She maintained her characteristic arrogance and sharpness. If not for your beguiling tricks to ensnare Pei Gage, how could he treat you differently? Tian Qinglan, with your status, you are unworthy to even carry Pei Gage's shoes, yet you dare to dream of marrying him. What a delusion! Where has my male lead gone? If he does not appear soon, the plot will collapse, and we shall have to start anew. Just then, her peripheral vision caught sight of Pei Xiandong approaching, his familiar silhouette eliciting a surge of joy that nearly brought tears to her eyes. Oh dear, my beloved male lead, you have finally arrived. Should you be any later, we might become ensnared in an endless cycle, and who knows what bizarre events we would encounter next. She truly longed to avoid such turmoil again, yearning only to complete her task and return to modernity, to live the tranquil life she so desired. Upon hearing her words, Pei Xiandong quickened his pace. He swiftly positioned himself beside Tian Qinglan, shielding her. His eyes brimmed with cold fury as he directed his ire towards Nan Yunmo. Princess Onping, you are unjustly tormenting Miss Tian. You have gone too far. To prevent the plot from resetting, he had to protect Tian Qinglan. Nan Yunmo's trembling finger pointed accusingly at Tian Qinglan as she gazed at Pei Xiandong, her voice laced with despair. Pei Gage, is it because of this woman that you treat me so? This is utterly outrageous. This is how the male lead should behave. He must protect the heroine and set aside all enmity, even if it means standing against the world. However, Princess Onping, I must clarify something. Pei Xiandong's tone remained calm. There exists no extraordinary relationship between me and Miss Tian. If you persist in causing her distress, it is rather inappropriate. Nan Yunmo's eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening? It seemed Pei Xiandong's character was crumbling at this moment. According to her understanding of the narrative, he should be furious, reprimanding her harshly, perhaps even resorting to violence. Yet here he was, patiently explaining, his tone devoid of any anger.
Ah?
Pei Xiandong maintained his gentle demeanor. Princess Onping, my interactions with Miss Tian have been limited to but 3 occasions. How can you claim I treat her specially? I understand your feelings for me. Please do not misinterpret Miss Tian. Nan Yunmo was even more bewildered. Heavens, how has the plot veered off course, once more? Has the male lead's character truly collapsed? How has he become so rational, no longer the domineering hero willing to face the world for the heroine? Pei Xiandong stepped closer, sincerity shining in his eyes. Princess Onping, from now on, I shall maintain my distance from Miss Tian. Please do not trouble her further. As for matters between us, I shall find an appropriate time to discuss them with your esteemed father at the Jianpain Wangfu. With that, he departed. Nan Yunmo stood there, as though struck by lightning, frozen in disbelief. At that moment, a youthful figure rushed toward her. It was Yi Liangjun, standing protectively beside Tian Qinglan, his face etched with fury. Nan Yunmo, he shouted, you have gone too far. To torment Qinglan like this, I will not forget this debt. Our feud is not over. Upon witnessing this scene, Nan Yunmo instantly felt invigorated. Is that not Tian Qinglan's childhood companion? Another backup has arrived. How delightful, she mused. As expected of the heroine. Wherever she finds herself, there are always infatuated men ready to assist her. Nan Yunmo adopted the demeanor of a venomous supporting character, her gaze radiating disdain and mockery. Yi Liangjun, what audacity possesses you to address me by my given name? Your family merely holds a humble position as the Minister of Justice. Should I mention this to my uncle, the Emperor, your family's title would vanish without a trace. A surge of fury welled within Yi Liangjun, who was poised to retort, but was halted by Tian Qinglan's gentle intervention. Liangjun, she softly shook her head, her eyes filled with concern and trepidation. You must not act impulsively, moreover. Princess Onping has not truly wronged me. Her words were not without merit. With a single utterance, the sovereign could impose severe consequences upon the Yi family. Yi Liangjun grasped her shoulders firmly, his expression resolute and affectionate. Qinglan, fear not, I shall seek justice for you and dedicate my life to protecting you. Chapter 9. The dog emperor teacher is truly a dog. Tian Qinglan hastily clarified, Liangjun, you misunderstand. Princess Onping has not troubled me. And there is truly no need for you to take any action. I implore you, let this matter rest. If Liangjun were to confront Princess Onping, his stepmother would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to escalate matters, bringing her endless trouble. Thus, her desire to extricate herself from the Tian family would become increasingly arduous. Observing her anxious demeanor, Yi Liangjun's fury, although still fervent, eventually softened. Qinglan, you are always so kind. It makes you an easy target for others. Were I in your position today, I would not cease until I had my due. Tian Qinglan sighed softly, recognizing that as the legitimate son of the Minister of Justice, no matter the mischief he engaged in, provided it was not excessively outrageous, the Yi family would invariably find a way to extricate him from trouble. This had inevitably fostered his somewhat juvenile disposition, characterized by a childlike obstinacy. She turned to Nan Yunmo and respectfully offered a bow, a hint of apology lacing her voice. I beseech you, esteemed Princess Onping, to forgive Liangjuan's unintentional misstep. It was merely a misunderstanding. With that, she tugged at Yi Liangjuan's sleeve, subtly urging him to apologize to Nan Yunmo. Despite his reluctance, Yi Liangjun pouted and bowed towards Nan Yunmo. His apology sounded somewhat perfunctory. I apologize. I should not have acted so impulsively without grasping the situation. A flicker of sympathy glimmered in Nan Yunmo's eyes as she waved her hand, indicating that it was of no consequence. It is quite all right. Poor Yi Liangjun, the pitiful sycophant. Truly, it is a testament to the adage that a sycophant ends up with nothing. In comparison to my so-called role as the vicious supporting character, Yi Liangjuan's fate is far more tragic. He ultimately becomes utterly destitute, and all for the sake of the heroine. Before her words could fully dissipate, Nan Yunmo was met with Yi Liangjuan's reprimand. Nan Yunmo, what nonsense are you spouting here? With an innocent expression, Nan Yunmo replied, You are quite the peculiar individual. I have chosen to overlook your rude behavior, and even generously opted to forgive you, yet you dare speak such words. This very disposition will eventually lead Yi Liangjun to reap what he sows, not only harming himself, but also implicating the entire Yi family. However, Yi Liangjun is but a destined supporting character, a loyal sycophant of the heroine. Thus, his fate has long been sealed. And the conclusion for him and the Yi family has already been inscribed. You. Yi Liangjun opened his mouth, seemingly on the verge of articulating something, yet abruptly fell silent. His eyes brimmed with suspicion and confusion as he fixed his gaze upon Nan Yunmo, as if searching for a hint of understanding on her face. Nan Yunmo tilted her head slightly, her lively eyes sparkling with mischief and pride, a provocative smile playing at her lips.
What?
Have you never encountered such a beautiful maiden before? It is important to note that in the novel, Tian Qinglan, the heroine, ultimately marries Pei Xiandong, with Yi Liangjun serving as an indispensable catalyst for her success. His contributions cannot be overstated. Were it not for Yi Liangjun's unwavering support, silently clearing her path of all obstacles, Tian Qinglan's journey to wed Pei Xiandong would not have been so seamless. At that moment, Yi Liangjun unexpectedly pivoted and hurried away, his retreating figure appearing alarmingly urgent, as though something of great importance beckoned him. Nan Yunmo's mind filled with questions as she tilted her head, watching Yi Liangjun's departure. How could he abandon his childhood companion so abruptly? She dismissed the thought, having completed her narrative. Without hesitation, she turned and boarded the carriage awaiting nearby. Leaning against the plush cushion, her thoughts began to drift, replaying the day's events in her mind. The more she contemplated, the heavier her confusion grew. The protagonist's actions seemed somewhat at odds with his established character, and the plot appeared to deviate from its predetermined course. Did the male lead truly neglect to safeguard the heroine? No, perhaps it was not entirely so. Pei Xiandong indeed stood by Tian Qinglan's side, yet his support seemed to lack fervor. Was this a collapse of character? Had the plot truly gone awry? The system had not issued any alerts or warnings, suggesting that the main narrative remained intact. Upon realizing this, a radiant smile blossomed on Nan Yunmo's face, as if spring sunlight had filled her heart. As long as the main storyline progresses smoothly, these trifling imperfections are of no concern. With her task complete, she could now revel in the long-awaited leisure time ahead. Meanwhile, Yi Liangjun rushed back to the Yi residence, diving into his room as if fleeing from something. The words he had heard from Nan Yunmo echoed relentlessly in his mind, each syllable piercing his heart like sharp needles. Initially, he believed she was intentionally provoking him, but as clarity dawned, he began to sense something amiss. While Nan Yunmo could occasionally come across as brash, she would never utter such words in that context, especially since Qinglan exhibited no unusual reaction. Why could he alone hear her? No, this was wrong. He vigorously shook his head, furrowing his brow in distress. The pressing concern was not this. Why had he become a stepping stone in the relationship between Qinglan and Pei Xiandong? His heart was a whirlpool of confusion and doubt, pondering the ominous predictions of his family's impending downfall. He could not find peace or dismiss these unexpected revelations. He felt like a traveler lost in a labyrinth, colliding with walls, unable to find an exit. He paced restlessly within his room, fervently contemplating the situation, as if striving to connect all potential clues and unearth the truth. He yearned to summon Nan Yunmo, to interrogate her thoroughly about her statements. What did she truly mean by those words? He endeavored to convince himself that they were mere fabrications, the nonsensical ramblings of Nan Yunmo. Yet, he could not completely dismiss the ripples they had stirred within him. He was reluctant to believe those prophecies, yet he could not help but envision the possible ramifications. Meanwhile, Nan Yunmo remained blissfully unaware of these underlying tensions, happily traversing the path to the amusement park, eagerly anticipating the joyful moments ahead. Yet, her stride was abruptly halted by a lavish carriage, with a frown adorning her face. She gazed at the figure standing before the carriage, when Daochen, perplexed as to why he was present. "I wish to ask Princess Anping for a favor." When Daochen seemed utterly oblivious to her displeasure, speaking in a tone devoid of emotion. Nan Yunmo firmly declined. "I apologize, master, but I have pressing matters to attend to. Today is not convenient." This insufferable master was indeed bothersome. Instead of seeking out his beloved, he had the audacity to approach her. "I am not a man. How could I possibly fulfill his desires?" The veins on Wen Daochen's forehead throbbed ominously. It was yet another day when he wished to strangle Nan Yunmo. "The Princess of Anping is inconvenient?" His tone was frigid, suggesting that he would simply visit the Xianping Wangfu for a chat, perhaps regarding her service at the master's residence. Chapter 10. Encountering upon Nan Yunmo felt a surge of unnameable anger rising within her, her fists clenched tightly. The impulse nearly compelling her to strike Wen Daochen's seemingly serene yet infuriating visage. How could this man be so detestable? He took advantage of his esteemed position as master to pressure her with such impunity. It was utterly intolerable. Her fury intensified, twisting her expression as she gritted her teeth and declared, "Is it not sufficient for me to agree to your demands? Truly a despicable master. You deserve to meet your end at the hands of the protagonists." When Daochen's eyes darkened slightly. His ultimate fate in this narrative was to be concluded by the very protagonists he sought to eliminate. Should he act preemptively to eradicate this duo? Such a task appeared daunting. Based on his meticulous observations of Nan Yunmo's demeanor, any anomaly involving the protagonists could unravel the entire storyline. While he could not directly eliminate them, it did not preclude him from orchestrating minor inconveniences. Would it not be better if the Princess of Anping had heard that sooner? A gentle smile graced his lips. Nan Yunmo's teeth were clenched so tightly she feared they might shatter, her heart ablaze with indignation. "Despicable master, should you provoke me further, I shall expose all your secrets and see how you maintain your arrogance." At her words, a ripple of unease coursed through Wen Daochen. It dawned on him that since Nan Yunmo was familiar with the entire narrative, she must also be privy to his secrets lurking in the shadows. This was undoubtedly a significant threat to him. He preferred to maintain control over every situation, allowing nothing to escape his grasp. Thus, he must act to secure Nan Yunmo firmly within his influence. "Princess of Anping, we are heading to the palace." He adeptly concealed all his emotions and thoughts. He was not in a hurry. To master a woman like Nan Yunmo required not just time, but also patience and strategy.
What?
To the palace? Nan Yunmo was astonished. "Master, what business do we have in the palace without cause?" When Daochen offered no response, simply boarding the carriage. "Hey, master." Nan Yunmo's outstretched hand lingered in the air, her voice tinged with reluctance, yet she was powerless to halt Wen Daochen's actions. In the palace? Nan Yunmo's gaze inadvertently fell upon Wen Daochen. He exuded an air of calm confidence, comporting himself as though he were the sovereign of this domain. Internally, she scoffed, cursing, "This pretentious master is bound to trip and fall one day." Before her inner musings could dissipate, Wen Daochen's voice rang out, as if he could read her thoughts. "Princess of Anping, are you perhaps cursing me?" Startled, she quickly composed herself, feigning surprise as she replied, "What a preposterous notion, master. How could I ever speak ill of you? My admiration for you flows like the boundless river." At her words, a smirk danced on Wen Daochen's lips. He glanced at Nan Yunmo and remarked coolly, "If that is the case, then the Princess of Anping should visit me at my residence every day henceforth." Once again, her fists clenched within her sleeves while her face maintained a rigid smile. "Master, as a pure and innocent maiden, if I were to visit your residence daily without reason, it would surely invite scandal and irreparable damage to my reputation. You wretched master. I had intended to find an appropriate moment to disclose an important matter regarding your late mother. But now, given your treatment of me, I will not divulge it easily." Her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by an overwhelming sense of pressure. She looked up to find the master standing before her, his deep-set eyes casting a cold, scrutinizing gaze. His figure cast a long shadow in the sunlight, enveloping Nan Yunmo entirely. "What do you want?" she exclaimed, her body recoiling as if propelled by a spring. "Master, this is the sacred ground of the palace. Despite your esteemed status, you cannot act with impunity. Could it be that this powerful master intends to tread the dark path prematurely? Yet, such is not the narrative. He should remain steadfast in his role until the latter part of the story when he succumbs to darkness, all for the sake of provoking that formidable family." Nonetheless, the master's childhood was indeed tragic. When Daochen's eyes narrowed slightly, a wealth of secrets seemingly hidden within their depths. A smirk graced his face, his voice low and magnetic. "Princess of Anping, are you so afraid of me?" His smile was like a cold winter wind, instantly raising the hairs on Nan Yunmo's neck. She instinctively took a few steps back, trying to escape the chilling aura emanating from him. "Master, let's speak calmly. Could you refrain from smiling so terrifyingly?" Upon hearing her words, when Daochen's smile froze in place, "You find my smile terrifying?" Nan Yunmo was about to nod in affirmation when a raucous commotion shattered the tense atmosphere. "Fifth sister, I spotted that peony first. Put it down at once." "Second sister, you misunderstand. I just picked this peony to present to our mother." Nan Yunmo instantly recognized the quarrel as that of the second and fifth princesses. These two, one a pawn in the story and the other a scarcely mentioned minor character, were both fated for an unfortunate outcome. What are they bickering about? Both are mere pawns, yet they argue fiercely. Even if they were to exhaust themselves in their disputes, they would ultimately meet the same demise, unable to escape their fate. However, it must be said, their end is slightly preferable to that of my malicious character. When Daochen, having heard her thoughts, gestured for her to follow closely as he proceeded towards the source of the argument between the second and fifth princesses. Nan Yunmo, bewildered, could not fathom the master's intentions. Resigning herself to follow, this master must be mad, whimsically acting on a whim. When Daochen's eyelids twitched slightly, an urge to eliminate this woman rising within him. Yet, recognizing her utility, he forced himself to suppress the fury. Were it not for her usefulness, she would undoubtedly experience a fate worse than death. As they arrived at the scene, Nan Yunmo beheld a shocking spectacle. The second princess had just delivered a resounding slap to the fifth princess's face, causing her to stumble and ultimately collapse to the ground. The second princess, brimming with arrogance, proclaimed haughtily, "Your mother is merely an insignificant concubine, and you are not favored by our father. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you believe I wouldn't strike you down?" What a grand display of power from the second princess. When Daochen remarked nonchalantly, "I was unaware that the second princess possessed such authority, able to strike her sister at will, even threatening to end her life." Chapter 11. Two great men compete for Nan Yunmo. The moment the second princess recognized the man before her, the flames of anger that had ignited within her were swiftly extinguished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread. Her legs seemed to lose their strength, compelling her to kneel upon the ground, trembling as she stammered, "Imperial Master." When Daochen gazed down at her with a cold, penetrating stare, his eyes deep and frigid, as if they could pierce through all pretense and deceit, sending a shiver through the second princess's heart. "Imperial Master, it is not as you perceive," she attempted to explain, urgency lacing her voice. "It was the fifth princess who set me up, driving me to act in anger." Alas, her misfortune had led her to encounter the Imperial Master. Yet, when Daochen merely chuckled disdainfully, his smile infused with mockery. "Do you take me for a fool?" His voice was low and icy, imbued with an irresistible force. "Do you think that your mere words can easily deceive me?" At that moment, she felt as though a chilling wind had pierced her very being, beads of cold sweat cascading down her body like a waterfall, her heart brimming with boundless loathing and fear. As a member of the royal bloodline, she was of noble lineage, yet here was the Imperial Master, despite his elevated status, daring to challenge her dignity with such impunity. "Imperial Master, I speak only the truth, devoid of any falsehood." However, when Daochen seemed unmoved by her words, commanding the guards to take the second princess away. Simultaneously, those palace maids who had once served her were met with the same fate, all ordered to be executed. He had already learned of the second princess's situation from Nan Yunmo, thus showing no interest in her explanations or justifications. The fifth princess, witnessing this, felt a surge of relief and gratitude towards one Daochen. She stepped forward, bowing deeply to him, speaking with utmost reverence. "Had it not been for the Imperial Master's intervention today, I fear my fate would have been dire." I shall forever remember your great kindness. Wen Daochen's tone was indifferent, dismissing her gratitude. His gaze inadvertently swept over Nan Yunmo, who was intently focused on counting the ants on the ground, utterly oblivious to his scrutiny. Could it be that the Imperial Master has developed feelings for the fifth princess? But rumors suggest he favors men, having a close friendship with a certain top performer from the Nanfeng Pavilion. Is it possible that he intends to use the fifth princess as a shield? Yet, the original text makes no mention of such a plot. Even in death, he had no female companion, let alone male ones. After his passing, there were those who cruelly scattered his ashes. Perhaps it mirrors his tragic childhood. As her thoughts spiraled, an undeniable force suddenly grasped her chin, lifting her head with an unyielding grip. There stood the frosty Imperial Master, Wen Daochen, his gaze as sharp as a blade, piercing through her heart, as if to suggest that any movement on her part would result in her immediate demise. Imperial Master? She ventured cautiously, her voice trembling. Yet, Wen Daochen unexpectedly broke into a smile, one that was beautiful yet laced with a peculiar chill. Princess Onping, I am in need of a wife. I shall inform the Emperor of this shortly. Nan Yunmo's thoughts momentarily halted. When she finally regained her composure from the shock, her once lively eyes widened in disbelief, her face a mask of incredulity. Imperial Master, you must be jesting. Wen Daochen regarded her, applying slight pressure with his fingers on her delicate chin. His voice was as cold as ice, devoid of warmth. Do you truly believe I am joking? Nan Yunmo swallowed hard, attempting to quell the turmoil within her. Yet her complexion gradually paled. Imperial Master, let us speak calmly. Please do not act impulsively. Impulsiveness is the devil. Help! Someone tell her why the plot had taken such a turn. According to the storyline, she and the Imperial Master should not have had this much interaction. Wen Daochen's thumb caressed her chin, his smile tinged with an oddity. Princess Onping truly has a penchant for jest. He spoke slowly, his voice carrying a hint of chill. I have always been composed and self-restrained. How could I act out of impulse? Therefore, you must prepare your dowry. Smack. Infuriated, Nan Yunmo swung her hand, forcefully slapping Wen Daochen's hand away, her tone filled with indignation and resolve. You are simply dreaming. I will absolutely not marry you. I will not marry anyone while I am here, for I must return. If I develop a soft spot, I fear I will be reluctant to leave. Wen Daochen narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing Nan Yunmo's resolute expression. Return? Where do you intend to go? Aside from the Xianping prince's residence. He could not fathom where else she might wish to return. It seemed she harbored many secrets unknown to others. Princess Onping, if the Emperor and the Xianping prince were to agree, what choice would you make? Wen Daochen's voice was devoid of emotion, as tranquil as a cold wind sweeping across a still lake. Upon hearing this, Nan Yunmo planted her hands firmly on her hips, her face flushed with anger. The Emperor would never consent to such a thing. My father would never agree. So, do not indulge in fantasies. It was unclear where the issue lay. Yet the Imperial Master was indeed intent on marrying her. This was utterly outrageous. Wen Daochen merely smiled faintly, choosing not to delve deeper into the topic. However, Nan Yunmo could not ease her mind, secretly resolving to report this matter to her parents upon her return, lest she truly fall into the Imperial Master's schemes. The overlooked fifth princess, now appearing somewhat timid, spoke hesitantly. Imperial Master, Princess Onping, may I take my leave? Both Wen Daochen and Nan Yunmo turned to face her, their gazes converging upon her. The fifth princess felt a tightening in her chest under their scrutiny, involuntarily retreating a few steps, forcing a strained smile. You two continue. I shall pretend I do not exist. It became apparent that the relationship between the Imperial Master and Princess Onping was quite delicate. Nan Yunmo shot a glare at Wen Daochen, then quickly donned a radiant smile, addressing the fifth princess. You misunderstand, fifth princess. The Imperial Master and I are merely engaged in a casual conversation. There is nothing amiss. With someone like the fifth princess, who had little presence in the narrative, Nan Yunmo felt at ease to converse, as it would not disrupt the main plot. The fifth princess, wearing an understanding expression, remarked, I shall not disturb the Imperial Master and Princess Onping any further. She performed a curtsy and hurried away with her maids. Nan Yunmo glared furiously at Wen Daochen. Imperial Master, look what you've done. Have you no regard for my reputation? Wen Daochen replied coolly, do you possess a reputation worth preserving? It is well known that you are infatuated with Pei Xiandong. Just as Nan Yunmo was about to retort, she heard Pei Xuandong's voice. Princess Onping. He approached quickly, bowing to Wen Daochen before seizing Nan Yunmo's arm. Princess Onping, I have something to discuss with you. Before she could protest, Wen Daochun grasped her other arm. In an instant, she found herself being pulled in two directions by two men. Chapter 12. The Imperial Master publicly proposes to Nan Yunmo. She gazed at Pei Xiandong in confusion, then turned to Wen Daochun, her heart filled with uncertainty. Why is Pei Xiandong seeking me instead of his Tian Qinglan? What could possibly be between us? And what of the Imperial Master? What does he mean by holding on to me so tightly? Could it be that he harbors feelings for me? Alas! Possessing such beauty and talent can sometimes feel like a curse. When Daochun, overhearing her inner musings, could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Who, indeed, has bestowed such confidence upon Nan Yunmo? Pei Xiandong narrowed his eyes slightly, directing a gaze as sharp as ice blades towards Wen Daochun. His voice frigid as ice. Imperial Master, I implore you to release Princess Onfing. I have matters to discuss with her privately. The feelings the Imperial Master harbored for Nan Yunmo appeared far from ordinary. Thus, his every action began to seem less abrupt. Wen Daochun smiled faintly. A smile as gentle as a spring breeze, yet concealing unfathomable depths. General Pei, perhaps you ought to learn to let go. Your persistent bias against Princess Onfing prompts me to speculate whether you are, in fact, scheming against her. Upon hearing this, tears welled up in Nan Yunmo's eyes. Her voice trembling with sorrow. I knew it. Brother Pei, you have always despised me. Her tone was laden with grievance, as if she had indeed suffered a profound injury. Blaming it all on Tian Qinglan, who had ensnared Brother Pei and led him to treat her thus. Pei Xiandong found no credence in her words. Ever since he unexpectedly acquired the ability to hear her innermost thoughts, he had discerned all truths. The affections she displayed towards him were merely a meticulously crafted performance. Princess Onfing, you may be mistaken, he said, as if elucidating an exceedingly simple fact. I harbor no romantic sentiments towards Miss Tian. He continued patiently. My assistance to Miss Tian stems solely from concern for you.
What?
The astonishment in Nan Yunmo's voice was palpable as her eyes widened in disbelief, staring incredulously at Pei Xiandong. Help. The plot is truly unraveling. The male lead is not protecting his precious female lead, but instead uttering such words to me. The wicked female antagonist. Why is the plot deviating? I have been adhering to the main storyline all along. Furrowing her brows, Nan Yunmo found herself enveloped in a haze of confusion, unable to decipher the intricacies of the situation. According to the original plot, this should be the stage where the protagonist's emotions intertwine and develop independently. Yet why did Pei Xiandong suddenly voice such sentiments towards her? Pei Xiandong opened his mouth, initially intending to assert that she was not the wicked female antagonist. However, as the words lingered on his lips, they morphed into something else entirely. Princess Onfing, do not appear thus. Know that I shall inevitably marry Tian Qinglan. Once he spoke, he fell into a brief silence, as if realizing that some words were ultimately unutterable. Upon hearing this, a flicker of light momentarily shone in Nan Yunmo's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by profound sorrow. Brother Pei, you profess not to like Tian Qinglan, yet you assert with such conviction that you will marry her. Her eyes sparkled with fury and resentment as she gritted her teeth. I will not permit Tian Qinglan to have it easy. I shall make her experience a fate worse than death. I am terrified. I thought the plot had completely derailed, but it seems only the peripheral events have shifted slightly. Baby. When Daochun's voice suddenly resonated beside her, he leaned closer, his deep voice imbued with a certain enchantment that made Nan Yunmo's heart race. She felt a tingling sensation in her ears, as if drawn in by the sound, her entire being succumbing to its allure. Imperial Master, what do you intend to do? Why was he suddenly calling her baby? She could scarcely withstand such an Imperial Master. When Daochun seemed to have detected some amusing notion, his gaze firmly fixed upon her, unwilling to relent even slightly. Baby, what troubles you? Are you unwell? At this moment, he perceived clearly that although Nan Yunmo's words were eloquent, her actions did not align with her rhetoric. Nan Yunmo attempted to cover her ears, only to discover that her hands were firmly grasped by both Wen Daochun and Pei Xiandong, as if shackled by two iron pincers. Her brows knitted slightly, her tone laced with impatience. Gentlemen, please release me. I have matters to attend to. Upon hearing this, Pei Xiandong raised an eyebrow, pulling Nan Yunmo closer to him. Imperial Master, please let go. I have urgent matters to discuss privately with Princess Onfing. The smile on Wen Daochun's face gradually faded, his gaze turning slightly frigid as he tightened his grip around Nan Yunmo. General Pei, the one who ought to release is you. The two men, like fierce scales, each clutched at Nan Yunmo's hands, unwilling to yield an inch as they tugged her towards themselves. Caught in between, she felt like a drifting leaf, swaying perilously in the storm. Her heart cried out. Who could come to her rescue? Why must she endure such torment? At that moment, the emperor approached, accompanied by a retinue. His eyes swept over the three of them, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth.
Ah.
It seems I have arrived at just the right moment. Are you staging a contest to win over a maiden? He cast a glance at the grand eunuch Jingguo beside him, who promptly understood, hastening to instruct his subordinates to prepare refreshments and seating. Clearly, the emperor intended to sit and enjoy the spectacle. Your Majesty, help. Nan Yunmo finally found an opportunity to plead for assistance, her voice tinged with desperation. The Imperial Master and General Pei are holding on to me for reasons unknown. The smile of Emperor Xianwen resembled the warm sun of spring. He looked at Nan Yunmo, his eyes full of affection and jest. Anping, have you not always been infatuated with General Pei? Now he clings to your hand. Why do you seem so disconsolate? This child, Anping, is not of a wicked nature, and she truly cares for him. Whenever there is something delightful, she thinks of him, often bringing him joy. Never with ulterior motives, far superior to his other children. Yet, at this moment, Nan Yunmo appeared utterly aggrieved. Your Majesty, even if I were to harbor feelings for Brother Pei, under such circumstances, I cannot possibly feel joy. Her hands ached painfully. Emperor Xianwen stroked his chin, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his profound eyes. Imperial Master, General Pei, are you two intending to engage in a contest for the hand of the young Anping? Surely, that old rascal outside was sharpening his knives, preparing to enter the palace and deal with these two oblivious fellows. Yet when Daochen spoke leisurely, Your Majesty, my mind is made up. I seek to marry Princess Anping. The moment those words left his lips, they struck like a boulder into a placid lake, sending ripples cascading outward. Chapter 13, a fatal blow to the Imperial Master. Nan Yunmo's facial expression instantly unraveled. Pei Xuandong's brow furrowed tightly, his sharp gaze scrutinizing Wen Daochen as if attempting to pierce through him. Emperor Xianwen blinked, feeling a disorientation in his mind. He had always known that Wen Daochen was a detached person, maintaining an aloof indifference towards worldly matters, never revealing any inclinations towards romantic affairs. Yet at this moment, this typically composed Imperial Master was actually seeking to marry Anping? Imperial Master, are you certain you are not jesting? His tone bore a hint of doubt and probing. Although he had been indulging in the spectacle, he was reluctant to see Anping wed to the Imperial Master, despite his seemingly gentle demeanor. Wen Daochen was inherently cold and unfeeling, maintaining a distance from everything. He could not entrust Anping to him. Wen Daochen nodded solemnly, his expression grave. Your Majesty, I am not. Before he could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by Nan Yunmo's urgent exclamation. Wen Daochen, be quiet. Her voice brimmed with fury, as she glared at him through gritted teeth. I have already told you that I will never marry you. You must dispel that notion. Heavens, my plot. Please do not unravel, do not deviate significantly. I do not wish to relive this. With a sudden flick of his eyes, Wen Daochen struck out, sending Pei Xuandong flying across the room with a forceful palm. In the next moment, he naturally embraced Nan Yunmo, lowering his gaze to focus intently on her. Princess Anping, might you enlighten me as to what has caused your discontent towards me? Nan Yunmo, taken aback by his abrupt move, stared at the Imperial Master in shock, her heart tumultuous with disbelief that such a scene unfolded before the Emperor's very eyes. You in a moment of desperation. She seemed to regain her composure and quickly called out for help. Uncle Emperor, save me. The Imperial Master has gone mad. Emperor Xianwen cleared his throat lightly, attempting to ease the awkward tension. Imperial Master, should you wish to court Princess Anping, it must be done according to propriety, must it not? He could never quite fathom the depths of the Imperial Master's enigmatic heart. Indeed, since their acquaintance, he had never truly grasped the man's thoughts. The Imperial Master had never acted out of line. Rather, he consistently extended a helping hand at critical moments, providing invaluable counsel that fortified the realm and brought tranquility to the lives of its people. Just as Wen Daochen was about to speak, a fleeting expression of anguish crossed his face, and his gaze turned sharp as a blade, fixed upon Nan Yunmo. That look seemed capable of tearing her apart. Seizing the opportunity, Nan Yunmo turned and fled, swiftly hiding behind Emperor Xianwen, playfully wrinkling her nose at Wen Daochen, huffing defiantly. Let the dog-like Imperial Master bully her, she would retaliate by striking where it hurt most. Wen Daochen, despite his remarkable patience, felt a wave of excruciating pain wash over him as Nan Yunmo's thunderous kick struck precisely at his most vulnerable spot, plunging him into darkness. Had it not been for a final flicker of willpower, he would have collapsed unconscious to the ground. What a formidable Nan Yunmo she was. The men present cast her peculiar glances, their expressions filled with complexity and surprise. Emperor Xianwen's forehead creased with veins, a mixture of anger and helplessness. He lightly tapped Nan Yunmo's forehead with his finger, unable to bring himself to chastise her severely despite his dissatisfaction. You, he sighed in resignation. How can you treat the Imperial Master in such a manner? The Imperial Master was known for his ruthless demeanor. Those who bore him a grudge never escaped his grasp. And their fates were invariably tragic. Nan Yunmo pouted defiantly, her tone laced with stubbornness. He was being impertinent, and I merely retaliated. Emperor Xianwen, clearly favoring Nan Yunmo, spoke with an undeniable authority. This matter ends here. No one is to mention it again, or I shall not be lenient. His words echoed like an imperial edict, leaving no room for disobedience. Although when Daochen felt a sense of injustice, he had no choice but to suppress his fury in the face of the Emperor's command. Very well. A sigh of relief escaped Nan Yunmo's lips. She resolved to keep her distance from Wen Daochen in the future to avoid further trouble. Just then, Pei Xiandong approached her, slightly bowing as he addressed her. Princess Onfing, I wish to discuss a matter privately with you. Might you grant me this honor? Feeling the teasing gaze of Emperor Xianwen upon her, and donning the guise of a villainous supporting character, she reluctantly acquiesced.
All right.
The two strolled to a relatively secluded spot. What would Brother Pei like to discuss? Nan Yunmo looked up at Pei Xiandong, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Has Brother Pei changed his mind and decided to marry me? Pei Xiandong had initially intended to provoke Nan Yunmo with his words, hoping to uncover more secrets through her reactions. Instead, he blurted out, "No. I could never marry you in this lifetime." Once the words left his lips, he fell into silence. Based on previous experiences, he knew he could not freely express his true feelings. He often ended up contradicting himself. Was it because he was the male protagonist of a novel, unable to alter certain events? Upon hearing his declaration, tears welled in Nan Yunmo's eyes, and she gazed at him with a pitiful expression. Brother Pei, why would you treat me this way? Since there is no main plot to follow right now, I might as well just humor Pei Xiandong. Let me think. What's the next main plot? Oh right, it involves drugging Pei Xiandong. Ugh, this cliché is being thrown in my face. As the villainous supporting character, I intend to secretly drug his food to force him into a situation, only to have the female protagonist mistakenly consume it while seeking him out. Then, without any romantic entanglements, Pei Xiandong uses his internal strength to suppress the effects of the drug on Tian Qinglan, and a doctor is called to administer the antidote. After this incident, my reputation plummets, and Pei Xiandong grows increasingly annoyed with me, while his relationship with Tian Qinglan rapidly intensifies. As the villainous supporting character, I indeed became the solid stepping stone on the protagonist's path to romance, just as the script dictated. Pei Xiandong's expression darkened as he perceived her thoughts. Was Nan Yunmo planning to drug him? This was an opportunity presented to him on a silver platter, a rare chance. Once the drug took effect, he might find himself doing things he could hardly imagine. Wen Daochen, having keenly captured Nan Yunmo's sentiments, turned his previously cold gaze towards her and Pei Xiandong, mentally calculating his next move. Nan Yunmo intended to drug Pei Xiandong to entangle him with Tian Qinglan? What a fortuitous opportunity this was. Feeling the weight of Wen Daochen's piercing gaze, Nan Yunmo instinctively shrank back, cleverly using Pei Xiandong's body as a shield to evade that unsettling stare. The Imperial Master had been increasingly peculiar of late. Pei Xiandong quickly masked his thoughts, adopting a concerned tone. Princess Onfing, what troubles you? Nan Yunmo shook her head, indicating she was fine, a faint smile gracing her lips. Brother Pei, do you have other matters to attend to? I feel unwell and wish to visit the Imperial Medical Institute. At that moment, her thoughts drifted far away. She merely wished to escape the two protagonists and revel in a rare sense of freedom and ease. A flicker of insight crossed Pei Xiandong's eyes. Yet he chose not to reveal it. Instead, he extended his hand to support her. Princess Onfing, you are unwell? Allow me to accompany you to the Imperial Medical Institute and have a physician examine you. Nan Yunmo was taken aback, a wave of inexplicable astonishment washing over her. What was happening? Wasn't he the male protagonist supposed to harbor disdain for her? Why was he now showing such concern? Brother, end to your character arc collapsing a bit too quickly? Brother Pei, truly, you need not trouble yourself. She hastily waved her hand, attempting to decline. I can go alone. It's no bother. As her words faded, a gentle breeze brushed past her ear, followed by a hand supporting her other arm. She turned to find Wen Daochen smiling faintly at her, his eyes sparkling with an elusive light. Princess Anping seems to be unwell. Perhaps I should escort you to the Imperial Medical Institute for a checkup? His voice was soft and deep, imbued with a certain enchantment. Nan Yunmo felt a tightening in her chest, her legs suddenly weak. She hastily broke free from Wen Daochen's grasp and dashed towards Emperor Xianwen, tugging at his sleeve as she urged him to flee the scene. Uncle Emperor, quickly, come with me to see something wonderful. Oh dear, this was undoubtedly a horrifying battleground. It would be best for her to make a swift exit. After all, the ensuing plot held no significant importance. Pei Xiandong attempted to pursue her, but when Daochen's hand suddenly shot out, blocking his path. Pei Xiandong's expression turned icy, his gaze directed sharply at Wen Daochen, his tone laced with evident displeasure. Imperial Master, what is your intention? Wen Daochen's lips curled into a smile as gentle as a spring breeze, his voice calm and profound. General Pei, I must first inquire. Have you not always harbored a strong disdain for Princess Anping? Now that she has distanced herself from you, why pursue her further? Pei Xiandong revealed no sign of vulnerability, replying, this is a personal matter, unrelated to the Imperial Master. However, I must note that your attitude towards Princess Anping has grown rather peculiar. Previously, you were always so impatient with her. When Daochen maintained his smile, reminiscent of a warm and inscrutable spring day, and suddenly found Princess Anping rather intriguing, wishing to frolic with her. Will the general take charge? Pei Xuandong's expression darkened, his voice as cold as iron. How could I dare interfere in the matters of the Imperial Master? Yet, I would advise you. The princess is not someone to be trifled with at your whim. Should you engage in any indiscreet actions, neither the Emperor nor Prince Xianping will show you mercy. When Daochen responded with a faint smile, General Pei, I return your words to you unaltered. Prince Xianping has long harbored dissatisfaction towards you. Should you continue to entangle yourself with Princess Anping, it will only serve to further incite his ire. Pei Xiandong was acutely aware that Prince Xianping had never looked upon him favorably. Were it not for Nan Yunmo's intervention, he feared he would have long since lost his life to the prince's blade. He bowed slightly, his tone tinged with detachment. There is no need for the Imperial Master to concern himself with this. With that, he turned to leave, realizing he would have no further opportunity to speak with Nan Yunmo today. No matter, there will be more chances in the future. Wen Daochen's gaze was as deep as the night, firmly fixed on his receding silhouette. His mind churned with confusion and curiosity, unable to comprehend the sudden shift in Pei Xuandong's demeanor towards Nan Yunmo. Surely, some significant secret lay hidden within. As for what that secret might be, he was determined to investigate thoroughly. Since the upheaval in the palace, Nan Yunmo had been avoiding both Wen Daochen and Pei Xiandong. Unless it was a pivotal moment in the narrative, she seldom appeared before either man and never sought them out. Today, however, marked that critical juncture, the drugging scene. Nan Yunmo meticulously prepared herself and set out with Shi Ji towards the general's residence. Made today's scene unfold smoothly, especially the drugging segment. The previous debacle in the palace derailed so many plot points that I now find myself lacking confidence in today's drugging scene. I can only hope there are no further mishaps, or I may truly lose my composure. Just as Nan Yunmo silently prayed, a familiar yet sudden male voice interrupted her thoughts. Nan Yunmo. She slowly lifted her gaze to find Yi Liangjun standing at a distance, his expression inscrutable as he scrutinized her, as if attempting to pierce through to her innermost thoughts. Faced with such a gaze, she instantly transformed into the wicked female antagonist. Oh, isn't this the childhood companion of Tian Qinglan? A woman like her is only suited for someone of your ilk. She scoffed disdainfully, her eyes flashing with contempt and jealousy. Tian Qinglan dares to vie for my brother Pei? What a delusion! She ought to reflect on her own standing. She is hardly worthy of him. Alas, Yi Liangjun's ultimate fate is not much better than mine. After all, the male lead harbored jealousy over his childhood bond with Tian Qinglan and took measures against him. Yi Liangjun felt a jolt at her thoughts, his brow twitching as his gaze towards Nan Yunmo shifted. He wanted to inquire further, but found himself unable to articulate the questions. Any inquiry regarding subsequent developments or related matters remained unspoken. Now he understood. Aside from trivial concerns, he could not voice any significant inquiries. Was he merely a secondary character in this narrative? Young Master Yi, if there's nothing further, I shall take my leave, Nan Yunmo said, ushering Ji Ji into the carriage. Clearly disinterested in engaging with Yi Liangjun any longer. Anger surged within him, yet he had no outlet for it, trailing behind the carriage, pondering how today's drugging drama would unfold. Nan Yunmo remained oblivious to his pursuit. Upon arriving at the general's residence, she anticipated a lengthy discourse to gain entry. Yet to her surprise, upon announcing her presence, the doorman immediately granted her access without obstruction. This is peculiar, indeed. Previously, every visit to the general's residence resulted in denial, requiring my forceful entry. Yet today, I waltzed in effortlessly. She remained vigilant, lifting her skirt as she proceeded towards the study. Please, let there be no disruptions in the narrative. Inside the study, Pei Xiandong sat at his desk, wholly engrossed in his official duties. His countenance was as frigid as ice, seemingly devoid of all emotion, encased beneath a veneer of frost. Observing him, Nan Yunmo felt a wave of disorientation wash over her, as if the previous portrayal of the male lead had been a mere illusion, and this embodiment was the true character. She approached Pei Xiandong, her face brightening into a radiant smile, her voice sweet and gentle. Brother Pei, I have come to play with you. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon a platter of exquisite pastries before Pei Xiandong. Wow, these pastries indeed appear extraordinary, possessing an air of elegance. This platter has certainly been through much, consumed by Tian Qinglan and then smashed by Pei Xiandong. Pei Xiandong's eyes briefly flickered towards the pastries. A glimmer of anticipation stirring within him, he needed to find an opportunity to drug Nan Yunmo. He attempted to maintain a tone of indifference, for he had long awaited the scene. Nan Yunmo, observing his demeanor, felt increasingly anxious. The previous experiences had been too harrowing, leaving her uncertain whether he had truly reverted to his original character. Brother Pei, would you accompany me outside for some fun? She tugged at his sleeve, attempting to charm him with her playful demeanor. Surely, the female lead will arrive soon. According to the narrative, the female lead would enter through a side door to seek assistance from the male lead, only to discover that she had inadvertently consumed the pastries, leading to a swift escalation of their feelings. Upon hearing this, Pei Xiandong immediately rose to his feet, intending to instruct his servants to secure all the doors, forbidding any outsiders from entering, ensuring no one would interrupt him and Nan Yunmo. Seizing the opportunity, Nan Yunmo quickly and cautiously sprinkled the drug powder onto the exquisite pastries. She delicately brushed away the excess powder, then retrieved a handkerchief to wipe her hands. Brother Pei, are you willing to join me for an outing? What a splendid opportunity. Quickly, drug the pastries. Next, we simply await the arrival of the female lead. What are you doing, Princess Onping? Pei Xiandong's voice suddenly resonated from behind her. Startled, Nan Yunmo tightened her grip on the paper bag. She hurriedly turned around, forcing a laugh to mask her apprehension. Brother Pei, I merely wished for a piece of pastry and was startled by your sudden appearance. Had she been caught in the act? This scene seemed to diverge from the original text, where Pei Xiandong had conversed with his attendants outside the study before entering. Why was it different today? Had she arrived too early? No, she had arrived precisely on time. What should she do next? Flee this place and seek another opportunity to execute her plan? That would not suffice. The narrative must adhere to its established trajectory today, or the consequences would be dire. Princess Onping wishes to eat pastries. Pei Xiandong strolled leisurely to the writing desk, delicately picked up a piece of pastry, and presented it at the lips of Nan Yunmo, suggesting that if the princess wished to savor it, she should feel free to indulge, without any hesitation. Nan Yunmo was taken aback by this sudden gesture, instinctively retreating several steps, her eyes betraying a glimmer of panic. Was the male protagonist truly intent on feeding her the pastry laced with ingredients? The trajectory of this narrative seemed increasingly absurd. Her mind raced, desperately seeking a remedy for the situation. Just as she was engulfed in confusion, Pei Xiandong unexpectedly took a bite of the pastry himself. Nan Yunmo was left bewildered. What was happening? Had she overthought the situation? Or had the male protagonist lost his senses? Or perhaps he was subtly testing her. Pei Xiandong furrowed his brow, speaking with a profound tone that suggested the pastry tasted rather unusual, as if something extra had been added. Nan Yunmo felt a mix of confusion and dread. It was likely a new recipe from the kitchen that had altered the flavor. Did Pei Xiandong truly realize there was something amiss with the pastry she had tampered with? This uncertainty felt akin to an invisible blade, slowly slicing through her heart, tormenting her relentlessly. Pei Xiandong's lips curled into a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown, articulating clearly that the pastry had a somewhat dry texture, and a touch of water would enhance its flavor.
Ah!
Nan Yunmo's eyes widened, staring at him in a daze. Her mind was a whirlwind, struggling to make sense of the current predicament. This was not the storyline she was accustomed to. In her memory, the female lead was supposed to make her entrance at this moment. Where had her female counterpart vanished? Such a significant character, and yet she seemed to have disappeared entirely. The female lead was meant to appear here, discover her presence, caution Pei Xiandong to be wary of her, and during their conversation, partake of the pastry, which would trigger the effects of the drug. In that instant, her malicious act would be laid bare, followed by her merciless expulsion from the premises by Pei Xiandong, and subsequently his assistance in providing an antidote to the female lead. However, the current scene starkly contrasted her expectations. The female lead had not arrived as anticipated. And even Pei Xiandong, the male protagonist, was not adhering to the predetermined narrative. What was he planning? Pei Xiandong noticed her prolonged silence and took another bite of the pastry, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "Onping princess, what troubles you?" Nan Yunmo, hearing his words, felt an urgent anxiety swell within her. Biting her lower lip, she stamped her foot in frustration and suddenly shouted, "Miss Tian, where are you? Hurry here." Regardless of how the plot unfolded, it had to adhere to the original script. At the very least, she needed to summon that crucial female lead. If not, the ensuing developments would surely stagnate, leading to an impasse. More critically, this would shatter the entire narrative arc. The role of this malevolent female antagonist seemed to demand more effort than that of the protagonist, truly a vexing predicament. Chapter 16. The female lead finally appears. Pei Xiandong stood by, composed, his gaze piercing as he observed Nan Yunmo. It appeared he was awaiting her next move in this unfolding drama. Without his consent, the gates of the general's residence remained as impenetrable as a fortress, allowing no one to intrude easily. Nan Yunmo waited in silence, yet the silhouette of the female lead remained absent from her sight, leaving her dumbfounded. How could such a prominent character be missing? Could the plot twist any further? She glanced at Pei Xiandong, imploring, "Brother, could you not say something or act? How am I to continue this forced performance while you merely stare?" Was his character truly unraveling? Meanwhile, when Daochen, hidden in the beams above, observed the entire scene unfold, his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of amusement. Tian Qinglan had not made an appearance? This surprised him. Should he intervene? Yet, considering the situation, it was not yet time for his intervention. He resolved to observe the unfolding events, keen to discern Pei Xiandong's next actions, thereby gaining insight into his true intentions and gleaning more from Nan Yunmo's inner thoughts. Time passed slowly. At last, Pei Xiandong shattered the silence. Fixing his gaze upon Nan Yunmo, "Onping princess, do you truly wish to marry me?" A wave of panic surged within Nan Yunmo. The atmosphere grew increasingly surreal. She swallowed hard, torn between responding and seizing the opportunity to flee in search of the female lead. Pei Xiandong seemed unwilling to grant her an escape, blocking her path and leaving her no avenue for retreat. "You have yet to answer my question." He advanced towards her, close enough that they could almost feel each other's breath, then slowly leaned in, his gaze intense as it bore into Nan Yunmo. "Princess, are the words you speak to me merely insincere flattery?" Nan Yunmo's heart raced. She hastily clarified, "No, Brother Pei, every word I utter is sincere. My greatest wish in this life is to marry you and become your wife. Please, brother, will you marry me?" Goodness. She could not allow the male protagonist to misinterpret her intentions. She must maintain her guise as the wicked antagonist. Pei Xiandong scrutinized her deeply, as though attempting to pierce through her facade. His lips curled into a smile that was both teasing and tender. "Very well, I accept. The wedding shall be set for a month from now. How does that sound?" Nan Yunmo, stunned, could only blink in disbelief at Pei Xiandong. Then, oh no! She blurted out her innermost thoughts. Pei Xiandong's smile gradually faded, akin to the warmth of early spring sun obscured by clouds, replaced by a chill. Nan Yunmo's heart felt as though it had been pierced by the frigid winds of winter, sending shivers down her spine. This bizarre turn of events was the result of the female lead's tardiness, causing the narrative to spiral into chaos and prompting her to utter such words. Moreover, Pei Xiandong, what do you mean by marrying me? The one you ought to wed is Tian Qinglan, the female lead. You should be reproaching my shamelessness, perhaps even threatening me with consequences. How could the plot have unraveled so? How was she to rectify this? If she failed, would she be condemned to repeat this ordeal? No. Nan Yunmo felt her sanity teetering on the brink of collapse, biting her lip anxiously. "Where are you, female lead? Please appear soon. If you do not, this storyline may truly descend into irretrievable disarray." She could not single-handedly navigate the narrative of Pei Xiandong's reprimand. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached.
Yeliangyun Burstin.
Urgency and fear evident in his voice. "General Pei, wait. Do not eat that pastry. It has been poisoned by Nan Yunmo." A flicker of joy ignited in Nan Yunmo's heart, as if she had glimpsed the dawn. Though the female lead had yet to appear and the story had deviated from its original course, at least the revelation of her treachery was finally unfolding. All she needed to do was adhere to the established narrative and steer everything back on track. Yi Liangjun, what does this concern you? Nan Yunmo retorted, hands on her hips, adopting a fierce demeanor. If you know what's good for you, you'd better leave quickly, or I shall not show you mercy. Originally, these words should have belonged to the female lead, but now they inexplicably fell upon Yi Liangjun's shoulders, while the true female lead remained nowhere to be found. Although Yi Liangjun was exceedingly reluctant to witness the union of Tian Qinglan and Pei Xiandong, he was even more averse to the notion of Pei Xiandong being ensnared by the machinations of the woman, Nan Yunmo. He inhaled deeply and spoke in a grave tone. Nan Yunmo, do not presume that your favor with the Emperor grants you carte blanche to act as you please. I assure you, today I shall not permit you to harm General Pei in the slightest. Just as Nan Yunmo was poised to retort, her peripheral vision caught the long-awaited silhouette of the female protagonist making her entrance, stirring ripples of excitement within her heart. This protagonist truly has made her grand appearance after much anticipation. Yi Liangjun, if you do not take the hint and remove yourself, I may very well resort to striking you, she warned. No sooner had she spoken than a startled cry from Tian Qinglan pierced the air. General Pei, what has happened to you? Tian Qinglan rushed forward, intent on supporting Pei Xiandong. However, he slightly turned away, evading her touch. At that moment, the effects of the drug had taken hold, rendering him in a peculiar state, and he could not allow Tian Qinglan to come near him. Princess Anping, what have you done to General Pei? Tian Qinglan glared, her voice laced with reproach and confusion, questioning why General Pei appeared in such an unusual condition. Before Nan Yunmo could respond, Yi Liangjun could no longer contain himself and interjected, Qinglan, you are unaware of the truth. This Princess Anping has drugged General Pei, attempting to claim him for herself. Tian Qinglan, upon hearing this, was left agape in disbelief. Princess Anping, how could you commit such an abominable act? A question mark seemed to hover above Nan Yunmo's head. What is this? Where is your righteous fury, protagonist? Is this how you choose to address me? Never mind. At least the plot was progressing. Just as she began to speak, Pei Xiandong coldly interrupted, Miss Tian, Master Yi. This matter is a personal affair between myself and Princess Anping. I ask you both to vacate the general's residence immediately. He found it perplexing. Despite having issued strict orders prohibiting anyone from entering the estate, how had Yi Liangjun and Tian Qinglan managed to intrude? Moreover, they dared to burst into his study. Had it not been for their interference, he could have successfully achieved his goal. Tian Qinglan and Yi Liangjun, believing him to be incapacitated by the drug, were unwilling to leave. General Pei, fret not. Qinglan and I will ensure your safety and will not allow you to be sullied by Nan Yunmo, they declared. General Pei, I shall fetch a physician at once. You must hold on. The expression on Pei Xiandong's face darkened ominously, akin to a storm cloud looming overhead. He required no assistance from either of them and wished only for their swift departure, the farther the better. Princess Anping, if you possess even a shred of conscience, I implore you to leave at once. Tian Qinglan's voice carried a note of earnest entreaty. Nan Yunmo perceived that the narrative had already progressed to this juncture, allowing her the opportunity to withdraw gracefully. After all, the male and female leads had finally met. The ensuing stage should belong to them for their own improvisation. I still have a conscience, therefore. Yet her words were once again cut off by Pei Xiandong's icy voice. Princess Anping, where do you intend to go? How can you abandon your task midway?
What?
Nan Yunmo exclaimed in confusion, pointing at herself. Me? Abandon my task midway? This is the most outrageous accusation. At no time have I ever left anything unfinished. I am quite adept at seeing all matters through to completion. Pei Xiandong gripped the edge of the desk tightly, striving to suppress the indescribable effects of the drug coursing through him. His gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, penetrating as it fixed upon Nan Yunmo. Princess Anping, have you truly forgotten what you have just done to me? Because I have committed a wrongful act, my conscience has awakened, and now I must take my leave. Nan Yunmo declared, attempting to slip away. However, her path was obstructed by Yi Liangjun, whose eyes burned with fury. You shall not escape. I will not stand idly by while you have wronged General Pei. I shall summon the authorities to have you apprehended. The corners of Nan Yunmo's mouth twitched in disbelief as she retorted, Yi Liangjun, you are overstepping your bounds. General Pei has not voiced any objections. Why do you persist in your raucous outcry? Do Do you think your status as the childhood companion of the female lead grants you some sort of privilege? Can you alter the plot at will? Yi Liangjun let out a heavy, disdainful snort, his tone laced with warning, that is, General Pei. Before he could finish, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. Pei Xiandong suddenly surged forward, akin to a wild stallion, charging at Nan Yunmo. His eyes were bloodshot, resembling a feral beast, and his complexion was flushed, as if the mysterious effects of the drug had obliterated his reason. Nan Yunmo was utterly taken aback by this unexpected turn, standing frozen, her eyes wide with shock as she beheld the figure racing toward her. Yi Liangjun and Tian Qinglan were equally astonished, rendered speechless by the sudden shift. Just as Pei Xiandong was on the verge of colliding with Nan Yunmo, a powerful force erupted from the shadows, toppling him to the ground. In that critical moment, Nan Yunmo was swiftly whisked away by an unseen figure, vanishing from sight. Only Yi Liangjun and Tian Qinglan remained, exchanging bewildered glances, questioning what had transpired. Meanwhile, in another location, as Nan Yunmo attempted to struggle free, a familiar deep voice resonated in her ears. Princess Anping's life appears to be far more thrilling than I had anticipated. A tremor coursed through her body, an inexplicable sense of trepidation welling up within her as she instinctively turned her head. However, the proximity between her and Wen Daochun was too great, and as she turned, her lips brushed lightly against his cheek. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Uncertain how long had passed, Wen Daochun's gaze was deep and enigmatic, akin to an unfathomable lake, evoking a sense of unease. He stared intently at Nan Yunmo, his eyes containing an indescribable strangeness and a disquieting intensity. In that moment, Nan Yunmo felt as though her mind had been pierced by a chilling needle, instantly snapping her back to reality. She gasped, covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes widening in shock as they fixated on Wen Daochun. "Master, please forgive my transgression," she stammered, her voice trembling and laced with a hint of pleading. "I did not intend to act in such a disrespectful manner. I am not concerned about my innocence. It was merely a fleeting kiss, and I cannot conceive of becoming pregnant from it. What I fear is that the master will be utterly incensed by my impudent behavior, potentially leading to dire consequences for my life. Moreover, this scenario is not even part of the novel. In the story, the master and I barely exchanged a few words, and now we are in such an intimate position. This is treatment reserved solely for the protagonists, is it not? The scene involving the drugging, has it been executed poorly or successfully? The protagonists are indeed difficult to manage." Wen Daochun's expression slightly shifted, his gaze darkening as he replied, "Princess Anping, having committed such a blatant disregard for propriety, do you not feel the need to bear the corresponding responsibility?" It dawned on Nan Yunmo that in the novel, her relationship with Wen Daochun was rather mundane. Stunned, her voice faltered as she protested, "No, no, no. I am the one who has been wronged. If anyone should be held accountable, it should be you for what you have done to me. How could it possibly be my responsibility?" It was all due to the male lead's deviation from character and the female lead's tardy arrival that had led to this bizarre turn of events. "Oh, female lead, must you not assert yourself, showcasing your authority as the protagonist? Hurry and subdue the male lead." She, a malicious supporting character, had invested too much concern in the romantic entanglements of the leads. When Daochun's lips curled into a subtle, meaningful smile. "Since Princess Anping has made her intentions clear, I shall personally visit the Xianping Wangfu tomorrow to discuss the matter of courtship." Upon hearing this, Nan Yunmo's heart jolted, her legs becoming as weak as cotton. She vehemently shook her head, as if attempting to dislodge the jarring news from her mind. "Master D, my heart and soul belong solely to Brother Pei. I shall never marry you." What a disaster! How did the plot deviate so drastically? "Master D, instead of meddling with the Wen family, why are you causing chaos here?" Wen Daochun raised an eyebrow, a smile that was more sardonic than genuine gracing his lips, yet he refrained from uttering further words, simply observing her in silence. Under his penetrating gaze, Nan Yunmo felt a chill run down her spine. "Master D, give up on this foolish notion. In life, I am Brother Pei's, and in death, I shall be his ghost." Being this malicious supporting character is exceedingly arduous. Not only must I facilitate the romance between the leads, but I must also contend with Master D and soon face countless insults in the ensuing plot, to the extent that even stepping outside could result in being pelted with rotten eggs. This is all because the news of my poisoning Pei Xiandong has spread, inciting public outrage. However, have the leads made any progress in their relationship? According to the narrative's trajectory, the subsequent development of their feelings is crucial. Following the poisoning incident, Both leads will discover their unique affections for one another, but each harbors unspoken concerns, leading to numerous misunderstandings and emotional wounds. One Daochen, attuned to her inner turmoil, contemplated hastening the union of Pei Xiandong and Tian Qinglan. He pondered how the story would unfold once the leads were together. Princess Anping, you have assaulted me, he stated with an air of nonchalance. Chapter 18. All wanting to control her? Nan Yunmo's expression faltered, as though struck by lightning. She widened her eyes, staring at Wen Daochen in stunned disbelief. Master D, this assault, no, it was an accident, something neither of us wished for. Let us pretend it never happened, shall we? Wen Daochen's lips curved into a smile as warm as jade, gently patting her head.
No.
I have already been assaulted by you. You must adhere to the rules. Nan Yunmo recognized the gravity of the situation. She was a pivotal character, and she needed to hold the reins tightly, lest she be consumed by anxiety. Feeling the conversation had reached an impasse, she truly wished to sever ties with the master and complete her mission swiftly to return to the modern world.
Master D.
Let us consider it a minor loss on my part. You, a man of stature, could you not let go of this trivial matter? Would that be agreeable? When Daochen cast her a sidelong glance, his reluctance and dissatisfaction piercing through her defenses. He understood that further coercion would yield counterproductive results.
You may leave, he said.
One day, he would personally visit the Xianping prince's residence to discuss this matter with the prince. Nan Yunmo gazed at him, skepticism filling her eyes.
Master D.
Are you truly allowing me to leave? She could scarcely believe her ears. When had he become so accommodating? When Daochen smiled faintly, a hint of depth concealed within that smile. If you do not wish to depart, you may choose to remain by my side. As his words lingered in the air, he observed Nan Yunmo's figure vanish like the wind, his expression darkening. This woman was evidently desperate to avoid his company. The more she resisted, the more he was inclined to keep her close. With a heavy snort, he shifted his gaze toward the imposing general's residence. Pei Xuandong's behavior had grown increasingly peculiar. He had voluntarily consumed the tainted pastries and even displayed unprecedented warmth toward Tian Qinglan. All of this raised doubts within him. Had Pei Xiandong become aware of something, prompting such actions? Whether or not this was the case required further observation. After dismissing Tian Qinglan and Yi Liangjun, Pei Xiandong fell into deep contemplation, his expression as dark as a stormy night sky. His meticulously crafted plan had been shattered at this critical juncture. Was it true that, even with foreknowledge of the plot's direction, he could not entirely alter the course of the story? Would everything ultimately revert to its original trajectory? His gaze gradually chilled. Regardless, he would not adhere to the original script. He intended to ensure that Nan Yunmo's performance would not align with the narrative. He was eager to see how it would all unfold. Qinggan, a servant named Qinggan, hurried into the study, bowing respectfully, his tone laced with trepidation. General. Pei Xiandong abruptly lifted his teacup and drained it in one gulp. The bitterness of the tea resonated with his current mood. Furiously, he bellowed. Why did Tian Qinglan and Yi Liangjun suddenly intrude? How dare they enter my study? Did I not issue a decree forbidding anyone from entering the residence? Qinggan was momentarily taken aback, then recalled something, hesitantly speaking up. General, did you not specifically instruct that if Miss Tian came to visit, she should be brought to your study? Upon hearing this, Pei Xiandong instantly grasped the underlying scheme at play. His brow furrowed, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. Investigate who is orchestrating this behind the scenes. And, what of Yi Liangjun? How did he come to be here? Qinggan sensed the tension and replied cautiously. Young Master Yi barged in. He headed straight for the study, seemingly aware of the events transpiring here. Pei Xuandong's unease swelled, yet he could not untangle the threads of confusion. From now on, Tian Qinglan is not to be admitted. Qinggan, observing Pei Xuandong's expression, ventured a tentative question. Does the general harbor an aversion toward Miss Tian, yet favor Princess Anping instead? Pei Xiandong retorted irritably. Who claims I have affection for Miss Tian? Qinggan scratched his head, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. Everyone is saying so. You were so protective of Miss Tian that we all assumed you would soon marry her and make her the mistress of the residence. There are even discussions about what celebratory items should be prepared for your wedding. Pei Xiandong rubbed his temples. My relationship with Tian Qinglan is non-existent. Immediately issue a decree to cease such gossip to prevent any damage to her reputation. Qinggan noted the general's distinct concern for Tian Qinglan, contrasting it with his apparent indifference toward Princess Anping. Understood. Pei Xiandong seemed to recall something. I remember there is a set of ruby adornments in the storeroom. Have someone deliver them. Qinggan's face lit up with surprise as he blinked. General, do you mean to send these items to Miss Tian? Pei Xuandong's temper flared. What business do I have sending them to her? I instructed you to deliver them to Princess Onfing. Qinggan stood frozen, his mouth agape, as if he could swallow an egg whole.
Huh.
He repeated incredulously, internally questioning, what has come over the general today? Why such shocking declarations? Could it be that he has not fully recovered from the effects of the drug, leading him to obsess over Princess Onfing? As Nan Yunmo stepped through her door, rumors had already spread like wildfire through the city, proclaiming her failed attempt to poison Pei Xiandong, resulting in her expulsion from the general's residence. Countless individuals reveled in the mockery of the Xianping prince's household and Nan Yunmo, deriding them for raising a daughter of questionable virtue. Nan Yunmo's reputation lay in tatters. According to societal conventions, her future seemed irrevocably sealed. If Pei Xiandong refused to marry her or take her as a concubine, her fate would boil down to two grim paths. She could either be consigned to a nunnery, spending her days in the company of flickering candles and ancient scriptures, or she could choose to end her own life to preserve the remnants of her already shattered honor. Chapter 19. The items sent by Pei Xiandong are undoubtedly problematic. Upon hearing the rumors that Gigi spoke of, Nan Yunmo remained outwardly unperturbed. However, a twinge of guilt stealthily crept into her heart. Had it not been for her mission to return to the modern era, she would have never embroiled herself in such turmoil, nor would her parents be burdened with worry for her. She sighed inwardly, reminding herself that once she returned to her own time, the true Nan Yunmo would reclaim her place in this world, sparing her parents the anguish of losing their daughter. Yet, the thought of the distress and pain she had inadvertently caused her parents filled her with an inescapable sense of guilt.
Montak.
At that moment, the figure of King Xianping appeared at the door, his hurried steps revealing a countenance etched with concern and affection. My Mo has suffered. His tone was imbued with boundless tenderness and indulgence. Suddenly recalling something, a flash of fierceness crossed his eyes. That scoundrel Pei Xiandong dares to treat you thus. This time, I shall not let it pass. I will seek justice for you. Nan Yunmo was overwhelmed with guilt. She had once wavered on whether to remain in this world, but ultimately chose to return to the modern era. After all, having lived there since childhood, her familiarity and fondness for contemporary society made it impossible for her to sever ties. Quickly, she composed herself, a hint of grievance flickering in her eyes as she choked out, Father, Brother Pei treated me like this because of Tian Qinglan, and it truly pains me. How could he be so heartless? This moment was pivotal, for her father would soon confront Pei Xiandong and Tian Qinglan, inadvertently propelling the relationship between the male and female leads forward. As she spoke, she feigned a desperate need to marry Pei Xiandong, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes as she declared with a blend of sorrow and defiance, Father, please do not harm Brother Pei. I believe he did not act with malice. I do not know if Brother Pei is willing to marry me.
King Xuanping solemnly promised, Montak.
I assure you, that young rascal Pei Xiandong will certainly marry you. He insisted on swiftly writing to his wife, who was currently enjoying life in the Jianghu, to discuss the matter, for as a daughter, some concerns must be addressed by her mother. Tears shimmered in Nan Yunmo's eyes, reminiscent of morning mist. Father, is what you say truly genuine? Her guilt deepened, yet she felt compelled to maintain her facade. Sighing, she resolved that once her mission was complete, she would implore the system to bestow rare treasures upon her parents as recompense. King Xianping sighed inwardly as well, gently ruffling her hair. When have I ever deceived you? You need only wait patiently. Soon, Pei Xiandong will personally come to take you as his bride. Nan Yunmo, her sorrow transformed into a smile, felt reassured by her father's guarantee. Were her father to discover that the rumors had originated from her, he would surely be furious. Yet, she had no choice. The plot demanded her participation. Once King Xianping departed, Nan Yunmo dismissed the serving maid and sat in contemplation of the forthcoming narrative. According to the storyline, she would soon step beyond the gates, facing the judgmental stares of countless onlookers, even enduring the wrath of enraged citizens hurling rotten eggs in her direction. Furthermore, Pei Xiandong would resolutely reject her marriage proposal, a turn of events that would inadvertently heighten the tension between the leads.
Subsequently,
the female lead would stealthily venture out in search of business opportunities, only to be discovered by her stepmother, who would orchestrate a scheme involving ruffians to ruin her. At that crucial juncture, the male lead would appear like a divine savior, heroically rescuing the female lead, yet a misunderstanding would ensue. The male lead would believe the female lead should not wander about recklessly, while she would perceive him as lacking respect for her autonomy. This would ignite their first Cold War. In this Cold War, Lady Tian would manipulate the situation to her advantage, plotting to marry Tian Qinglan off to a decrepit old man. As Nan Yunmo pondered this turn of events, she was suddenly startled by Gigi, who cautiously entered the room. Cradling a sandalwood box, raising an eyebrow, she inquired, "What is this?" Gigi bowed slightly, respectfully responding, "Your Highness, this is a delivery from General Pei." Instantly alert, Nan Yunmo's mind raced with potential traps. She scrutinized the box suspiciously and tentatively asked, "Could it possibly be a prank involving rotten eggs? Is Pei Xiandong attempting to exact revenge on me for having drugged him previously?" Gigi's lips twitched slightly, her thoughts betraying her disbelief. "Your Highness, would you truly use such an exquisite sandalwood box to contain rotten eggs?" Still harboring doubts, Nan Yunmo's gaze, sharp as ice, pierced the box, seemingly searching for any flaw. "Open it at a distance, and let me see what secrets it conceals. I can't shake the feeling that Pei Xiandong might be plotting something against me." Reluctantly, Gigi took several steps back before slowly lifting the lid. The moment the box opened, a dazzling light burst forth, illuminating Gigi's eyes with wonder. "Heavens! Your Highness, look! This is a magnificent set of ruby headpieces," she exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. Nestled within the sandalwood box lay the headpieces, each ruby meticulously crafted, radiating a captivating brilliance. The overall design was exquisite and elegant, akin to a masterpiece of art, exuding an extraordinary value. Nan Yunmo was taken aback by the sight of the ruby headpieces. Suddenly, she retreated to the corner of the room, her expression a mask of vigilance and wariness. "Gigi, quickly summon a physician. Pei Xiandong must have tampered with these headpieces. He intends to ensnare me in the same manner." Given her understanding of Pei Xiandong, she knew he would not so kindly gift her such a treasure. He surely sought to expose her to ridicule. What a nefarious plot from Pei Xiandong. Gigi, though skeptical that Pei Xiandong would commit such an act, remained discreet, sensing her mistress's heightened anxiety. Tentatively, she suggested, "Your Highness, I find this set of headpieces rather exquisite. Perhaps we should just store it away for now?" She began to question whether her mistress truly harbored feelings for General Pei. For how could she react thusly upon receiving the headpieces from him? Nan Yunmo insisted that Gigi promptly put the headpieces away, cautioning, "If Pei Xiandong sends anything else in the future, simply refuse it to avoid falling into his schemes." Gigi hastily complied, stowing the headpieces away. Nan Yunmo returned to her seat, continuing to contemplate the unfolding plot. She recalled that during the Cold War between Pei Xiandong and Tian Qinglan, she, as the malevolent supporting character, had attempted to exploit the situation, spreading rumors of Tian Qinglan's defilement, which led to a devastating outcome for her and catalyzed her descent into darkness. Chapter 20. The female lead strays from the plot. Reflecting on this narrative, Nan Yunmo clicked her tongue, recognizing the impending darkness. Following this incident, her character, designated as the wicked supporting role, had not yet fully succumbed to darkness. Yet she had undeniably begun her descent down that treacherous path. This plot point represented a significant turning point within the overall story. She understood the necessity of ensuring that events unfolded according to their original trajectory, leaving no room for deviation. She harbored no concerns for herself, yet she could not help but worry for the male and female leads and the Imperial Master, fearing they might instigate unforeseen complications.
Sighing,
she hoped fervently that all would proceed as anticipated, devoid of any surprises. To preempt any unforeseen circumstances, she resolved to keep a vigilant eye on the movements of the male and female leads and the Imperial Master, lest they stray beyond the confines of the plot, which would spell disaster. Unbeknownst to her, Tian Qinglan had already crossed the boundaries of the narrative, embarking upon an uncharted path. At that moment, she found herself in a secluded area of the Tian residence, engaged in hushed discussions with Yi Liangjun. "Liangjun, have you made any progress in finding the shops I requested?" Her voice was soft, yet a hint of urgency flickered in her brow. Yi Liangjun nodded slightly. "Qinglan, I have indeed located 2 shops that meet your requirements. However, you must personally inspect them to make a final decision." He paused, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. "Qinglan, are you truly resolved to embark on this path of commerce? You must understand that the merchant status is rather lowly, which may significantly impact your future.
Besides,
did you not wish to marry General Pei?" The words carried a tinge of bitterness and discomfort. Tian Qinglan, oblivious to his unease, was wholly engrossed in mapping out her future. "I have made up my mind. I shall no longer pin my hopes on marrying General Pei or becoming his concubine. Today's events have unveiled the truth to me. General Pei's previous assistance was merely an act of kindness. I doubt he will offer me aid in the future. Therefore, I must rely on my own strength to break free from the constraints of the Tian family." Previously, she had mistakenly believed that General Pei harbored special feelings for her, which had led her to consider marrying him or becoming his concubine as a means of escaping her family's hold. However, circumstances had changed, necessitating a reevaluation of her plans. Suddenly, a look of joy illuminated Yi Liangjuan's face as he grasped Tian Qinglan's hand tightly. "Qinglan, I wish to marry you. I will assist you in freeing yourself from the Tian family's grasp." How wonderful it was that Qinglan had finally relinquished her fixation on marrying General Pei. Yet, Tian Qinglan shook her head, slowly withdrawing her hand. A profound worry and resignation reflected in her eyes. "Liangjun, I do not wish to bring harm upon you. You are aware of my family situation. Without a sufficiently powerful familial background, my father, that unscrupulous man, will surely devise means to ensnare us, leaving us without a grave." At one point, she had considered Liangjun, but ultimately had relinquished that thought, unwilling to put him in danger due to her circumstances. With her father's character, if she were to marry Liangjun, he would undoubtedly scheme against both Liangjun and the Yi family until their demise. Yi Liangjun parted his lips, seemingly about to speak. But Tian Qinglan gently interrupted. "Liangjun, if you genuinely wish to assist me, then help me open a shop." Her voice conveyed a blend of determination and anticipation. "If I am to completely sever ties with the Tian family, I must first have sufficient funds to support myself. Only with ample resources can I explore more options and possibilities to plan for my future and pursue what I truly desire." She received a meager monthly allowance of merely 1 or 2 taels of silver, a sum she had to fight for with great effort. Otherwise, considering her stepmother's nature, not a single coin would be given to her, and all her possessions would be systematically withheld, rendering her existence unbearable. Yi Liangjun, despite being a pampered young master, understood this reality. "Very well, I shall act upon your request." He hesitated for a moment before adding, "Qinglan, you must keep your distance from Princess Anping. Her behavior is rather peculiar." He could not directly express his ability to hear Nan Yunmo's thoughts, so he opted to convey his warning in this manner. Tian Qinglan, however, held a contrasting viewpoint. "In my eyes, although Princess Anping has mishandled certain matters, her nature is not malevolent. She has never truly harmed me. Moreover, the actions she has taken stem solely from her profound affection for General Pei." Yi Liangjun looked at her in surprise, seemingly taken aback by her defense of Princess Anping. He furrowed his brow and replied, "Do you not find Princess Anping's behavior shameless? She resorts to any means necessary to win over General Pei, even at the expense of others." Tian Qinglan responded softly, I do not share that sentiment. Aside from her impulsive actions driven by her affection for General Pei, have you ever seen her commit any truly heinous acts?" Yi Liangjun attempted to deny her assertion, only to realize that her words held merit. The unsavory deeds attributed to Nan Yunmo were indeed intertwined with General Pei. Beyond that, she appeared to have steered clear of any other inappropriate actions. Could it be that he had misjudged Nan Yunmo? The following day, as dawn broke and sunlight flooded the earth, Nan Yunmo, devoid of any new plot developments, resolved to spend a leisurely morning at home, awaiting the next narrative opportunity. The next plot twist would coincide with the Cold War between the male and female protagonists. She reclined languidly on a soft couch, savoring a crisp, sweet apple while relishing this rare moment of tranquility. Just then, Gigi rushed in, shattering the serene atmosphere. "Princess, the imperial teacher has arrived and is currently in the main hall, enjoying tea and conversing with the prince," Gigi reported, with a respectful bow. A sudden wave of foreboding washed over Nan Yunmo, and she furrowed her brows, inquiring, "What is the imperial teacher's purpose for visiting?" Gigi stifled a giggle, her eyes shimmering with delight. "Princess, the imperial teacher is here to propose marriage. He has clearly stated that he is unconcerned with your past or the external turmoil. He is willing to marry you, with a lavish bridal procession." How wonderful is the imperial teacher! Nan Yunmo nearly choked on her own saliva, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Are you serious? Did I hear that right?" She had assumed the imperial teacher was jesting, only to discover he was earnest. Gigi affirmed, "Princess, it is indeed true. If you do not believe me, you may go to the main hall and see for yourself." Nan Yunmo felt a wave of panic. How had the narrative twisted to this extent? "Gigi, you must hurry to the main hall and quietly inform my father that I will not marry the imperial teacher. I wish to marry Brother Pei." As she spoke, she stuffed a handful of silver into her sleeves. "I need to step out and lay low for a couple of days. I will return shortly." With that, Nan Yunmo stealthily departed the royal residence, heading straight to a nearby street where she intended to temporarily stay at until the commotion subsided. However, she did not anticipate stumbling upon a shocking scene as soon as she reached the street. Chapter 21. I stole the male protagonist's thunder. Nan Yunmo concealed herself behind the bustling stalls, leisurely savoring a sugar figurine. Her gaze inadvertently landed on Tian Qinglan, who was surrounded by a group of unruly individuals, their words laced with lewdness. Nan Yunmo couldn't help but click her tongue, reflecting inwardly. Tian Qinglan, as the leading lady, seems to attract trouble wherever she goes. It appears that those around her either seek to exploit her or come to her aid. What a lively scene. Poor leading lady. Yet, with a powerful male protagonist like Pei Xiandong backing her, any provocations from these ruffians would soon be effortlessly resolved by the timely arrival of the male lead. At that moment, Tian Qinglan was unaware of Nan Yunmo's presence. Her expression was cold as she sternly addressed the ruffians. Get lost. If you do not leave, do not blame me for being impolite. The thugs, with brazen smiles plastered on their faces, shamelessly taunted her.
Ha!
This little girl dares to threaten us? I'm curious to see just how impolite she can be. Is it the kind of impoliteness we're thinking of? If so, I wouldn't mind at all. Enough with the chatter. We should just take action. The ruffians leered, their greedy hands reaching out toward Tian Qinglan, completely disregarding the bustling street around them. Though she was a remarkably intelligent woman, she was still just a delicate girl. Faced with such a scene, it was already a feat for her to maintain her composure, let alone devise a more effective countermeasure. Get away. She clutched herself tightly, her complexion pale as paper, eyes filled with terror and helplessness, desperately attempting to escape the clutches of the bullies. But the ruffians were not inclined to let her go easily. They encircled her, lewd remarks spilling from their lips as they relentlessly reached out to touch her. The onlookers were abuzz with chatter, yet none stepped forward to offer assistance. This girl was truly unfortunate. In my opinion, she must not be the type to abide by convention. What respectable young woman would venture out alone only to encounter such trouble? Surely, if she were indeed a virtuous maiden, these ruffians would not have targeted her. She had brought this upon herself. Trapped in this desolate predicament, Tian Qinglan was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of fear and despair. She bit her lip, fighting back tears that threatened to spill, her mind racing to devise a possible escape. What was she to do? Was she truly destined to have her life ruined by these thugs? This was also the thought plaguing Nan Yunmo as her gaze darted around, her brow furrowed, her mind a whirlwind of questions. What was happening? Where was the male lead, Pei Xiandong? According to the script, at this very moment, he should have appeared like a savior, valiantly rescuing the heroine from peril. Following this, their relationship should have blossomed, only to be marred by misunderstandings leading to a Cold War. It was within the shadow of that conflict that she would face a significant turning point in her life, spiraling into darkness. Strangely, her anxiety surged like a tidal wave, her feet unable to remain still, rubbing incessantly against the ground. Where had that scoundrel Pei Xiandong gone? Just as she witnessed Tian Qinglan on the brink of danger, her pent-up fury could no longer be contained. She clenched her jaw, summoning her courage to charge forward, delivering a powerful kick to one of the ruffians, shielding the bewildered Tian Qinglan behind her. How dare these shameless scoundrels brazenly harass a virtuous woman in public? She glared at them, her voice laced with authority and indignation. Did they think the Jingzhou prefecture government did not exist? Or that the emperor and the law were mere trifles? The ruffians exchanged glances, realizing the situation was askew. Should they press on or retreat? A ruffian who appeared to be their leader widened his eyes, menacingly pointing at Nan Yunmo. Who are you to meddle in our affairs? Do you understand the consequences of your actions? Yet Nan Yunmo remained unfazed, casting a cold glance at the ruffian.
Who am I?
You dare to point a finger at this county princess? It seems you no longer wish to keep that finger. Before she could finish her sentence, a shadow darted before the crowd. It was a shadow guard, swift and decisive. The glint of his sword flashed, severing the ruffian's finger at the base. Blood gushed forth, staining the ruffian's palm and the ground beneath.
Ah!
He cried out in agony, clutching his severed digit, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed at Nan Yunmo. The once brazen ruffians, witnessing the sudden turn of events, were gripped by fear and attempted to flee. Yet, several shadow guards, as swift as the wind, swiftly subdued them to the ground. At this moment, the ruffians awakened to the reality that they had provoked a noble county princess. Their faces drained of color. They begged for mercy, their voices tinged with unending dread. Please spare us, county princess. We did not intend to trouble this woman. We were merely offered 10 taels of silver to harass her. Yes, yes. Someone paid us to ruin her completely, promising an additional 20 taels upon completion. Nan Yunmo paid them no mind, calmly instructing the shadow guards, take them to the Jingzhou prefecture government and inform the prefecture magistrate to conduct a thorough interrogation. Ensure that the mastermind behind these ruffians is uncovered.
Help me.
I've done what the male lead was supposed to do. How has the plot unraveled so drastically? Just then, Pei Xiandong arrived, closely followed by Wen Daochen, both of whom instinctively caught the echo of Nan Yunmo's thoughts, their gazes fixating on her. Pei Xiandong observed the scene silently, a smirk dancing at the corners of his lips. The plot had veered once more from its intended path, and he was keen to see how Nan Yunmo would mend the situation. When Daochen's eyes narrowed slightly, his thoughts swirling like a tempest. The storyline had deviated, yet it seemed not to have incited any grave repercussions. An inexplicable notion arose within him. Perhaps this deviation would not lead to significant consequences? Or perhaps it was necessary for Nan Yunmo to deftly maintain balance and harmony within the narrative. Unaware of Pei Xiandong and Wen Daochen's presence, Nan Yunmo turned to the still-shaken Tian Qinglan. Miss Tian, are you alright? Woo. My path to darkness. Is it to be cut short like this? According to the original script, Pei Xiandong and Tian Qinglan should be embroiled in a cold war due to this misunderstanding, which would trigger my descent into darkness. Yet now, I have become the one to rescue Tian Qinglan. Both Wen Daochen and Pei Xiandong harbored the same thought. Would Nan Yunmo truly descend into darkness? Thank you, County Princess. Tian Qinglan expressed gratefully with a bow. If it were not for you today, I fear I would have suffered a dreadful fate. Nan Yunmo sighed inwardly, wishing to uphold the persona of the wicked female antagonist, yet unable to bear the thought of Tian Qinglan being schemed against and having her honor destroyed. Miss Tian, you must take a maidservant with you when you go out in the future. It is far too dangerous to be alone. Tian Qinglan nodded, casting a glance at Nan Yunmo. I will forever remember the immense favor you have shown me, County Princess. Rest assured, I shall not compete with you for general pay. I do not like him. Chapter 22. Can the plot align when the male and female leads interact? Tian Qinglan's words struck like a sudden stone, leaving Nan Yunmo wide-eyed in shock, unable to fathom what she had just heard.
Huh.
She exclaimed, a wave of inexplicable panic surging within her. Miss Tian, what did you just say? I may not have heard correctly. Stammering, she instinctively rubbed her ears, attempting to dispel the shock that had overwhelmed her. She chuckled awkwardly. It seems my ears are a bit clogged from neglect. I might not have caught what you said. Please forgive me, Miss Tian. Yet, Tian Qinglan showed no sign of amusement, repeating each word clearly. County Princess. I just said that I do not like general pay and will not compete with you for his affections. Please be assured. Nan Yunmo felt as though struck by lightning, her entire being frozen in place, her thoughts scattering like leaves in a tempest. What had she just heard? Had the heroine truly spoken those words? This must be a figment of her imagination. No, it was undoubtedly an auditory hallucination. Haha, Miss Tian, you truly enjoy jesting, she quickly retorted. I just remembered that I have some matters to attend to, so I mustn't linger. Let's find another time to chat. She could not bear to remain in this bewildering place any longer. This atmosphere was far too alarming, capable of transforming the heroine into someone so foreign. Even uttering those chilling words. With a swift motion, Nan Yunmo made to depart. Just as she was about to turn and leave, a figure blocked her path. Upon raising her gaze to find Pei Xiandong standing before her, she immediately donned the guise of the wicked female antagonist. Brother Pei, why are you so intent on that woman, Tian Qinglan? Her tone held a hint of bitterness and jealousy. What does she possess that surpasses me? I adore you so deeply, wishing nothing more than to marry you, yet you persist in ignoring me, fixated solely on that Tian Qinglan? May the male lead retain his character. According to the plot, he should comfort the heroine, indulge in sweet exchanges, and then descend into a cold war, allowing me to embark on my path to darkness. Oh, the thrill of darkness. To dispose of whomever I please. Free from the need to maintain the persona of the wicked female antagonist who loves the male lead. Pei Xiandong, upon hearing her innermost thoughts, narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a subtle depth. Princess Onthing, it appears you are under a misapprehension. I have never harbored any intention of marrying you. As soon as these words escaped his lips, his countenance darkened. Why had he so easily professed his desire to wed Nan Yunmo, yet found himself unable to utter a refusal to Tian Qinglan? Was it due to the involvement of the protagonists, or did some undisclosed reason elude his awareness? Upon hearing his declaration, Nan Yunmo felt an immense weight lift from her heart. Thank goodness, the male lead has not shattered his character, maintaining his intention to marry the female lead. This is splendid news. Brother Pei, you have gone too far, she exclaimed, her finger trembling as it pointed accusatorily at Tian Qinglan, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her voice was laden with profound sorrow and despair. I have treated you with such kindness, yet you betray me for that wretched Tian Qinglan. Pei Xiandong fell silent, realizing that the words he had intended to voice were now lodged in his throat, rendering him speechless. Princess Anping, Tian Qinglan attempted to speak, determined to assert that she would never marry General Pei. Yet, at that moment, she discovered that her mouth felt as though it were sealed by an invisible force, leaving her utterly voiceless. The sudden turn of events left her bewildered, her eyes filled with confusion and panic. What was happening? Just moments ago, she had been able to express herself, yet now she found herself utterly silenced. Nan Yunmo maintained her facade as the malicious supporting character. With a cold huff, her voice was thick with discontent and fury. Tian Qinglan, I truly must have been blind to have saved you, only to discover you dare to covet my man. She threatened viciously. Mark my words, should you dare to approach Brother Pei again, I will not let you off lightly. At last, the plot is aligning correctly.
Oh.
How pitiable. I have toiled tirelessly to steer the narrative back on course. From here on, as long as I methodically navigate through the arc of my transformation into darkness and successfully overcome the final hurdles, I shall fulfill my mission. Pei Xuandong's gaze rested upon her, pondering whether her completion of the dark transformation and the ensuing narrative would enable her to achieve her goals. If she failed, what consequences might ensue? Tian Qinglan bit her lower lip, feeling as though she were ensnared in a vast enigma. She could not comprehend why Princess Anping had become so foreign, so elusive. Her instincts warned her that something was amiss. Yet she could not pinpoint the source of her unease. My apologies, Princess Anping. Nan Yunmo's heart tightened, fearful that the forthcoming events would veer off course once more. Resolutely, she hastened the narrative forward. Tian Qinglan, wait for me. Before her words had fully dissipated, she dashed away like an arrow released from its bow. I must make my escape. It is time to proceed to the next step. I shall begin to spread rumors about the female lead, embarking on my path of darkness. After disseminating these rumors, an important supporting character will emerge, one who is also an admirer of the female lead and a crucial ally. Upon hearing this, Pei Xiandong and Wen Daochen held differing thoughts. One sought to prevent Nan Yunmo's descent into darkness and the spreading of rumors, while the other wished to exert greater control over the pivotal supporting character. Oblivious to these undercurrents, Nan Yunmo sprinted toward the inn, contemplating whom to enlist for her gossip campaign. Just then, a voice as warm and smooth as jade reached her ears. Princess Anping. Startled, Nan Yunmo abruptly halted, nearly losing her balance from the inertia. She looked up, her heart racing, for there stood Wen Daochen, his gentle smile now appearing ghostly and terrifying to her. Imperial teacher. Her voice trembled, a sense of foreboding washing over her. How could the imperial teacher be here? Wen Daochen seemed to perceive her inner turmoil, his smile deepening. I learned that Princess Anping had ventured out for a stroll, and curiosity compelled me to follow. Hearing this, Nan Yunmo's caution heightened. What do you want? I assure you, I will not marry you. You should abandon such thoughts. Wen Daochen appeared unfazed by her rejection. He leaned slightly closer, aligning his gaze with hers, a mysterious glimmer in his eyes. Princess Anping, why not allow us to discuss terms? Upon hearing this, a sense of unease surged within Nan Yunmo. Tentatively, she inquired, what terms does the imperial teacher wish to discuss? Truthfully, she did not believe there could be anything of worth to negotiate between herself and this powerful figure. Wen Daochen stood upright, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his lips. Are you sure we should discuss this here, Princess Anping? Surveying her surroundings, she noticed curious glances being cast their way. Reluctantly, she relented, inviting him to a private room at a nearby tea house for a more discreet conversation. Once inside, Nan Yunmo eagerly poured herself a large cup of tea and downed it in one go, attempting to quell the tumult within her. Imperial teacher, please speak plainly. What conditions do you wish to discuss? She asked directly. Wen Daochen, casually resting his hand on the armrest of his chair, exuded an air of regal charm. I can facilitate your marriage to Pei Xiandong, but in return, you must assist me with certain tasks. Nan Yunmo immediately shook her head vigorously, adamantly refusing.
No, no.
Imperial teacher, you needn't concern yourself with my affairs. As a malevolent supporting character, I cannot marry the male lead. That is the female lead's destiny. Moreover, in the future, the protagonists will ultimately defeat the imperial teacher. I have no desire to become entangled with him. Wen Daochen's eyes flickered with intrigue at her words. Could it be that he might indeed meet his demise at the hands of Pei Xiandong and Tian Qinglan? If so, these two would become obstacles to his progress. And he must remove them swiftly. He shifted his tone, speaking lightly. Princess Onping, since you no longer wish to wed Pei Xiandong, how about considering a marriage to me instead? Nan Yunmo nearly choked on her indignation. Rolling her eyes internally, she replied with exasperation. Imperial teacher, I have stated time and again that I will not marry you. Please relinquish this unrealistic hope. Yet, Wen Daochen remained as calm as ever. Princess Onping, I offered you a choice, yet you have chosen the most unfavorable path. Therefore, I shall have to resort to some unconventional methods. Fury ignited within Nan Yunmo, nearly compelling her to overturn the table before her. Imperial teacher, would you kindly have some dignity? Why must you adopt such an attitude simply because I have declined your advances? If it weren't for the fact that the Imperial teacher plays a significant role in the subsequent narrative as one of the protagonist's challenges, I truly would relish the chance to eliminate this insufferable man. Wen Daochen proposed an enticing offer. I can help you fulfill any wish, provided you simply keep me company from time to time. He sought to unearth more secrets from her innermost thoughts. Nan Yunmo scrutinized him with suspicion, her voice laced with wariness. Imperial teacher, I do not trust your benevolence. Wen Daochen's lips curled into a subtle smile. His former demeanor resembled a bright moon illuminating the snow, serene and ethereal. Now, however, his smile radiated like the dawn sun, melting the winter chill around them and captivating all who beheld it. Nan Yunmo found herself momentarily enchanted by his smile, yet quickly regained her composure, leaning back cautiously. This is truly terrifying, truly frightening. No wonder he is the most captivating and alluring antagonist in this narrative. He is far too charming. Princess Onping, do not presume me to be so benevolent. Wen Daochen rested his chin on one hand, his gaze profound and slightly aloof. The value you hold in my eyes is the very reason I have presented such conditions. A wave of confusion washed over Nan Yunmo. She found it increasingly difficult to decipher the intentions of this esteemed imperial master. His exalted status, coupled with considerable power and influence, rendered any alliance with her family unnecessary. What, then, did his words truly signify? Imperial master, I have some trivial matters to attend to in my residence, so I shall not disturb you further. Nan Yunmo thought it wise to leave this place without delay. Wen Daochen made no attempt to retain her, merely watching her retreating figure with a cryptic smile curving his lips. His voice, deep and resonant, seemed capable of penetrating the very soul. Princess Onping, my offer remains valid. You may seek me at any time. Upon hearing this, Nan Yunmo quickened her pace, sensing that the imperial master might indeed be somewhat unhinged. His peculiarities possibly more pronounced than she had anticipated. She hastily exited the tea-house, finding a secluded corner to summon a shadow guard, whispering instructions to discreetly disseminate negative rumors about Tian Qinglan. Only in this manner could she successfully execute her darkening scheme. Just wait and see, Nan Yunmo thought, a sense of self-satisfaction swelling within her as she envisioned the day she would wreak havoc upon the male lead, Pei Xiandong, and the imperial master, Wen Daochen. Little did she know that the moment she ordered the spread of those rumors, both Pei Xiandong and Wen Daochen had already been informed. They swiftly took action to curtail the spread of the gossip, yet, inexplicably, the rumors took flight, spreading throughout the city with alarming rapidity. As Wen Daochen listened to the steward's report, his gaze darkened. Did these uncontrollable whispers herald the inevitability of certain plotlines that could not be altered? Would Nan Yunmo inevitably tread the path of darkness? He gazed up at the vast blue sky, a cold, indifferent smile gracing his lips. The more unassailable fate appeared, the more determined he became to defy it and rewrite the narrative. His life would not be dictated by anyone. At that moment, the steward reported once more, Imperial Master, we have received word from the Wen residence that several young disciples from the family are set to participate in this year's imperial examinations. They hope you might offer your guidance and attention. A layer of icy frost began to crystallize in Wen Daochen's eyes as he replied, his tone low and devoid of warmth. Even now, they believe I would toil for this family, which has long since decayed to its core. Many had merely stood by as he faced dire circumstances in his youth, while others had seized the opportunity to add to his woes. Now that he commanded the family and held the position of imperial master, they sought to siphon his strength. It was nothing short of a delusion. His forbearance in not dismantling the family was merely to let those who once looked down upon him taste the bitterness of unfulfilled desires. As the rumors concerning Tian Qinglan reached a fever pitch, Nan Yunmo proceeded towards the Tian residence, where, according to the narrative, she would flaunt her superiority over Tian Qinglan. It was on this path that she encountered a pivotal supporting character, setting her on the road to darkness. Chapter 24. The key figure who would propel her into darkness. Nan Yunmo's mind swirled with visions of the exhilarating events that awaited her after her descent into darkness. A triumphant smile upon her lips. Yet, her fantasies were abruptly disrupted by the unexpected arrival of Wen Daoqun and Pei Xiandong. Upon seeing these uninvited guests, a flurry of questions began to swirl in her mind. Wasn't it too soon for the male lead to make his entrance? And why was the Imperial Master present as well? Greetings, Imperial Master. She quickly composed herself, donning an expression of delight, her eyes sparkling. Brother Pei, did you come specifically to find me? How delightful. Oh, the male lead. Why don't you go seek your female lead instead of bothering me during my off hours? I have no time for you outside of work. And, do you possess any common sense? Are you aware that your actions now constitute harassment? Though, truth be told, the Imperial Master's presence is the epitome of harassment. Once I embrace my darkness, I shall surround myself with 10 or more men, relentlessly harassing the Imperial Master, and ensure that the entire capital learns of his true nature, that he is, in fact, a soft-hearted individual who harbors a favored companion at the Nanfeng Pavilion. No less a top-tier one. Pei Xiandong cast a peculiar glance at Wen Daoqun, as if he had stumbled upon a monumental secret. It seemed this Imperial Master was indeed a soft-hearted individual, and his lover resided in such a place. No wonder he had kept his distance from women over the years. The veins on Wen Daoqun's forehead throbbed, his expression darkening to the hue of ink. At that moment, a surge of murderous intent welled within him. An overwhelming desire to silence the woman before him, Nan Yunmo. Just as he was about to unleash his fury, Pei Xiandong interjected. Princess Onping, I have a private matter I wish to discuss with you. Might you be so kind as to accompany me to a nearby tavern for a brief chat? Pei Xiandong wore a gentle smile as he extended the invitation to Nan Yunmo. Though startled, Nan Yunmo maintained an expression of feigned joy. Brother Pei, are you truly inviting me to the tavern? I can hardly believe my ears. What is happening? According to the plot, at this moment, the male lead should be incensed over the rumors regarding the female lead, sending others to discreetly inquire about her well-being. Upon learning that the female lead had been humiliated by Madame Tian and others due to these rumors and had been chastised by me, he should have rushed to the Tian residence to support her. As a result of this incident, the male and female leads would end their Cold War, and their relationship would deepen. Pei Xiandong's gaze darkened slightly, a faint, inscrutable smile gracing his lips. Indeed. I wonder if Princess Onping would be so gracious as to oblige? He had no desire for excessive entanglement with Tian Qinglan. His singular focus was to glean more information from Nan Yunmo to pave the way for his future plans. A hint of hesitation crossed Nan Yunmo's face as she bit her lip, as if caught in contemplation. Brother Pei, I truly wish to accept your invitation, but I have pressing matters to attend to. Before she could finish her sentence, she turned and strode away, like a delicate butterfly flitting through a garden. Brother Pei, Imperial Master, please continue your conversation. I shall not intrude. Now, she was set to flaunt her superiority and embark upon her dark path. Just as Pei Xiandong was about to rise and pursue her, when Daoqun intercepted him. General Pei, your recent concern for Princess Onping seems rather excessive. This is not in keeping with your usual demeanor. When Daoqun's voice was calm and measured, yet it carried an unspoken weight. Coldness flickered in Pei Xiandong's eyes as he retorted. Imperial Master, how I conduct myself regarding Princess Onping is my own affair, and it hardly seems your place to comment. When Daoqun smiled faintly, a smile that seemed to harbor deeper meaning. You are indeed correct, General Pei. It is your affair. With that, he turned and departed, leaving Pei Xiandong standing there, brow furrowed, filled with confusion. Pei Xiandong pondered Wen Daoqun's intentions, questioning why he would suddenly utter such words and then leave, as if casually mentioning something that hinted at a deeper significance. With no time to deliberate further, he hastened towards the Tian residence, determined to disrupt Nan Yunmo's narrative. Meanwhile, Nan Yunmo encountered the pivotal figure who would catalyze her descent into darkness. She found herself trapped in a dim alley, held tightly by a young stranger. Don't scream. The young man threatened in a low voice, his eyes gleaming with menace. Nan Yunmo raised her hands in an unexpected display of compliance. Rest assured, I won't make a sound. At this moment, the critical juncture for her dark transformation had finally arrived. Qiu Yuanda furrowed his brow, a mix of confusion and caution evident in his gaze. The Princess Onping before him bore little resemblance to the arrogant, unruly woman he had been led to believe existed. She stood there in serene silence, devoid of any signs of disturbance, which was utterly astonishing. How could he proceed to the next step if she remained so placid? Are you harboring ulterior motives? He probed, his voice laced with a chilling undertone of menace. Nan Yunmo vehemently protested her innocence, hastily waving her hands in explanation. By heaven and earth, I truly have no hidden agenda. At most, I merely wish to see the plot unfold, so I may embrace my dark transformation and torment the protagonists and the esteemed master. Qiu Yuanda harbored doubts, after all. He had conducted an investigation revealing that this woman possessed a heart as cold as ice, tormenting Miss Tian at every turn and even spreading unfounded rumors about her. Let me tell you, if you dare to act again, his voice abruptly faltered, unable to continue. It appeared that Nan Yunmo was quietly leaning against the wall, her hands raised high, her eyes filled with innocence, resembling a harmless fawn. She showed no signs of struggle, as if she had wholly surrendered her will to resist. Qiu Yuanda found himself at a loss. What was happening? He was well aware of the malicious deeds committed by Princess Anping against Miss Tian. Yet she had not acted in his presence. He could not strike her. Why aren't you making a move? Nan Yunma's tone was imbued with palpable urgency. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Act already. Help, if this person doesn't act, how can I ever embrace my dark transformation? It's my fervent desire for this transformation. Qiu Yuanda furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze as he scrutinized Nan Yunmo. What dark transformation? Nan Yunma's heart jolted, though she endeavored to maintain her composure.
Huh?
Dark transformation? When did I ever say that? I was merely urging you to act swiftly. Oh no. Did I inadvertently reveal my thoughts? Surely not. How could he possibly know? This is truly puzzling. Forget it. I shall not dwell on this any longer. I must concentrate and meticulously plan my path to darkness. This devoted admirer of the female protagonist is a crucial ally in my transformation. He is a renowned figure in the realm. His devotion to the female lead is solely due to Chapter 25. The disruption of the dark transformation plot. Qiu Yuanda sensed an unusual shift, astonished to discover that, despite Princess Anping's lips remaining sealed, he could distinctly hear her words. What on earth was happening? Yuhi suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Even the inclination to confront Nan Yunmo dissipated. Why could he hear these voices? Was it not Princess Anping speaking? Or was there another involved? As Nan Yunmo observed his hesitation to act, her anxiety deepened. Unable to contain herself, she tugged at his sleeve, urging, Hey, why are you acting this way? Didn't we agree? Hurry up and do something. At that moment, Qiu Yuanda finally recognized her peculiar behavior. A strange, inscrutable expression flickered in his eyes. He stared at her intently, as if attempting to penetrate her thoughts. Are you deliberately provoking me to act against you? In his past experiences, such a scenario was unprecedented. Those who faced him invariably sought to delay, hoping to find an opportunity to escape or survive. Nan Yunmo, sensing his scrutiny, nodded fervently, her eyes brimming with urgency. I assure you, I will not scream or struggle. You may act with complete confidence. She had long anticipated this dark transformation, and now that it was finally upon her, she could scarcely contain her excitement. Qiu Yuanda's body stiffened abruptly, as if jolted by an electric shock, instinctively distancing himself from her. His eyes brimmed with wariness and doubt, fixated on her as if searching for any signs of deceit upon her countenance. Speak the truth, his voice was low and frosty, laced with an edge of ice. Are you intentionally orchestrating this to ensnare me in your trap? Nan Yunmo was taken aback by his sudden interrogation, blinking in confusion, her face a mask of innocence. No, I truly didn't mean to do that, nor have I set any traps. I merely wanted you to act swiftly. I assure you, there are no ulterior motives. The plot had deviated. According to the original storyline at this juncture, she should have already been on the verge of having her clothes torn by Qiu Yuanda, nearly subjected to violation. Yet now, the situation had transformed entirely. What had gone awry? The more she adopted this demeanor, the more Qiu Yuanda's wariness intensified. He glared at her coldly, his tone rife with skepticism and disdain. Princess Anping, I am not so easily deceived. You shall not ensnare me with such clumsy tactics. Nan Yunmo felt tears welling up. All she desired was for her transformation to unfold. Why was it so arduous? Before she could finish, she was startled by the sudden appearance of Wen Daochen before her, causing her expression to darken immediately. Why did this esteemed master always materialize at the most inopportune moments? Was he some sort of specter, appearing time and again? Wen Daochen's gaze fell upon her face, which was on the verge of contorting, and a satisfied smile crept across his features. He had anticipated that his arrival would undoubtedly provoke a remarkable upheaval upon Nan Yunmo's typically placid visage. He raised his hand, pointing toward Qiu Yuanda, his voice low yet commanding. "Seize that man." Nan Yunmo's heart raced, and she hurriedly interjected, "Master, wait. How can you apprehend an innocent person without evidence? Qiu Yuanda is a pivotal figure in my transformation. I cannot stand by and watch him be taken by the master." Wen Daochun's eyes glimmered with a teasing light as he regarded her with an enigmatic smile. "Princess Anping, what defines a good person and what defines a villain is not for you alone to determine." Before she could utter another word, she was taken aback to see Qiu Yuanda, who had intended to discreetly depart, firmly detained by the shadows. This sight sent her spirits plummeting, her expression faltering. "Wen Daochun," she exclaimed, her voice brimming with indignation and fury, "what is the meaning of this? Why must you interfere with my every action? Who do you think you are?" She was on the verge of losing her mind. Time and again, her plans were thwarted by this infuriating master. And now he had once again disrupted her meticulously crafted dark transformation plot. It was simply intolerable. When Daochun remained unfazed, instead regarding her with a smile that hinted at some deeper meaning. "Are you no longer afraid of me?" Nan Yunmo felt an overwhelming urge to bite this man before her. She had no time to ponder fear at that moment. "Wen Daochun, what do you truly desire?" Wen Daochun gently patted her head, his tone imbued with a mix of depth and mockery. "Rest assured, I will not truly harm you." He paused before adding, "To put it bluntly, if I truly had such intentions, not even the current emperor could protect you in the slightest." Nan Yunmo's heart tightened at his words. Yet she found herself unable to retort. She understood that when Daochun was not exaggerating, his capabilities were indeed formidable enough to instill fear. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Qiu Yuanda's furious rebuke. "Princess Anping, your actions are utterly shameless." Nan Yunmo maintained her silence, not out of shame, but rather due to her bewilderment at the master's appearance, completely perplexed as to why he was here. "Bring him forth," Wen Daochun commanded, his voice calm and devoid of warmth, carrying an unmistakable authority. The shadows brought Qiu Yuanda before Wen Daochun. The latter's gaze was as sharp as ice, his tone devoid of emotion. "I shall ask you but one thing. What were your intentions regarding Princess Anping?" Qiu Yuanda lowered his head, avoiding Wen Daochun's penetrating gaze. His lips pressed tightly together. He had mentally prepared himself for the torment that awaited him. Observing this, Wen Daochun chose not to utter another word. He gestured for the shadows to take Qiu Yuanda away for thorough interrogation, confident that no truth would remain hidden from him. As he was about to say something to Nan Yunmo, he noticed her face contorted with anger as she strode away. He paused momentarily, then quickly followed. Had Princess Anping become irate once again? Yet, Nan Yunmo seemed oblivious to his presence, puffing her cheeks in a petulant manner and turning to walk away. The darkening plot had been disrupted, and she needed to reassess how to advance the narrative to prevent the main storyline from collapsing entirely. Wen Daochun refrained from pursuing her further. Instead, he stood silently, a glimmer of amusement in his gaze as he watched Nan Yunmo's retreating figure. He had interrupted her descent into darkness. How would she respond next? This was a matter that weighed heavily on Nan Yunmo's mind as well. Before she could formulate a strategy, she was obstructed by the figure of Yi Liangjun. Princess Anping, Yi Liangjun's expression was a complex tapestry of conflict and hesitation. Nan Yunmo, already frazzled, had little patience to deal with him. She merely rolled her eyes coldly, attempting to sidestep him and continue on her way.
Nan Yunmo, Yi Liangjun,
taken aback by her demeanor, felt a surge of irritation. Yet, he forcibly suppressed his emotions, blocking her path. "I have something to discuss with you regarding Qinglan." Upon hearing this, Nan Yunmo's mind suddenly sparked with clarity, as if she had seized upon an elusive thought. Her gaze sharpened, fixating on Yi Liangjun as if she were attempting to peer into his very soul. "What is it that you wish to discuss about Tian Qinglan?"
Yi Liangjun,
unnerved by her sudden intensity, instinctively stepped back, warily assessing her. "What are you plotting?" Nan Yunmo, rolling her eyes once more, crossed her arms defiantly and retorted, "Yi Liangjun, are you out of your mind? You approached me, and now you're acting suspiciously. If you continue like this, I might just walk away." All right, my fault. Please don't leave," Yi Liangjun quickly interjected, desperate to clarify numerous matters with her. He could not afford to let her slip away now. Nan Yunmo, noticing the unusual expression on his face, felt a flicker of curiosity, but had no time to delve into it. Her objective was to utilize Yi Liangjun to execute her dark plans, and she needed to keep him steady. "So, what is it you want?" Yi Liangjun glanced around to ensure they were unobserved before leaning closer to her ear, his voice low and urgent. I have something to ask you, however. His words halted abruptly, as if an unseen force had seized his throat. He struggled to articulate his thoughts, but found his mouth sealed shut, unable to utter a single word. Nan Yunmo frowned slightly, a hint of confusion crossing her features. What's the matter? Just say it. This man was indeed peculiar. Yi Liangjun's face appeared weary. Even the inquiry about Qinglan's future, whether she was destined to spend her life with General Pei, remained unvoiced. Will you always treat Qinglan this way? He shifted the topic. At this, a sardonic smile curled at the corners of Nan Yunmo's lips, her eyes sparkling with the arrogance characteristic of a wicked female antagonist. As long as Tian Qinglan continues to harbor feelings for my brother Pei, I will not let her off the hook. You would do well to be wise. Should you dare to assist her, I will not spare you either. Yi Liangjun, taken aback by her inner thoughts, felt as if struck by lightning. Princess Anfeng. Has she lost her mind? The audacity of her thoughts was terrifying. He swallowed hard, stammering you. Taking a deep breath to steady his shock, he continued, as long as you don't go too far with Qinglan, I won't interfere. Suddenly, Nan Yunmo shoved him, her eyes glinting with a fierce light. It is that very Tian Qinglan I will never forgive. How dare she attempt to steal my brother Pei from me? She shall pay dearly for her audacity. What's wrong with Yi Liangjun? Why isn't he angry? He used to hit me for less, she mused. Come on, Yi Liangjun, just hit me already. I can hardly wait to be struck. Yi Liangjun regarded her as if she were a lunatic, realizing that indeed, Princess Anfeng had lost her sanity. For he could hear her inner monologue. Princess Anfeng, he attempted to sound earnest, I learned from Qinglan that she nearly faced disaster, and it was you who saved her. He bowed his head slightly, apologizing for their previous misunderstanding. I truly appreciate your saving Qinglan. This incident has taught me that one must not judge a person by appearances. As he spoke, he lifted his gaze, an inexplicable seriousness shining through. You are a good person. Nan Yunmo was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected praise, stammering you. You think I'm a good person? What is happening? How has the male lead suddenly begun to unravel his character? Wasn't he always disdainful of me? The wicked female antagonist, often creating trouble for me? Yi Liangjun was oblivious to her inner turmoil regarding character arcs and had no time to ponder them. Yes, Princess Anfeng. You are a good person. Nan Yunmo was utterly confounded. But I spread rumors about Tian Qinglan. Yi Liangjun's expression radiated understanding and acceptance. I understand. Princess Anfeng, your actions were not born of malice. Qinglan and I both comprehend your predicament. You need not feel guilty. Nan Yunmo was on the verge of a breakdown, stamping her foot in frustration. Yi Liangjun, can't you just hit me? She was truly losing her mind. Why had the plot twisted into this shape? Yet Yi Liangjun shook his head vehemently, a troubled expression on his face. Princess Anfeng, you are Qinglan's savior. How could I possibly strike you? Seeing his determination only heightened her agitation. She seized Yi Liangjun's hand, forcefully pulling it and striking it against herself a few times. Then, she suddenly collapsed to the ground, wailing, Yi Liangjun, how dare you hit me? I will not let this go. At last, I have adhered to the script of my descent into darkness. I care not for the details. I have already embarked on the path of corruption. Yi Liangjun, initially bewildered, now began to grasp the situation, his lips twitching. Princess Anfeng, the ground is dirty. You should get up soon. Darkness? Why would Princess Anfeng choose the path of corruption? Nan Yunmo, indignantly rising and wiping away her tears, pointed an accusing finger at him. Yi Liangjun, you shall see. I will settle this score with you. Time to leave. The dark play has concluded, and it is time to prepare for the next act. I must carefully plan how to torment the male and female leads and the imperial advisor.
Yi Liangjun,
Taken aback by her words, was about to inquire further when he witnessed Nan Yunmo dart away like the wind. This woman, could she be a reincarnated rabbit? How does she run so swiftly? Nan Yunmo hastily made her way back to the Xianping Wangfu. Upon entering, she was informed by Gigi that Tian Qinglan had come to see her.
who did you say?
Nan Yunmo was taken aback, perplexed by the unexpected visit. What could Tian Qinglan possibly want with her? Was she here to settle scores? Nan Yunmo felt an unsettling disquiet within her, yet she could not dismiss the visitor outright. After all, Tian Qinglan was the heroine of the story, and it would be ungracious to deny her entrance. Determined to ascertain the situation, she resolved to approach in person. Upon entering the flower hall, she beheld Tian Qinglan seated gracefully, adorned in an elegant gown that exuded a serene and gentle aura, reminiscent of a refreshing spring breeze. Miss Tian, I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting, Nan Yunmo said with a warm smile as she took her seat at the head of the table. Her tone laced with a hint of regret. Tian Qinglan promptly rose and offered a respectful bow before resuming her seat. It is I who should apologize for the intrusion. I hope Princess Anping does not hold it against me, she replied, her voice soft and melodious. Curiosity flickered in Nan Yunmo's eyes as she inquired. What brings you to my humble abode, Miss Tian? With a gentle sigh, Tian Qinglan expressed her resignation, saying, in truth, it is my father's wish. He has somehow learned of your past assistance to me and insisted that I come bearing gifts to convey my gratitude. Strangely, he has also urged me to cultivate a good relationship with you. A wave of surprise washed over Nan Yunmo. In the original narrative, Lord Tian had harbored considerable discontent towards her, even cautioning Tian Qinglan to steer clear of her to avoid losing Pei Xiandong. Now, however, it was as if Lord Tian had reversed his stance, encouraging Tian Qinglan to express gratitude and foster a connection. A frown creased her brow, and suddenly, her previously gentle demeanor sharpened, radiating an air of arrogance. She fixed her gaze intently on Tian Qinglan, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of her lips. Do you believe that invoking Lord Tian will intimidate me? Do you think I would let you off the hook because of that? Her voice dripped with venom, as if she could devour Tian Qinglan whole. Let me make it clear. As long as you dare to approach Brother Pei, I shall never let you be. Tian Qinglan solemnly reassured her. Rest assured, Princess Anping, I vow that I shall no longer initiate any contact with General Pei, nor entertain any thoughts that might breach propriety. Fearing that Nan Yunmo would doubt her sincerity, she hastily added, I have already begun seeking suitable marriage prospects, as per my father's arrangements. In truth, her acquiescence to her father's demands was merely a strategic maneuver to rekindle discord between him and her stepmother, thereby facilitating her escape from the decaying Tian family. Nan Yunmo's expression shifted dramatically, her trembling finger pointing accusatorily at Tian Qinglan, her lips moving soundlessly. Inside, her heart roiled like a tempest-tossed lake, turbulent and restless. Help! This time, it is truly a matter of life and death. The heroine has not only ceased to harbor affections for the male lead, but she also intends to forsake him for another man. What am I to do? How could the plot unravel so drastically? Before Nan Yunmo could devise a strategy to rectify this disintegrating narrative, Tian Qinglan politely took her leave, her figure swiftly vanishing from sight. Leaving no room for further discussion, Nan Yunmo felt as though all her strength had been drained, slumping dejectedly in her seat. Her mind was a chaotic whirlwind, desperately searching for clues that could salvage the situation. The current predicament was far worse than she had anticipated. System, are you there? I am in dire need of assistance. Only silence responded to her plea. She speculated that perhaps the system was preoccupied with other tasks or that the storyline had deteriorated to such an extent that even the system could no longer intervene. If that were the case, did she still need to fulfill her mission? Even if she completed it, returning to the modern world was not guaranteed. What should she do? Just as she was consumed by anxiety, akin to an ant on a hot skillet, a maid burst into the room, panting and shattering the oppressive stillness. Your Highness! The doorman reports that General Pei has come personally to escort Miss Tian, and they appeared to be in high spirits, conversing merrily along the way. The maid bowed slightly, though her tone betrayed a hint of indignation. Is this truly the case? Nan Yunmo exclaimed, springing to her feet as a radiant smile illuminated her face, akin to a withered tree blossoming in spring. The maid, puzzled by her sudden joy, nodded earnestly. The doorman observed clearly. General Pei's gaze towards Miss Tian was so tender it could almost weep. Your Highness, this is utterly outrageous. The maid lamented, her frustration palpable. Nan Yunmo laughed heartily. As if the warmth of spring had dispersed the clouds of her heart, her spirits buoyed. Excellent. This is truly wonderful. The narrative had not collapsed. The personas of the leads remained intact. Oh, this is splendid. As long as the main plot remained stable and the characters retained their essence, she could fulfill her mission and return to the modern era unscathed. The maid, observing her sudden shift from elation to despair, felt a surge of indignation. Believing General Pei and Miss Tian to be most inconsiderate towards the princess, behaving worse than beasts. After escorting Tian Qinglan back to the Tian residence, Pei Xiandong was suddenly engulfed by an inexplicable chill, as if frozen in place. What had he just done? Had he unconsciously ventured to the Xianping Wangfu, engaging in intimate gestures with Tian Qinglan and even accompanying her home? Pei Xiandong pressed his fingers against his throbbing temples, feeling as though he had been compelled by an unseen force, completely beyond his control. Was it because he was the male lead and she the heroine? If that were true, did it mean he would be forced to adhere to the established plot at crucial moments, unable to act solely on his own volition? This thought pierced his mind like a thorn, igniting a sense of restlessness within him. He did not wish to live a life dictated by the whims of a novelist. He yearned to forge his own path. How could he cast off these invisible shackles and seize his destiny? Lost in contemplation, the image of Nan Yunmo suddenly materialized in his mind, and a bold idea quietly took root within him. Perhaps by following the narrative she proposed, yet not entirely succumbing to its control, he could gradually extricate himself from the predetermined storyline and carve out a path uniquely his own. He resolved to test this theory. Thus, on the following day, just as Nan Yunmo prepared to enact a plot that would torment the leads, she received some astonishing news from Gigi. "What did you say?" She was taken aback, her expression betraying her shock. "You mean General Pei has captured Tian Qinglan to seek my affection?" Chapter 28. Two men compete for Nan Yunmo. Gigi nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with a blend of surprise and joy. "Your Highness, I believe General Pei has been moved by your deep sentiments, thus he has come to confess his feelings to you." Her words were imbued with heartfelt reassurance, as though she could finally witness the fulfillment of her princess's long-held desires. Yet, Nan Yunmo felt as though she had received a crushing blow, her complexion paling as she sat dazed in her chair, muttering to herself, "What on earth is Pei Xiandong doing?" Yesterday, he and Tian Qinglan had been so intimately connected, their affection unwavering. Why had everything suddenly shifted today, with him capturing her to profess his feelings? No, this cannot be. She abruptly rose, hastening towards the main hall, urgently instructing, "Gigi, go quickly and investigate the current situation at the Tian residence, especially regarding Lady Tian's movements. Report back to me at once." She could not allow Lady Tian any opportunity to preemptively act against the heroine. Otherwise, her meticulously crafted narrative would descend into chaos. Gigi complied, immediately setting off. Nan Yunmo's heart raced as she reached the entrance to the main hall with unprecedented speed. Just as she was about to cross the threshold, she witnessed a scene that was utterly shocking to behold. Before them stood Pei Xiandong, gently tucking a stray lock of hair behind Tian Qinglan's ear, his touch delicate and meticulous as if he were handling a treasured artifact. Tian Qinglan gazed at him with profound affection, their eyes meeting in a silent exchange that seemed to weave a tapestry of intricate emotions. Nan Yunmo instinctively retreated to the side, rubbing her eyes, having just been momentarily dazzled. She resolved to apply a cold compress later. "Ugh, Pei Xiandong, that man of contradictions, professes his feelings for me by capturing Tian Qinglan, yet here he is, sweet-talking her. How perplexing." At last, the romantic tension between the protagonists is progressed. Perhaps I need not fret about the plot unraveling? Such splendid news. I sincerely hope their relationship deepens and flourishes henceforth. Reflecting on the upcoming events, I recall that Madame Tian will orchestrate a kidnapping of Tian Qinglan, intending to sell her to a widower in a distant land. Upon discovering this, Pei Xiandong will rush to her rescue alone, only to fall into an ambush and sustain severe injuries. In this perilous moment, the resourceful Tian Qinglan will appear, determined to confront the assailants and urging Pei Xiandong to flee. Yet, rather than retreat, he will engage in a desperate struggle with her, declaring that they shall face death together. Even more astonishingly, they will exchange heartfelt confessions in front of their assailants. What truly incenses me is that the group of assassins stands there watching, displaying no intention to act. If it were I would have swiftly dispatched them, eliminating both protagonists to let them haunt the underworld as a pair of ghostly lovers. Hearing her inner thoughts, Pei Xiandong finally broke free from the invisible constraints surrounding him. A flicker of disdain passed through his eyes as he decisively pushed Tian Qinglan away. He then strode purposefully toward the woman standing nearby, Nan Yunmo. "Princess Anping," he bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder in her ears. The sudden sound swept through her like a chilling breeze, scattering the thoughts that had occupied her mind. She had been lost in a sea of grievances, and the shout nearly caused her to lose her balance and fall.
Damn.
Is Pei Xiandong doing this on purpose? After sharing such intimacy with Tian Qinglan, he now finds time to torment me. Instantly, she transformed into the archetype of a wicked supporting character. Her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at Pei Xiandong, her voice trembling with reproach. "Brother Pei, you are being utterly unreasonable. You profess to express your feelings for me, yet you are so close with Tian Qinglan. Where does that leave me? After the kidnapping incident, my bitterness will intensify. and I shall unleash my fury upon Tian Qinglan, while also plotting further actions against Pei Xiandong. When that moment arrives, I will have ample justification and opportunity to confront Pei Xiandong. Pei Xiandong had approached her, poised to speak, but was interrupted by the sudden appearance of Wen Daochen. General Pei, what do you intend to do to Princess Anping? Wen Daochen's voice bore a chilling edge. He shielded Nan Yunmo behind him, his gaze directed at Pei Xiandong like an icy blade. Pei Xiandong's eyes narrowed slightly, exuding the frigid air of a winter gale. Imperial teacher, have you overstepped your bounds? Matters between Princess Anping and myself are not yours to meddle in. Wen Daochen replied coolly, it is not for you to decide who is entitled to intervene. He motioned with his chin toward the main hall. General Pei, your beloved is waiting inside, yet here you are entangled with Princess Anping. Such behavior seems rather irresponsible, even verging on callousness. Pei Xiandong sensed that Wen Daochen was privy to something, yet he remained uncertain. This was not a matter for the imperial teacher to concern himself with. Wen Daochen slightly lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp as daggers, and interrupted Pei Xiandong. General Pei, I am soon to be united with Princess Anping. Her reputation and safety will be my utmost priority. Should you dare to overstep your boundaries again, the consequences will be beyond your imagination. Nan Yunmo's eyes widened in shock, completely taken aback as she stared at the man before her, an inexplicable emotion surging within her. How can this be? That cunning imperial teacher has not given up on the notion of marrying me? Does he not fear that one day I might disappear from his sight, leaving him to search in vain? No, that is not the crux of the matter. The real issue is that according to the original plot, there should be no such entanglement between the imperial teacher and me. I am supposed to be the wicked supporting character, relentlessly pursuing the male lead and committing all manner of misdeeds to win his affection. Pei Xiandong slightly raised his chin, his gaze fixed on Wen Daochen, a smirk gracing his lips. Imperial teacher, what does any of this matter? Princess Anping's heart is already mine. She would never share her life with you. He then turned his attention to Nan Yunmo, his deep-set eyes glimmering with confidence. Princess Anping, my words hold true, do they not? Chapter 29. Uncovering hidden plotlines. Before Nan Yunmo could respond, she sensed Wen Daochen's gaze piercing through her like a cold sword, laden with an implicit threat, warning her that any misstep could lead to unforeseen consequences. Instinctively, she raised a hand to touch her cool neck, a result of her anxiety, and shifted slightly to the side, her voice cautious. Brother Pei, weren't you just having a tender conversation with Tian Qinglan? Are you not worried that she might feel displeased by your words to me? Heavens! Why do I feel as though I've stumbled into a battlefield of emotions? This scenario of two men vying for one woman should belong solely to the protagonist. How is it that I, the wicked supporting character, am caught in this web? Moreover, Pei Xiandong, as the male lead, why are you not protecting your female lead, but instead squabbling with that insufferable imperial teacher? What could possibly be the reason for that? Could it be that you harbor unconfessed feelings for the imperial teacher? Yet, this narrative never implied such sentiments, merely suggesting your admiration for him, which has prevented you from taking decisive action against him after his dark transformation. Wait, isn't this plotline reminiscent of a deeply tormented romance? At this moment, Nan Yunmo's gaze toward Wen Daochen and Pei Xiandong grew subtly charged, a surge of inexplicable excitement welling up within her. Oh my goodness, I am witnessing the birth of an unexpected pairing right here. The seemingly gentle yet noble imperial teacher versus the cold, vengeful general. Wow, this is exhilarating. My mind is already crafting a million-word saga of their tumultuous love and hate. Nan Yunmo, Pei Xiandong's voice thundered, his expression dark as storm clouds. Nan Yunmo flinched at his sudden outburst, hastily retreating to the side, peeking out cautiously, her expressive eyes filled with discontent and grievance. Brother Pei, how can you be so harsh with me? She pouted, her voice laced with dissatisfaction. You are so gentle with Tian Qinglan, yet when it comes to me, you are so fierce. This is truly unfair. Alas, Pei Xiandong audaciously shouted at me in the presence of the Emperor's teacher, which only serves to underscore his ulterior motives regarding the Emperor's teacher. Thus, his fixation on the matter of marriage to me becomes all the more pronounced. Pei Xiandong was on the verge of fury. Wen Daochen's smile resembled a gentle spring breeze, yet it carried an indescribable air of strangeness and terror. Princess Anping, please remain at the Xianping Wangfu in preparation for your marriage. On this day a month from now, I shall come to claim you. At that moment, he would ensure that Nan Yunmo understood the true nature of his relationship with Pei Xiandong. A sudden shiver coursed through Nan Yunmo as she detected a hint of cold murderous intent in Pei Xuandong's words, causing her to involuntarily tremble. Just as she prepared to inquire further, she noticed Tian Qinglan gracefully stepping out from the main hall, her expression tinged with a hint of regret. Princess Onping, I sincerely apologize. Tian Qinglan slightly inclined her head, her voice laced with helplessness.
I
have chosen General Pei. Tian Qinglan, cease your words at once. Pei Xiandong suddenly pressed his forehead, his complexion shifting, and his tone instantaneously softened. Miss Tian, I lost my composure. I must apologize. My agitation over Princess Onping's actions led to my indiscretion. Observing the unfolding drama, Nan Yunmo furrowed her brow, sensing an underlying discord. How curious. Pei Xuandong's reaction seemed somewhat unexpected. He had just vehemently reprimanded Tian Qinglan, yet now he spoke in such a gentle manner. Similarly, Tian Qinglan's reaction appeared rather peculiar as well. Was it simply because they were the protagonists, destined to be intertwined by fate, that their interactions unfolded in this manner? Nan Yunmo found herself unable to decipher the reasons behind it for the moment, but considered it acceptable. As long as the main storyline progressed steadily, and the protagonists ultimately united, why become overly entangled in the minutiae? Do continue. With that, she dashed away like a gust of wind, her figure swiftly disappearing from the crowd's sight. Since her role in the current narrative was absent, she had no desire to linger. One day, when Tian Qinglan was ruthlessly betrayed by Madame Tian, she would surely reappear, bearing the mission of a wicked supporting character, to witness that captivating drama. After her departure, when Dao Chen did not linger either, he cast a casual glance at the duo of Pei Xiandong and Tian Qinglan standing side by side before turning to leave. It seemed that as long as the two protagonists remained together, the story would naturally continue along its established trajectory. Thus, he no longer needed to worry excessively. On that day, as Nan Yunmo prepared to step out of the estate to fulfill her predetermined plotline and advance the second phase of her dark transformation, when Dao Chen unexpectedly positioned himself before her. Before she could utter a word, his voice reached her ears, leaving her in shock. Princess Onping, Tian Qinglan has been secretly drugged by Madame Tian and subsequently sold to a distant land. The Emperor's teacher is aware of this? Nan Yunmo scrutinized him from head to toe, sensing something amiss. How did he come to know of this? In the original text, it was Pei Xiandong who risked his life to rescue Tian Qinglan, and the uproar that ensued led the Emperor's teacher to learn of the incident. Typically, he showed little interest in Pei Xiandong and Tian Qinglan, preoccupied instead with devising ways to torment his own family. Did he undertake a special investigation? If so, what purpose did it serve? Tian Qinglan has been sold by Madame Tian. She responded casually, her eyes darting about in search of an opportunity to escape. When Dao Chen noticed her subtle movements, but did not confront her. Princess Onping, do you not intend to take advantage of this rare opportunity? A sense of alarm gripped Nan Yunmo as she warily regarded him, feeling as though her secret had been discerned. Surely, this man could not be privy to information he ought not to know? Such a splendid opportunity, I must seize it. Emperor's teacher, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, she attempted to slip away, only to be caught by Wen Daochen's hand. Chapter 30. The dog Emperor's teacher clings to me. A wave of inexplicable unease surged within Nan Yunmo, prompting her to regard Wen Daochen with suspicion. Her tone tinged with coldness. Emperor's teacher, I would appreciate it if you could exhibit a modicum of respect. I have pressing matters to attend to and truly cannot afford to indulge in idle chatter. What is this dog Emperor's teacher plotting? Yet, when Dao Chen remained unfazed, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he spoke leisurely. I merely express concern for Princess Onping's safety. I appreciate your goodwill, but I am accompanied by my own guards and need not your assistance. Nan Yunmo interrupted him without hesitation, her tone underscored by impatience. When Dao Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, a bemused smile playing upon his features. It seems that Princess Onping finds my presence bothersome and wishes to partake in the festivities alone. Nan Yunmo nodded vigorously. Emperor's teacher, such gaiety is hardly suitable for your esteemed identity. I fear that your presence may tarnish your nobility and grace. Perhaps retreating to the Emperor's teacher's estate to enjoy tranquility would be more fitting? She was intent on pursuing the plot, and the presence of this dog Emperor's teacher was unwelcome. Wen Daochan probed further. Are you certain you do not wish for me to accompany you? Upon hearing this, Nan Yunmo's brows knitted together. She responded with a tone of testing. Emperor's teacher, what would you do if I insisted you not follow? When Daochen's lips curved upward, a knowing smile gracing his face. Rest assured, I would not act improperly towards you. However, I might take the liberty of visiting the palace to discuss matters with His Majesty. Nan Yunmo's expression darkened instantly.
When Daochen.
You wouldn't dare report me to His Majesty? When Daochen feigned innocence. Why would I do such a thing? I merely wish to discuss our impending marriage with His Majesty. I am certain he would be delighted to bestow you upon me as my wife. At that moment, the fury within Nan Yunmo felt as though it might engulf her completely. She wished to strangle Wen Daochen on the spot. Her face turned ashen, her eyes blazing with rage as she gritted her teeth and retorted, "Are you a dog? How can you be so insufferably dogged?" She had never encountered a man more dogged than this dog emperor's teacher. Wen Daochen's lips curled into a faint smile, a hint of mockery lacing his voice.
Indeed.
I am quite dogged. So, does Princess Anping wish for me to accompany her? Nan Yunmo ground her teeth, striving to suppress the impulse to take a bite out of this dog emperor's teacher. If you wish to follow, then so be it.
With that,
she forcefully wrenched her hand from Wen Daochen's grip and stormed off. Yet, Wen Daochen remained undeterred by her frosty demeanor, leisurely trailing behind her, a playful smile never leaving his face. Accompanying her promised to be endlessly entertaining. He gazed up at the sky, savoring the gentle breeze upon his cheek. Finally, life was no longer so unbearably dull. Due to Tian Xinglan's sale by Madame Tian to a foreign land, Nan Yunmo and Wen Daochen were compelled to hasten in a carriage towards that distant place. Inside the carriage, the two sat opposite one another, each lost in their own thoughts. Nan Yunmo's expression was impassive, her eyes tightly shut, seemingly in a meditative state, but in reality, her mind was racing with numerous thoughts as she meticulously unraveled the plot threads in her mind. According to the timeline and storyline, Tian Xinglan should be on her journey of self-rescue. I estimate the distance should not be too far. Approximately 2 hours should suffice to catch up with her. In the original text, as the wicked supporting character, I was privy to every piece of information. Even casual conversations with maidservants revealed that Tian Xinglan had been sold to a distant land by Madame Tian, prompting me to rush to witness her humiliation, with intentions of ultimately eliminating her. Consequently, I witnessed the protagonists displaying their affection before the assassins, which left me utterly disturbed. On the return journey, I was subjected to relentless mockery that tore open my wounds time and again, leading me into the second phase of my dark transformation, wherein I began to obsessively target Tian Xinglan. In other words, once I enter the second stage of my dark transformation, I shall have the liberty to torment the female protagonist and teach the male lead a lesson. How exhilarating! Upon overhearing her innermost thoughts, Wen Daochen began to contemplate whether he should employ those assassins to eliminate Pei Xiandong and Tian Xinglan directly, lest they become obstacles in his path in the future. Yet, he wondered if he could successfully resolve the matter concerning Pei Xiandong and Tian Xinglan. His gaze flickered over to Nan Yunmo, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. If Pei Xiandong and Tian Xinglan were to meet with misfortune, would that not throw the entire narrative into disarray? And how would Nan Yunmo respond to such upheaval? His curiosity was piqued. The carriage jostled along the rugged mountain road before finally arriving at a secluded, tranquil foot of the mountain. As Nan Yunmo disembarked with the careful assistance of Gigi, a brash voice belonging to an unfamiliar man suddenly pierced the air, seemingly emanating from a nearby yet distant location. "You wretched girl, do keep running. I wish to see just how far you can flee." A glint of determination sparked in Nan Yunmo's eyes as she grasped Gigi's hand and hurriedly dashed towards the source of the voice, disregarding Wen Daochen entirely. Wen Daochen paid her no mind, silently trailing behind, maintaining a distance of 2 or 3 steps. He surveyed his surroundings, noting the desolation of the place, surrounded by towering mountains and overgrown weeds. Were it not for his and Nan Yunmo's fortuitous presence here, no, with Tian Xinglan having Pei Xiandong as her savior, she could be rescued even when on the brink of death. The trio cautiously approached the origin of the voice, stealthily concealing themselves behind the dense foliage. Nan Yunmo crouched at the edge of the underbrush, peering curiously at the scene ahead. There, she beheld Tian Xinglan in a state of utter disarray, curled up atop a sturdy tree branch. Her arms were tightly clasped around the trunk, her face a canvas of fear and helplessness. Her terrified eyes fixated on several kidnappers standing below. Those kidnappers appeared utterly unconcerned, even adopting an air of leisure. "Should we allow this woman to remain up there, or bring her down for a little chat?" one proposed. "Let her linger up there a while longer. We might as well take the opportunity to rest. After all, in this desolate wilderness, no one will come to her rescue, no matter how loudly she cries." In the shadows, Nan Yunmo scoffed inwardly. You foolish bandits. Soon an assassin will come to claim your lives. The moment the male lead arrives to heroically rescue the female protagonist will be your end. When Dao Chen remained vigilant, intrigued by the origin and purpose of the assassins, Nan Yunmo awaited Pei Xuandong's appearance. I must wait for Pei Xuandong to arrive and passionately express his feelings to the female lead before I can proceed to the next step. However, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Nan Yunmo found herself still waiting, having even dozed off, yet Pei Xuandong had yet to make his entrance. Chapter 31 revealed that the Imperial Master was also an admirer of the female lead. Nan Yunmo's eyes brimmed with astonishment and confusion. Why had such a significant male lead not yet appeared? Her anxiety heightened as Tian Qinglan's situation became increasingly precarious, teetering on the brink of collapse. If this continued, would not the originally poignant and captivating drama disintegrate entirely? Where has my grand male lead gone? Is the romantic entanglement between the leads to simply vanish? Seated in a daze, Nan Yunmo was engulfed by confusion and worry. She pondered repeatedly whether the narrative had indeed collapsed or was still intact. If it had crumbled, how could the leads still occasionally indulge in sweet exchanges? Yet, if it had not, the absence of the male lead at such a critical juncture was alarming. Princess Onping, is this not an opportune moment to intervene with Tian Qinglan? When Dao Chen leaned closer, whispering softly, he too found it peculiar that Pei Xuandong had yet to make an appearance. Or perhaps he was aware of something. If Pei Xuandong truly knew, how had he come by such knowledge? Nan Yunmo swiftly recalibrated her thoughts, responding in a near whisper, No, I shall not intervene. I wish to witness Tian Qinglan endure the torment and humiliation at the hands of her captors. Only thus can the hatred within me find some semblance of solace. My grand male lead, do make your entrance. If you delay any longer, your female lead may truly encounter dire straits. Should that happen, I fear the trajectory of this narrative will be irrevocably altered. When Dao Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile, tracing a line between amusement and mockery, he raised his thumb in approval, commending Nan Yunmo. Princess Onping, your strategy of using a knife to slay someone is truly masterful. This way, no one will suspect your involvement. How clever. Just as Nan Yunmo was about to respond, a pivotal plot point struck her, and she fixed her gaze on Wen Daochen. Imperial Master, what is your true intention in monitoring Tian Qinglan's every move? I just recalled that the Imperial Master shared a hidden entanglement with the female lead, though it was merely an unrequited affection on his part. In the subsequent narrative, the Imperial Master, for various reasons, embarks on a path of dark transformation, becoming an adversary to the leads and meticulously orchestrating schemes against them. In this unending struggle, he finds himself increasingly drawn to Tian Qinglan's resilience and intellect. Even amidst their conflicts, he has shown her rare moments of tolerance, secretly offering her assistance. Now, with the male lead absent, I might as well have the Imperial Master rescue Tian Qinglan, advancing this segment of the plot. After all, as long as it doesn't disrupt the main storyline, the rest can unfold as it wishes. Wen Daochen listened, his gaze turning icy, fingers tightening subtly. It seemed another day of contemplating how to silence Nan Yunmo had arrived. For this woman dared to scheme against him. Princess Onping, my interest in Tian Qinglan stems solely from your influence. He pinched Nan Yunmo's cheek gently, his voice laced with an undeniable authority. It appears you have forgotten that the one I wish to marry is only you. Startled by his sudden action, Nan Yunmo instinctively recoiled, hastily covering her face with her hands, a flicker of panic in her eyes. Imperial Master, look, there are several kidnappers poised to harm Tian Qinglan. Why not lend her a hand? Get lost, you dog of an Imperial Master. Go plague your female lead. Do not involve me, the wicked supporting character. My frail frame cannot withstand your turmoil. When Daochen's eyes narrowed slightly, as though deep in thought, just as he prepared to speak, he suddenly wrapped his arms around Nan Yunmo's waist, whisking her away from the spot. Before she could recover from her shock, a swarm of assassins materialized around them, encircling them like phantoms. Her eyes widened in fear, a tide of terror washing over her, momentarily rendering her incapable of struggle. Wait, are these not the assassins originally sent to kill the male lead? Why have they now set their sights on me and this insufferable Imperial Master? Could it be that, sensing Pei Xuandong's continued absence, they decided to change their target to us? When Daochen's lips twitched in disbelief as he cast her a sidelong glance, Nan Yunmo's imagination was running wild. It was evident these assassins had come specifically for them. More accurately, they were after him. It seemed likely that certain individuals within his family were orchestrating this. They believed they could take his life with these assassins and thus regain control over the family's power. What a farcical notion. At that moment, the group of assassins lunged at Wen Daochen and Nan Yunmo like ravenous wolves. Nan Yunmo reacted swiftly, her figure flickering as she concealed herself behind Wen Daochen, cautiously peeking out with a glint of cunning curiosity in her gaze, fixating on the approaching assassins. Master of the Empire, swiftly deal with these assailants. You are, after all, a paragon of both literary and martial excellence. Though Wen Daochen's demeanor may be somewhat dog-like, he indeed possesses genuine talent and is a true prodigy in both arts, which allows him to shoulder the formidable responsibilities of being the Empire's master at such a tender age. As he regarded her, a teasing light flickered in his eyes, and he raised his palm, unleashing a powerful surge of internal energy that sent the foremost assassin flying with a single strike. Now, the Princess Onfing seeks my aid? He quipped, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Just as Nan Yunmo was about to respond, a cry for help pierced the air, emanating from Tian Qinglan. Master of the Empire, Princess Onfing, save me. These kidnappers intend to abduct me. Her voice, strained and filled with profound fear, laid bare her helplessness. Nan Yunmo shoved Wen Daochen, her eyes gleaming with urgency. Master, what are you waiting for? Miss Tian is in peril. You must hasten to her rescue. Come on. You slow-witted dog of a master. Go save your beloved. Perhaps this time you can reveal your hidden affections to Tian Qinglan. Though ultimately, you may not win the heart of the heroine, at least you can make her aware of your feelings, which would leave you with no regrets in the end. In the original narrative, your only regret before departing this world was that you failed to make Tian Qinglan comprehend your profound love for her. Wen Daochen felt the veins on his forehead throb with irritation. Had he lost his mind, or was he simply deluded to have affections for a woman like Tian Qinglan? In his eyes, a woman like Nan Yunmo was far more intriguing and alluring. If he were to harbor feelings, it should undoubtedly be for one like her. I neither saw nor heard anyone in distress, he stated coldly, his tone devoid of warmth. Chapter 32. The master could indeed hear everything. Nan Yunmo was taken aback by his response, her expression momentarily betraying her composure. Her trembling fingers pointed at Wen Daochen, her lips moved. Yet no words emerged for a long while. How can it be that Wen Daochen is uninterested in the heroine? This is unimaginable. In the subsequent plot, he will indeed develop deep feelings for her. In the fleeting moment of her distraction, the once menacing assassins were silently subdued by the shadow guards, while Tian Qinglan, against all odds, found herself rescued amidst the turmoil. The kidnappers, who had initially intended to take advantage of the chaos, fled in terror at the sight of the unfolding events. Although Tian Qinglan appeared frail and struggled to maintain her footing, she still mustered the strength to bow in gratitude to both the master and Nan Yunmo, her voice weak yet filled with appreciation. Thank you, master, for your timely intervention. And thank you, Princess Onfing, for putting aside past grievances. At that moment, she was disheveled, her clothing torn, her face smeared with dirt and streaked with tears, looking more wretched than a beggar on the streets. Nan Yunmo sniffed disdainfully, retorting, had it not been for the master insisting on saving you, I would not have lifted a finger. You dared to covet Brother Pei. This is the consequence. The heroine is indeed the heroine. Wherever she goes, she encounters danger. Yet she is surrounded by admirers or friends to resolve all her predicaments. Tian Qinglan understood well why Princess Onfing harbored such sentiments towards her. Yet she felt no trace of resentment. Princess Onfing, I sincerely apologize. I never intended to usurp General Pei. The circumstances were beyond my control, and I was utterly taken aback that such words escaped my lips. It was truly not my intention. In the aftermath, she was terrified. She had never anticipated uttering such a misinterpreted statement in front of General Pei and Princess Onfing. This was a complete deviation from her usual principles of conduct.
Nan Yunmo,
Fully aware of the truth, feigned disgust, a mocking smile gracing her lips. Oh, look at our dear Miss Tian. What a masterful actress you are, presenting yourself as so innocent and pitiable. Those unaware might think you have suffered greatly. As she spoke, she reached out, gripping Tian Qinglan's cheek with a fierce grasp, her eyes glinting with menace. I warn you, keep your distance from Brother Pei, or I shall ensure you regret it. Though the male lead did not come to rescue Tian Qinglan, she was nonetheless saved. I merely need to fulfill the role of the malicious female antagonist, and the plot should remain intact. Wen Daochen's gaze swept over her, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. So, she harbored such intentions in her heart. Tian Qinglan's remorse intensified as she earnestly looked at Nan Yunmo, her voice gentle. Princess Onfing, please do not worry. I shall keep my distance from General Pei and avoid any interaction with him. She resolved to distance herself from General Pei as far as possible, for he was far too enigmatic. Every time she neared him, she found herself engaging in inexplicable actions. Upon hearing this, Nan Yunmo coldly snorted in dissatisfaction. Shaking off Tian Qinglan's hand and meticulously wiping her fingertips with a handkerchief. You had best keep your promise. Should I see you entangled with Brother Pei again, I will not let it slide. Tian Qinglan, do not stray too far from Pei Xiandong. You must cling to your male lead, for that is how I can swiftly complete the narrative and return. Tian Qinglan nodded fervently, pledging, rest assured. I will remember this, and will certainly keep my distance from General Pei. Let us depart, Wen Daochen said, taking Nan Yunmo's hand and turning toward the direction of the waiting carriage. It is late. We must find a place to rest. Before he could finish, Tian Qinglan's voice rang out from behind. Master, might I trouble you and Princess Omping to give me a ride? I cannot possibly make my way back alone. She was utterly unaware of her surroundings, having fled solely driven by the instinct for survival. Wen Daochen prepared to decline, yet unexpectedly caught the echo of Nan Yunmo's thoughts. According to the original storyline, this should be a moment of emotional entanglement between the male and female leads. Pei Xiandong would bravely confront the assassins, fueled by his profound affection for Tian Qinglan. Subsequently, they would support each other, laboriously making their way toward the capital. Then, they would encounter kind souls extending their assistance. Having endured this life-and-death trial, the bond between the male and female leads would deepen, each nurturing thoughts of spending their lives together. Yet I, the so-called malevolent supporting character, am on the verge of entering the second phase of my dark transformation, commencing my torment of the leads. When Daoken casually beckoned, and a shadow guard appeared beside him, as if conjured by magic. He gestured toward the still-standing Tian Qinglan, his voice icy. You, escort Miss Tian to the general's residence. What? Nan Yunmo's eyes widened in shock, and before she could inquire further, she was unceremoniously dragged away by Wen Daochen. She struggled vigorously, her hands pounding against his firm grip on her wrist, indignantly exclaiming, Wen Daochen, what do you think you are doing? Let me go. Wen Daochen showed no signs of relenting, his gaze penetrating as he fixed his eyes on Nan Yunmo. Princess Omping, do you wish to remain here with Tian Qinglan? If that is your intent, I can certainly accommodate your desire. Nan Yunmo was perplexed by his erratic behavior and dared not provoke him, fearing the consequences of being stranded in such a place. That wretched master truly is insufferable. No wonder the heroine harbors no affection for him, even refusing to allow anyone to retrieve his body after his demise. Such a fate is entirely of his own making. When Daochen suddenly cast a deep, penetrating glance at her, causing a shiver to run down Nan Yunmo's spine, every hair on her body standing on end. She could not help but feel a slight flush of indignation, yet she defiantly retorted, What's the matter? Haven't you ever seen a beauty before? Wen Daochen's lips curled into a faint smile, one that seemed to conceal a hint of mockery and profound meaning. I have never encountered a beauty like Princess Onping. Had it not been for his ability to hear Nan Yunmo's innermost thoughts, he would have remained oblivious to the stark contrast between her true feelings and her outward demeanor, where she was fervently berating him in her mind. A sense of unease gripped Nan Yunmo. She instinctively sensed that his words were not complimentary. She huffed and feigned disdain, declaring, A beauty like me is one that the imperial teacher will never possess. Whoever marries this imperial teacher is destined to be a widow in the future. Wen Daochen, with an air of deep significance, inquired, Are you certain? Chapter 33, touching the imperial teacher's muscles upon catching sight of Wen Daochen's demeanor. A wave of unsettling premonition surged within Nan Yunmo. She hastily shook her head, vehemently denying no, I cannot be certain. Just by observing the imperial teacher's countenance, she could tell he harbored ulterior motives. She dared not provoke the imperial teacher. When Daochen appeared quite pleased with his remarks, he reached out and patted her head, his eyes glimmering with admiration. Such a good girl, deserving of a reward. At his words, Nan Yunmo managed a stiff smile. Thank you for your kind intentions, imperial teacher, but I do not require any reward. It's not as if the reward is to touch the imperial teacher's muscles. Nonetheless, it is said that the imperial teacher's muscles are filled with strength and beauty. In novels, they are depicted as divine, causing countless readers to weep and yearn to touch the imperial teacher's physique. Suddenly, when Daochen leaned in, his gaze intensifying as he fixed his eyes on Nan Yunmo, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. How about, as a reward, Princess Onping gets to touch my chest? Nan Yunmo was taken aback by this unexpected proposition. Before she could collect her thoughts, when Daochin swiftly seized her hand, gently guiding it into his garment. Nan Yunmo felt a warm sensation under her palm. The firm and powerful skin of a man, something she had never encountered before. In that fleeting moment, her mind blinked, as if struck by lightning. She stared at Wen Daochin, her eyes brimming with confusion and bewilderment. What on earth did this unexpected action from the imperial teacher signify? When Daochin observed her dazed expression, his smile deepening with intrigue, "Are you satisfied with your discovery, Princess Onfing?" He raised an eyebrow, his voice laced with jest. "If you are not, I suppose I shall have to resort to other means to ensure your satisfaction." Nan Yunmo's heart raced, instinctively attempting to withdraw her hand, but to no avail. She frowned, gazing at the man before her, her voice tinged with a mixture of confusion and trepidation. "Imperial teacher, what are you doing?" Yet, I must admit, the texture of the imperial teacher's muscles is indeed quite pleasant, just as countless readers have longed for. Indeed, the imperial teacher's behavior is exceedingly bizarre, inexplicably urging me to touch his chest. If I did not know that the imperial teacher could not hear my thoughts, I might suspect he somehow could, prompting him to suddenly invite me to touch his chest. When Daochin gradually approached, an inscrutable light flickering in his deep-set eyes, "You wish to touch my chest. And from the look on your face, it is evident you have been yearning for it for quite some time." Nan Yunmo nearly choked on her own saliva. Awkwardly tugging at the corners of her lips, the imperial teacher certainly possesses a talent for jesting. "How could I possibly harbor any inappropriate thoughts regarding your physique? If I were to yearn for anything, it would rather be for Brother Pei's muscles." She made yet another attempt to retract her hand, but to no avail, moreover. "Imperial teacher, please release me. Your actions are quite inappropriate." When Daochin's voice was imbued with unprecedented sincerity as he solemnly stated, "My actions have indeed transcended the bounds of propriety. I have offended Princess Onfing. Therefore, I have resolved to seek the Emperor's approval for a proposal, hoping we may soon be united in matrimony." Upon hearing these words, Nan Yunmo's shock and fury reached a crescendo. Instinctively, she raised her foot and delivered a harsh kick toward Wen Daochin. This time, she finally broke free from his grasp, reclaiming her freedom. However, the situation was undeniably awkward. Wen Daochin stumbled, nearly losing his balance and falling to the ground. A conspicuous muddy footprint marred his clothing, glaringly evident like a blemish under the scorching summer sun. Impossible to overlook. In that moment of impulsive retaliation, she had inadvertently grasped Wen Daochin's collar. To her astonishment, the tug caused it to loosen, revealing an expanse of skin as delicate as jade. The sunlight illuminated it with a soft sheen, exuding a shy allure akin to a bud poised to bloom. Gently swaying in the breeze, Nan Yunmo covered her face, wishing fervently to vanish into thin air. How could her hands be so disobedient? Tugging at the imperial teacher's collar was akin to courting disaster. Look at this situation. How could it possibly conclude? When Daochin, unfazed, merely brushed off the dust and footprints from his garment with nonchalance. "If Princess Onfing desires to loosen my collar to see my muscles, you need not go to such lengths. I would gladly reveal them to you myself." He emphasized the word reveal, his tone laced with a subtle teasing undertone. Nan Yunmo was left utterly speechless by his audacious statement, her wide, clear eyes filled with disbelief as she regarded Wen Daochin. Stammering, she said, "Imperial teacher, are you unwell? Why are you suddenly speaking such words? This is utterly terrifying. The current imperial teacher is exceedingly fearsome, resembling a bewitching spirit, endlessly exuding an irresistible charm. As if he intends to completely ensnare me. This is entirely out of character for the imperial teacher. Even in the later stages, when he developed feelings for the female lead, he never displayed such openness. How could he act in this manner now?" A flicker of deep disdain crossed Wen Daochin's gaze. If he were truly smitten with that Tian Qinglan, he would indeed be blind. "I am perfectly fine." He pinched Nan Yunmo's cheek, his voice gentle and indulgent. "This is a privilege exclusively for you. Should you wish to touch me in this manner again, you are always welcome to seek me out." Fear glimmered in Nan Yunmo's eyes as she instinctively retreated several steps. Imperial teacher? Goodness. This is akin to a special treatment reserved for the female lead. How could I, a character designed as a villainous, suddenly be granted such an honor? Something is amiss. There must be an underlying issue. Could it be that the imperial teacher intends to ensnare me through such tactics, clearing obstacles for the female lead? Indeed, that must be it. This cunning imperial teacher has already developed feelings for the female lead and has secretly set this trap to ensnare me. Humph. I am not so easily fooled. He will not succeed in using me. I shall not be easily deceived. At this moment, Wen Daochin found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had never harbored such intentions, yet Nan Yunmo seemed to be plagued by a multitude of peculiar misunderstandings. Princess Onping, do you perceive me as a frivolous person? He said wearily. Nan Yunmo shook her head. The imperial teacher is not a frivolous person. The imperial teacher, when frivolous, is quite the different creature. I can attest to that. Chapter 34. Nan Yunmo was kissed by the imperial teacher upon hearing her thoughts. When Dao Chen's tone took on a peculiar quality as he leisurely replied, Princess Onping, I am not a frivolous individual in my usual demeanor, but when I am not myself, I can indeed become quite the libertine. This woman dared to spin such narratives in her mind. One day, he would ensure she fully comprehended the consequences of his libertine tendencies. Upon hearing those words, Nan Yunmo felt a chill run through her heart and quickly retreated a few steps, her gaze towards Wen Daochen now tinged with wariness. Master, are you truly not feeling unwell? At this moment, I am gravely suspicious that the plot has deviated significantly. Not only have the characterizations of the protagonists begun to unravel, but even that of the master seems to be faltering, potentially darkening ahead of schedule. However, it is not yet the time for the master to succumb to darkness. His transformation into darkness should be triggered by the tragic fate of his deceased mother, which would then serve as the catalyst for his pursuit of the protagonists. When Daochen, upon hearing these words, felt his gaze darken like ink. In the later stages of the narrative, Pei Xiandong and Tian Qinglan had committed such heinous acts against his late mother, igniting within him an indescribable fury and sorrow. Given such circumstances, he must preemptively eliminate Pei Xiandong and Tian Qinglan, ensuring they have no opportunity to harm his mother's spirit. After the earlier turmoil, when Daochen's mood was evidently heavy, leaving him devoid of the inclination to tease Nan Yunmo, who trailed behind him. His voice was low and cold. Princess Onping, it is getting late. We should return. Nan Yunmo could not comprehend the sudden shift in Wen Daochen's demeanor, yet she refrained from probing further, silently following in his wake. Her steps light, yet tinged with caution. Today, Pei Xiandong did not appear. Where could he possibly have gone? The sweet interactions between him and Tian Qinglan did not unfold, while instead, I joined forces with the master to rescue Tian Qinglan. Such a deviation from the predetermined trajectory, will it truly not impact the overarching narrative? When Daochen inadvertently cast a glance at her, his mind equally preoccupied with the plot's divergence. Through meticulous observation and profound speculation, he discovered that, despite the narrative straying far from its intended path, it had not seemingly incited any evident issues. This led him to question whether the original plot design was indeed as crucial as he had once believed. Perhaps all these changes were intricately linked to Nan Yunmo. Whether this was indeed the case required further observation and validation on his part. Nan Yunmo stepped lightly into the carriage, the light within casting a gentle glow upon her soft profile. Yet, an inexplicable sense of urgency suddenly intruded upon her thoughts, conjuring an important plot segment in her mind. Wait, I recall that at this juncture, I should encounter the male supporting character who would plunge me into the second stage of darkness.
But now,
with the master in the carriage, how can I possibly have the chance to meet him? She turned her head to gaze at Wen Daochen, who sat calmly in a corner of the carriage, his demeanor as tranquil as water, and a radiant smile graced her lips. She attempted to address him in a gentle tone. Master, I just remembered that I have something to attend to. Before she could finish, when Daochen's icy voice interrupted her, Princess Onping, the night has grown late, and as the one who brought you out, I cannot allow you to leave alone. The thought of entering the second stage of darkness seemed like a distant dream. Master, my safety is ensured by my shadow guards. A hint of irritation laced Nan Yunmo's tone. She could scarcely fathom why the master felt the need to be so overprotective. Did he truly regard her as his own daughter? When Daochen discerned the nuances in her tone, Nan Yunmo was undoubtedly berating him internally. Princess Onping, should you dare to act independently, I will simply return you to the master's estate. Hearing this, Nan Yunmo's heart jolted. She knew that Wen Daochen was a man of his word, and his threats were not mere bluster. Reluctantly, she suppressed her discontent and indicated her willingness to comply. If I cannot act alone, how then can I encounter the male supporting character? How can I enter the second stage of darkness? If I do not enter the second stage, I will be unable to relish in tormenting the protagonists and the master. When Daochen's expression darkened, this woman was truly insufferable, daring to entertain thoughts of tormenting him. It seemed that unless he taught her a lesson, she might genuinely believe there was nothing beyond her reach. Princess Onping, at this moment, it is just the two of us within this carriage. Given the circumstances, do you not think a different kind of story ought to unfold? He gradually cornered Nan Yunmo against the carriage wall, his hands bracing on either side of her. His gaze sharp as a hawk's, fixed intently upon her. Nan Yunmo was taken aback by his sudden advance, yet a wave of inexplicable excitement coursed through her. A flicker of fear crossed her face, but her eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. "Master, please do not. Haha, this is truly heaven sent. Even in the absence of that detestable male supporting character, having the master here is just as good. As long as he dares to act against me, I can smoothly transition into the second stage of darkness and embark upon a new chapter of tormenting the protagonists and the master." When Daochen observed her feigned trepidation, his displeasure growing, clenching his fists, his expression darkened further. "Nan Yunmo, can you not feign your fear with a bit more sincerity? With a hint of grievance?" Nan Yunmo retorted, "Master, you are clearly bullying me, and yet you utter such words. It is utterly unreasonable. Come on, I invite you to torment me. I await your torment." Initially, when Daochen had contemplated various ideas, but Nan Yunmo's words extinguished those thoughts entirely. His intent had merely been to frighten her. He had not genuinely planned to cross any lines. Forget it. As he prepared to return to his seat, Nan Yunmo suddenly seized him tightly. Her eyes filled with determination and expectation. "Master, you cannot abandon this midway. I am still anticipating your forceful torment, which will enable me to continue my journey into darkness." Why has the master suddenly halted? Is he not a man? When Daochen, as a man, could hardly bear such an accusation, his brow arched, a surge of indescribable impulse welled within him, and he abruptly pressed Nan Yunmo back against her seat, kissing her deeply.
Today,
he would demonstrate to her what it truly meant to be a man. Nan Yunmo was entirely taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. Her mind went blank, her body stiff and unable to move. Was this development not somewhat out of her expectations? Shouldn't he, the master, be reprimanding her instead? Was this not the script? Not paying attention? When Daochen's gaze held a hint of mockery, as if brimming with deeper meaning, unwaveringly fixed upon her. It appeared that I had not executed my intentions sufficiently. However, this was of no consequence. In due course, I would ensure she felt my genuine sincerity. Chapter 35. Congratulations to Nan Yunmo for entering the second stage of darkness. His words had scarcely left his lips when Nan Yunmo's heart tightened, and an impulse to flee surged within her. Yet, as she attempted to rise, when Daochen swiftly and decisively pressed her back down. "Master, Wu." As Nan Yunmo opened her mouth to speak, her voice was once again silenced by the press of Wen Daochen's lips. Her eyes widened in astonishment, her heart brimming with confusion. The trajectory of the plot seemed to be diverging from her expectations. Wen Daochen, however, appeared to be lost in the kiss, a wave of indescribable pleasure washing over him. He discovered that a woman's lips were indeed so sweet, so soft, that he could not resist the urge to delve deeper. Nan Yunmo felt a surge of panic within her. She began to struggle violently, her hands relentlessly pushing against Wen Daochen. Damn, this insufferable master actually dared to kiss me. Am I so easily kissed? The real issue is that this master-esque kissing technique is atrocious. My mouth aches terribly. Whoa, my poor mouth. How could it endure such torment? You have suffered greatly. When Daochen, hearing her inner thoughts, found himself halting his actions abruptly. He pinched Nan Yunmo's cheek, his tone laced with a hint of reproach. Can you not be so restless? When a girl encounters such a situation, she is usually flustered and seeks help. Yet here you are, lost in peculiar thoughts. Nan Yunmo wiped the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand, shrinking into the dim corner of the carriage, her eyes flickering with a fiery anger. She glared at the man opposite her, her tone brimming with dissatisfaction and indignation. You lecherous scoundrel! How dare you utter such words? She huffed in response. Let me tell you, this matter will not be settled lightly. Oh yes, the second stage of my dark transformation has commenced. Next, allow me to demonstrate how to torment these two protagonists and that detestable dog-like mentor. When Daochen rubbed his weary brow, a wave of fatigue washing over him. It appeared that in Nan Yunmo's heart, her primary concern was not her innocence or reputation, but rather how to smoothly transition into this so-called second stage of darkness, tormenting him and the leading characters. How could this woman's thoughts be so peculiar? Princess Onping, how do you plan to ensure this matter does not end here? He regarded Nan Yunmo with a hint of amusement, curious about her next move. Nan Yunmo's eyes darted mischievously, glinting with cunning light. I have my methods, but I certainly won't divulge them to you. Once I return, I shall seek out the mentors beloved at Nanfeng Pavilion, and then It will undoubtedly be a splendid spectacle. When Dao Chun pressed his forehead, taking a deep breath, inhaling several times before he could barely suppress the anger bubbling within. Which part of this ordeal had gone awry, leading to Nan Yunmo's misunderstanding that he favored men, or that he had a soulmate at Nan Feng Pavilion? He gritted his teeth, nearly forcing the words through clenched jaws. Princess Onping, I must clarify, my preferences are entirely normal. It is the ladies I am enamored with. Yet Nan Yunmo feigned understanding, patting his shoulder, her gaze filled with comprehension and tolerance. Mentor, I understand. You need not elaborate. She patted her chest, vowing earnestly, rest assured. I shall keep your secret sealed, never to be revealed to anyone. Speaking of which, the mentor's beloved truly elicits sympathy. Ever since the mentor's affections shifted towards the female lead, it seems he has not set foot in that courtesan's abode. In such a treacherous place as Nan Feng Pavilion, without the mentor's protection, that courtesan's days will not be easy. Alas, it is truly lamentable. Her fate inspires genuine pity. Upon hearing this, when Dao Chun felt a pang of pain in his chest, for the first time experiencing the feeling of being at a loss for words. He struggled to suppress his fury, fighting the impulse to deliver a sound thrashing to Nan Yunmo. Forget it. There was no point in quarreling with this woman of peculiar sensibilities. The only one to suffer would be him. Noticing his silence, Nan Yunmo pondered how to torment the protagonists and the dog-like mentor. According to the original plot, after this tumultuous ordeal, the bond between the couple should deepen. Yet here I am, the wicked female antagonist, so greatly provoked that I stormed into the Tian family with a group wielding sharp blades, vowing to ruin Tian Qinglan's exquisite beauty. Fortunately, Pei Xiandong arrived just in time to shield Tian Qinglan, halting my reckless actions. I did not relent. I still inflicted a brutal beating upon her, even sustaining injuries from Pei Xuandong's heavy hand. She contemplated, knowing precisely how to proceed with tormenting the protagonists and the dog-like mentor. A sinister smile crept across Nan Yunmo's face. After suffering so greatly at the hands of the protagonists in 2 lifetimes, this time she would exact a fierce revenge. Upon their arrival at the inn, Nan Yunmo unexpectedly encountered Pei Xiandong. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, which swiftly transformed into delight. She approached him, her voice sweetly inquiring, Brother Pei, what brings you here? Have you come specifically to find me? I always knew you cared for me the most. It seems Tian Qinglan must be here otherwise. How could Pei Xiandong possibly be in this inn? TSK, Pei Xiandong is indeed the male lead. His concern for the female lead is truly remarkable. Wherever she is, he is sure to follow. Pei Xiandong walked slowly towards her, his usually icy demeanor unexpectedly softening into a rare smile. I have come specifically to seek out Princess Onping. Upon hearing that she was brought out by the mentor, I was quite uneasy and hurried here. Princess Onping, are you well? Before Nan Yunmo could respond, when Dao Chun's voice interrupted their exchange. Rest assured, General Pei, Princess Onping is perfectly well. When Dao Chun stood tall and upright, like a sturdy pine, protectively positioning Nan Yunmo behind him, casting a cold, piercing gaze at Pei Xiandong. General Pei, instead of concerning yourself with Princess Onping, perhaps you should pay more attention to your Miss Tian. Pei Xiandong keenly detected the subtle animosity in the air, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over Nan Yunmo. And he quickly understood. Mentor, you jest. My relationship with Miss Tian is merely superficial. There is nothing more to discuss. He replied frostily, yet mentor, is it not inappropriate to treat Princess Onping this way? Upon hearing this, a smirk curled at Wen Daochun's lips. I am to be wed to Princess Onping. What could possibly be inappropriate? General Pei, you are overly concerned. Chapter 36. The mentor's childhood was quite tragic. Pei Xiandong appeared confident, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Mentor, you jest. Princess Onping will never marry you. Because, according to the novel's plot, Nan Yunmo must pursue him relentlessly, making it impossible for her to wed the mentor. When Dao Chun's expression shifted, his gaze narrowing as he scrutinized Pei Xiandong, as if attempting to pierce through his soul. From the current situation, it seemed Pei Xiandong held some undisclosed secrets. General Pei, this matter is not solely for you to decide. His expression remained indifferent, his tone devoid of emotion. Upon my return to the palace, I shall seek the Emperor's decree for marriage. I believe the Emperor will be inclined to grant his approval. Pei Xuandong's fists clenched tightly, his gaze sharp and frigid, fixed intently on Nan Yunmo. Princess Onping, are you truly resolved to marry the mentor? Is it possible to deviate from the plot? If that were the case, he would no longer adhere to the storyline. He need not maintain any connection with Tian Qinglan. Just as Nan Yunmo was about to respond, a melodious voice shattered the tense atmosphere. "What are you three doing here?" Tian Qinglan approached, her face displaying a hint of confusion as her gaze flitted between the three. Upon seeing her, excitement surged within Nan Yunmo. The protagonists are finally coming together. Could a sweet love story be on the verge of unfolding?
Wow.
This scenario is the perfect moment for the protagonists to express their heartfelt sentiments and declarations of love. When Daochen and Pei Xiandong, upon hearing her thoughts, each took on different roles, one savoring the unfolding drama, the other maintaining a deliberate distance from Tian Qinglan. "Miss Tian, you've also chosen this inn as your resting place?" Nan Yunma's voice carried a playful tone as she smiled at Tian Qinglan. Evidently, Tian Qinglan intended to avoid Pei Xiandong, positioning herself at a distance from him. She smiled faintly at Nan Yunmo, replying, "I was arranged by the shadow guards to rest here for the night, returning to the city early tomorrow. I didn't expect to encounter you three here." In this atmosphere, it is evident that the interactions among Princess Anping and her two companions are rather strained. Could it be that a love triangle is unfolding? Tian Qinglan cast a sidelong glance at Wen Daochen. His gaze was profound, seemingly concealing countless enigmas. She then turned her attention to Pei Xiandong, whose eyes were resolute yet imbued with an unspoken complexity. A sudden realization dawned upon her. Indeed, this was a scenario of two men vying for one woman, and now there was a spectacle to behold. Nan Yunmo was taken aback by Pei Xiandong's demeanor towards Tian Qinglan, prompting her to scrutinize him more closely. Just then, Tian Qinglan's words struck her like thunder. "Rest assured, Princess Anping, I will not covet your general pay." With that, she hastily vanished beyond the threshold of the inn, seemingly fearful that even a moment's delay might lead to unnecessary misunderstandings for Nan Yunmo. "Hey, Miss Tian, don't go," Nan Yunmo exclaimed, eager to pursue her. However, she was held back by Wen Daochen, whose voice was deep and resonant, tinged with both reproach and concern. "What are you doing running around at this hour? Be careful not to get into trouble." He grasped her hand firmly, leading her back into the inn with an air of undeniable authority. "Let us take a moment to rest inside. Any matters can be discussed come morning." "But, Master, I wish to explain." Nan Yunmo protested, but her words faltered in urgency. "Please let me go. I want to have a word with Tian Qinglan." Why has the chemistry between the protagonists diminished? This narrative seems to stray from its original course. How has my plot unraveled so? When Daochen gently flicked her forehead, exasperated. "After a day of exertion, are you not hungry? I, for one, am quite famished. Let us eat something to satisfy our hunger." They had spent a long day in the mountains, subsisting solely on bland rations that nearly dulled his palate. Upon hearing this, Nan Yunmo too felt the creeping sensation of hunger and momentarily set aside her worries about the narrative. "Is there anything delicious at this inn?" When Daochen's brows relaxed slightly, and he chuckled softly in reply, "What exquisite delicacies could this mountain inn possibly offer? You shall have to make do with these humble meals for now. Upon our return to the capital, I shall ensure that your favorite dishes are prepared for you." Nan Yunmo pouted, indicating her understanding. "Very well, I shall endure these 2 meals for the time being. But, Master, can you manage with this fare?" When Daochen's voice remained calm and untroubled.
"There is nothing I cannot adapt to."
He recalled his childhood, when even slightly moldy buns were beyond his reach. The food before him now was a great improvement. Just as Nan Yunmo was about to tease him playfully, her expression softened with compassion as she gazed at him. "I suddenly remember the painful hardships he endured in his youth. Perhaps for him, the simple fare at this inn is a rare delicacy in life. It's truly heart-wrenching to think of how he suffered under the indifference of a callous father and those dark days." When Daochen glanced sideways at her, yet remained unfazed. Were those years truly what one might call dark times for him? No, not at all.
To him,
it was precisely because of those childhood experiences that he became who he is today. Had it not been for his father and that foolish concubine's desperate attempts to bring about his demise, he would not be standing here today. Upon entering the inn, they inquired with the weathered innkeeper about the finest dishes available. Though situated in a remote area, the inn boasted the best food, which amounted to mere common meats paired with a few rare wild game dishes. Nan Yunmo and Wen Daochen exchanged glances, neither displaying a hint of disdain. They sat together at a table, savoring the food while engaging in soft conversation, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. Just as they were immersed in this warm ambience, Nan Yunmo suddenly sensed a familiar presence approaching. She turned to find Pei Xiandong had seated himself beside her, his deep-set eyes quietly observing her. "Not you again, brother. It's my off-duty time. Why do you persist in bothering me? I've just finished an extended shift. Surely, You cannot expect me to continue working indefinitely? Pei Xiandong, unfamiliar with the concept of overtime, caught a vague understanding of her meaning. Surely Princess Anping wouldn't mind if I lingered a while longer? Chapter 37. Nan Yunmo refuses overtime. Nan Yunmo longed to express her discontent, but was bound by her role as the malicious female counterpart enamored with the male lead, thus suppressing her words. Not at all. I would be delighted to have Brother Pei sit beside me. She flashed a charming smile, skillfully concealing her dissatisfaction and resentment beneath that sweet facade, her tone gentle and soothing. Curse you, Pei Xiandong. Why don't you go find your heroine and indulge in your romantic escapades with her instead of pestering me? I warn you, I have entered the second phase of my dark transformation, and upon our return to the capital, I shall begin tormenting you and Tian Qinglan. Pei Xiandong's gaze deepened slightly. When had she transitioned into this second phase of darkness? He unconsciously glanced at Wen Daochen, wondering if it related to him. However, based on what he had gleaned from Nan Yunmo's thoughts, her descent into darkness bore no connection to the master, but rather stemmed from other supporting characters. As long as Princess Anping was unbothered, he thought with a faint smile, upon our return to the capital, I wonder if the princess would do me the honor of joining me for dinner? Nan Yunmo nearly choked on her food. She looked up, puzzled, her gaze flitting to Tian Qinglan, who was quietly enjoying her meal in the distance, before returning to Pei Xiandong. General Pei, your heroine is over there relishing her lunch. Might you kindly move along, and not disturb this ordinary person who is officially off duty? I wish to finish my meal, then return to my room to indulge in a comforting hot bath and finally immerse myself in sweet dreams. I truly do not wish to engage in your endless chatter during my personal time. General Pei, you talk too much, Wen Daochen interjected sharply. Such remarks may deprive Princess Anping of her meal. Do you intend to leave her hungry? Nan Yunmo nodded vigorously, her expression one of agreement. Pei Xiandong, I implore you, be a reasonable person. Do not intrude upon my off-duty time. Your persistence is truly vexing. As her thoughts echoed in the air, a warm current surged through Wen Daochen's heart, alleviating his spirit. In contrast, Pei Xiandong's expression darkened as he sat there, quietly eating, his mind racing to devise a way to extract more useful information from Nan Yunmo's thoughts. After the meal, Nan Yunmo returned to her room alone. Fresh from her bath, she perched by the window, a soft cloth in hand, drying her damp hair. As she basked in tranquility and comfort, a figure suddenly appeared silently behind her. Princess Anping seems to be enjoying herself. The unexpected voice startled her heart, but she quickly regained her composure. Turning slowly, her gaze fell upon the relaxed figure of Qiu Yuanda. Furrowing her brow slightly, she shot him a disapproving glance, rolling her eyes with a hint of playful sarcasm. Qiu Yuanda, could you refrain from sneaking up on people? It's not terrifying in the least. How could Qiu Yuanda have arrived here so swiftly? Wasn't he supposed to be under strict supervision by the master, potentially facing severe consequences? Yet here he was, appearing utterly unperturbed, as if nothing had transpired. Qiu Yuanda sat languidly in an empty chair, his legs crossed high, exuding an air of nonchalance. I am not here to frighten you, merely to observe, he declared. He sought to unravel the mystery of why he could hear the thoughts of Princess Anping and discern various circumstances from them. Nan Yunmo, seemingly speechless, retorted, you, at this late hour, venture into a young lady's chamber. If not to play tricks and instill fear, then surely for some nefarious purpose? Alas, Qiu Yuanda, this sycophant, has gone to great lengths for the female protagonist, Tian Qinglan, most egregiously so by tarnishing the reputations of several young ladies to facilitate her union with Pei Xiandong, leading to their tragic suicides thereafter. Upon learning of this, Tian Qinglan developed a disdain for Qiu Yuanda, compelling him to surrender himself to the authorities in Jingzhou Prefecture. For her sake, Qiu Yuanda indeed went to the Jingzhou Prefecture to confess, ultimately facing a death sentence. After absorbing her thoughts, Qiu Yuanda felt as though he might lose his sanity. How could he, Qiu Yuanda, commit such heinous acts for the sake of Tian Qinglan? His affections for her were genuine, yet they harbored no inclination to harm innocent women. I shall not become a rogue, he asserted, his face ashen, his tone unwavering. Such rogues are despised by all in the martial world, and even with enemies aplenty, I shall never tread that foul path. Nan Yunmo chuckled lightly. Skepticism etched across her features. What exactly do you seek from me? I was preparing to sleep, and your presence threatens to disturb my dreams. Fortunately, she had anticipated this encounter, donning a modest and complete attire, lest she be caught unawares by Pei Xiandong or the imperial teacher. Despite her easygoing nature, she, as a woman, was unwilling to lose her composure in such matters. Qiu Yuanda realized that this woman truly epitomized the essence of contradiction. She appeared cold and ruthless outwardly, yet concealed a bold and audacious heart within, rendering her inscrutable. "I have come to converse," he stated. Nan Yunmo's eyes glimmered with wariness and disbelief. She scrutinized Qiu Yuanda, examining him thoroughly, her voice laden with doubt. "Qiu Yuanda, be honest with me. Are you harboring ulterior motives?" In the original text, Qiu Yuanda had previously subjected me to numerous trials, even pushing me perilously close to danger on several occasions. After a brief silence, Qiu Yuanda pondered, suspecting that the person Princess Anping referred to might not be him. While he was willing to give everything to assist Miss Tian, he would never resort to such actions. Yet, he could not ignore the troubling reality. Princess Anping's words often rang true. "Princess Anping, how do you perceive me?" Upon hearing this, Nan Yunmo's expression flickered with confusion, and she incredulously uttered, "Huh? Has he lost his mind? Why would he pose such an absurd question?" Qiu Yuanda, fixing her with a determined gaze, reiterated his inquiry. "I beseech you, Princess Anping, to answer me truthfully. This question bears immense significance for me." He yearned to comprehend how his fate unfolded in the original narrative and the decisions he had made. Only then could he anticipate and avert choices that might lead him into peril. Chapter 38. Is the Imperial Teacher jealous? Nan Yunmo found herself baffled by Qiu Yuanda's intentions and wished to avoid further entanglements with him. Thus, she responded perfunctorily, "You are a remarkably good person. Is that sufficient? For heaven's sake, it is after hours, and none of this pertains to the plot. Dear sycophants of the female leads, please refrain from disturbing my rest. I require time to myself." How could Qiu Yuanda fail to detect her insincerity? Veins pulsing on his forehead, he exclaimed, "Princess Anping, could you be any more dismissive?" He had never encountered anyone as evasive as her, who seemed unwilling to even feign courtesy. With an air of indifference, Nan Yunmo yawned and waved her hand dismissively. "Enough. Enough, I wish to rest. If you are bored, go find your beloved and do not disturb my slumber. Go seek your female lead. She is presently at this inn." An opportune moment for your confession. In the later sections of the original text, Qiu Yuanda had professed his feelings to Tian Qinglan repeatedly, only to be rebuffed each time. She consistently declared that her affections lay with Pei Xiandong, promising to be with him for eternity. Consequently, driven by love, Qiu Yuanda attempted to assassinate General Pei multiple times, even collaborating with the imperial teacher to eliminate him, all of which ended in failure. One must admit that the male protagonist possesses an uncanny ability to navigate perilous situations unscathed. As Qiu Yuanda absorbed her thoughts, he fell into a profound silence. As if thunder had struck him. Had he truly lost his senses within this narrative, committing such acts for Tian Qinglan? Out of mere affection for her, he had attempted to assassinate General Pei, disregarding the greater good? Seeing his silence, and unable to decipher his thoughts, Nan Yunmo, weary of the conversation, lay down on her bed and drifted into a deep slumber. Observing Qiu Yuanda, she felt assured he would not act against her, allowing her to sleep soundly. Qiu Yuanda clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the air. His face darkened with a desire to reprimand Nan Yunmo, yet he restrained himself. For now, Princess Anping held considerable value to him. He could not afford to antagonize her. To provoke her would yield no benefits. "Princess Anping, exercise caution. Someone has set their sights on you. I must take my leave." With that, he slipped away like a nimble cat through the window. Nan Yunmo, however, sat up, her brow furrowing in contemplation. "Someone is watching me?" In this narrative, she had her fair share of adversaries due to her lineage and the emperor's favoritism. Aside from the male and female leads and their devoted followers, few dared to confront her openly. Even in the shadows, only minor schemes had transpired. Yet, Qiu Yuanda's words hinted at something far more ominous. Who could be plotting against her? Reflecting on the entire cast of characters within the novel, she failed to identify any suspicious individuals. Oh dear, that scoundrel Qiu Yuan speaks in half-truths, leaving me tantalized. She raked her fingers through her hair, wishing to summon Qiu Yuanda back for interrogation, thus freeing herself from this suspense and allowing her to sleep peacefully. Nevertheless, his warning reminded her that she must remain vigilant from now on. She could not afford to meet her demise in this era. Meanwhile, when Daochen learned from his hidden guards of Qiu Yuanda's visit to Nan Yunmo, his expression turning suddenly severe. What business does he have with Princess Anping? His decision to release Qiu Yuanda stemmed from a desire to observe his subsequent actions and any potential shifts in the plot. The shadowy figure reported, Qiu Yuanda seems particularly fixated on Princess Onping's opinion of him, as if he hesitated, then added, as if he harbors distinct feelings for her. Just from Qiu Yuanda's demeanor towards Princess Onping, it was evident that his sentiments were far from ordinary. Coldness akin to a blade glinted in Wen Daochun's eyes, though his tone remained eerily calm. Assign someone to closely monitor Qiu Yuanda. I must know his every move. How dare a mere rogue from the martial world covet Princess Onping? The shadowy figure accepted the command and proceeded to relay another piece of news. Imperial teacher. There has been considerable unrest within the Wen residence. Several factions are covertly collaborating, intent on eliminating you to seize control of the entire house. For years, those within the Wen residence had engaged in clandestine machinations, perpetually fantasizing about ousting the imperial teacher. Unbeknownst to them, had it not been for the imperial master's intention to spare their lives, these individuals would have long since met their demise. A hint of coldness crept onto Wen Daochun's lips as he derisively remarked, a bunch of self-righteous fools. Seemingly in passing, he declared that this year, no members of the Wen family would participate in the imperial examinations, and even matrimonial unions would be suspended. When the time was right, the Wen family could once again partake in the examinations and pursue marriages. Since the members of the Wen family wished to play their games, he would indulge them, hoping they would not come crying back to him. As the shadow guards received their orders and prepared to withdraw, they caught wind of Wen Daochun's words. Investigate who intends harm upon Princess Onping and resolve the matter. The shadow guard was momentarily taken aback, but quickly comprehended. Understood. I shall attend to it at once. After all, Princess Onping was the apple of the Imperial Master's eye. Who would dare to lay a finger on her? The Imperial Master would annihilate anyone who dared to harm her. In the early morning, dewdrops upon the broad leaves of the grass resembled lustrous pearls, slowly rolling down and releasing the dampness of the morning mist. Nan Yunmo stood at the entrance of the inn, a smile gracing her lips as she observed Pei Xiandong and Tian Qinglan not far away. Wow, the leads are already so passionate this early. I shall indulge in this dog food. Just as she reveled in their sweet interactions, when Daochun's laughter thundered behind her like a sudden clap of thunder, startling her into a shiver. What is Princess Onping watching? Wen Daochun inquired, following her gaze just in time to see Tian Qinglan and Pei Xiandong instinctively distance themselves from one another, as if the other were a venomous serpent or a foul piece of refuse. Nan Yunmo lightly patted her chest, glaring at him indignantly. Imperial Master, do you not know that scaring someone could cause them to die of fright? With that, she kicked Wen Daochun with a forceful nudge. If it weren't for my courage, I fear I would have perished from your fright. How do you intend to compensate me? Wen Daochun, unfazed, leaned slightly closer to Nan Yunmo, a smile rippling across his lips, his eyes sparkling with a myriad of lights. What if I were to offer myself to Princess Onping in compensation? Would that be satisfactory? The proximity, the ambience, and the tone of his voice stirred a flutter in Nan Yunmo's heart, causing her pulse to quicken inexplicably. She could not help but take a few steps back, her breath trembling slightly. The Imperial Master truly knows how to jest. I would not dare accept you, nor would I wish for you. Chapter 39. The Imperial Master strikes Pei Xiandong. Ah, why is the dog Imperial Master causing such a stir so early? Does he not realize how alluring he appears? Is this an attempt to entice me into committing a crime? I must resist. I must hold back. Wen Daochun pinched her cheek, a hint of delight lacing his words. Since Princess Onping does not desire me, how about I pursue you instead? Once we return to Lingdu, I shall immediately enter the palace. Before he could finish, Pei Xiandong interrupted. Imperial Master, please maintain your decorum. He forcefully pulled Wen Daochun aside, shielding Nan Yunmo behind him. Such behavior towards Princess Onping tarnishes her reputation. I implore you to exercise some restraint. Had I not arrived in time, who knows what the Imperial Master would have done to Nan Yunmo? Wen Daochun straightened, looking down at him from a superior height. The smile on his face gradually faded, his deep-set eyes resembling an unfathomable cold pond. His tone remained unchanged. General Pei, you always forget that Princess Onping and I are soon to be wed. Wed? Pei Xiandong interrupted, his gaze icy as he fixed his stare upon Wen Daochun. Princess Onping has her heart set on marrying me. She has never considered marrying the Imperial Master. I kindly ask you not to engage in inappropriate conduct. Nan Yunmo eagerly nodded. Yes, yes, I wholeheartedly wish to marry Brother Pei, yet he finds me utterly detestable, only dreaming of marrying Miss Tian. Let them bicker, after all. Pei Xiandong and the Imperial Master will not hesitate to clash fiercely over the female protagonist in the latter part of the original narrative. with the Imperial Master attempting to eliminate Pei Xiandong on multiple occasions to win her hand. Were it not for Tian Qinglan constantly shielding Pei Xiandong, and the fact that she is now carrying his child, it would be a trivial matter for the Imperial Master to dispose of him. Pei Xiandong's expression stiffened, his irritation towards Tian Qinglan intensifying. He would never lay a finger on her, let alone allow her to bear his child. However, he could facilitate the Imperial Master and Tian Qinglan's union, allowing them to become a loving couple. A glint of malice flashed in Wen Daochun's eyes. In the original story, he found it utterly bewildering that he would harbor feelings for a woman like Tian Qinglan. This time, he would not be governed by the narrative. Princess Onping, have you forgotten our encounter in the carriage? His lips curled upward in a smile, a hint of mischief in his gaze. Whatever ought to be done. We certainly did. Before Nan Yunmo could retort, Pei Xiandong seized her shoulders. Princess Onping, have you been wronged by the Imperial Master? His eyes glinted with a chilling light, his face darkening ominously, as if he might bite down on Nan Yunmo in the next moment. Just as she attempted to free herself from Pei Xiandong's grasp, Wen Daochun pulled her back, causing her to stumble into his embrace, utterly bewildered. What is happening now? This development seems rather unusual. Are Pei Xiandong and the Imperial Master vying for me? What is there for them to fight over in a villainous supporting role like me? They should be contending for the female protagonist, who is right over there. Wen Daochun cradled her head with one hand while wrapping his other arm around her waist. His gaze turned icy as it fell upon Pei Xiandong. General Pei, you have trampled upon Princess Onping's sincerity far too many times.
Now,
You wish to trample upon Miss Tian's heart as well? Let's not forget how affectionate you and Miss Tian have been. Pei Xiandong's eyes blazed with fury. He suddenly lunged at Wen Daochun. Imperial Master, I seek your guidance today. He intended to make it clear that Nan Yunmo could only marry him. Wen Daochun regarded him coldly, his disdain and contempt unmasked. He pulled Nan Yunmo closer, effortlessly countering Pei Xiandong's strike with a single hand. Very well. I too wish to learn from General Pei. With that, he advanced like a tiger descending from the mountain, delivering a powerful kick toward Pei Xiandong. Pei Xiandong was prepared. He evaded Wen Daochun's lethal blow with a swift twist of his body, countering with a fierce strike aimed at Wen Daochun's chest. Wen Daochun met this challenge head-on, ready to confront the force of the incoming attack. The two forces collided midair, erupting in a thunderous roar that seemed to shake the heavens and the earth. Following the impact, both men staggered back a few paces, only to engage once more in a fierce exchange. Their combat raged like a tempest, upending tables and chairs, scattering shards of wood and porcelain across the floor, producing a cacophony of shattering sounds. The delicate window frames were shattered by the overwhelming force of their clash. Nan Yunmo, keeping her distance, watched in trepidation as Wen Daochun and Pei Xiandong fought, utterly perplexed as to why these two would come to blows. Were the Imperial Master and Pei Xiandong out of their minds? Not only were they fighting in the inn without reason, but they were also causing quite the commotion. An uninformed observer might think they were sworn enemies intent on annihilating each other. After observing for a while, Nan Yunmo found a safe corner and requested some sunflower seeds and peanuts from the innkeeper, munching on them while enjoying the spectacle. From the current situation, it's evident that the Imperial Master is toying with Pei Xiandong. He is no match for the Imperial Master. The Imperial Master truly lives up to his reputation. Having been personally trained, his martial prowess could be deemed unparalleled. While Pei Xiandong excels in battle, he struggles in one-on-one confrontations. In that instant, Nan Yunmo witnessed Wen Daochun send Pei Xiandong flying with a single palm strike, exclaiming in awe, "Impressive, impressive. Truly deserving of the well-rounded Imperial Master." Shortly after, she found Wen Daochun standing before her. Observing Princess Onping, it seems she is quite pleased with my victory. The usual coolness in Wen Daochun's eyes has vanished, replaced by an enigmatic emotion. Nan Yunmo casts a glance at Pei Xiandong, who is clutching his chest in agony, and clears her throat. The Imperial teacher is jesting. I am merely concerned for Brother Pei. In the future, I must also discipline Pei Xiandong in this manner, to avenge my tragic 2 lifetimes. It is a pity that I cannot truly eliminate the male protagonist. When Daochun lowers his gaze upon her, his voice gravelly. Princess Onping, the mirth in your eyes is nearly overflowing. It hardly appears as if you are troubled for General Pei. He brushes aside the loose strands of hair from Nan Yunmo's ear, his throat constricting slightly, his gaze darkening. Perhaps it is due to their previous encounter in the carriage that every time he sees Nan Yunmo, he is plagued by peculiar thoughts. Nan Yunmo senses an intimate tension in the atmosphere and hastily shifts away, increasing the distance between herself and Wen Daochun. Imperial teacher, you are mistaken. There is no mirth in my eyes. What is this tone and expression from the imperial teacher? Could it be that he is coveting my beauty and body, intending to do something untoward? Alas, it is unavoidable. Who could resist such a lure? Chapter 40. Nan Yunmo drops to her knees in a slip. And when Dao Chun is tempted to confess that he indeed desires her beauty and physique, yet he cannot utter such words now. A hint of a smile lingers in his profound gaze. Indeed, Princess Onping, there is no mirth in your eyes. I must apologize for my misjudgment. To demonstrate my sincerity, upon our return to Lingdu, allow me to treat you to a delightful meal, shall we? With that, he produces a pouch of silver from his sleeve and tosses it to the innkeeper. The innkeeper hurriedly retrieves the silver sack, beaming, "Please, enjoy at your leisure." With this sum of silver, not only can he rebuild the inn, but his family can also lead a comfortable life, free from financial worries. Wen Daochun pays no mind to the innkeeper, guiding Nan Yunmo outside with a gentle tone. "What would you like to eat upon our return to Lingdu?" As Nan Yunmo contemplates her culinary desires, Pei Xiandong suddenly appears before her. Upon seeing his disheveled state, with blood at the corner of his mouth, she instinctively turns to Wen Daochun. The man's features are exquisitely handsome, his deep black eyes and sharp, inky brows emanating a commanding presence that starkly contrasts with Pei Xuandong's current state of disarray. Were it not for the knowledge that Pei Xiandong is the male protagonist, one might mistake the imperial teacher for the true hero of this tale. In terms of appearance, lineage, and capability, the imperial teacher far surpasses Pei Xiandong. To be honest, I wish the male protagonist were the imperial teacher. At least that would be a more pleasing arrangement. A flicker of amusement dances in Wen Daochun's cold gaze, acknowledging that Nan Yunmo possesses discerning taste, recognizing his superiority over Pei Xiandong. Pei Xuandong's irritation deepens, his clear voice laced with suppressed anger. Is Princess Onping preparing to depart? He does not believe himself inferior to the imperial teacher. Rather, he thinks it is through cunning means that the imperial teacher has bewitched Nan Yunmo, leading her to voice such sentiments. Nan Yunmo suppresses the urge to roll her eyes, forcing a concerned smile. "Brother Pei, are you all right? Have you been injured?" She casts an angry glance at Wen Daochun. "Imperial teacher, how could you be so cruel as to harm my brother Pei? I shall not let this matter rest." Sigh. The imperial teacher truly held back. Why did he not incapacitate Pei Xiandong? That way, he would not have the opportunity to intrude upon my life, and I could be free from this vexing male protagonist. Wen Daochun wears a smile, his eyes betraying a hint of satisfaction. "Excellent, Princess Onping, I shall await your reckoning." This time he has indeed been lenient, but next, he shall ensure that Pei Xiandong suffers grievously, to deter him from troubling Nan Yunmo further. Nan Yunmo hesitates. "Imperial teacher, are you unwell? What is the situation here?" When Daochun gently ruffles her hair, his smile buoyant. "What could possibly ail me? Now let us return to Lingdu. Otherwise, Prince Xianping will worry." Upon hearing this, Nan Yunmo, preoccupied with Wen Daochun's oddity, hurries toward the carriage. "Quickly, let us return to Lingdu. I am certain my father is quite anxious about me." Yesterday, she had been so focused on completing her task that she forgot to send a covert message to her father, and now he must be very worried. Wen Daochun raises a hand to block Pei Xiandong, who is attempting to follow Nan Yunmo, his voice low and laced with cold warning. "General Pei, I advise you to keep your distance from Princess Onping and remain with your Miss Tian. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what actions I may take." With that, he hastens to pursue Nan Yunmo. Pei Xiandong remains rooted in place, his sharp gaze fixed on Wen Daochun, a chilling smile curving his lips. Does the imperial teacher think such threats will intimidate him? It is utterly laughable. He will not relinquish his pursuit of Nan Yunmo so easily. In Lingdu, Nan Yunmo declines Wen Daochun's invitation, hastening back to the Xianping prince's residence. However, upon reaching the gates, she is taken aback by the sight of a strikingly beautiful, commanding middle-aged woman wielding a whip. "Mother, why are you back? I thought you were wandering the Jianghu?" There had been no word of her return. Is this not our illustrious Princess Onping? How could you bear to return?" Lu Shi appears to smile, but the mirth does not reach her eyes. Upon hearing this, Nan Yunmo drops to her knees before Lu Shi, grasping her garments with a pitiful wail. "Mother, I was wrong. Please do not strike me or punish me. My actions were compelled by circumstance." Sobbing, she laments that had she known her mother would return, she would have completed her narrative task without fail. Lu Shi's lips twitch with irritation. She feels an overwhelming urge to kick her daughter away. How could she have given birth to such a shameless child? Both she and her husband value dignity and intelligence, yet their offspring exhibits neither. "Get up," Lu Shi commands angrily. Nan Yunmo clings to her leg, pleading, "Mother, I am your only child. You cannot harm me. My fragile frame cannot withstand your blows." Her mother is a formidable woman, adept in martial arts, who has always been quick to act rather than speak, and she strikes with great force. Lu Shi grips the whip tightly, suppressing her fury. "Are you not going to rise?" Hearing the threat in her tone, Nan Yunmo quickly stands, a placating smile on her face. "Mother, I have always obeyed you. If you ask me to rise, I will." If she continues to feign tears, her mother will undoubtedly make her remain kneeling. Lu Shi is both exasperated and amused as she pokes Nan Yunmo's forehead with her finger. "How did you become so brazen? Your father and I have always valued our dignity." Upon hearing this, Nan Yunmo realizes the matter has been brushed aside and breathes a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she has avoided punishment this time. She affectionately links her arm with Lu Shi's, beaming, "I value my dignity too. You simply haven't seen it, mother. Ask father if you don't believe me." Ultimately, Lu Shi cannot bring herself to truly chastise her only child, so she opts for gentle persuasion.
Montak.
"General Pei is not suitable for you. Do not cling to him any longer, understood? If Pei Xiandong had genuine feelings for you, I would not be concerned, but the truth is, he finds you quite bothersome. I cannot bear to see you suffer in this manner." Nan Yunmo longs to acquiesce, yet she is bound by fate. For she is the malicious female antagonist infatuated with the male protagonist in this tale. "Mother, General Pei is quite well. Though he does not harbor feelings for me now, I am certain he will come to appreciate me in due time." As soon as she finished speaking, the voice of Pei Xiandong reached her ears. Chapter 41. South Yunmo becomes highly sought-after Princess Xianping and the Anping County Princess. South Yunmo turned her head and spotted Pei Xiandong standing not far away. At that moment, he was clad in a deep blue brocade robe, his stature tall and straight, resembling a slender bamboo, with a face like a jade crown and eyes as cold and dark as the stars. As South Yunmo beheld his meticulously groomed appearance, her eyelids twitched, and an unsettling premonition washed over her. Could it be that Pei Xiandong was here to stir up trouble? Pei Xiandong approached South Yunmo, politely bowing to Lu Shi. "Princess Xianping, I am here to propose marriage."
What?
South Yunmo was taken aback, staring blankly at him, unable to believe her ears. Had Pei Xiandong just declared what she thought he had? Lu Shi widened her eyes in shock, scrutinizing Pei Xiandong with disbelief. "Surely, General Pei is not jesting? It is well known that you harbor a strong aversion to my daughter, even refusing to lay eyes on her. Yet now you claim you wish to propose? Were it not for the fact that the man standing before her was indeed Pei Xiandong, she might have suspected someone was impersonating him in order to play a cruel prank on her family and Pei Xiandong." Pei Xiandong understood her disbelief. After all, prior to hearing South Yunmo's true feelings, he had indeed held a strong dislike for her. "Princess Xianping, there seems to be a misunderstanding." His demeanor was earnest, a faint smile gracing his lips. "This time, I genuinely wish to propose marriage." After a brief pause, he added, not knowing the stance of Princess Xianping and the prince. "I thought it prudent to first seek your opinions. If you both consent, I shall immediately arrange for a matchmaker to come." As soon as he finished speaking, South Yunmo's anxious voice interrupted.
"Wait,"
she exclaimed, her heart racing. "Brother Pei, are you truly here to propose? What is happening? This plot cannot veer off course like this." According to the storyline, in 2 days, Pei Xiandong is supposed to go to the Tian family to propose to Lord Tian, expressing his desire to marry Tian Qinglan. Due to this proposal, Madame Tian grows increasingly resentful towards Tian Qinglan, and her sisters also become envious of her, while Lord Tian is scheming to extract considerable benefits from her. Thus, the Tian family concocts various schemes, causing significant misunderstandings and conflicts between the leads. During this time, the malicious female antagonist, have committed numerous vile acts, nearly forcing Tian Qinglan into becoming someone else's concubine. Pei Xuandong's heart was filled with cold amusement. He had no intention of being with Tian Qinglan, even though he was the male lead in this novel. He would not be with her. He nodded solemnly, raising an eyebrow with a smile. "I can understand why the Anping County princess might doubt my intentions, but I assure you, I will have a matchmaker approach you shortly." South Yunmo was on the verge of losing her sanity. What was happening with the male lead? How could he approach her with a marriage proposal? "Please, maintain your extreme disdain for me if you would. What has become of your aloofness and indifference? Your cold words? Kindly uphold your persona as the imperious and formidable general. And do not derail the plot." Under her mother's watchful gaze, she forced a strained smile. "General Pei, I would be very inclined to accept your proposal. But I fear offending the imperial teacher. A brilliant idea struck her. General Pei was aware of how the imperial teacher threatened her. Despite her family's favored status with the emperor, they could not afford to offend the imperial teacher. Who would have thought the imperial teacher could serve as my shield? Let us see how Pei Xiandong responds to this. Pei Xiandong, upon hearing her thoughts, wore an inscrutable expression. The imperial teacher indeed possessed an unusual possessiveness over South Yunma. Should the imperial teacher learn of his intentions to propose to South Yunma, he would likely create havoc. Rest assured, Anping County Princess. As long as you agree to my proposal, I will handle the rest. He had a way to ensure the imperial teacher would relinquish his claim on South Yunma. Just as South Yunma pondered how to refuse him again, a familiar, sharp voice pierced through the air, causing her expression to freeze. Is that not General Pei here? The chief eunuch, Jin Gua, slightly bent forward, a broad smile on his face as he approached swiftly. He bowed to South Yunma and the others before addressing Lu Shi. Princess Xianping, I have come on the Emperor's orders to inquire whether the Anping County Princess has any intention of marrying the imperial teacher. He added, the imperial teacher has recently entered the palace, seeking permission from the Emperor to wed the Anping County Princess. The Emperor, considering the gravity of this matter for her future, instructed me to ask, what? Lu Shi was struck as if by a bolt from the blue, hardly believing her ears. What did you just say, Jin Gonggong? I did not quite catch that. Who has sought the Emperor's permission to marry my daughter? She was in disbelief. After all, her daughter was still young and in good health. Surely her hearing could not have failed her. Jin Gua could easily understand her astonishment. He had himself been taken aback when he first heard the imperial teacher's request to marry the Anping County princess. His smile deepened as he respectfully reiterated, Princess Xianping. The Emperor's intention is that if the Anping County princess is willing to marry the imperial teacher. Before he could finish, he was coldly interrupted by Pei Xiandong. Jin Gonggong, I too am here to propose to the Anping County princess. Jin Gua's mouth fell open slightly, stunned. General Pei is also here to propose to the Anping County princess? Since when did she become so sought after? First, the imperial teacher seeks her hand. And now General Pei arrives at the Xianping prince's residence to propose. Meanwhile, South Yunma stood there in a daze, her face devoid of hope. She truly could not comprehend how the plot had veered so drastically. The male lead's character had crumbled, the imperial teacher's persona had faltered, and the storyline was nearing collapse. While she, the malicious female antagonist, was dutifully fulfilling her role, South Yunma felt utterly overwhelmed. Pei Xiandong caught sight of her expression from the corner of his eye and understood her thoughts. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth. He intended to dismantle the entire narrative and see how South Yunma would attempt to orchestrate a union between him and Tian Qinglan. He turned to Jin Gua, his smile fading. Jin Gonggong, I have already stated my purpose for being here, to propose to the Anping County princess. However, Princess Xianping has yet to provide her response. Lu Shi, finally shaking off her stupor, cleared her throat to disguise her previous role as a spectator. Well, while it is true that Mo has affections for General Pei, her father and I are not particularly fond of him. As for the imperial teacher, a fleeting shadow passed through her eyes, yet her smile remained. The imperial teacher's status is far too elevated. Our family cannot afford to reach such heights, so perhaps it would be best to avoid that path. While others may not recognize the imperial teacher's formidable nature, Lu Shi, who had long navigated the tumultuous waters of society, was acutely aware of the dangers he posed. It would be in South Yunma's best interest to avoid becoming entangled with such a perilous figure.
Princess Xianping, do not jest.
At that moment, when Dao Chen leisurely strolled forward, his footsteps imbued with an air of tranquility. Chapter 42. Has South Yunma become a national disaster? When Dao Chen stood before Lu Shi, respectfully performing a bow as a junior, Lu Shi, alarmed, instinctively pulled South Yunma aside, her gaze fixed warily on Wen Dao Chen. What is the imperial teacher up to? Speak plainly. Your manner is frightening our entire family. As the saying goes, to offer undue flattery is to harbor ulterior motives, especially from someone like the imperial teacher. Such unsolicited kindness surely concealed grand schemes. She needed to tread carefully. When Dao Chen appeared unfazed, not rushing to refute her words. Instead, he smiled warmly. Princess Xianping, as Jin Gonggong mentioned, I seek to marry your daughter. His demeanor was sincere. I genuinely wish to propose to her, and my intentions are not rooted in any nefarious motives. Please rest assured. Lu Shi was not at all reassured. Rather, her concern and unease intensified. She turned to South Yunma, her eyes filled with questions. Mo, what on earth have you done? First, Pei Xiandong proposes, and now the imperial teacher follows suit. She could scarcely believe that her daughter, notorious for her poor reputation, could attract the proposals of the two finest young men in the capital. It was utterly unfathomable. Nan Yunmo shook her head like a spinning top, her expression one of bewilderment, completely at a loss for the reason behind this turn of events. Clearly, she had diligently followed the plot, yet this life had inexplicably diverged into such a scenario. It had never been like this in her previous life. When Lu Shi observed her daughter's demeanor, she understood that Yunma too was confused, which only deepened her own perplexity. Although, in the hearts of parents, their daughter is always the best, she could not deny that Yunma's reputation was indeed problematic. Rubbing her slightly weary brow, she summoned Pei Xiandong, Wen Daochen, and Jingua to the main hall for a discussion. Standing at the entrance to converse would lead those unaware to assume some tumultuous incident had occurred, spawning a cacophony of rumors. In the main hall, the atmosphere was peculiar. Nan Yunmo quietly sat in her chair, toying with her sleeve, striving to diminish her presence. I wonder where the system has gone. With the situation now in disarray, I, as a malevolent supporting character, cannot restore the plot to its rightful course without assistance. And what's more, is there something amiss with Pei Xiandong, the male protagonist, and the aloof imperial teacher? Shouldn't these two be pursuing the female lead? Especially Pei Xiandong. According to the original storyline, he should be living a sweet, intimate life with the female lead, while I, the wicked supporting character, should be attempting to mar the female lead's beauty, inadvertently aiding the couple and strengthening their bond. Wen Daochen and Pei Xiandong's gazes fell simultaneously upon Nan Yunmo. Though their thoughts diverged, Wen Daochen narrowed his eyes, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. Perhaps he should enlist the emperor's aid to facilitate an early union between Pei Xiandong and Tian Qinglan, thereby hastening the plot's resolution. Once the male and female leads were truly together, Nan Yunmo could cease her pretense as the malevolent character and no longer pursue Pei Xiandong. She could finally be her true self. Conversely, Pei Xiandong pondered the arrangement of a suitable husband for Tian Qinglan, so he could completely extricate himself from her, thus freeing him from Nan Yunmo's matchmaking attempts. Upon perceiving the intensity of Pei Xiandong and Wen Daochen's gazes, Nan Yunmo felt a twitch at the corner of her eye. Were these two unwell? Why were they staring at her? Begone. Begone. Male protagonist, retreat. Imperial teacher, retreat. Both of you, keep your distance. I merely wish to complete my task and return to my original place. The phrase original place stirred something within Wen Daochen and Pei Xiandong. Though Wen Daochen's thoughts delved deeper, the emotion in his gaze remained steady, yet his fingers curled slightly. Considering all of Nan Yunmo's sentiments, it was likely that her original place was not within the boundaries of the Delin dynasty or even beyond it, but rather a realm he could neither locate nor reach. He disliked this sensation. Princess Xianping, he raised an eyebrow, a smile dancing in his eyes as he spoke gently to Lu Shi. I have already shared an intimate bond with Princess Anping. Before he could finish his statement, he was met with Lu Shi's furious outburst. What? Lu Shi appeared as if she might shatter Pei Xiandong into pieces, her fists cracking ominously as she demanded. Imperial teacher, what did you just say? I did not quite catch that. Could you please repeat it? Wen Daochen maintained his composure. Princess Xianping. I just mentioned that yesterday, I shared an intimate bond with Princess Anping. It is only right and proper for me to take her as my wife. In an instant, all eyes converged on Nan Yunmo, filled with shock, disbelief, and horror. Covering her face with her wide sleeves, her voice dwindled. Mother, please do not look at me like that. I was coerced by the imperial teacher. You vile imperial teacher, I had nearly forgotten this incident, and yet you deliberately bring it up in front of my mother. You truly are a scoundrel. Once today as matters are settled, I shall find 10 or 8 men to attend to you, and then we shall see if you dare treat me this way again. Wen Daochen, upon hearing her thoughts, fell momentarily silent. Surely finding 10 or 8 men would not be feasible. He pressed a hand to his throbbing temple, contemplating how he might convince Nan Yunmo of his genuine affection for women, and that he had no romantic entanglements at the Nanfeng Pavilion. Pei Xiandong discreetly cast a glance at him, formulating a plan. Should Princess Xianping discover that the imperial teacher had a penchant for men, she would never consent to marrying her daughter to him. It would be wise for the imperial teacher to refrain from making such remarks, he scoffed. Who in the capital does not know of your inclinations? And you have a favored companion at the Nanfeng Pavilion. Nan Yunmo, pretending to be oblivious, perked up at this revelation, her sleeves lowered as she scrutinized Pei Xiandong and Wen Daochen with keen interest.
Oh.
How bold of Pei Xiandong to declare such a thing publicly. Notably, he is aware of the imperial teacher's companion at the Nanfeng pavilion. What an exhilarating scene. Wen Daochen shot her a frigid glance before turning his attention back to Pei Xiandong, his eyes glimmering with a lethal intent. Who has been spreading such slander? General Pei? His tone remained remarkably calm. Merely because I have not taken a wife or concubine does not imply I have an inclination toward men. General Pei has not taken a wife or concubine either. Does that not suggest you two have similar inclinations? Just as Pei Xiandong was about to respond, Lu Shi interjected. Enough. Lu Shi, overwhelmed, addressed both men. I am now fully aware of your intentions toward my daughter. Allow me to discuss this with the prince and provide you both with a response. Does that sound agreeable? If this continued, it seemed that the imperial teacher and Pei Xiandong might very well come to blows in her presence. She suddenly felt as though her daughter were a calamity incarnate. Chapter 43. Ha ha, finally, it's my turn to torment the female lead. Wen Daochen was the first to acquiesce. Bowing slightly, I apologize for the inconvenience caused to Princess Xianping. I shall not impose further, and take my leave. With that, he departed decisively, leaving no room for hesitation. Pei Xiandong, fully aware of his intentions, felt a weight settle in his heart. The imperial teacher was truly cunning. Princess Xianping, I too shall not linger, farewell. He bowed and followed suit. Jean Gua hastily bid farewell, having witnessed a splendid spectacle and eager to return to the palace to inform the emperor. Lu Shi exhaled deeply, fixing her gaze on Nan Yunmo with a stern expression. Yunmo, you must tell me honestly, what is the nature of your relationship with the imperial teacher and Pei Xiandong? How is it that both have come to propose without any apparent reason? She remained perplexed as to why both the imperial teacher and Pei Xiandong were so insistent on marrying her daughter. Nan Yunmo maintained an innocent facade, softly replying, Mother, I truly do not know how this came to pass. She raised 3 fingers in a vow, declaring, I swear, I speak the truth. Not only have the imperial teacher and brother Pei approached me inexplicably, but now they wish to take me as their wife. She was utterly bewildered. Was this not the privilege reserved for the female lead? Why was she, the malevolent supporting character, experiencing such treatment? Lu Shi could see that her daughter genuinely did not understand, yet it only served to exacerbate her headache. If it were merely Pei Xiandong, there would be no cause for concern. They could simply refuse him. However, the problem lay with the troublesome and formidable imperial teacher. Nan Yunmo blinked, somewhat astonished. Mother,
What do you mean by that?
surely, you must know something? In the original text, her malevolent character's parents were always depicted as doting on her excessively, taking care of her affairs, with little else described. After careful consideration, Lu Shi decided to reveal a sliver of truth to Nan Yunmo. You are aware that our family originally hailed from the martial world, correct? Nan Yunmo obediently nodded. I was only a few years old when our family came to the capital. At that time, they survived on her parents' work in the martial world, living a life that was neither too good nor too bad, but they managed to have enough to eat and wear warmly. It was only after her father inadvertently saved the emperor and they formed a brotherly bond that their fortunes began to flourish. The expression on Lu's face shifted repeatedly, ultimately settling into a grave demeanor. As far as I am aware, the imperial master wields considerable influence in the martial world. Coupled with his status as the head of the esteemed Wen family, a lineage steeped in scholarly tradition, one can readily fathom the peril he represents. The Wen family has stood for centuries, nurturing countless scholars and high-ranking officials, becoming a beacon of aspiration for innumerable students. At this moment, Nan Yunmo was genuinely taken aback, her mouth slightly agape as she gazed at Lu. Mother, where did you glean so much information? She was aware of the imperial master's concealed identity and his entire situation, knowledge she possessed due to her familiarity with this narrative and the assistance of a system. Lu admonished, do not concern yourself with how I know. You simply need to understand that you must keep your distance from the imperial master. Mother, it's not that I don't wish to maintain my distance from the imperial master. Nan Yunmo replied with a hint of grievance. I've been making a concerted effort to avoid him, yet he insists on drawing near and is adamant about marrying me. She fervently wished for the imperial master to maintain his distance, ideally following the script and treating her with indifference. Lu had now discerned the crux of the matter. The issue did not lie with Mo, but with the imperial master. As long as he did not relent, no matter how much Mo attempted to evade him, it would prove futile. Mo, in the future, take more companions with you when you go out. If you see the imperial master or Pei Xiandong, keep your distance, do you understand? She sighed, acknowledging that this was the only viable strategy. Nan Yunmo obediently acquiesced, for it was clear that merely distancing herself from the imperial master and Pei Xiandong would be insufficient. Presently, the Imperial Master and one Daochin clung to her like an adhesive plaster, refusing to let go. The following day, in the morning, Nan Yunmo, accompanied by a throng of servants, boldly intruded upon the Tian residence, capturing Tian Qinglan. Within Tian Qinglan's courtyard, Nan Yunmo sat regally in a chair, her eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity. Tian Qinglan, I have already warned you to keep your distance from my brother Pei. Yet you have disregarded my caution and dared to approach him. I see you have a death wish. Tian Qinglan was firmly restrained by two attendants. Confusion and disbelief played across her face as she looked at Nan Yunmo. Princess Onping, I have not approached General Pei, nor will I in the future. She continued with measured words. Princess Onping, there must be some misunderstanding. Why don't we sit down and discuss this calmly? Just as Nan Yunmo was about to showcase her venomous nature, a slightly elevated voice of a middle-aged woman interrupted. Princess Onping, do not be deceived by Tian Qinglan's facade. Turning her head, Nan Yunmo beheld Madame Tian briskly entering with several maidservants, immediately recognizing her intent, though she chose not to expose it. She sat haughtily, her chin slightly raised as she regarded Madame Tian with disdain. Did I invite you in? You truly have no sense of decorum. Madame Tian, seething with anger towards Nan Yunmo, donned a facade of servile politeness. I implore Princess Onping's forgiveness. I was in the wrong. I came to caution you not to be fooled by Tian Qinglan's innocent guise. She is most adept at feigning innocence to deceive. Today presented a prime opportunity to eliminate Tian Qinglan, and she was determined to leverage Princess Onping to achieve this end. Nan Yunmo, fully aware of her machinations and calculations, feigned a shallow smile. Madame Tian, your words resonate deeply with me. It is precisely this innocent demeanor that has bewitched Brother Pei, which explains his treatment of me. How strange. Why hasn't he the male lead appeared yet? Originally, he should have been approaching soon. I only hurried to ruin Tian Qinglan's appearance upon hearing Pei Xiandong's furious roar, only to be sent flying by his timely intervention. Yet, where is Pei Xiandong now? Madame Tian nodded emphatically, her words laced with disdain and revulsion. Princess Onping must not show any mercy towards Tian Qinglan. Before she could finish, a middle-aged man's voice thundered. Silence. Lord Tian rushed in, hastening to Madame Tian's side, forcefully pulling her aside and casting a warning glance at her to remain quiet. He then turned to Nan Yunmo with a conciliatory smile. Princess Onping, there must be some misunderstanding. My Qinglan is a very well-behaved girl and would never engage in such behavior. He eagerly anticipated Qinglan's marriage to the general of the town, which would bring him endless glory and better days. Thus he could not allow any harm to befall her. Nan Yunmo's gaze turned icy, piercing through him like a shard of ice. Lord Tian, are you challenging me? Chapter 44. Can a twisted plot be repaired? Lord Tian harbored deep contempt for Nan Yunmo. In his eyes, she was merely a woman of humble origins, unworthy of his attention, were it not for her father's fortuitous rescue of the emperor. He maintained a seemingly sincere smile. Princess Onping, how could I dare to oppose you? I am merely worried that you may provoke General Pei, which is why I have come to intervene. Nan Yunmo fully embraced her role as the malevolent antagonist, swiftly kicking him to the ground. You dare to use Brother Pei to threaten me? What do you think you are? Her expression was malevolent, her deep, dark eyes glinting with malice. Let me tell you, Brother Pei will never marry a woman like Tian Qinglan. He will only be with me. She performed her role as the wicked antagonist splendidly, awarding herself a score of 11, not fearing a hint of pride. Though Lord Tian felt a surge of rage and humiliation, he dared not show it, for he needed to curry favor with Nan Yunmo, given her favored status with the emperor. Please forgive me, Princess Onping, I misspoke. I merely worry that you may be misunderstood by General Pei. Cursed Princess Onping, he would remember this debt. When Qinglan wed General Pei, he would ensure she received her due. Nan Yunmo saw through his thoughts and schemes, taking extra caution. Lord Tian was treacherous and vile, and she needed to remain vigilant. Misunderstanding? Brother Pei will never misunderstand. She declared with unwavering confidence. He has said he will be with me. Lord Tian, you should abandon your daydreams. Brother Pei will not marry Tian Qinglan. Hey, where is the male lead? Wouldn't he be caught in another kidnapping scenario? Would he? I hope not. Hiding in a concealed corner, Pei Xiandong narrowed his eyes at Nan Yunmo, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his lips. He would not follow the script to rescue Tian Qinglan this time. He was eager to observe how Nan Yunmo would rectify the unfolding narrative. Unbeknownst to her, Nan Yunmo, brandishing a dagger, advanced toward Tian Qinglan, her gaze sharp as a poisoned blade. Tian Qinglan, today I shall ruin your face. And we shall see how you will entice my brother Pei with that vixen visage of yours. Tian Qinglan struggled to maintain her composure, desperately explaining, Princess Anping. I truly did not entice General Pei, nor did I approach him. Please spare me. What was wrong with Princess Anping today? Could it be that she had been possessed? Otherwise, it was inexplicable how she had become so uncharacteristically strange. Nan Yunmo subtly observed her surroundings, waiting for Pei Xiandong's appearance to evade any potential blows. She had no desire to sustain serious injuries. A sinister smile curled upon her face. You have no claim to my brother Pei. If not for your beguiling looks, he would never treat me this way. Today, I will certainly ruin your face. Where are you, male lead? Your beloved is about to be disfigured. You must come forth, or I shall be unable to proceed with this narrative. Pei Xiandong, hidden away, thought, this is not my leading lady. I shall not reveal myself. Nan Yunmo, relinquish your hopes. Nan Yunmo trudged slowly towards Tian Qinglan, but even as she neared her, Pei Xiandong had yet to make an appearance, which filled her with a sense of urgency. Damn you, Pei Xiandong. Have you fallen into a latrine, or been silenced by someone? Why are you still absent? Do you truly not care for your leading lady? In the shadows, Pei Xiandong subtly nodded, indicating that he would never show himself. As for this so-called leading lady, she was free to pursue her own desires. He had no interest in her whatsoever. Standing before Tian Qinglan, Nan Yunmo felt a flutter of anxiety. Her face twisted into a malicious grin as she taunted, Tian Qinglan, do not delude yourself into thinking anyone will come to your rescue. Even your parents dare not defy me. With that, she brandished her dagger menacingly. Heavens, has the plot taken a turn for the absurd? Not only has Pei Xiandong failed to show, but even Lord Tian has not intervened. How am I to continue this charade? She found herself at a loss. For she was not truly a wicked antagonist. She had never intended to mar Tian Qinglan's beauty. Help! Who would come to her aid? Perhaps the heavens heard her silent pleas, for just as she was deeply conflicted about whether to command her servants to beat Tian Qinglan, a sharp voice pierced the air. Princess Anping, wait. Please, wait. Turning her head, Nan Yunmo beheld an anxious eunuch rushing in, his face a mask of panic. Furious, she cried, how dare you obstruct me? Who granted you such audacity? Finally, someone has intervened. At least this keeps the plot begrudgingly on track. Though it is not the male lead stopping me. At least I have not disfigured the female lead. God knows how worried and uneasy she had been moments ago. She had been on the verge of becoming an executioner. The eunuch quickly knelt on the ground, repeatedly begging for forgiveness. I beseech you, Princess Anping, spare me. It is not my intention to hinder you. It is due to a decree from Miss Tian. A decree? Nan Yunmo asked, bewildered. Why would the emperor suddenly issue a decree for Tian Qinglan without any provocation? The eunuch respectfully replied, Princess Anping, may I first announce the decree? This matter is of utmost importance. Nan Yunmo nodded in agreement. Go ahead, announce it. I wish to see what decree the emperor has issued for Tian Qinglan. After thanking her with a bow, the eunuch stood and received a bright yellow edict from a guard, unfolding it under the watchful gaze of Nan Yunmo and others. Tian Qinglan of the Tian family received the decree. He proclaimed loudly. All present knelt in reverence, chanting, long live. Long live. Long, long live. The eunuch glanced at Tian Qinglan before beginning to read the decree. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees. Today, the Tian family has a daughter, Tian Qinglan, who is virtuous. The edict went on to lavish praise upon Tian Qinglan before addressing the crux of the matter. She was to be wed to Pei Xiandong in 1 month's time. Nan Yunmo was momentarily stunned, suddenly recalling a detail from the original text. Oh, there was indeed a marriage decree in the storyline. But it was towards the end of the novel. At that time, Pei Xiandong and Tian Qinglan had joined forces to quell the Great Ping dynasty, becoming heroes in the eyes of many. Consequently, the emperor had granted them a marriage, leading to a grand wedding, and they lived happily ever after, marking the conclusion of the tale. However, this marriage has been advanced significantly. Does this mean I have completed my task ahead of schedule, or have I failed? In the original narrative, this wicked antagonist ultimately perished after drinking poison to further the bond between the male and female leads. Yet I have not yet reached that stage. Chapter 45. The Imperial Teacher's capture of Nan Yunmo's misadventure at the Nanfeng Pavilion. Yet perhaps this could work? After the emperor's marriage decree, all she needed was to enact a scene where she drank poison and died, thus completing her mission? She wondered whether this course of action would suffice. As she pondered, the ecstatic voice of Lord Tian broke through her thoughts. Thank you for your great grace. Thank you for your great grace. Lord Tian's face was split by an enormous grin as he hurried to accept the edict for Tian Qinglan. Subsequently, he removed a jade pendant from his waist and pressed it into the eunuch's hands, saying, "Thank you for making this trip. Please enjoy some tea." With this marriage decree, his plans could finally come to fruition. The eunuch accepted the jade pendant, offering compliments to Lord Tian before departing with the guards. Lord Tian, brimming with satisfaction, turned to Nan Yunmo, his demeanor reeking of arrogance. "Princess Onping, the emperor has granted my daughter a marriage to General Pei. I advise you not to engage in any inappropriate actions." Regardless of how much support Princess Onping had from the Prince of Xianping, the emperor favored General Pei far more. Having completed her primary narrative arc, Nan Yunmo could hardly be bothered to argue with Lord Tian, yet she adhered to the persona of the malicious antagonist. Initially incredulous, she slowly broke into laughter, a sinister grin spreading across her face. "Very well, Tian Qinglan, you wretched girl." She brandished her dagger at Tian Qinglan, looking as if she might shred her to pieces. "Is this what you call not seducing my brother Pei?" Tian Qinglan remained utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why she had been granted a marriage to General Pei. "Princess Onping, rest assured, I will find a way to annul it." Qinglan, silence. Lord Tian coldly interrupted her, asserting, "You have no say here. Simply prepare yourself for marriage." He would not allow anyone to disrupt the long-awaited decree. "You and your entire family shall be well." With that, Nan Yunmo departed, seething with rage. Oh joy, another day has concluded. What a relief. Though the plot has veered wildly off course, at least it has stayed somewhat true to the original. Tian Qinglan has not been disfigured by me, so I can consider my mission fulfilled. Next, while I recuperate at home, I must devise a plan to eliminate Tian Qinglan, alongside a subplot of tormenting the male lead and that wretched imperial teacher. She had already concocted a scheme to torment both the imperial teacher and Pei Xiandong. After leaving the Tian residence, Nan Yunmo did not return to the Xianping prince's estate, but instead headed straight to the Nanfeng Pavilion in the Flower District. There, she sought out a multitude of handsome men. In this place, she could encounter various charming gentlemen, each employing different methods to amuse her. Immersed among these handsome men, Nan Yunmo bubbled with happiness. "Oh, so this is what brings joy to Emperor Uncle. Just look at all these beautiful men. I can choose at will. How delightful. The only regret is that once I complete my task and return, I will no longer be able to enjoy such blissful days. But no matter. By then I will have even better companions, far superior to these handsome men, at a lesser cost, and without the worry of betrayal." Just as when Daochen arrived at the Nanfeng Pavilion, he overheard her thoughts, the veins on his forehead throbbing. He felt an overwhelming urge to seize Nan Yunmo and give her a good thrashing. This woman not only entertained thoughts of countless handsome suitors, but also had other little darlings in mind. Remaining silent, he refrained from interrupting Nan Yunmo, even raising his hand to silence the brothel keeper and others. He wanted to see if she truly intended to find her 10 or 8 men. Unbeknownst to her, Nan Yunmo was completely oblivious to his presence, lost in the joy of selecting handsome men, contemplating which ones to send to the imperial teacher. The imperial teacher himself was quite handsome, so ordinary men would not suffice. Only those with unique qualities would do. I must also redeem the head courtesan favored by the imperial teacher and send her to his residence. That way, he will be ensconced in his tender reverie, too preoccupied to cause me any trouble. Perfect. Nan Yunmo's eyes sparkled with excitement, and with a smile, she turned to the brothel keeper. "Do you have a top courtesan named Lorong here?" I believe that is the name of the imperial teacher's favored courtesan. Given that she was merely a secondary character mentioned once in the novel, the rest of the time they referred to her simply as the imperial teacher's companion. The brothel keeper, glancing nervously at the imperial teacher, stammered, "Why yes, Princess Onping, there is such a person, but what?" Nan Yunmo sensed that her emotions were awry and, perplexed, inquired, "Why do you appear so frightened?" She dismissively waved her hand. "Never mind, you need not respond. Bring Lo Rong to me. I intend to redeem him." Just as her words fell, she suddenly heard a chilling voice from Wen Daochen, "Princess Onping. It seems you are enjoying yourself here." Nan Yunmo's body instantly stiffened, her entire being tensed. Slowly, she turned her head towards Wen Daochen, only to behold his countenance, dark and brooding, nearly dripping with gloom, prompting her to retreat swiftly. "Master, you are here at Nanfeng Pavilion?" She forced a strained smile, stammering, "Master, please. Upstairs. Lo Rong must be awaiting you." Oh dear, how could the master overhear this? I must assist in redeeming Lo Rong. Given the master's jealousy and pettiness, He will surely misconstrue my intentions towards Lorong and might take drastic measures against me. What should I do? When Daochen's voice, laden with displeasure, interjected, "Do you think I came here to seek that Lorong?" Upon hearing this, Nan Yunmo shook her head vigorously. No, I know nothing. Yes. The master must have stumbled here by accident. I knew it. The master's jealousy is sharper than a needle's eye. And now he is seeking to settle accounts with me. I must devise a plan for my own salvation. What to do? In the next moment, her wrist was seized by Wen Daochen, who pulled her towards him with considerable force. Nan Yunmo slightly tilted her head back, her gaze overtaken by his ruggedly handsome yet stern visage, his lips pressed tightly together, revealing a hint of fury.
Master?
She ventured, offering a conciliatory smile, calling out cautiously. Upon witnessing her demeanor, Wen Daochen found himself unable to remain angry, yet was still infuriated. His forehead tightened, deep lines etched in his brow. I will say this one last time. I have no connection to that Lorong. Should you dare to utter nonsense again, or engage in inappropriate behavior, you shall see how I deal with you. He was on the verge of being driven mad by this woman. This was his first visit to Nanfeng Pavilion. Yet Nan Yunmo adamantly believed he had an affair with Lorong and wished to redeem him for his own residence. Nan Yunmo recoiled slightly, her expression one of trepidation. All right, I understand. I shall never utter such words again. Does the master merely wish to protect Lorong? Does he think I am unaware? Nonetheless, it is of little consequence. Eventually, in the later chapters, when the master falls for the female lead, he will abandon Lorong. Chapter 46. Has Nan Yunmo been frightened to madness? Wen Daochen, upon hearing Nan Yunmo's inner thoughts, fell into a deafening silence. He realized that no matter how he explained himself, Nan Yunmo would outwardly agree but internally harbored different sentiments. What should he do? Master, might you release me now? Nan Yunmo furtively glanced at his expression, her clear, vibrant eyes reflecting her unease. What is troubling the master this time? Could it be that he is in a mood due to some familial issue? Or perhaps he is overly concerned, leading to an early onset of a midlife crisis. But that cannot be, for the master has Lorong to soothe his spirit. He would only experience a phase of sweetness. Just as Nan Yunmo's imagination spiraled, she suddenly found herself lifted off the ground, staring in bewilderment at Wen Daochen, who was carrying her outside.
Master?
Wen Daochen's countenance was clouded with a darkness that could almost seep water, and without uttering a word, he continued to carry her outside. Perhaps to demonstrate whether his affections leaned towards men or women. Sensing the impending danger, Nan Yunmo squirmed like an eel, attempting to escape his grasp. Master, let us converse civilly. Your actions might frighten the children and the flowers. The plight of the children and flowers was dire. As a mature adult, one must consider their well-being. Why does the master appear so unsatisfied? Could it be that Lorong has not been providing him with the comforts he desires? Nan Yunmo felt she had unraveled the truth, casting a sympathetic yet gleeful glance at Wen Daochen. So the master, too, experiences unfulfilled desires, especially in bed. How pitiable, yet amusing. Ha, the master has his day. Wen Daochen's expression darkened, his gaze icy. He had been excessively kind to Nan Yunmo lately, emboldening her to voice such thoughts in her mind. Unfulfilled desires. He would show her the true meaning of such a condition. Master, please let me go, would you? Nan Yunmo cried out anxiously, repeatedly striking at him. Oh, who would rescue her? How did it come to this? Wen Daochen remained silent, carrying her toward the carriage when suddenly, someone blocked his path. Brother Pei, save me. The moment Nan Yunmo spotted Pei Xiandong, she reached out her hands to him, as if he were her savior. I know not what madness has overtaken the master. He clutches me like a chick, dragging me off to who knows where, all while looking utterly unsatisfied. It is truly terrifying. Thank goodness for Pei Xiandong's timely arrival, otherwise I would be in dire straits. Pei Xiandong signaled her to remain calm with his eyes. He glared at Wen Daochen, his tone menacing. I request that the master release Princess Onping, or else do not blame me for being impolite. Wen Daochen scoffed derisively, replying with disdain, a defeated foe. Pei Xiandong's pupils contracted sharply, his features contorted with disdain. Master, I concede that I am your defeated foe, but that does not justify your abduction of Princess Onping. Nan Yunmo fervently nodded in agreement. Yes. Though Pei Xiandong may not be the best of heroes, he is indeed correct. This is no justification for the master to take me away. Moreover, it is said that after Pei Xiandong committed that act against the master's late mother, he had begged for forgiveness, even inflicting wounds upon himself, nearly losing his life in the process. Pei Xiandong's expression darkened ominously. Did he dare to commit such heinous acts against the master's deceased mother? Had he lost his sanity, or was he simply out of his mind to resort to such measures? When Daochen's murderous intent surged anew, his eyes aflame with fury. It seemed Pei Xiandong could not be allowed to live. General Pei, my affairs do not concern you. With a forceful shove, he pushed Pei Xiandong aside and prepared to board the carriage with Nan Yunmo once more. Just then, Pei Xiandong lunged forward with a swift strike. When Daochen sidestepped deftly, concerned for Nan Yunmo's safety, and set her down, warning you. The moment the words left his mouth, he noticed Nan Yunmo had darted away like a nimble rabbit, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Farewell. Utilizing the crowd as cover, Nan Yunmo made her swift exit, her speed so remarkable that it seemed she left only an afterimage behind. Instantly, both Wen Daochen and Pei Xiandong fell into a profound silence. The two handsome men stood at the entrance of Nanfeng Pavilion, gazing in the same direction, evoking a sense of melancholic resolve. Wen Daochen and Pei Xiandong remained silent for an indeterminate time, exchanging glances before swiftly averting their eyes. At that moment, both harbored the same thought. Utterly disgusting. Master. The matter of my betrothal bestowed by the emperor was orchestrated by you, was it not? Pei Xiandong stated with conviction. When Daochen's eyes turned frigid, his tone unyielding. Do you possess evidence? Indeed, it was he who had suggested to the emperor to find a suitable wife for Pei Xiandong, believing it would facilitate the resurgence of the Pei family. Pei Xiandong's gaze was sharp as a cold blade. I require no evidence. I know it was you. It was truly unexpected that the master would resort to such despicable tactics against him. When Daochen's lips curled in disdain, despicable? General Pei, do not speak without basis. Pei Xiandong was acutely aware that when Daochen would never admit to his deeds, he did not require such an admission, merely wishing to convey one truth. Master. No matter your machinations, Princess Anping will never be with you. With that, he turned and departed. When Daochen narrowed his piercing gaze and beckoned a shadow guard. The guard appeared behind him like a specter, bowing respectfully, Imperial Master. When Daochen shot him a frosty glance before turning his attention to the departing Pei Xiandong. The guard instantly understood, assuring the Imperial Master that he would handle the matter with utmost diligence. With that, he vanished without a trace. When Daochen lightly brushed off his robes, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he boarded the carriage. Meanwhile, Nan Yunmo returned to the Xianping Wangfu, like a thief. Furtively glancing around, her wide sleeves concealing the lower half of her face, embodying the very essence of stealth. As she approached the entrance, a sudden male voice called out from behind, Princess Anping. In an instant, Nan Yunmo was akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, screaming, "Ah, a ghost!" She bolted towards her home, muttering incessantly, "A ghost, a ghost. How can there be ghosts in broad daylight? Princess Anping, please do not run." Yi Liangjun rushed forward to catch her, a look of confusion on his face. "Why are you running? And where could there possibly be a ghost in daylight?" Was Nan Yunmo behaving oddly? Could it be that she had finally lost her mind? Realizing it was Yi Liangjun's voice, Nan Yunmo's body relaxed, nearly causing her to stumble. "Oh, it's you." She wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, still shaken, and remarked, "Yi Liangjun, are you out of your mind? Yelling my name from behind. Do you not realize that scaring someone can be fatal?" Chapter 47. Goodness, yet another character turning dark ahead of schedule? Just moments ago, she had nearly been frightened to death. Yi Liangjun wore a bewildered expression. "I did not call out to you suddenly. You were the one sneaking home." With skepticism, he scrutinized her from head to toe. "Princess Anping, you have not been up to anything shameful, have you?" Given her demeanor, it was as if she had indeed committed a misdeed. Nan Yunmo shot him an exasperated glance, responding, "Could it not be that I am the one being bullied?" Yi Liangjun chuckled lightly, "As if anyone would dare bully you. Even a legitimate princess wouldn't dare." Nan Yunmo, uninterested in continuing this line of conversation, huffed, "What brings you here?" Poor Yi Liangjun, soon he will enter a phase of emotional and physical torment, ultimately heartbroken by Tian Qinglan yet unable to let her go. In the end, Yi Liangjun sacrifices everything for Tian Qinglan, leading to the decline of his family. Truly a pitiable male supporting character. Yi Liangjun felt a pang of pain, as if pricked by needles, having initially believed he had a chance. It was only after the decree of marriage between Qinglan and General Pei was issued that he realized he had never had a chance at all. Regardless of Qinglan's feelings, she would ultimately end up with General Pei. "Why are you silent?" Nan Yunmo waved her hand in front of him, tilting her body to assess him. "Are you unwell?" In the future, There will be plenty of instances where Yi Liangjun feels unwell. This moment is hardly significant. In the original text, upon learning about Tian Qinglan and Pei Xuandong's betrothal, Yi Liangjun sought out Tian Qinglan, even attempting to force himself upon her, only to be brutally beaten by the arriving Pei Xuandong. Now that Pei Xuandong and Tian Qinglan have been betrothed early, will Yi Liangjun behave similarly as in the original text? After all, he has long desired to marry Tian Qinglan. Yi Liangjun longed to tell her that he would never commit such an act, nor could he ever entertain the thought of harming Qinglan. Princess Anping, I came to ask if there is any way for me to be with Qinglan. I wish to marry her, he stated earnestly. Nan Yunmo pointed at herself, a series of question marks appearing above her head. Wait, Yi Liangjun, have you mistaken me for someone else? I am not the matchmaker. Nor do I possess the ability to assist you. It was truly baffling that Yi Liangjun would come to her with such a request. Yi Liangjun opened his mouth to reveal the truth about hearing her thoughts, but swallowed the words before they could escape.
He dared not say it.
If Nan Yunmo were to discover this matter, she would undoubtedly become cautious, and he would be unable to glean further insights from her thoughts. Princess Anping wishes to marry General Pei, while I wish to marry Qinglan. Perhaps we could collaborate. What do you think? Nan Yunmo was momentarily taken aback, fear suddenly flooding her gaze. Yi Liangjun, have you lost your mind? You despise me, yet now you come seeking collaboration? How terrifying, how terrifying. Yi Liangjun actually uttered such words to me. A bitter smile crept onto Yi Liangjun's lips. I am utterly at my wit's end. That is why I sought you out. I truly wish to marry Qinglan. He covered his face, his voice laced with anguish. But she has rejected me. He was unwilling to resign himself to defeat. Nan Yunmo regarded him for a moment, then hopped a few paces to the side. Goodness, Yi Liangjun now resembles the character from the later parts of the original text. Nearly darkening. In the later sections of the original text, Yi Liangjun was consumed by thoughts of how to win over Tian Qinglan, resorting to any means necessary, even disregarding the survival of his own family. Yi Liangjun, as the saying goes, there are countless women in the world. Why must you hang your hopes on a single tree? She offered her well-meaning advice. Yi Liangjun suddenly fixed his gaze on her, an ambiguous tone in his voice. Princess Anping, does that mean you would give up on General Pei? Nan Yunmo faltered, responding coldly. Am I in any way comparable to you? If I wish to marry Brother Pei, I merely need to request my uncle, the Emperor, to issue a decree. Were it not for the need to fulfill the role of the malicious female supporting character, I would not even entertain the thought of someone as cold as Pei Xuandong. In comparison, the Imperial Master surpasses him in every regard. Alas, the Imperial Master is also one of Tian Qinglan's suitors. Yi Liangjun was genuinely taken aback, staring at her in disbelief. The Imperial Master is also one of Qinglan's suitors. How many suitors does she have, exactly? In the next moment, Nan Yunmo provided him with an answer in her heart. Tian Qinglan truly deserves to be the heroine of this novel. Every young, handsome man that appears is somehow connected to her, whether through affection or a desire to assist her. Yi Liangjun felt on the verge of collapse, realizing that his rivals extended beyond just General Pei, encompassing the Imperial Master and countless others. Why must the author be so cruel to him? Yi Liangjun, are you alright? Nan Yunmo observed his distress, inquiring with concern. Under the blazing sun, Yi Liangjun swayed unsteadily, as if he might dissipate like smoke at any moment. I am fine. He had thought the only rival he needed to contend with was General Pei, yet it turned out there were so many adversaries, many of whom he could not compete against. Seeing him in such a state, Nan Yunmo grew increasingly worried. Yi Liangjun, why not take some time to rest? He must not faint in my home. Otherwise, I would be unable to explain myself, no matter how many excuses I had.
Yi Liangjun suddenly grasped her shoulders,
shaking her vigorously. Princess Anping, you must have a way to help me marry Qinglan, right? He added urgently, as long as you can help me marry her, I am willing to do anything to repay you. Nan Yunmo was thoroughly startled by his fervor, instinctively pushing him away and quickly creating distance between them.
Yi Liangjun,
please be rational. The Emperor has already decreed the marriage between Tian Qinglan and Pei Xuandong. Before she could finish, Yi Liangjun interrupted her angrily. You must have a way. He fixed his gaze on Nan Yunmo. Princess Anping, if you assist me with this, I will reveal a secret to you, a secret regarding yourself. His demeanor caused Nan Yunmo to draw in a sharp breath, and she cautiously soothed, Yi Liangjun, let us speak calmly. First, let us take a deep breath together.
Come.
Inhale, exhale.
Darn.
How did the plot advance so quickly? Later in the original text, Yi Liangjun will seek me out for collaboration. assisting me in winning over Pei Xiandong, and in return, I am to help him gain the affection of Tian Qinglan. Chapter 48. She runs to seduce Pei Xiandong. Yi Liangjun, like a marionette, mechanically began to breathe in and out in response to Nan Yunmo's actions, yet his eyes were filled with obsession. Observing this, Nan Yunmo softened her tone again. Yes, just like that. Let us inhale, exhale. She was nearly frightened to death. What is wrong with the characters in this novel? First, the protagonists break character, and now the supporting roles follow suit. It feels as though we are playing a game of matching, all characters unraveling for amusement. After what felt like an eternity, Yi Liangjun's emotions gradually calmed like the tide receding, the obsession in his gaze dissipating, and even his breathing steadied. Only then did Nan Yunmo feel reassured. She raised her hand to wipe the cold sweat from her forehead, emitting a long sigh. It was quite the challenge. As a wicked female supporting character, she not only had to diligently fulfill her narrative tasks and preserve the love between the leads, but also manage the troublesome affairs of various side characters. She was weary. Let it all come to ruin. Yi Liangjun's face bore an expression of regret, his voice dripping with self-reproach. Princess Anfeng, I apologize. I became overly emotional just now. He rubbed his weary brow and sighed. In that moment, I felt an inexplicable and intense desire to possess Qinglan by any means necessary. Nan Yunmo waved her hand dismissively, reassuring him, it is quite normal to have such feelings. You are fond of Tian Qinglan after all. In this novel, Yi Liangjun is a lovesick supporting character utterly devoted to Tian Qinglan, his heart forever tethered to her, which explains his subsequent misdeeds later in the story. Upon hearing her thoughts, Yi Liangjun was filled with anguish, realizing he remained merely a lovesick supporting character, never having received even a hint of affection from Qinglan. Princess Anfeng, do you ever regret your past actions? The corners of Nan Yunmo's eyes tilted mischievously like a fox, her gaze deep and contemplative as she looked toward the horizon, her tone ambiguous. Who can say? Life is not a game that can be replayed. No one can ascertain whether their current actions will lead to future regrets. Even if regrets do arise, what difference does it make? The only certainty she held was in accepting the system's binding and choosing to complete her tasks to return to the modern world. No matter how splendid this place may be, it is ultimately not the home she has known since childhood. Yi Liangjun, upon hearing her, gazed at her in silence. It was only after truly interacting with Nan Yunmo that he realized how deeply he had misunderstood her in the past. Why do you look at me so? Nan Yunmo instantly reverted to her usual cheerful demeanor, tilting her head at him. Do not become infatuated. I am not drawn to your type. Unlike his usual explosive reactions, Yi Liangjun responded calmly. Princess Anfeng is indeed a remarkable young lady. It is no wonder the imperial teacher remains so captivated by you.
Ha!
Nan Yunmo was taken aback, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Yi Liangjun, you can't be serious. What led you to conclude that the imperial teacher is enamored with me? Yi Liangjun shrugged, choosing not to delve further into the topic. Princess Anfeng, I apologize for the intrusion today. I shall take my leave. With that, he turned and hastily departed. Nan Yunmo was left in a daze, puzzled by Yi Liangjun's increasingly strange behavior. Could it be that the erratic plot twists were causing the characters, both protagonists and supporting, to unravel as well? Never mind, she decided. The most pressing matter at hand was to orchestrate her demise by poison in order to deepen the bond between Pei Xiandong and Tian Qinglan. With such a scheme, perhaps she could successfully complete her tasks and joyfully return to the modern era. La la la, what a splendid day it is. She skipped along like a lively fawn towards her courtyard, musing on how to craft the scene. Meanwhile, Pei Xiandong had surprisingly sought out Tian Qinglan, much to the delight of Lord Tian, who promptly instructed the kitchen to prepare refreshments and ensured that no one disturbed the two. However, Lady Tian seethed with resentment, wishing for her daughter not to truly ascend to such heights with Pei Xiandong. Inside, Pei Xiandong and Tian Qinglan sat face to face. Yet the silence between them was palpable and eerie. Eventually, it was Tian Qinglan who could no longer endure the oppressive atmosphere. Forcing a polite yet distant smile as she asked, May I inquire what brings you here, General Pei? She longed to distance herself from him, lest the situation spiral out of control. Pei Xiandong's countenance remained aloof, his voice devoid of warmth. I am here to discuss the matter of the engagement. This time, he approached Tian Qinglan without the customary kindness expected in the narrative. Did this signify that he was gradually breaking free from the storyline? Tian Qinglan's heart tightened, an ominous premonition washing over her as she cautiously probed. What do you mean, General? Are you perhaps considering accepting the engagement? Please let it not be so. She had been devising ways to dissolve the engagement, and if General Pei were unwilling to let it go, she would truly be at a loss. Pei Xiandong spoke in a low voice. I wish to annul the engagement. May I know how Miss Tian feels about this? Of course. I will provide ample compensation to Miss Tian. The surprise struck too suddenly, leaving Tian Qinglan momentarily stunned. Yet she quickly regained her composure, nodding fervently, Just as she opened her mouth to speak, a familiar young woman's voice drifted in from outside. Sister, I heard General Pei is here? Following that, a fresh and elegantly dressed young lady breezed into the room. A cold smile flickered across Tian Qinglan's lips as she watched Tian Qingya sit there in silence. Her mother was truly calculating, hastily ushering her precious daughter into the fray. Tian Qingya paid no heed to Tian Qinglan's demeanor, as she intended to use Tian Qinglan's name to ensnare General Pei. General, she curtsied, her eyes filled with admiration as she gazed at him. I have long heard of your esteemed name. Seeing you today, it is clear that you are a youthful hero. If I could marry such a man, I would have no worries for a prosperous future. Not to mention, marrying into the Pei family would spare her the troubles of in-laws and sisters-in-law, granting her complete control over the household. Pei Xiandong did not even lift his eyelids, his gaze as cold as ice. Get out. He was no fool. He could see through this woman's ulterior motives in an instant. Tian Qingya's smile faltered slightly. With a pitiful expression, she bit her lip, her eyes glistening as she pleaded, General, have I done something to offend you? I apologize, it was all my fault. Please forgive me. Surely, it was that wretched Tian Qinglan who had slandered her before the general. This debt, she would settle with Tian Qinglan later. Pei Xuandong's hawk-like gaze was fixed on her, his tone chillingly deep. Are you aware of how repulsive you are? Tian Qingya stood there, as if struck by lightning, unable to fathom why Pei Xiandong would speak to her in such a manner. General, I am all too aware of your and Lady Tian's intentions. Pei Xuandong's expression grew impatient. If Lady Tian wishes to sell her daughter, she might as well auction you off in the pleasure quarters. There are plenty of men willing to pay for you. He detested women like Tian Qingya, who were duplicitous and malicious while deluding themselves into thinking they were clever. Pei Xuandong's blunt words pierced Tian Qingya's heart like a sharp blade, leaving her feeling both humiliated and furious. General, you misunderstand. I have never harbored such thoughts. It must have been that detestable Tian Qinglan who had slandered her in front of the general. Otherwise, with her impeccable reputation, how could the general speak of her in such a manner? Pei Xuandong's lips curled into a mocking arc. If that were not the case, then why did you defy Lord Tian's orders and come here uninvited? And do not dare claim that you have come in search of Miss Tian. It is well acknowledged that your relationship with Miss Tian is akin to fire and water. Tian Qingya was immediately rendered speechless, her rage burning fiercely within her like a wildfire. It was all Tian Qinglan's fault. Pei Xiandong, sensing her animosity, grew concerned that Tian Qinglan might suffer repercussions, and was even more apprehensive that Lord Tian might exploit the situation. He exchanged a knowing glance with Tian Qinglan. Understanding his cue, she cast a glance at her chief maid. Since her mother and elder sister so brazenly plotted against her, she would not hesitate to escalate matters. General Pei, I apologize for the disturbance, she said, bowing respectfully. I had not anticipated that my elder sister would engage in such shameless conduct. Pei Xiandong waved his hand, his expression gentle. This incident cannot be blamed on Miss Tian. You could not have foreseen that Tian Qingya would act so brazenly. Tian Qingya, she suddenly shouted. But upon catching Pei Xuandong's gaze, she swiftly donned a sycophantic smile. General Pei, my younger sister and I have some family matters to discuss. Might you kindly step away? She felt it imperative to teach Tian Qinglan a harsh lesson, to instill in her the understanding of who truly held the title of General Pei's wife. However, it was Tian Qingya who found herself receiving the reprimand, as Lord Tian directly invoked the family discipline. When Nan Yunmo learned of this development, she was preparing to stage a poisoned wine act with her maid. Your Highness, I have heard that Miss Tian has been beaten by Lord Tian and is unable to rise from her bed. Gigi's face gleamed with anticipation. It is said that she attempted to seduce General Pei. Nan Yunmo gasped in surprise, her curiosity piqued. Do Lady Tian and Miss Tian not care for appearances? Gigi nodded vigorously, explaining that General Pei had sought out Miss Tian, prompting Lady Tian and Miss Tian to panic and resort to such actions. In my opinion, Lady Tian and Miss Tian are utterly shameless for resorting to such tactics. Nan Yunmo's eyes widened slightly, her thumb raised in admiration. Impressive, truly impressive. In the original plot, Lady Tian and Tian Qingya had committed similar acts, but this mother-daughter duo was even more excessive, attempting to frame Pei Xiandong for ruining Tian Qingya's reputation at a banquet, aiming to manipulate him for their own ends. As a result, Pei Xiandong and Tian Qinglan publicly humiliated Tian Qingya, leading to her disgrace and downfall. While Lady Tian was consequently dismissed, the recently arrived Wen Daochen, along with Pei Xiandong and Yi Liangjun, simultaneously caught wind of her thoughts. Chapter 49. The poison wine plot is stolen. When Daochen's eyes narrowed like a fox's as he disdainfully cast a glance at Pei Xiandong before stepping into the banquet hall. He could not fathom what merits a man like Pei Xiandong possessed, drawing women like moths to a flame, even compelling Nan Yunmo to adhere to the plot's directives. He scoffed softly, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Pei Xiandong's brow furrowed deeply, resembling a pronounced valley. The actions of Lady Tian and Tian Qingya were repugnant. Attempting to employ such malicious means to slander him.
Ye Liangyun siket helplessly.
I must say, General Pei truly embodies the male lead of this tale. The young ladies within this narrative are singularly fixated on marrying him, even resorting to unscrupulous methods to achieve their desires. You have arrived. Nan Yunmo finally noticed the trio's entrance, her face instantly blossoming into a radiant smile, akin to spring flowers. Thank you for attending my modest gathering today. The performance of the poisoned wine is imminent. Once the act concludes, I shall fulfill all my tasks and joyfully log off to return to my hometown. Just the thought of it filled her with exuberance. Wen Daochen, Pei Xiandong, and Yi Liangjuan's gazes converged on the wine vessels atop the table. A flicker of doubt rising within them. Is there poison in that wine? Wen Daochen regarded Nan Yunmo with a hint of displeasure in his eyes, his expression as frigid as ice. This woman, in her quest to fulfill her task, had even prepared poisoned wine for herself. She was truly courting disaster. What trickery do you plan to employ today? He stepped forward, pinching Nan Yunmo's cheek, his gaze darkening, his tone laced with a hint of menace. Are you genuinely so benevolent as to host us? Nan Yunmo forcefully swatted his hand away, angrily retorting, Emperor teacher, please show some respect. Do not lay hands on me, or I shall make you regret it. His audacity was beyond measure, daring to publicly pinch her cheek as if she had no temper. When Daochen smirked, feeling feisty today? Are you plotting against me? Nan Yunmo spat at him. Do not spout nonsense here. In today's grand finale, there is no role for the Emperor teacher. I invited him solely for the sake of having more witnesses. Thus, no unexpected incidents will occur. Wen Daochen's gaze darkened, but the smile on his lips deepened. Am I truly speaking without reason? Just as he finished speaking, Pei Xiandong's cold voice interrupted. Emperor teacher, please do not tease Princess Onfing. Pei Xiandong pulled Nan Yunmo behind him, warily eyeing Wen Daochen. Nan Yunmo remained silent, fully aware that she would soon log off and thus refrained from involving herself in the conflict between Pei Xiandong and Wen Daochen. Wen Daochen, observing her cheerful demeanor, understood her thoughts, and his displeasure intensified. He would settle accounts with her later. His expression remained frosty as he addressed Pei Xiandong. By what authority do you intervene in this matter? What relation do you have to Princess Onfing? Pei Xiandong's countenance darkened slightly, a cold smirk gracing his lips. This does not pertain to the Emperor teacher. It is a matter between Princess Onfing and myself. Enough, enough, let us speak civilly, Yi Liangjun interjected hastily, pulling apart Wen Daochen and Pei Xiandong. This is Princess Onfing's banquet. It would be unseemly for you two to quarrel here. He could not shake the feeling that Nan Yunmo was the true protagonist of this tale. Surely, he was overthinking it, for Qinglan was indeed the heroine of this narrative. Wen Daochen and Pei Xiandong appeared to have ceased their direct conflict, both turning their attention toward Nan Yunmo. The sudden intensity of their gazes made her eyelids twitch violently, and she forced a smile. Shall we commence the banquet now? Without waiting for their response, she hastily urged, Come, come, let us begin the feast. Please take your seats. Do not linger here. I cannot allow the Emperor teacher and Pei Xiandong to disrupt today's grand finale. This was the grand finale she had meticulously orchestrated. Just as Wen Daochen was about to speak, Yi Liangjun raised a wine jug, his eyes darkening. Princess Onfing, what makes this jug of wine different from the others? He feigned confusion. The jug he held was a pale azure, while the other jugs were of a lighter blue hue. This wine is specially prepared for myself, Nan Yunmo declared, reaching out to reclaim the jug. However, Wen Daochen blocked her, snatching the jug from Yi Liangjuan's grasp. Princess Onfing invites us, yet prepares a jug of wine solely for herself? Is this not rather excessive? That jug of wine was likely the lethal brew Nan Yunmo had prepared for herself. Truly, she was audacious beyond belief. Nan Yunmo, bewildered by how events had spiraled out of control, leapt up to retrieve her wine. Emperor teacher, return the wine to me. We can discuss this amicably. When Daochen steadied her waist to prevent her from falling, raising the jug high above his head to keep it out of her reach. Princess Onthing, should we not sample your private stock of wine? His gaze darkened, a simmering anger concealed within, as if it might erupt at any moment. Unaware of his ire, Nan Yunmo, thwarted in her attempts to seize the jug, could only momentarily relent. Wait, I shall ensure that you all sample this exquisite wine. Sample? What nonsense. This is the lethal wine I prepared for myself. Once you partake, you shall meet your demise, whereas I shall appear dead, yet remain unscathed. Wen Daochen, Pei Xiandong, and Yi Liangjun each perceived her thoughts. Their individual musings diverging yet converging on a singular conviction. They must not allow Nan Yunmo to consume this potion. However, impatience overtook Wen Daochen as he hurled the wine jug behind him. Instantly, a shadowy guard appeared like a wraith, deftly catching the vessel before vanishing into thin air. My wine jug! Nan Yunmo reached out in desperation, her eyes wide as she watched helplessly as her drink was whisked away. Oh no! That was my meticulously prepared lethal wine, gone just like that. The Imperial Master is quite excessive. Does he lack wine? How dare he seize my lethal brew? Does he wish for an early death and rebirth? Yi Liangjun nearly burst into laughter, hastily covering his mouth to stifle it. Nan Yunmo was truly amusing. Pei Xiandong pressed his forehead, wishing he could pry open Nan Yunmo's mind to uncover the origins of such disturbing thoughts. The veins on Wen Daochen's forehead throbbed with irritation. Suddenly, he grasped Nan Yunmo's face, his tone menacing. You truly enjoy drinking, do you not? Nan Yunmo detected the underlying implication in his words, shaking her head vigorously. No. I do not like drinking, I do not like it at all. The dog-like Imperial Master has quite the long reach. Chapter 50. The Imperial Master finally resorts to force. Why do you not attend to your heroine? Why concern yourself with me, the malicious female antagonist? Because of your actions, you deserve to meet your end. The heroine remains oblivious to your intentions. When Daochen tightened his grip, his gaze as profound as a bottomless lake. It seems I have indulged you too much, allowing you to behave this way. With that, he abruptly hoisted Nan Yunmo over his shoulder and strode forward with purpose. Nan Yunmo was momentarily taken aback before she began to pound on him. When Daochen,
Put me down.
You scoundrel! Are you out of your mind? Let me go, I am hosting a banquet. She felt as though she might lose her sanity. The jug necessary to complete her task was gone, and now Wen Daochen was carrying her off to who knows where. What on earth is happening? It seemed as if pain were foreign to Wen Daochen as he continued his strides, declaring the banquet over. Before she could finish her thought, he unexpectedly leapt into the air. Terrified, Nan Yunmo clutched his clothing tightly, screaming when Chun. That day, I should have summoned a dozen handsome men to attend to the dog-like Imperial Master, so he wouldn't come seeking trouble with me. When Daochen ignored her, his gaze growing colder, he cast a glance back at Pei Xiandong, who was obstructed by two shadowy guards, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Imperial Master, Pei Xiandong, unable to shake off the two guards, bellowed angrily, Put down Princess Onthing. Wen Daochen feigned ignorance, vanishing with Nan Yunmo like a fleeting breeze, leaving Pei Xiandong seething with rage. His face darkened, fists cracking with tension. The Imperial Master surely intended harm to Nan Yunmo, and he must rush to her aid. Yet, the two shadowy guards stood like mountains, offering no chance for escape. Meanwhile, Wen Daochen did not return to the Imperial Master's residence, but instead arrived at a private estate under his name. This was an exquisite two-courtyard residence, perpetually maintained by servants, allowing Wen Daochen to visit at his leisure. In the main courtyard, he unceremoniously tossed Nan Yunmo onto the bed. With a thud, she bounced twice before she could regain her balance, scrambling to flee. However, Wen Daochen swiftly pinned her head down, rendering her struggles futile. Wen Daochen, let me go. Nan Yunmo fumed, reaching for him. What on earth do you intend to do? Wen Daochen loosened his collar, a smirk playing on his lips. What do you think I intend to do? He emphasized the word do, instilling a sense of unease within her. She shot him a sharp glance. You cannot be serious. Do you truly harbor inappropriate thoughts toward me? Do you wish to force yourself upon me?
Damn.
I must be truly enchanting, loved by all. Even the exalted Imperial Master has thoughts of my body. The wicked female antagonist is indeed so alluring. When Daochen's lips curled into a faint smile, his eyes glinting with amusement. If I had no such desires, I wouldn't have sought permission from the palace to marry you. Alas, the Emperor did not acquiesce. His Majesty decreed that it must be your own will. Nan Yunmo suddenly kicked him away and dashed for the door like a startled rabbit. You dog-like imperial master. You insufferable prude. You dare to have thoughts about my body. I will not allow your wicked schemes to succeed. When Daochin staggered slightly but managed to regain his footing, he turned to watch as she fled, remaining rooted in place, a chuckle escaping him. This girl was indeed full of vitality, bouncing around like a little rabbit. As Nan Yunmo neared the door, her eyes sparkled with hope, akin to the brightest star in the night sky. Almost there, she thought. Soon she would escape the clutches of the dog-like imperial master. But in the next instant, a shadowy guard descended from above, seizing her. Release me. Nan Yunmo struggled fiercely, shouting, I warn you, if you do not let me go, you shall pay dearly. The guard remained unmoved, treating her as one would a small kitten. Bringing her before Wen Daochin. After placing Nan Yunmo on the ground, he bowed to Wen Daochin and vanished. Wen Daochin slowly crouched down, fixing his gaze upon her, a smile curling his lips. Princess Onthing still wished to run? Nan Yunmo puffed out her cheeks, glaring at him defiantly. Wen Daochin, you are utterly inhumane. Tian Qinglan, I beseech you to come collect your admirer. Do not allow him to torment me any longer. Wen Daochin tousled her hair, his smile broadening. And now you declare me inhumane? Will you not curse me even more? Nan Yunmo, wide-eyed with alarm, clutched her chest, warily regarding Wen Daochin. I warn you, should you dare to do anything to me, I shall bite you to death. Upon hearing this, Wen Daochin chuckled softly. Nan Yunmo, how can you be so endearing? He had expected her to issue threats, yet her words came out in such an adorably fierce manner. Nan Yunmo, incensed, retorted, I may be cute, but coming from a lecherous man like you, it sounds entirely wrong. Wen Daochin swept her up in his arms, his tone shifting to one of gentleness. All right, it was my mistake. You should say that you are beautiful. With that, he gently placed Nan Yunmo on the bed. Like a startled rabbit, she huddled into the corner, her round, frightened eyes fixed on him. Wen Daochin, you must not do anything to me, otherwise I will truly be angry. Wen Daochin sat at the edge of the bed, arching an eyebrow, amused. Now you fear? Just moments ago, were you not so brazen? Nan Yunmo scanned her surroundings before clutching a soft pillow as a makeshift weapon. I am not afraid. I simply do not wish to be bullied by you. I intend to live a life of purity. Hearing her speak of purity, Wen Daochin couldn't help but smirk. Are you certain you can maintain your purity? Do you not have a sense of your own reputation? Nan Yunmo was well aware of her poor reputation but dismissed it nonchalantly. It's merely a reputation. I do not care. After all, once I complete my task and return home, no one will know of my exploits here, and my reputation shall remain unaffected. As a result, Wen Daochin became increasingly convinced that Nan Yunmo's thoughts on her hometown did not align with this place, causing his mood to grow restless. However, Princess Onping would have to remain here for the rest of her life, naturally mindful of her reputation. He would undoubtedly prevent Nan Yunmo from having any opportunity to leave. She must remain here forever. Nan Yunmo stared in disbelief. Wen Daochin, have you lost your mind? If your mind is truly gone, please do not bring misfortune upon me. Wen Daochin's expression darkened instantly, as if shrouded in a layer of frost. Nan Yunmo, remember this. You can only stay by my side for the rest of your life. And you are forbidden to go anywhere else. Chapter 51. Nan Yunmo and the Imperial Teacher achieve something good?
Nan Yunmo.
There is a hint of the domineering CEO vibe. A domineering CEO is like this, powerful, overbearing, and dark, binding someone close, while inflicting emotional and physical torment. Once that person can no longer endure and escapes, they begin to regret, leading to a desperate chase. However, I am not the Imperial Teacher's woman. So this is not the narrative of a desperate chase. When Daochin heard her inner thoughts, a dark line forming on his forehead. He did not comprehend what a domineering CEO entailed, but he could roughly understand the implications of her words. He truly wished to know what her original world was like. How it had nurtured such an amusing, yet exasperating young lady. Wen Daochin, do not treat me as your woman. Nan Yunmo retorted, her neck stiffening, her expression suddenly darkening. I am an independent individual, not yours to command. Dog Imperial Teacher, please direct your harassment toward the female lead. Do not come to harass me any longer, alright? I merely wish to diligently complete my tasks, resolve all plot lines, and return joyfully to the world that rightfully belongs to me. Wen Daochin felt utterly drained, weakly explaining, firstly, I do not consider you my woman. It is your usual behavior that is excessive, leading me to act this way. Nan Yunmo glowered at him. Where have I behaved excessively? I have neither done anything to you, nor spoken ill of you. At most, I have merely voiced some truths about the imperial teacher in my mind. Those cannot be deemed as bad words. When Dao Chen let out a scoff, his tone laden with meaning. Are you quite certain about those 2 points? Then what were you doing at the Nan Pavilion the other day? Nan Yunmo, upon hearing this, awkwardly retracted her neck and forced a smile. That day, she had forgotten about that incident. When Dao Chen crossed his arms, casting her a sidelong glance, as if to say, let us see how you will wriggle out of this, and remained silent. Nan Yunmo's head drooped lower and lower, almost touching the ground. She stared at her fingers, too afraid to meet Wen Daochen's gaze, let alone defend herself. The dog imperial teacher is truly excessive. I went to the Nanfeng Pavilion to select handsome men, not for his sake, but for the happiness of his later life. He fails to express gratitude, and instead treats me this way. It serves him right that Lorong does not let him into bed. He deserves to be unfulfilled. Wen Daochen's previously softened expression turned as frigid as a layer of ice, his eyes flickering with a cold light.
Nan Yunmo.
How dare this wretched woman harbor such nonsensical thoughts? Startled, Nan Yunmo leaped up, attempting to flee, only to be pinned back down onto the bed by Wen Daochen, who glared at her fiercely. Now that you are on my bed, do you still think you can escape? Nan Yunmo squirmed like a fish out of water. Dog imperial teacher, I warn you, if you dare to force yourself on me, I will ensure you become a eunuch for life. Wen Daochen laughed in anger, a smile that did not reach his eyes. I would like to see how you would achieve that. With that, he leaned closer. Nan Yunmo quickly turned her head, exclaiming, Wen Daochen, get a grip. I am neither Lorong nor the one you cherish most. Do not act recklessly. If you do this, the one you cherish will surely be furious. Wen Daochen raised her hands above her head, one hand firmly holding them, while the other caressed her soft, delicate face. The person I cherish most is you, is it not? Would you be angry if I treat you this way? Nan Yunmo would not believe his words, pouting. I am not the one you cherish most. Moreover, I will indeed be angry if you continue this way. So, please let me go. Suddenly, she smiled slyly, like a little fox. If you do not let me go and return my wine jug, let us share a drink first. I will take care of myself first. I have already arranged everything for what comes next. Once the feelings between the male and female leads warm up, I can complete the final task and happily go online. When Daochen's expression darkened like a storm cloud, instilling fear. You still have the energy to think about such things? I will ensure you have no energy left for such thoughts. Seeing his demeanor, Nan Yunmo realized he was serious. Her face turned pale, struggling to escape. Wen Daochen, come to your senses. I am not Lorong, nor the person you cherish most. You will regret this if you proceed. Goodness, am I really going to indulge in a fleeting romance with the exalted imperial teacher? It feels exhilarating. If I were to run away with a child, that would be even more thrilling. When Daochen paused momentarily, a grin creeping onto his face. As eerie as a ghost. Do you want a child? Nan Yunmo shivered, his gaze filled with fear. You want me to bear you a child? That way you could. Oh no. Before she could finish her sentence, her lips were forcefully sealed by Wen Daochen. Inwardly, she cursed. Has the dog imperial teacher become addicted to kissing? He kissed me last time, and now he dares to kiss me again. I must tear the dog imperial teacher to shreds. Her eyes glimmered with malice as she kicked toward Wen Daochen's most vulnerable spot. However, Wen Daochen had anticipated this move, quickly clamping her legs with his. He slightly released her lips, his warm breath brushing against her as he said, This concerns your happiness for a lifetime. How can you kick so hard? Nan Yunmo began to speak, but the man's heated breath enveloped her once more, laden with even more intense emotion. This time it was not merely a kiss. She was pressed beneath him, feelings surging like a tidal wave, her initial anger subdued by the overwhelming emotion. When Daochen sensed her submission, planting gentle kisses on her eyes. Then her brow, nose, and lips, trailing down to her chin, each kiss igniting a blush and quickening her heartbeat. Nan Yunmo tilted her head slightly, gazing dreamily at the ceiling, her slender arms wrapping around the man's neck without her realizing. When Daochen caressed her silky hair, his gaze softening. Good girl. I shall reward you now. No sooner had he spoken than a voice called from outside. Imperial teacher, I have urgent matters to report. The shadow guard stood at the door, head bowed, wishing he could vanish instantly. Merely hearing the muffled sounds from within, he already understood what the imperial teacher was engaged in and dared not disturb him. However, the matter was pressing enough that he had to interrupt the imperial teacher. Would the imperial teacher dismiss him? A flicker of irritation crossed Wen Daochen's eyes as if two flames were igniting within. He lowered his gaze to the obedient girl in his arms, torn between continuing and attending to the urgent matter. Chapter 52. Sneaking back only to be caught. After much contemplation, he decided to wait until next time. Next time, he would surely find an uninterrupted place, ensuring that no one would disturb his affairs. When Daochun gently stroked Nan Yunmo's face, softly saying, "I must go deal with something. Will you wait patiently here for me?" Nan Yunmo, feeling dazed, instinctively nodded in agreement. Very good. When Daochun kissed her soft lips, reluctantly, he departed to handle his affairs. As soon as when Daochun left, Nan Yunmo slowly regained her senses. Upon fully awakening, Nan Yunmo abruptly sat up, her gaze fixated ahead in a daze. What had just transpired? With one hand pressed against her forehead, she briefly recalled the events, then sprang up and dashed towards the window. This was dire. She had nearly encountered an indescribable situation with the esteemed master. Had it not been for his sudden engagement in another matter, she feared she would have been utterly compromised by now. She needed to escape. Seizing the opportunity while the master was preoccupied, she hastily made her way to the window. Otherwise, her chance to leave would be lost. Accompanied by aches in her back and waist, like a nimble cat, she stealthily approached the rear window. Stealing a glance around to ensure no one was present, she swiftly climbed out and fled. If not now, when would she run? Meanwhile, Wen Daochun remained unaware of Nan Yunmo's departure. As he listened to the report from his shadow guard, "Master, members of the Wen family have arrived, including your second uncle and others," the guard said, bowing his head and speaking swiftly. They had reached the master's residence, claiming to have urgent matters to discuss. Some students had accompanied the Wen family and were also waiting at the gate of the residence. Had it not been for this, they would not have dared to disturb the master at such an inopportune time. Upon hearing this, Wen Daochun immediately grasped the Wen family's intentions, his expression turning cold and severe. After all these years, the Wen family remained unchanged, adept at manipulating students for their own schemes. If they wished to loiter at the master's gate, so be it. Did they believe they could outsmart him with such tactics? It was utterly laughable. He had never been concerned with so-called reputation. Using reputation as a threat was the most ridiculous of all. The shadow guard received his orders and swiftly set off, moving as if pursued by a vengeful spirit. When Daochun paid little heed to the guard's urgency, instead, he turned back inside, contemplating discussing their marriage with Nan Yunmo later. However, upon entering, he found no trace of her. With a click of his tongue, a smile crept upon his lips. He should have anticipated that, given her nature. Once she regained consciousness, she would seize the moment to escape while he was absent. Yet, did she truly believe that such a flight would absolve her? He touched his thin lips, determination gleaming in his eyes. He had never failed to obtain what he desired. Having successfully returned to the Xianping Wangfu, Nan Yunmo was intercepted at the gate by Pei Xiandong. "Princess Anpingyu," Pei Xuandong's words faltered as he took in her slightly disheveled clothing and hair, his pupils narrowing in alarm. He grasped her shoulders, his expression darkening. "What has the master done to you?" Without waiting for her response, he declared with a voice laden with murderous intent, "I shall kill him." Wait. Nan Yunmo's eyelids fluttered, hastily interrupting him. "Brother Pei, the master did nothing to me. You mustn't act impulsively." She quickly added, "I almost fell victim to his advances, but fortunately, I escaped in time. Otherwise, I might have found myself with child." Upon hearing her thoughts, Pei Xuandong's rage intensified. "I will kill the master." Before he could finish, he had already surged past Nan Yunmo, racing towards the master's residence like an arrow released from its bow, seemingly intent on tearing Wen Daochun to shreds. Hey, Brother Pei, don't be like this." Nan Yunmo reached out to grab him, but her hands failed to catch him, and she could only hurry after him. Once she caught up, she seized his sleeve, imploring him to halt. "Brother, you cannot do this." Desperation bubbled at her lips. "Not only are you no match for the master, but do you not consider the blood feud your family bears?" Pei Xiandong paused, his expression darkening at her words. Nan Yunmo's reminder struck a chord. If he truly confronted the master and something went awry, how would he avenge his family's deep-seated grievances? He was the last remaining member of his family. Seeing him stop, Nan Yunmo continued to persuade him. "Brother Pei, I know you mean well, but truly I am fine. Do not worry." In the short term, she had no desire to cross paths with the master again. Pei Xiandong clenched his jaw, looking at her with a mix of regret and conflict. "Princess Anping," Nan Yunmo understood his unspoken words, gently shaking her head. "Brother, you need not feel guilty. You have not wronged me or anyone else." She smiled warmly, akin to the gentle warmth of the spring sun. You have done well, truly. You bear the weight of the entire Pei family, having held yourself to such strict standards since childhood, living solely for revenge. But I hope, brother, that you do not push yourself too hard. You are but one person. Her words profoundly affected Pei Xiandong, causing a slight sting at the corners of his eyes. Yes, he was a person too. Yet throughout his life, no one had ever said such things to him. Everyone had insisted that as the sole heir of the Pei family, he must strive tirelessly to protect the realm and take revenge for his family. Thank you, Princess Onping. He reached out to embrace Nan Yunmo, feeling as if a refreshing stream had washed over him, gradually calming his turmoil. Nan Yunmo waved her hand dismissively, her smile bright and warm. No need for thanks. Brother Pei, just refrain from seeking trouble with the master. I worry for your safety. Upon hearing her words, a shadow of deep frost seemed to cloud Pei Xuandong's eyes. He could not recklessly confront the master. He needed to think carefully and devise a plan. All right, I shall heed Princess Onping's advice and refrain from trouble with the master. Once I have a plan, I shall settle accounts with him. Nan Yunmo was unaware of his internal thoughts, but seeing his demeanor, her anxious heart finally settled. In that case, I shall return now. My parents are surely worried. With that, she bounded away like a lively deer towards the Xianping Wangfu. Pei Xuandong's gaze lingered on her retreating figure, his hands instinctively tightening. He longed to be with Nan Yunmo, not because she possessed knowledge of the entire narrative, nor did he wish to disrupt the plot, but rather from a deep-seated yearning within him. He wished to marry her, to share a lifetime together. Yet Nan Yunmo remained blissfully unaware of his feelings. Just as she stepped through the gates of the Wangfu, she was confronted by a fuming Lu Shi. Where have you been consorting with wild men? Upon hearing this, Nan Yunmo's previously recoiled neck straightened as if propelled by a spring, and she retorted indignantly, Mother.
What do you mean by that?
How can you accuse your daughter of consorting with wild men? Lu Shi scrutinized her from head to toe, then pointed at her disheveled hair and clothes. Take a look in the mirror at your alluring appearance, reminiscent of a flower reflected in water. Then come back and tell me you weren't consorting with wild men. Rumors had it that she had been abducted by the master. It seemed the master had indeed done something to her. Nan Yunmo hastily touched her lips, her neck retracting again as her gaze flickered. Mother, I did not consort with wild men. How could I dare? She had merely been bullied by the master and had barely managed to escape. Lu Shi's eyelids twitched several times before she suddenly inquired, when do you plan to have the master come to propose?
What?
Nan Yunmo was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. Mother, what nonsense are you speaking? With a resounding slap, Lu Shi struck her on the head, her face turning a shade of blue with anger. After everything with the master, you still won't let him come to propose? Are you planning to be an old maid for the rest of your life? Her expression turned disdainful, yet her tone carried worry. Your father, and I do not wish for you to remain an old maid. While we are willing to support you, we cannot do so forever. And neither can the emperor protect you indefinitely. The best course of action is to find you a suitable match so that you can truly find stability in this city rife with power and influence. Nan Yunmo was unaware that Lu Shi was concerned about the emperor's teacher's irresponsibility, which might jeopardize her future. She affectionately linked her arm with Lu Shi's and playfully exclaimed, Mother, I intend to remain an old maid at home for the rest of my life. You and father must not chase me away. In the future, when the original Nan Yunmo returns, whether she chooses to marry or stay at home will be her decision. As an outsider, she is destined not to reside here indefinitely. Thus, remaining unmarried seems the wisest choice. A subtle, lingering sadness clouded Lu Shi's eyes as she gently stroked Nan Yunmo's head, her tone feigning reproach. As a young lady, remaining unmarried and living at home will only invite gossip from outsiders. After a brief pause, she added, You should invite the emperor's teacher to our home someday to discuss your marriage. Nan Yunmo's expression instantly fell, her face a mask of sorrow as she protested, Mother, please. I wish to marry Brother Pei. Lu Shi, upon hearing this, pinched her cheek with a fierce grip and demanded, Then why didn't you accept when Pei Xiandong came to propose last time? Be honest with me. What are your true feelings? With a pained expression, Nan Yunmo cried out, Mother, that hurts. How could you treat your precious daughter this way? I intend to use this face to charm and deceive. Eventually, Lu Shi released her grip, exasperated to the point of stomach pain. So, you had a fleeting infatuation with Pei Xiandong, and now you've turned your affections to the emperor's teacher? Nonsense. Nan Yunmo retorted indignantly, Am I the sort to abandon my affections so easily? My heart has always belonged to Brother Pei. This wicked female rival can only love Pei Xiandong and is destined to sacrifice for him. Lu Shi, upon hearing this, pushed Nan Yunmo away, stating, "Your affairs are no longer our concern. After all, the emperor will clean up the mess for you. You may do as you please. The emperor has declared that he will allow Nan Yunmo to act freely, so let her do as she wishes. Even if she were to cause chaos, the emperor would take care of it." Nan Yunmo stood in stunned silence as she watched Lu Shi walk away, bewildered. Is this uproar just to convey that message? Something felt amiss. Never mind, she thought. She needed to quickly devise a plan to complete her storyline. If she could log off soon, she could return to the modern world and relish her delightful life. Meanwhile, Yi Liangjun found Tian Qinglan in one of her shops. This establishment was secretly purchased with her savings, as she intended to start a business and plan for her future. Qinglan. Yi Liangjun strode into the shop, first surveying the empty space before turning to Tian Qinglan at the counter, his face lighting up with a smile. When will your shop open? I'll arrange for people to come and support you. Tian Qinglan was examining the previous account books of the shop to determine which items sold well and how to procure goods in the future. Upon hearing him, she closed the ledger and smiled brightly. I estimate it will open in about 5 or 6 days. I will send someone to inform you, she added. Weren't you attending the banquet hosted by Princess Onthing? Why did it end so soon? She had learned of the banquet through an invitation specifically sent to her by Princess Onthing. Upon discovering that General Pei would also be attending, she resolved to abstain to avoid complications. Yi Liangjun scratched his head awkwardly. There's a bit of an incident at the banquet, so it concluded early. He found it difficult to divulge that the emperor's teacher and General Pei had engaged in a fierce altercation over Nan Yunmo, and that the emperor's teacher had even abducted her. Observing his discomfort, Tian Qinglan refrained from pressing further about the banquet and instead inquired about her betrothal. Last time, I asked you to speak with your father about the possibility of annulling my engagement. What did he say? Yi Liangjun perked up at her question. Qinglan, my father mentioned that if you truly wish to annul your engagement, the best approach would be to start with General Pei. Other methods are unlikely to yield good results. He tentatively asked, do you think General Pei would be willing to annul the engagement? His palms were clammy with sweat. If General Pei agreed, the subsequent steps would become much easier. Tian Qinglan furrowed her beautiful brows and sighed softly. From my observations, General Pei seems inclined to annul the engagement. However, this arrangement appears to be rather complicated. Yi Liangjun had gathered that the circumstances surrounding the betrothal were intricate, though he did not know the specifics. It appeared someone had proposed the union to the emperor, leading to the betrothal between Tian Qinglan and General Pei. How about we pretend to be married for now? He suggested, a cautious smile gracing his face. Once we remarried, the emperor would not be able to force you into marrying General Pei, right? Tian Qinglan was well aware of his true intentions. Feeling somewhat helpless and exasperated, she replied, Liangjun, I really am not suited to marry you. My family situation is far too complicated. If her family were not mired in such troubles, she might have considered him.
Yi Liangjun grasped her hand tightly.
His smile bright as the spring sun, his gaze like a fluttering butterfly. Qinglan, I am not afraid. Chapter 54. The Wen family seeks Nan Yunmo regarding this matter. I spoke with my father, and he assured me that it would not be easy for Master Tian to scheme against our family.
Besides,
my father is keen on dealing with Master Tian. Master Tian has done little of merit over the years, yet has committed numerous heinous acts for personal gain. Thus, my father has been contemplating how to handle Master Tian to serve as a warning to others. Tian Qinglan contemplated refusing, but was interrupted by Yi Liangjun. Qinglan, you know better than I do that your current situation is dire. You have no better options than choosing me. If you select someone else, you could easily fall into a trap, potentially finding yourself trapped in the back courtyard for life, unable to pursue your desires. Tian Qinglan had considered all these factors, which is why she had been searching for a suitable partner to prepare for annulling her engagement and extracting herself from the Tian family. Yet, even now, she had not found a suitable candidate. Let me think it over, she replied, rubbing her temples, feeling a sense of unease. The most troublesome aspect was annulling the engagement. It was not a simple matter. She could not comprehend why the emperor had arranged a marriage for her, a mere illegitimate daughter, with General Pei. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Yi Liangjun's eyes sparkled. Qinglan, once we marry, the emperor will surely annul the engagement. He suddenly realized his tone had been too eager and quickly softened his demeanor. After we marry, I won't force you to do anything against your will. Furthermore, if you ever wish to divorce, I will agree. Given the current situation, it seemed that Qinglan might not end up with General Pei after all. leaving him with a chance to win her heart. Tian Qinglan acknowledged this, knowing she must deliberate carefully. She could not leap from one whirlpool into another. On this day, Nan Yunmo was preparing to go out to execute her plan of matchmaking the male and female leads, making arrangements for her eventual exit from the narrative. However, as soon as she stepped out of her front door, she was confronted by several strangers. At the forefront was a seemingly refined middle-aged man, exuding an air of scholarly elegance, akin to a learned scholar, giving one a refreshing sensation. "Do you require something?" Nan Yunmo felt a surge of wariness and instinctively took a few steps back. She genuinely could not recall any prior interactions with these individuals. "Princess Onping, we are from the Wen family, and we have come specifically to find you," the middle-aged man said politely, while his demeanor betrayed an unmistakable arrogance. Upon hearing the name Wen family, Nan Yunmo deduced their identities and understood the purpose of their visit. Crossing her arms, she regarded them coolly, her words laced with sarcasm. "Oh, so you come to seek me out because you cannot reach the Emperor's teacher? Are you attempting to use me to scheme against him?" The members of the Wen family are truly repugnant. During the tumultuous years of the Master's youth, they not only failed to offer assistance, but actively sought to undermine him at every turn. Now that the Master has achieved great success, they are unwilling to accept his refusal to aid them and are resorting to various means to torment him. Unable to bear this indignity, the Wen family is scheming to extract their desires from the Master. The middle-aged man was taken aback by her frankness, his expression momentarily frozen, a flicker of irritation flashing in his eyes. Internally, he cursed. Indeed, Nan Yunmo is of lowly origin, utterly lacking in decorum. He maintained a courteous demeanor, saying, "Princess Onping, there seems to be a misunderstanding. We merely wish to request your assistance in introducing the Master." Nan Yunmo let out a cold laugh, her eyes glinting with disdain. "An introduction? How dare you utter such words? When the Master was but a child, facing countless misfortunes, what did you and your ilk do? Now that he stands in a position of power and prestige, and your family is in decline, you suddenly wish to exploit him?" She spat in contempt. How utterly revolting. The expressions of the middle-aged man and his companions turned grim. They believed their actions in the past were justified, taken in the interest of their own security. Moreover, as a member of the Wen family, the Master should, by both sentiment and reason, assist them. The middle-aged man inhaled deeply, forcing a smile. "Princess Onping, there are complexities and misunderstandings here that you, as an outsider, cannot comprehend." He emphasized the term outsider, his tone laced with a clear warning. Nan Yunmo tilted her head slightly, regarding him with disdain. "What right do you have to address me in such a manner?" Her expression swiftly morphed into one of fierce defiance. "Kneel and apologize at once, or I shall immediately report you to my uncle, the Emperor, and ensure your ruin." How dare this loathsome creature approach her with such audacity? The middle-aged man was filled with both anger and humiliation. He had always been held in high regard back home. Even the local magistrate treated him with respect. Yet here was Nan Yunmo, this insufferable wretch, daring to affront him in such a manner. He vowed to remember this slight, and when the time came, he would ensure she faced the consequences. "Princess Onping, do not overstep your bounds," he retorted hotly. "Overstep? What can you do about it?" Nan Yunmo shot back just as she heard the cold voice of Wen Daochen. "You certainly have the audacity to trouble Princess Onping." Wen Daochen stood tall, each step radiating an air of nobility and superiority. Upon seeing him, Nan Yunmo shrank back like a quail, her earlier ferocity evaporating. "What brought the Master here?" He cast a glance at her, amusement flickering in his eyes, planning to settle accounts with Nan Yunmo later. He positioned himself protectively in front of her, his icy gaze fixed on the middle-aged man and his companions. The men dared to act boldly in front of Nan Yunmo, but before Wen Daochen, they stood trembling in fear. "Master," they greeted him with utmost formality, devoid of any pretense. Wen Daochen's eyes darkened menacingly, his murderous intent palpable. "Who gave you the audacity to trouble Princess Onping?" The sight of him struck the middle-aged man and his companions with terror, nearly causing them to stumble. We merely came to see Princess Onping," they stammered. "That is not true. They threatened me," Nan Yunmo interjected, seizing the opportunity to lodge her complaint. "Master, they sought to use me to scheme against you. I refused, and they still threatened me." Wen Daochen gently patted her head, his voice soothing. "Do not be upset. Princess Onping, I shall avenge you." Nan Yunmo, ever eager to climb the social ladder, pouted in displeasure. "I was in high spirits when I set out, and yet I encountered these bothersome individuals. The worst part is, they wish to scheme against you. Master, you must not easily forgive them." "Humph. It won't be long before the Wen family meets its downfall, becoming a disgraceful memory. However, this incident has tarnished the Master's reputation to some extent, with the censors swarming like flies, constantly seeking to reprimand him. It is also due to this event that the Master's deceased mother was mistreated by the protagonists, leading to his eventual dark transformation. All things considered, the Master is indeed a pitiable figure. In Chapter 55, as Nan Yunmo casually addressed him, Wen Daochen, attuned to her thoughts, turned and pinched her cheek, softening his expression. I certainly will not forgive them easily. Why should you allow yourself to be angered by such lowly creatures? Nan Yunmo swatted his hand away, irked. Wen Daochen, can you refrain from being so touchy? You are quite bothersome. Recently, he had taken to being overly familiar with her, which was truly excessive. When Daochen pinched her cheek again, his eyes glimmering with fondness. Is that what you find bothersome? What will happen in the future, then? Upon hearing this, Nan Yunmo crossed her arms defiantly. Master, what do you mean by that? Just the literal meaning, he replied, not elaborating further. Instead, he turned to the middle-aged men, his tone as frigid as ice. You dare to trouble Princess Onthing because I have not dealt with the Wen family severely enough of late. The middle-aged men pleaded for mercy, imploring the Master to spare them and the Wen family. They understood all too well that the Master would never act according to their plans based on familial ties or reputation. He would, like a venomous snake, torment them slowly as retribution for their past wrongs. When Daochen had no desire to engage further, with a wave of his hand, several shadow guards appeared like phantoms. Without hesitation, they seized the middle-aged men and dragged them away. Seeing this, Nan Yunmo attempted to make her escape. Master, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Yet, before she could finish, when Daochen caught her and pulled her into his embrace. Where do you think you are going? He teased, lightly tapping her nose. Do you run away upon seeing me? Am I a tiger that will devour you? Nan Yunmo smirked. You are not a tiger, but you do have your own methods. For the sake of my own safety, I cannot stay by your side. How could the Master speak such words? I genuinely have matters to attend to. When Daochen, without needing to hear her thoughts, could discern her intentions just by observing her demeanor. A smile graced his lips. Princess Onthing, has anyone ever told you that you look quite adorable? Nan Yunmo regarded him with a look of incredulity. Master, are you feeling unwell? Otherwise, why would you utter such absurd words? When Daochen narrowed his eyes, laughter rumbling from his throat. I compliment you on your cuteness, and you respond thus? Do you not believe you are cute? This version of Nan Yunmo, increasingly adorable, only fueled his desire to tease her. Sensing the danger in his gaze, she instinctively shifted away, preparing to flee. When Daochen, what do you intend to do? She resembled an agitated cat, claws bared. I warn you, should you dare to act against me at my doorstep, my parents will surely make mincemeat of you. Her demeanor amused Wen Daochen. Since you mentioned it is at your home, it would be remiss of me not to pay a visit to your parents. With that, he sauntered into the Xianping Wangfu without inviting Nan Yunmo to accompany him. Nan Yunmo stood frozen for a moment, then realized his intention, rushing after him. When Daochen stopped, she reached out to grab him, hoping to prevent him from confronting her parents, but, to her astonishment, he evaded her grasp as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Princess Onthing, why do you wish for me to stop? Do you wish to engage in a deeper conversation with me? He bit down heavily on the two words, their exquisite implications prompting a significant eye roll from Nan Yunmo. Dog Emperor Master, if you desire a woman or perhaps a man, seek someone else. Spare me from your calamity. That being said, both the male and female leads have been betrothed. Isn't it time for them to engage in the battlefield narrative? In this segment of the plot, the wicked female antagonist, implore my uncle the emperor to allow me to accompany Pei Xiandong to the battlefield, only to be firmly denied. Thus, I hide within the army, hoping to stealthily follow, but the emperor discovers me. To prevent any mishaps, my uncle the emperor assigns guards to keep me restrained, forbidding my participation. Nevertheless, Pei Xiandong is taking Tian Qinglan to the battlefield. In the original text, at this juncture, Tian Qinglan enjoys an excellent reputation and has the Tian family under her control, so few oppose her following Pei Xiandong into battle. Wen Daochen, having caught wind of her thoughts, darkened his gaze. Ever since he discerned Nan Yunmo's inner voice, he has been particularly vigilant regarding the movements of the Daping dynasty. As anticipated, he uncovered some unusual activities. On the surface, the Daping dynasty appeared tranquil, yet clandestinely. They were amassing provisions and supplies, investigating the military deployments along the borders of the Daling dynasty, and even plotting an assassination of Pei Xiandong. To the Daping dynasty, The surname Pei symbolized intimidation, thus they were intent on eliminating Pei Xiandong by any means necessary. He maintained an unperturbed demeanor, even jesting, Princess Onthing. You are well aware that my interests lie solely with you. I harbor no desire for any other women or men. Nan Yunmo remained unconvinced, crossing her arms and snorting. Master Emperor, speak plainly, just refrain from causing me further mischief. As her words lingered in the air, she heard Lu's slightly astonished voice, inwardly exclaiming that this was bad. Mo, you have invited the Emperor Master here? Lu, wielding a long sword, stood in the corridor, observing Nan Yunmo and Wen Daochen. Just as Nan Yunmo was about to explain, Wen Daochen preempted her, addressing Lu with a slight bow. My apologies for the intrusion, Princess Xianping. I came today to discuss my engagement with Princess Onthing. Lu cast a glance at the visibly distressed Nan Yunmo, instantly grasping the situation, and let out a cold laugh internally, planning to settle accounts with Mo later. She gestured for Wen Daochen to proceed, smiling briskly. Emperor Master, please. I was just wanting to discuss this matter with you. Wen Daochen, not foolish enough to walk ahead of Lu, humbly replied, Princess Xianping, please lead the way. I shall follow behind. Lu, somewhat satisfied with his demeanor, turned and walked ahead. Wen Daochen exchanged a meaningful glance with Nan Yunmo before trailing behind Lu. Nan Yunmo found herself at an impasse. Staying behind felt wrong, yet leaving was equally misguided. She bit her lip, stomped her foot, and, lifting her skirt, followed into the main hall. She intended to keep a watchful eye, lest the dog emperor engage in unscrupulous behavior. Wen Daochen appeared unfazed by her entrance, calmly taking a seat in a chair. Nan Yunmo settled beside Lu, slightly tilting her body and pouting in dissatisfaction as she gazed at Lu. Mother, you must not be deceived by the Emperor Master's superficial charm. He is truly wicked. Lu smirked at her words, realizing that Nan Yunmo's remarks, when strung together, amounted to calling him a dog emperor. How fortunate that the Emperor Master is not the least bit offended, she mused. Has he truly bullied you? Mother, are you doing this on purpose? Nan Yunmo retorted. Lu coolly replied, Indeed, I am. Besides, is it not the truth? Nan Yunmo fell momentarily silent. Mother, you are being quite unfair. Lu, knowing her daughter was not genuinely angry, chose to disregard her further. She turned her attention to Wen Daochen, scrutinizing him intently. What are your intentions, Emperor Master? I refer specifically to the matter concerning Mo. Wen Daochen's expression turned serious, as he earnestly replied, Princess Xianping. I genuinely wish to marry Princess Onthing. It is not a fleeting interest or for some ulterior motive. Lu remained unconvinced, her tone indifferent. Your words are quite sincere. Emperor Master, I almost found myself believing them. Nan Yunmo couldn't help but burst into laughter, clapping her hands on the table. Mother is just so direct in her speech. Wen Daochen maintained his composure, showing no signs of disturbance. Princess Xianping is indeed a woman of forthrightness. She speaks her mind without reservation. Such a disposition makes her quite agreeable to interact with. She confronts anyone directly, never engaging in duplicitous tactics. Lu propped her head on one hand, her gaze sharp as she continued to assess him. Emperor Master, I know you are not simple. I am also aware of your mentor. Do you wish to marry Mo purely out of genuine affection, or do you harbor selfish motives? Wen Daochen was taken aback for a moment, compelled to re-evaluate Princess Xianping. You misunderstand, Princess. My desire to marry Princess Onping is purely from the heart. Before he could finish, an irksome voice interrupted. The Emperor Master seems to have honed his skills in deceit. Pei Xiandong strode in with a cold demeanor. He first bowed respectfully to Lu before turning his attention to Wen Daochen. If the Emperor Master truly wished to marry Princess Onthing, he would not behave in such a manner towards her in private. Wen Daochen's smile faded slightly, his gaze turning icy as he regarded Pei Xiandong. General Pei, the affairs between Princess Onping and myself do not concern you. Not an outsider? Pei Xiandong's lips curled into a cold smile. Previously, Princess Onping implored me to marry her. Now I have resolved to present her with the grandest wedding. Nan Yunmo's head snapped up, her expression one of shock. Wait, the male lead belongs to the female lead. Not to me, the wicked female antagonist. Moreover, this segment of the plot does not exist. Throughout, Pei Xiandong has shown nothing but disdain for me. The wicked female antagonist, even going so far as to deal with me on several occasions for Tian Qinglan's sake. Not long after I exited the narrative, Pei Xiandong completely forgot about my existence. Pei Xiandong furrowed his brows, feeling somewhat displeased. Why should he be compelled to forget Nan Yunmo? The author of this novel is truly malevolent. Wen Daochen's expression remained frigid, his tone calm. General Pei, why must you dredge up the past? Presently, Princess Onping no longer wishes to marry you. From Nan Yunmo's inner voice alone, it was evident that she had never contemplated marrying Pei Xiandong. All her actions were merely for the sake of the plot. Pei Xiandong shot a piercing glance at Nan Yunmo, questioning her. Princess Onping, do you no longer wish to marry me? With the plot in play, he was confident that Nan Yunmo would ultimately choose to wed him. Nan Yunmo instantly donned the guise of the wicked female antagonist, her cheeks puffed in indignation as she declared, I do wish to marry Brother Pei. Before she could finish her sentence, Pei Xiandong interrupted. That statement from Princess Onping suffices. He bowed to Lu, sincerely stating, Princess Xianping, Princess Onping and I share mutual affection. I kindly request your approval for our union. Nan Yunmo sat there, stunned into silence, her mind racing. What is happening? Lu, observing her daughter's reaction, realized that she did not genuinely wish to marry Pei Xiandong, leaving her puzzled. If Mo did not wish to marry him, then why had she gone to such lengths? She revealed none of her thoughts, instead addressing Pei Xiandong, General Pei, while I am inclined to agree to your proposal, I must also consider the Emperor Master. Suddenly, she recognized that the Emperor Master served as an excellent shield. When Daochen seized the moment to interject, General Pei, are you attempting to vie for Princess Onping's affection against me? Pei Xuandong's gaze turned icy. Your words are misguided, Emperor Master. It is not I who seeks to compete with you for Princess Onping, but rather you who intends to employ underhanded methods to confine her. His voice was chilling. It is well known that Princess Onping is infatuated with me and wishes to marry me. When Daochen scoffed, I just advised you to refrain from revisiting old grievances. Furthermore, please allow Princess Onping the courtesy of finishing her thoughts, rather than listening to only half of her words. At this juncture, he turned his head to gaze at Nan Yunmo, his tone gentle. Princess Onping, kindly complete the thought you left unfinished, lest General Pei overthink matters. Nan Yunmo glanced at him, then at Pei Xiandong, feeling somewhat apprehensive. Master, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Good heavens. Why do I feel as if I'm the protagonist in a story? Suddenly, her expression shifted. Could it be that the master has developed feelings for Tian Qinglan, and is deliberately orchestrating misunderstandings to elevate his own position? It must be so. Truly, the cunning master seeks to manipulate me through such treachery. It's utterly despicable. Fortunately, I shall not fall for it. Both Wen Daochen and Pei Xiandong fell silent for a moment. Nan Yunmo continued her internal monologue. Before long, Pei Xiandong will take Tian Qinglan to the border to prepare for an assault on the great Ping dynasty. In such a scenario, the master, seeking revenge and to win over the heroine, will covertly undermine Pei Xiandong, though he will not engage in any actions detrimental to the great Lin dynasty. The master may target Pei Xiandong, but he has long since chosen capable generals. Pei Xuandong's pupils constricted slightly, his expression darkening. Was war imminent? Yet, he had received no intelligence regarding the great Ping dynasty's intentions to engage in conflict. However, Nan Yunmo's assertions indicated that they indeed harbored plans for war. Upon returning, he would conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. The words of Princess Onping were rather concerning. When Daochen, exuding an air of confidence, wore a faint smile. I hope that Princess Onping remains true to her heart and refrains from actions that may harm herself. Now, I beseech you, Princess, to follow your heart and choose the man you wish to marry. Given the looming threat of war, the couple from the Xianping royal family would undoubtedly not allow Nan Yunmo to wed Pei Xiandong. Nan Yunmo felt as if she were caught in a no-win situation, whether she advanced or retreated. She withdrew her gaze, bit her lip, her palms slightly sweating, yet she forced a smile. Master, your words suggest I have the privilege to choose a husband. How could that not be a dilemma? Chapter 57. The Great Ping Dynasty sets its sights on Nan Yunmo. Wen Daochen was acutely aware that Nan Yunmo sought to evade the situation, but he was not inclined to grant her wish. He pointed at Pei Xiandong, then at himself, and said unhurriedly, Isn't it you who must choose a husband, seeing that both General Pei and I seek to marry you? Who do you wish to select? Nan Yunmo discerned the veiled threat in his tone, her fists clenched. The master had sunk to new lows, resorting to such underhanded tactics. She smiled brightly, though her tone was laced with grievance. Master, your words indeed put me in a bind. How can I choose between you and Brother Pei? Moreover, you are threatening me. If I were to choose Brother Pei, you would surely have your way with me. I'm not a fool. Cunning master, I shall choose no one. What use are men, especially the ones here, who can take multiple concubines and indulge in affairs, while women must adhere to the strictest virtues at home? Once I complete my mission and return to my hometown, I shall enjoy the life of a single noblewoman, with endless wealth at my disposal. Wen Daochen and Pei Xiandong shared the same thought. Nan Yunmo must not be allowed to return to the life she described. She needed to remain here. Princess Anfeng. You may choose. Pei Xiandong softened his expression and spoke gently. Should the master dare to bring you any harm, I shall ensure your safety.
Now.
He had grown largely unaffected by the plot's influence and was eager to marry Princess Anfeng as soon as possible. Nan Yunmo feigned difficulty. She cast a glance at Wen Daochen, then at Lu Shi, and like a startled rabbit, she dashed away. Mother, I shall leave my lifelong matters to you. I must hurry and find the heroine, so she can manage her male lead and prevent him from pestering me. The time outside the main plot belongs solely to me. I shall not entertain them. Both Wen Daochen and Pei Xiandong fell into silence. Realizing that during the intervals outside the main plot, Nan Yunmo harbored such disdain for them.
Gentlemen, how about this?
Lu Shi, gritting her teeth internally while maintaining a smile, continued, perhaps you should prepare the betrothal gifts first? If the gifts you present are suitable and manage to impress my daughter, I shall consent to marry her off. That wretched girl, how dare she pull such a stunt? When she returns, I shall see how to deal with her. Meanwhile, Nan Yunmo hastily departed her home, taking a carriage to the Tian family. The original plot indicated that the Great Lin dynasty and the Great Ping dynasty were on the brink of war, with tensions flaring at their borders. Consequently, Pei Xiandong and Tian Qinglan were to prepare to head to the front lines together. Upon learning of this, the villainous female lead sought to create trouble for Tian Qinglan, forbidding her from accompanying Pei Xiandong to the border and intending to harm her. Ultimately, she was interrupted by Pei Xiandong, who broke one of her hands. Given that Pei Xiandong, the male lead, had been absent from previous encounters, she needed to prepare for any eventuality. There could be no room for error this time, because, following this plot, she would be close to the moment she takes the poison wine intended for Pei Xiandong in the original text. This signified that her departure from the narrative was imminent. Just as she finished her thoughts, a familiar young male voice echoed in her ear. Princess Anfeng, what occupies your thoughts so deeply? Startled by Qiu Yuanda's voice, Nan Yunmo instinctively recoiled, her eyes wide with shock. Are you unwell? Do you not realize that frightening someone can lead to dire consequences? What is Qiu Yuanda doing here? Surely he hasn't just come from Tian Qinglan? According to the plot, when Tian Qinglan follows Pei Xiandong to the border, that will be the day of Qiu Yuanda's demise. Even on the day he dies, Tian Qinglan will remain blissfully unaware. Even if she learns of it later, it will merely be a fleeting thought, and she will soon forget him entirely. However, when Tian Qinglan and Pei Xiandong find themselves lacking supplies, she will utilize Qiu Yuanda's reputation to acquire considerable resources from the martial world, thus alleviating their predicament to a certain degree. Qiu Yuanda's pupils narrowed slightly, his perception of Tian Qinglan shifting ever so slightly. Miss Tian would, after his demise, leverage his connections within the martial realm to procure resources for the army. He did not mind her aiding the military, but to exploit a dead man, especially one she despised, was truly excessive. I came to see you, and to discuss our previous conversation. Suppressing a torrent of emotions, he forced a smile. After our last talk, did you manage to investigate? Nan Yunmo, oblivious to his inner turmoil, rolled her eyes. You dropped a cryptic remark. How could I investigate? With that, she straightened her posture, her expression turning serious. You must clarify what you meant the last time. Qiu Yuanda grinned. Princess Anfeng, are you truly going to make me reveal it without offering any incentive? Nan Yunmo mimicked a gesture of squeezing a throat, threatening fiercely. If you do not explain promptly, I shall show you how to deal with you. Qiu Yuanda discerned her lack of seriousness and responded with a playful grin. Come now. Feel free to torment me. I assure you, I won't resist. With that, he sprawled out in the carriage, feigning the demeanor of one ready to be toyed with. Nan Yunmo crossed her arms, observing him coolly, and said in a low tone, What if I were to deliver you to the master? I believe he would be quite pleased to see you. Qiu Yuanda shot upright, shock etched across his face. Princess Anfeng, must you be so ruthless? Nan Yunmo extended 2 fingers, a smile gracing her lips. You have 2 choices now. 1. You obediently disclose everything, and I shall refrain from sending you to the master. 2. You remain silent, and I shall indeed deliver you to him. Indeed, the master of the empire is the nightmare of many. Just look at Qiu Yuanda, who trembles at the mere mention of his name. Qiu Yuanda gritted his teeth, ultimately compelled to select the first option, saying frankly, I shall speak the truth. He let out a couple of reluctant hums before continuing. Are you aware that the Great Ping dynasty has set its sights on you? Ha! Nan Yunmo seemed to have heard the greatest jest, her face a mask of incredulity. What absurdity are you spouting? Qiu Yuanda shot her an exasperated glance. Do I appear to be jesting? He added, this matter came to my attention inadvertently, or rather, I cannot say it was entirely inadvertent. I was initially investigating your affairs to avenge Miss Tian, and thus I stumbled upon this revelation. Nan Yunmo furrowed her brow, her fingers tracing patterns in the air as if calculating something. Suddenly, her expression contorted into a deep frown, her tone laced with confusion. Wasn't that quite some time ago? Chapter 58. Two future spies. Qiu Yuanda comprehended her meaning. It was not long ago indeed. It was after I was released by the master of the empire. At that time, I was still contemplating revenge for Miss Tian. Nan Yunmo calculated the passage of time, nodding in agreement. It indeed wasn't too long ago. A flicker of concern crossed her gaze as she inquired in a low voice, elaborate for me, how could the great Ping dynasty possibly target me? If they were to fixate on anyone, it should be Tian Qinglan. Qiu Yuanda, attuned to her unspoken thoughts, understood her implication, and his tone bore a hint of resignation. It is because General Pei and the master of the empire value you. The gravity of the situation began to settle upon Nan Yunmo's features, her eyes deepening with seriousness as she voiced her apprehension. You are aware that the Great Ping dynasty has long aimed to annex the Great Lin dynasty. As evidenced by the last war, visions of the brutal conflict filled her mind, tales of which she had heard from her parents and those around her. It was a merciless war, strewn with corpses and rivers of blood, countless young lives extinguished upon the battlefield. The war had decimated the youth of the Great Lin dynasty, forcing even aged men and young widows to take up arms. Has it been less than a decade? And now the Great Ping dynasty is once again contemplating war? Her voice simmered with anger. How vicious the Great Ping dynasty is. The scars from that conflict had left the Great Lin dynasty with wounds so deep that it would take at least a century and a half to heal. Yet the Great Ping dynasty was eager to wage war once more. Qiu Yuanda seemed well-versed in the matter. The struggle for succession in the Great Ping dynasty is fierce. It perceives the Great Lin dynasty as a succulent piece of meat, with several princes eager to ascend by stepping upon it. Especially since the Great Ping dynasty has yet to recover from the previous war. They are intent on using warfare to seize what they desire. Nan Yunmo regarded him with a skeptical gaze. You wouldn't happen to be a spy for the Great Ping dynasty, scheming against me, would you? Qiu Yuanda looked at her as though she were foolish. I truly wonder what thoughts occupy your mind. If I were a spy for the Great Ping dynasty, would I disclose such information to you? Would I caution you to be vigilant? Though still doubtful, Nan Yunmo chose not to press the matter further. She swiftly summoned a shadow guard, instructing him, you must promptly enter the palace and report this matter to the emperor. Additionally, inform him that the Great Ping dynasty has spies in the capital. According to the original narrative, it was indeed true that the Great Ping dynasty had spies in the capital, and their identities were of considerable stature. The shadow guard took his leave to carry out her orders. It was only then that Nan Yunmo turned her attention back to Qiu Yuanda, regarding him with a scrutinizing gaze. You specifically went out of your way to inform me of this? She emphasized the words, out of your way, her tone tinged with peculiarity. Qiu Yuanda felt a strong aversion to conversing with her further. Had it not been for his desire to eavesdrop on her thoughts, he would not have sought her out. Nan Yunmo rested her chin on her hand, fixing him with a penetrating stare, as if attempting to unravel the innermost workings of his mind. She endeavored to recall the original plot, searching for any details she might have overlooked or crucial elements that had been neglected. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she concluded that she had not forgotten anything nor overlooked any significant events. Aside from uncovering this, have you discovered anything else? She finally asked again. No sooner had she spoken than the voice of the carriage driver reached her ears. Your Grace, we have arrived at the Tian residence. Nan Yunmo cast Qiu Yuanda a meaningful glance before disembarking, preparing to confront Tian Qinglan. However, as she stepped down from the carriage, she was met by the sight of Tian Qingya emerging from within, resplendently adorned. Upon seeing Tian Qingya's ostentatious appearance, she surmised the purpose of her outing.
Oh,
Is that not Miss Tian? She sauntered over, her gaze haughtily appraising Tian Qingya. Dressed so splendidly, where might you be off to? Madame Tian and Tian Qingya had evidently not given up hope, aspiring to entangle themselves with Pei Xiandong. The moment Tian Qingya laid eyes on Nan Yunmo, she was first taken aback, then a malicious scheme flitted through her mind. Princess Onping, she curtsied with a delicate smile. I have arranged to meet a friend for a leisurely stroll through the streets. What brings the esteemed Princess Onping to my humble abode? Having recently recovered from her injuries, Tian Qingya was eager to seek out General Pei, confident that she would leave a lasting impression this time. Nan Yunmo's expression soured at her words, and she coldly replied, I have come to settle accounts with Tian Qinglan. She scoffed. You and Tian Qinglan are sisters. You are hardly innocent yourself. As a quintessential villainous, she was expected to embody such a demeanor. Tian Qingya felt a wave of humiliation wash over her, yet she dared not show any sign of it. After all, this was Princess Anping, the emperor's favored, a figure even the legitimate princesses would not dare provoke. Maintaining her poise and smile as best as she could, she replied, Princess Anping may have misunderstood. Qinglan may have her shortcomings, but she is fundamentally a good person. Nan Yunmo understood her underlying insinuation, sneering. I heard you were brazenly attempting to entice my brother Pei? As she spoke, she pinched Tian Qingya's chin with one hand, scrutinizing her with the gaze one might reserve for inspecting merchandise. Look at your disgraceful appearance. Do you truly believe yourself worthy of my brother Pei? Tian Qingya and Madame Tian play significant roles later on, as this mother-daughter duo schemes to frame Pei Xiandong, ultimately failing, resulting in Madame Tian's dismissal.
Subsequently,
they collude with spies from the Great Ping Dynasty, seeking to eliminate both Pei Xiandong and Tian Qinglan. Tian Qingya and Madame Tian's actions are substantial, and they harbor a deep desire for revenge, which leads to their swift discovery. The emperor, following their trails, uncovers numerous spies from the Great Ping Dynasty and becomes aware of the delayed military supplies at the borders. Xiao Yuanda, attuned to her thoughts, cast a chilling glance towards Tian Qingya, fully aware of her history. This woman, along with her mother, had tormented and plotted against Miss Tian since childhood, repeatedly attempting to harm her. Had it not been for Miss Tian's fortuitous survival, she would have long since fallen victim to this malevolent mother-daughter pair. Tian Qingya's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, her expression a mixture of indignation and trepidation. This vile Princess Anping. Nan Yunmo disdainfully released her chin. Producing a handkerchief to wipe her hands, Tian Qingya, I warn you, keep your distance from my brother Pei, or I shall ensure you regret it. By provoking Tian Qingya, she hoped to entice the spies from the Great Ping Dynasty to approach her, thereby allowing her to discreetly inform the emperor about their presence. Until these spies revealed themselves, she could not contravene the overarching plot and disclose this matter to the emperor. After all, these spies posed a significant threat to both Pei Xiandong and Tian Qinglan. Chapter 59. The moment of Nan Yunmo's collapse, a profound sense of humiliation surged within Tian Qingya, rendering her speechless, as if the very ground could swallow her whole. She yearned to find a crevice in the earth to hide within. Once she wed General Pei, she vowed to methodically deal with the contemptible Princess Anping. As soon as Nan Yunmo caught sight of the fury in her eyes, she discerned the tumultuous thoughts swirling within her heart. Tian Qingya, should I discover that you have sought out my brother Pei, I shall mar your visage and cast you into a heap of beggars. With that, she strode imperiously into the Tian residence. The doorman dared not obstruct Nan Yunmo, bowing and scraping as he ushered her inside. After all, this esteemed princess of Anping was not one to be trifled with by mere servants. Nan Yunmo made her way directly toward Tian Qinglan's courtyard, contemplating whether Xiao Yuanda would assume the role of the male protagonist this time and thwart her plans to torment Tian Qinglan. She had no faith in Pei Xiandong, the true male lead, who had repeatedly failed to appear during critical plot developments. Before she could reach Tian Qinglan's courtyard, however, she was intercepted by Lord Tian, accompanied by a throng of people. Princess Anping, you must leave my home at once, or I shall not be so lenient, Lord Tian declared, his tone unyielding, a stark contrast to his previous obsequiousness. Nan Yunmo was well aware of his motivations. Her expression darkened, her eyes glinting with a sinister allure. You are intent on preventing my visit to Tian Qinglan, are you not? Lord Tian raised his chin slightly, his demeanor unchanged. Princess Anping, you have already trespassed into my home. I have refrained from reporting you to the emperor, out of respect for the Prince of Xianping. Yet, now you dare to trouble my daughter? I will not comply with your desires. After all, Qinglan was destined to be the future Mrs. Pei, the key to his rise to prominence. He could not permit Princess Anping to harm her any further. A scornful smile played on Nan Yunmo's lips. You threaten to inform my uncle the emperor? With a mere word from me, he would take your life. With that, she forcefully shoved Lord Tian aside, commanding him to clear her path or face dire consequences. Staggering, Lord Tian managed to regain his footing, his face twisted in anger as he shouted, Stop, Princess Anping. The servants exchanged glances, none daring to act, for she was the emperor's favored princess, and they were but worthless servants. Nan Yunmo cast a sidelong glance at Lord Tian, huffed dismissively, and continued toward Tian Qinglan's courtyard. Given the current circumstances, the plot had leapt into the latter half of the original narrative. Originally, the protagonists were supposed to return victorious before the emperor bestowed a marriage decree upon them, yet now everything had unfolded prematurely, altering the course of other events as well. Nevertheless, as long as she adhered to the latter half of the storyline, she could still fulfill her mission. Stop right there, Princess Anping. Lord Tian's expression turned fierce as he reached for her. Nan Yunmo feigned ignorance, pressing onward. She was determined to execute her plan against Tian Qinglan. This scene was pivotal, essential for fostering the relationship between the male and female leads. Just as Lord Tian was about to grasp her, a shadow guard suddenly appeared, kicking him away. Lord Tian, should you dare lay a finger on our princess, you shall learn the consequences. The impact left Lord Tian groaning on the ground, clutching his chest. Upon hearing this, he recoiled, his expression shifting from arrogance to dismay. This was a royal shadow guard specifically assigned to Princess Anping, one who would heed only her commands, disregarding even the emperor's orders. If he dared provoke her again, this guard would not hesitate to take his life.
Fool.
Nan Yunmo shot him a glance before turning down a corner toward Tian Qinglan's courtyard. In the courtyard, Nan Yunmo sat regally in a chair, resting her head on one hand, a smirk gracing her lips as she regarded the kneeling Tian Qinglan before her. Her gaze was venomous. Fixated on Tian Qinglan as she sneered, Miss Tian truly possesses remarkable talents to have captured my brother Pei's affections and received a marriage decree. However, given the absence of impending battles, she could not exploit this situation. Tian Qinglan, puzzled, looked up at her and respectfully replied, Princess Anping, you are mistaken. I have not seen General Pei in a long while. After a moment's pause, she added, moreover, I have resolved to submit a petition to the palace in the coming days, requesting the emperor to annul the marriage decree. As I have found someone I truly care for. Princess Anping was often enigmatic. At times she was benevolent and even saved her, yet at other times she acted out of jealousy for General Pei. Tian Qinglan found herself perplexed by the princess's motives. Nan Yunmo, taken aback, nearly toppled from her chair.
What?
Did Tian Qinglan just utter those terrifying words? She had not quite processed what she had heard. Perhaps it was a figment of her imagination. As the female lead, Tian Qinglan would never utter such a horrifying declaration. Tian Qinglan, assuming Nan Yunmo had not heard her clearly, reiterated, Princess Anping, rest assured. I will indeed submit my petition to the palace in the next few days, requesting the annulment of my marriage to General Pei. As I have found someone I truly love. She had decided to accept Liang Jun's proposal. Given her recent reflections and observations, should she marry General Pei to escape her family and father, she would face countless troubles and dangers. Beyond Princess Anping's relentless pursuit, her stepmother and elder sister would undoubtedly scheme against her. Thus, her best option for the moment was to marry Liang Jun. Nan Yunmo confirmed that she was neither imagining nor mishearing anything, resting her forehead in her hand, feeling dizzy. Why would the female lead wish to marry someone other than the male lead? Most alarmingly, she stated she did not love the male lead. What a terrifying turn of events. In this romantic tale, aside from the initial disinterest, once the female lead developed feelings for the male lead, her affections would remain steadfast and unwavering. This plot truly seems to have unraveled. However, if the storyline truly collapsed, as the system indicated, it would reset. Yet, not only has there been no reset, everything remains intact. What is happening? While Nan Yunmo pondered these questions, the hurried, breathless voice of Yi Liangjun suddenly reached her ears. Princess Anping, please do not trouble Qinglan. He rushed into the room at an unprecedented speed. Nan Yunmo turned to him, an ominous premonition washing over her. Surely, Tian Qinglan's sudden transformation was somehow linked to this young man? Her suspicions were soon confirmed as Yi Liangjun hastened to her side, bowing politely. Princess Anping, Qinglan and I share mutual feelings. We have decided to submit a petition to the palace to request the emperor to annul Qinglan's marriage to General Pei. So, please do not trouble her any further. As soon as he learned of Princess Anping's intentions to confront Qinglan, he rushed over, eager to assure her that Qinglan would no longer entangle herself with General Pei, nor have any further associations with him. Nan Yunmo felt as though the world was spinning, her mind teetering on the brink of collapse, akin to a blade of grass battered by a tempest. No, why are you meddling in this? Yi Liangjun is the male supporting character. The male supporting character. Supporting characters, no matter how admirable, cannot win the affections of the female lead. Moreover, throughout the narrative, Yi Liangjun and Tian Qinglan maintained a friendship, just a friendship. Why has it now turned into a scenario where the female lead desires to marry the male supporting character? Help. Is the plot collapsing or not? Yi Liangjun, sensing her inner turmoil, replied, his eyes flickering, I understand that Princess Anping may find it hard to believe my words, but please wait for 2 days. And you will see that I speak the truth. From her thoughts, he could ascertain that the original plot had indeed unraveled. Most importantly, even if the protagonists and supporting characters deviated from the original storyline, no calamity would ensue. This was advantageous for him. Nan Yunmo's emotional collapse rendered her expressionless, resembling a soulless shell. Yi Liangjun, do you truly comprehend the words you are uttering? Yi Liangjun nodded solemnly and, with utmost sincerity, replied, Princess Anping, I am fully aware of what I am saying and shall take responsibility for my words. He added, my parents are already aware of this matter and have consented to my marriage with Qinglan. Of course, the efforts he made in this regard would remain unmentioned. Gradually, an expression of astonishment emerged in Nan Yunmo's eyes. She remained dazed for quite some time before slowly regaining her senses. Yet, she instinctively patted her ears, appearing as if she had misheard, thinking to herself, surely, I have water in my ears. How else could I have heard such a terrifying proclamation?
No, no.
In the original text, Tian Qinglan had always rejected Yi Liangjun, to the point where Yi Liangjun seemed almost mad, obsessively determined to win her over. Indeed, I recall that recently, Yi Liangjun pretended to have a terminal illness to coerce his parents into helping him win over Tian Qinglan. Yi Liangjun's parents genuinely believed their son was gravely ill and sought out renowned physicians, creating quite an uproar that ultimately led to a rift between Tian Qinglan and Yi Liangjun. This incident plunged Yi Liangjun into a state of obsession, leading him to employ despicable means to try and win Tian Qinglan, marking the beginning of the downfall of the Yi family. Yi Liangjun's pupils constricted slightly, his hands gradually tightening, and the expression on his face became inscrutable. To think he would go to such lengths for Qinglan, disregarding even his family and parents. Why had he become so fearsome in this narrative? Without further contemplation, he quickly composed himself and addressed Nan Yunmo. Princess Anping, you do not have water in your ears. What you heard is indeed true. As he spoke, he approached and assisted Tian Qinglan to her feet, gazing at her with tenderness. Qinglan, are you alright? Tian Qinglan shook her head, assuring him softly, I am fine. It was only natural for Princess Anping to be skeptical at this moment. In a couple of days, once we request the emperor to annul the marriage decree, she will come to believe it. Yi Liangjun's face broke into a radiant smile, warm as sunlight. Yes. You are right. Once the marriage is annulled, Princess Anping will no longer trouble you. Observing the scene between him and Tian Qinglan, Nan Yunmo covered her head with one hand, feeling a sharp, pulsating pain in her mind, as if countless fine needles were repeatedly pricking her. The pain caused her to gasp in distress. The plot had truly unraveled. But why, when the narrative had collapsed in such a manner, was there no reset? Even the system had not appeared. This was utterly illogical. Princess Anping, Qinglan and I are heading out to purchase some daily necessities. Please rest here, Yi Liangjun declared. And with that, he and Tian Qinglan walked away side by side. Nan Yunmo stood in stunned silence, mechanically turning her head to watch the two leave, laughter echoing in the air, while her head throbbed intensely. How was she to mend this storyline? No matter how problematic the plot had been before, it had never deteriorated to such an extent, and she had always found a way to rectify it. Now, with the narrative in such disarray, she truly had no means to restore it. What to do? She appeared exceedingly anxious and frantic. If I cannot restore the plot, I will be unable to complete my mission. If I cannot fulfill my mission, I will be unable to return. She had never anticipated that this time the narrative would unravel to such a degree, especially since last time it had followed the plot perfectly. Observing from the shadows, Qiu Yuanda heard her inner turmoil, stroking his chin thoughtfully as he gazed at Yi Liangjun and Tian Qinglan's retreating figures. It appeared they had not only experienced this once, but had traversed the original storyline. However, due to certain reasons, the narrative had reset. This time, for reasons unknown, the plot had unraveled without resetting. This was fortuitous for him. He had no desire to adhere to the script. Qiu Yuanda cast a penetrating glance at Nan Yunmo before leaping down from the wall with the agility of a cat. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace's Yangxin Hall, the atmosphere was tense. Emperor Xianwen, with a darkened countenance, addressed Wen Daoqin and Pei Xiandong, his tone laden with displeasure. I have just received news that the Daping dynasty harbors intentions of war once more. This time, they have set their sights on Anping, intending to use her to scheme against our Daling dynasty. His disdain for the Daping dynasty was palpable. The last conflict instigated by them had led to untold suffering. And now they sought to ignite war again, which he found utterly detestable. Had it not been for the Daling dynasty's previous inability to contend with the Daping dynasty, he would have ensured their obliteration. Wen Daochen and Pei Xuandong's immediate reaction to this revelation was that it must have been Nan Yunmo who conveyed the information to the emperor. Is your majesty worried about Princess Anping, as well as the potential for the Daping dynasty to once again ravage our borders? A hint of coldness crept into Wen Daochen's gaze, his demeanor unnervingly calm. Years prior, the Daping dynasty had initiated a massacre at the borders under the cover of night. Had it not been for the valiant defense of the next city, the Daling dynasty would have faced dire consequences. Despite his disdain for Wen Daochen, Pei Xiandong would not oppose him when it came to matters of significance. A bone-deep hatred glimmered in his eyes, his voice laced with lethal intent. Given the nature of the Daping dynasty, they would undoubtedly seek to instigate conflict before breaching the borders. With that, he knelt before the emperor, his tone resolute as he implored, "Your Majesty, I request permission to head to the borders." Chapter 61. The male and female leads have actually annulled their marriage. Emperor Xianwen approached Pei Xiandong, personally assisting him to his feet. He patted Pei Xuandong's shoulder, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. "Little Pei, I hope you will lead the troops to the borders and keep a vigilant watch over every move of the Daping dynasty. However, the Pei family has but you remaining. If anything were to happen to you, how would I face your ancestors?" The Pei family had been military generals for generations, stationed at the borders, thus suffering countless casualties over the years. During the recent war with the Daping dynasty, the Pei family had lost not only Pei Xiandong but even women and children to the battlefield. How could he possibly agree to send Pei Xiandong into combat? Pei Xiandong gritted his teeth, hatred etched on his face. "Your Majesty, this is not merely a matter of the Daling dynasty. It is personal to me. The Daping dynasty's unprovoked war resulted in the tragic deaths of my father and brothers at the borders. Now, with the Daping dynasty seeking war once more, I must take to the battlefield." Whether for the Daling dynasty or for himself, he was resolute in his determination to fight, demanding blood for blood from the Daping dynasty. Just as Emperor Xianwen was about to respond, he was interrupted by Wen Daochen's words. "Your Majesty, it is imperative that General Pei leads this campaign. Firstly, the Pei family's presence will instill fear in the Daping dynasty. Secondly, with General Pei at the helm, the morale of the troops at the borders will undoubtedly soar." Emperor Xianwen was well aware of this, and with a heavy sigh, he replied, "I understand, but the Pei family has but this one scion left. If anything were to happen to little Pei at the borders, what would become of us?" Wen Daochen cast a sidelong glance at Pei Xiandong and, in a measured tone, assured Emperor Xianwen, "Your Majesty need not worry. I believe General Pei is unlikely to encounter misfortune." After all, Pei Xiandong was the male lead of this narrative. It was inconceivable that he could perish, even if grievously injured. Pei Xiandong shot him a strange look, wondering if the imperial teacher had stumbled upon some secret. He once more petitioned Emperor Xianwen, "Your Majesty, I am willing to lead the troops to the borders." A fierce determination began to gleam in his eyes, his voice laced with a chilling resolve. This time, he vowed to bring the Daping dynasty to its knees. Having gleaned from Nan Yunmo's thoughts that he was destined to conquer the Daping dynasty, he was resolute in his mission. After extensive deliberation, Emperor Xianwen ultimately consented to Pei Xuandong's request. "Very well, I grant you permission." He cautioned, "Little Pei, remember that you are the last of your family. If you find yourself in peril, you must prioritize your own safety." Pei Xiandong was poised to set forth with the intention of obliterating the Daping dynasty, fully aware of the countless dangers that lay ahead and the possibility that he might indeed lose his life. Even so, he was determined to eradicate the Daping dynasty, ensuring it could no longer wreak havoc. "Your Majesty, I am willing to lay down my life to extinguish the Daping dynasty," he declared with a tone of solemn oath. Emperor Xianwen sighed, "I too wish for the Daping dynasty to be subdued, yet you must take care of yourself." The Pei family seemed to be born warriors, as nearly all its members were martial figures. Even the brides they married were skilled in wielding blades and firearms. Perhaps it was precisely for this reason that during the war of yesteryears, even the women and children of the Pei family took to the battlefield, leaving only the young Pei Xiandong behind. Pei Xiandong merely curled the corner of his lips before resuming the discussion of pressing matters. "Your Majesty, the Daping dynasty is likely plotting against Princess Anping. I suspect they may have spies in Lingdu. I advise Your Majesty to investigate this matter thoroughly." Emperor Xianwen had indeed contemplated this possibility, responding helplessly, "Spies are an eternal affliction. Just as the Ping dynasty has spies in Lingdu, we too have our own in Pingdu. Even in peaceful coexistence, both nations will deploy spies to gather intelligence on each other, driven by various considerations. No matter how amicable the relationship, they remain two distinct nations, thus mutual surveillance is inevitable." Pei Xiandong grasped the underlying implication. Was the emperor contemplating the use of spies in Pingdu? Emperor Xianwen was indeed considering it. For the Ping dynasty's recent succession struggles had intensified. Should it devolve into internal strife, it would be immensely advantageous for us. Just then, he heard a voice from Wen Daochen. "Your Majesty, it may be prudent to refrain from deploying the spies in Pingdu for the time being." When Daochen expressed his concerns, suggesting that the Ping dynasty's actions might indicate they were aware of our movements, possibly prompting them to instruct their spies to act. In such circumstances, the spies would be easily compromised. "If your Majesty trusts me, I could handle this matter." Emperor Xianwen certainly trusted him, stating, "If I did not trust you, I would not entrust you with so many responsibilities. How do you plan to proceed?" When Daochen's eyes glinted with a cold light, "I intend to employ some special methods. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall not act recklessly." Emperor Xianwen understood his capabilities and nodded in agreement. "In that case, I shall refrain from using spies. You may take charge of this matter." After a brief pause, he added, "Young Pei, do consider finding a partner before heading to the frontier. With a stroke of luck, you might secure a descendant." It was a desperate suggestion. Upon hearing this, Pei Xiandong bowed respectfully and implored, "Your Majesty, as I embark on this perilous journey to the frontier, I do not wish to delay Miss Tian. I beseech you to annul my engagement to her. This way, she may find a more suitable match." Emperor Xianwen was taken aback, glancing at him in surprise. "Weren't you and Miss Tian quite close? I have heard you assisted her significantly." "Your Majesty, that is a misunderstanding," Pei Xiandong hastily clarified. "It was Princess Anping who misconstrued my relationship with Miss Tian, causing her distress. I was merely concerned about the negative impact on Princess Anping, which is why I aided Miss Tian." Emperor Xianwen looked at Wen Daochen before addressing Pei Xiandong. "Have you truly made up your mind to annul your engagement with Miss Tian?" Without a trace of hesitation, Pei Xiandong replied earnestly, "I genuinely wish to dissolve my engagement to Miss Tian. I request your Majesty's consent." Seeing his resolute demeanor, Emperor Xianwen ceased his persuasion and acquiesced. "Very well, I shall issue a decree to annul your engagement to Miss Tian. This will allow you to venture to the frontier with a lighter heart." Pei Xiandong felt a wave of relief wash over him, his expression relaxing. "Thank you, Your Majesty. At last, the engagement has been dissolved." When Nan Yunmo learned from Ji that Emperor Xianwen had annulled Pei Xiandong's engagement to Tian Qinglan, she slumped despondently in her chair. The plot had truly unraveled. In that moment, she was acutely aware that the original storyline had collapsed entirely. "Princess, are you unwell?" Ji observed, both puzzled and concerned. "Why would the news of General Pei's annulment with Miss Tian make you unhappy?" Logically, upon hearing of General Pei's dissolution of engagement, the princess should have been overjoyed, as she had long desired to marry him. Nan Yunmo rested her head on a small table, her expression one of utter despondency. "Ji, you do not understand." Her grief was beyond comprehension. Why had the plot disintegrated so completely? Furthermore, not only had the storyline encountered such a significant problem, but there had also been no reset, nor any sign of the system. This was illogical. Ji, perplexed, scratched her head. "Princess, why not seize this opportunity to seek out General Pei?"
No.
"Let me wallow in despair," she replied. In that moment, Nan Yunmo radiated an aura of resignation. The story had utterly collapsed, and even if she wished to salvage it, it was beyond her reach. Thus, why continue with the narrative? Let it all fall apart. Let the male and female leads do as they please. Let the plot unfold as it will. To hell with it. She would no longer serve. "Princess, are you truly all right?" Ji's worry was evident. The princess had been acting quite uncharacteristically lately, first rejecting General Pei's proposal, and now displaying such a demeanor. Nan Yunmo waved her hand dismissively, resembling a fish washed ashore with no ambitions. "I am fine. You may go attend to your duties." After all, she could never return to the modern world. Ji remained concerned and refused to leave. "Princess, why not take a stroll around the Nanfeng Pavilion? You used to enjoy visiting there." "Nonsense." Nan Yunmo sat up straight, slamming her palm on the table, her voice filled with indignation. "I have never liked going to the Nanfeng Pavilion. I only went there for a purpose. For instance, I have business there now." Having resigned herself, she decided to visit the Nan Yunmo pavilion to seek some handsome company. Perhaps even to indulge in the luxury of keeping a few attractive young men. Gigi stifled a giggle, quickly aligning with her words. Yes, yes. The princess has business at the Nan Yunmo pavilion. It was my mistake to say otherwise. This time, shall the princess have me accompany you? It seemed that the princess was not in dire straits after all. Nan Yunmo declined, no need. Just prepare a substantial amount of silver for me. I may wish to purchase 2 or 3 handsome young men. Since she could not return to her modern life, she intended to savor the pleasures of this world, starting with a few charming companions. Without hesitation, Gigi gathered enough silver notes and coins for her. The princess keeping a few handsome men was certainly preferable to pursuing general pay. At the Nan Yunmo pavilion in one of the elegant rooms, Nan Yunmo reveled in her newfound delight. She sat in a rocking chair, flanked by a delicate young man playing the zither and singing melodiously nearby, while a youthful beauty fed her fruit on her left and a dashing figure massaged her legs on her right. Around her, several handsome young men danced, adding to the atmosphere of opulence. Suddenly, Nan Yunmo clapped her hands, her smile radiant. What a delightful song! And such splendid dancing! There shall be rewards for all.
Oh.
To be in such splendid company was truly joyous. The young men present expressed their gratitude, showering her with compliments. Princess Anping is truly benevolent. We shall serve you well. Nan Yunmo chuckled, playfully stroking the faces of the handsome men beside her. Lost in bliss. I shall reward you all. Before she could finish her thought, an overwhelming aura of menace enveloped her, causing every hair on her body to stand on end. Who? She scanned her surroundings, demanding, who goes there? Show yourself. At that moment, when Dao Chen entered, exuding an air of chill, his gaze fixed upon her with an unsettling calm. Princess Anping seems to be in high spirits. Having just exited the palace, he learned that Nan Yunmo had returned to the Nan Yunmo pavilion, only to find her indulging in such revelry. Upon catching sight of the imperial master, Nan Yunmo nearly tumbled from her rocking chair, barely managing to steady herself. She curled up into a tight ball, trembling as she sat there, her complexion ashen. The imperial master. What a dire predicament. Why was he here? Why did he appear in such a terrifying manner? As if catching someone in the act? When Dao Chen's gaze, sharp as an ice blade, swept across the handsome men present, and he coldly commanded, "Get out." The beautiful men exchanged furtive glances, retreating in haste from the elegant chamber. This was the imperial master, someone they dared not provoke. Seeing this, Nan Yunmo scrambled to escape through the window. If she didn't leave now, she feared she might never get the chance again. Just a glance at the imperial master's fearsome countenance confirmed her fears. However, as she climbed onto the windowsill, when Dao Chen seized the back of her collar, lifting her back with the ease of a child. "Let me go." Nan Yunmo protested vigorously, struggling like an irate cat, her claws extended in defiance. "What do you mean by this? I came to the Nan Yunmo pavilion to enjoy myself. Why should you care? In any case, the plot has completely collapsed, and I can no longer return home, so I might as well relish my leisurely days here." When Dao Chen, hearing her thoughts, felt his gaze darken slightly. The corners of his lips curled upward involuntarily, the fury in his eyes gradually dissipating. Previously, he had been concerned that Nan Yunmo might return to her old life at any moment, but now he found himself relieved. "I do care," he replied, pinching her cheek gently, his eyes softening. "Have you forgotten my proposal to marry you?" Nan Yunmo swatted his hand away, huffing in indignation. "Just because you propose marriage, does that mean I must wed you? My current ambition is to cultivate several handsome men and live a comfortable life as a princess. I'd be foolish to marry a man. Isn't it delightful to be surrounded by charming men, enjoying their attentions?" When Dao Chen's expression turned dangerously sharp. "Do you still wish to marry Pei Xiandong?" Just as he finished speaking, the insufferable voice of Pei Xiandong echoed through the room, rendering the matter irrelevant to the imperial master. Pei Xiandong strode in, immediately noticing Wen Daochen's grip on Nan Yunmo and rushing forward to rescue her, only to be evaded by Wen Daochen, who held her out of reach. "General Pei, why are you here instead of preparing for your expedition?" "Expedition?" Nan Yunmo gasped, quickly realizing the implications. "When are you departing, Pei Xiandong?" Indeed, even if the plot has unraveled, several crucial events will still unfold, such as the impending war for the Great Ping Dynasty. This is one of the pivotal moments for the male lead, an opportunity for him to make his name known throughout the world. Pei Xuandong's eyelids twitched at the mention of the plot's collapse, a wave of elation washing over him. Finally, the cursed narrative had broken apart, freed from its constraints. He no longer had to be forced into specific actions nor be tethered to Tian Qinglan. We shall depart in 5 days. His gaze softened as he looked at Nan Yunmo. Princess Onfing, before I leave, I wish to discuss something with you. Chapter 63. Having learned from the system that this world was in disarray, Nan Yunmo felt a chill run down her spine at the gentleness of Pei Xuandong's gaze. What do you wish to discuss?
She stammered.
Help. Why was Pei Xiandong looking at her so tenderly? It made her somewhat nauseous. Just as Pei Xiandong was about to speak, a strange chime echoed, prompting him to instinctively look around for the source of the peculiar sound. Nan Yunmo and Wen Daochen both heard it too. One understood its nature while the other was merely perplexed. System? Nan Yunmo tentatively called out in her mind. I'm here, host. The system's voice was faint and intermittent. Host, you must hurry and rectify the significant issues in this world. I have detected that this novel world is severely flawed and requires immediate correction. Suddenly, Nan Yunmo clasped her mouth, tears of joy welling in her eyes. Finally, you've appeared, system. I must tell you, the narrative of this novel has completely disintegrated. The male and female leads are no longer together, and I am at a loss as to what to do. The system's voice became slightly clearer, though still broken. I understand. Host, it is precisely because of this that I've been unable to appear at will. It took considerable effort for me to reach you this time. This novel world has inexplicably encountered significant issues, and you must rectify them swiftly. Most importantly, ensure that the male and female leads do not perish. At last, Nan Yunmo comprehended why the plot had deteriorated so drastically, why the leads and supporting characters had lost their established personas. This world was in turmoil. System. What exactly is wrong with this novel world? And why must I ensure the leads do not die? As soon as she finished speaking, a series of crackling electrical sounds filled her mind. System? She waited for some time, but when the system remained silent, she realized it was unable to communicate with her. Was it because the world was experiencing turmoil that the system could not remain by her side? However, why had this world not faced such problems before? Wen Daochen and Pei Xiandong pondered the same question. Why had this novel world suddenly encountered a significant crisis? What could possibly be amiss? Princess Onfing, I have annulled the engagement and wish to betroth myself to you before my expedition, Pei Xiandong declared, gathering his thoughts and gazing intently at Nan Yunmo, uncertain if she would acquiesce. From the system's earlier words, it seemed even amidst the plot's collapse, Nan Yunmo was still meant to remain by his side for his protection.
Ah!
Nan Yunmo regarded him with incredulity, rolling her eyes multiple times. Pei Xiandong, I have no desire to marry you. Please abandon this notion. Since the plot has unraveled, and the system has not mandated that I follow the narrative, it merely requires my protection of the leads. Thus, I need not continue as the wicked female antagonist, nor play the sycophant to the male lead. Wen Daochen and Pei Xiandong, upon hearing her thoughts, experienced entirely different emotions. Wen Daochen's lips curled into a smile, a sense of joy illuminating his features. Indeed, with the plot's collapse, Nan Yunmo would no longer be bound to its constraints. How splendid! Pei Xuandong's expression darkened, his hands clenching slowly. Without the narrative shackles, Nan Yunmo would not orbit him, as she once had. The crucial fact was that winning her heart would be even more challenging now. Did Princess Onfing truly find him so repugnant? Leaning closer to her, his face etched with discomfort, he remarked, I had believed Princess Onfing to genuinely care for me. Yet it seems you have been toying with my feelings and my body. Nan Yunmo stared at him, aghast and unable to believe her ears. Pei Xiandong. One can indulge in food indiscriminately, but one should not speak such nonsense. Have I ever toyed with your body? When did I ever play with your emotions? She realized, at that moment, that Pei Xiandong was adept at casting blame. Pei Xuandong's eyes brimmed with sorrow, his tone despondent. Previously, Princess Onfing called me Brother Pei and swore she would marry no one but me. Yet now, you treat me in this manner. Is this not a mockery of my feelings? Is this not a betrayal of my trust? Nan Yunmo. She finally grasped the bitter taste of being unable to defend oneself. She could not explain that her actions had stemmed from the narrative's dictates. General Pei, do not permit Princess Onfing to choose her own path? Wen Daochen interjected, positioning himself protectively behind Nan Yunmo, his gaze icy as he directed it toward Pei Xiandong. Pei Xiandong instantly regained his usual indifference, his voice frigid. Imperial Master, you are not anyone to Princess Onfing, therefore, my relationship with her is not your concern. Wen Daochen's peripheral vision caught sight of Nan Yunmo peering curiously, and with a gentle pat on her head, he addressed Pei Xiandong, saying, It is not my concern as to who manages the affairs of Princess Onfing. As long as there are those with a sense of justice, they may intervene. Nan Yunmo glanced furtively at Wen Daochen and then at Pei Xiandong, stealthily inching towards the window, as if akin to a thief. The quarrels between the Imperial Master and Pei Xiandong were of no concern to her. At this moment, her foremost priority was to depart swiftly from this place. Otherwise, the Imperial Master would undoubtedly seek retribution later. Both Wen Daochen and Pei Xiandong noticed her subtle movements, and a hint of amusement flickered in their eyes. Wen Daochen aimed to intercept Nan Yunmo at the earliest opportunity, but was halted by Pei Xiandong's hand. With a detached tone, he remarked, "Imperial Master, your residence is not by the riverbank. Do not meddle so broadly. Those who overreach are often quite irksome." Wen Daochen refrained from pursuing Nan Yunmo and cast a somber gaze at Pei Xiandong, adding, "This is also what I wish to convey to General Pei. Do not overextend your reach, especially concerning Princess Anping." He further elaborated, "General Pei, do you not perceive? Princess Anping currently harbors a strong aversion towards you." Meanwhile, Princess Anping had already climbed out of the window. Fortunately, she was caught by hidden guards. Otherwise, leaping from the second floor could have resulted in severe injury, or even death. Once she touched the ground, Nan Yunmo swiftly lifted her skirts and darted towards her home. Henceforth, she resolved never to return to Nanfeng Pavilion. Each visit had resulted in her capture, which was far too perilous. On another front at the Tian residence, Tian Qingyao approached Tian Qinglan with an air of superiority, mocking, "A concubine is merely a concubine. No matter your abilities, you can never wed General Pei." Upon learning of the annulment of the engagement between Tian Qinglan and General Pei, her delight was immeasurable. Finally, she need not fear being overshadowed by that wretched Tian Qinglan. Tian Qinglan lifted her eyelids and replied coolly, "Sister, instead of wasting your time here troubling me, why not contemplate your own marriage prospects? At the very least, I need not worry about remaining unmarried, unlike you." Tian Qingya's unfinished words hinted at a meaning that Tian Qinglan understood all too well, inciting her immediate fury. "Wretched girl." She raised her hand, poised to strike Tian Qinglan. Their mother had exceedingly high standards for her marriage, insisting that her suitor be of noble lineage, preferably a son of a high-ranking official, akin to General Pei. Tian Qinglan would not indulge her. Seizing Tian Qingya's wrist, she retaliated with a sharp slap, stating, "Sister, imagine if I were to inform father that your incessant attempts to seduce General Pei led to the annulment of your engagement. How do you think he would deal with you?" Tian Qingya, upon hearing this, momentarily forgot her indignation and, in a panic, threatened, "Tian Qinglan, cease your nonsense. I warn you, do not speak of this before father." Their father was already furious over the annulment. If he were to learn of this, he would surely punish her severely. Just as Tian Qinglan was about to respond, the voice of Lord Tian echoed through the room. "What nonsense should not be spoken in my presence?" Lord Tian entered with Yi Liangjun, casting a suspicious glance at Tian Qingya. "Why are you here again at Qinglan's side? Did I not instruct you to visit less frequently?" He held little fondness for this legitimate daughter, perceiving her as similar to her mother, who was always preoccupied with monopolizing everything in the household, as if he had only her as a child. Tian Qingya was acutely aware of her father's disdain for her, but attributed it to Tian Qinglan's underhanded tactics to sow discord between them. "Father, she began, only to see Lord Tian amiably approach Tian Qinglan, nearly causing her to grind her teeth in frustration. "Just now, I finalized your engagement with Liang Jun," Lord Tian announced, his demeanor warm. "I have yet to select an auspicious date, but once I do, you two shall be betrothed. There is no rush for the wedding." Although the Yi family could not compare to the Pei family, he had heard that General Pei was soon to embark on a campaign. With the general's fate uncertain upon departure, the Yi family seemed the more prudent choice. Tian Qinglan was fully aware of his intentions and calculations, yet she maintained a facade of demureness, responding with a courteous bow, "As you wish, father." Once wed to the Yi family, she would sever ties with the Tian household. Meanwhile, Tian Qingya, overhearing this, cast a suspicious glance at Yi Liangjun, incredulous that he would consider marrying Tian Qinglan. She would not allow Yi Liangjun to have his way. In her eyes, someone as lowly as Tian Qinglan deserved only to be toyed with by beggars. As news of the army's impending expedition to the frontier spread, discussions proliferated throughout the capital, with myriad opinions surfacing. Consequently, the residence of the Prince of Xianping underwent a notable transformation. While meandering through her home, Nan Yunmo observed the servants bustling about, transporting various items, her mind clouded with questions. Were they relocating? She seized a passing servant, curiosity piqued, and inquired, "Is the household moving? What are you all so occupied with?" The servant, first bowing respectfully, replied, "Princess, we are not relocating. The prince and princess are to accompany the army to the frontier, and the servants have been instructed to gather the necessary items." Upon hearing this, Nan Yunmo hurriedly dashed towards her parents' quarters, realizing she had been oblivious to such a significant matter these past few days. Just as she arrived, she spotted Lu Shi practicing her swordplay and promptly asked Mother, "Are you and Father going to the frontier with the army?" Lu Shi continued her movements, glancing sideways at Nan Yunmo. "Is that not obvious? With the Daping dynasty attempting to rekindle war, how could your father and I possibly remain behind?" She continued, "It is time to engage in meaningful action, lest those court officials continually utilize our family status to pressure the emperor. The more favor the emperor showed their family, the more envy and resentment brewed within certain individuals, leading them to plot against them." Nan Yunmo was not oblivious to this reality, yet she was unwilling to see her parents on the battlefield. Whether deemed selfish or indifferent to the greater good, she could not bear the thought of witnessing her parents venture into danger. "Mother, the frontier is perilous. You and Father should reconsider," she urged. "I understand your desire to assist Uncle Emperor, but this is not the way to do so." Lu Shi, fully aware of her daughter's concerns, laughed heartily. "There is no need for such overthinking. Fate governs life and death.
Besides,
Your father and I have enjoyed a life of ease for many years. We have lived well enough." Nan Yunmo's lips twitched in frustration, momentarily at a loss for words. Her parents possessed such a carefree disposition. "Must you and Father accompany the army?" she asked, rubbing her temples, feeling utterly drained. Lu Shi ceased her sword practice, accepting a handkerchief from a maid to dab her perspiring forehead. "Your father and I have already come to an agreement. You shall remain here and await our return." However, Nan Yunmo insisted, "Mother, I wish to accompany you to the frontier." She had been searching for a means to stay close to Pei Xiandong and ensure his safety, and now the opportunity had presented itself. Lu Shi was not one to coddle her children. Upon hearing this, she raised an eyebrow. "Very well, you may come along. Have Gigi help you gather your belongings. We are going to the frontier to fight, not to indulge. Leave behind anything unnecessary, understood?" Nan Yunmo obediently nodded, assuring her, "Do not worry, Mother. I will not act recklessly." She no longer needed to adhere strictly to the plot. There would be no need for her to repeat past actions. Lu Shi said no more, simply instructing Nan Yunmo to return to her quarters and prepare her things. Yet, as soon as Nan Yunmo returned to her own courtyard, she found Wen Daochen standing at the entrance, her brow furrowing in irritation. "Why is that dog of an imperial master here again?" "Princess Anping." Wen Daochen greeted her with a gentle smile reminiscent of a spring breeze. "I have brought some small tokens for you. I hope you will find them to your liking." Nan Yunmo regarded him with a skeptical gaze, questioning, "Imperial Master, are you unwell?" Surely, the collapse of the narrative has affected his mind, leading him to behave in such a manner. What a pity that the plot has unraveled, otherwise I could have witnessed the Imperial Master's desperate antics for Tian Qinglan. Just the thought is quite delightful. When Daochen lightly flicked her forehead, chuckling, "What ailment could I possibly have? Perhaps the affliction of longing?" Nan Yunmo shivered involuntarily, shaking her body. "Master, please act normally. Recently, the master has been increasingly peculiar. Fortunately, I am soon to accompany my parents to the border, thus distancing myself from him. Moreover, by the time I return, the master may have lost interest in me. Perhaps he is already with Tian Qinglan?" When Daochen's gaze darkened slightly. Nan Yunmo's journey to the border was perhaps mandated by the system to safeguard the relationship between the male and female leads? If that were the case, might Tian Qinglan also venture to the border for some reason? In other words, even if the plot were to unravel completely, the protagonists would still find themselves together under certain circumstances? "Princess Anping, only you can remedy my eccentricities, hence I have resolved to follow you for a lifetime." Chapter 65. When Daochen had unwittingly offended someone he should not have. Upon hearing his words, Nan Yunmo instantly distanced herself from him, regarding him with the eyes of one who beholds a lecher. "Master, I sincerely advise you to seek the Imperial Medical Bureau for a thorough examination." She pointed at her own head, earnestly suggesting, "Just look at yourself. Your recent words and actions are vastly different from the past. It is quite possible you are experiencing some mental disturbance. Before I head to the border, I must arrange a meeting with Lu Rong to discuss keeping an eye on your master, ensuring he doesn't go about causing chaos. It is quite easy to contract rabies." When Daochen found her words amusing, though his smile held a sinister edge. "Nan Yunmo, do you truly believe that my kindness towards you is indicative of madness?" Nan Yunmo had no time to indulge in his nonsensical banter. She was busy packing for the journey to the border. "Master, You are not insane. It was merely my slip of the tongue. Now, could you please leave my home? She intended to find Lo Rong and have him manage his master, preventing him from wreaking havoc upon her life. Wen Daochen placed his hand to his forehead and chuckled, which left Nan Yunmo horrified. She regarded him with suspicion, thinking, has the master truly lost his mind? Is that why he appears so menacingly amused? With that thought, she took off running. Regardless of his mental state, she needed to escape quickly. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. However, she had scarcely taken a few steps before she felt someone grasping the back of her collar, accompanied by a familiar, icy voice. Nan Yunmo, how shall I deal with you? When Daochen's face was ashen, his grip tightening slightly on her collar. It had been far too long since he had reprimanded her, and she dared to entertain such absurd thoughts, even suggesting he was unhinged. When Daochen, let go of me, Nan Yunmo squirmed like a fish on a cutting board, protesting. This is my home. If you dare treat me this way, my parents will not let you off lightly. Upon hearing this, Wen Daochen took several deep breaths, struggling to suppress the surge of anger within him. Nan Yunmo, remember this. I shall soon settle our scores. Nan Yunmo secretly rolled her eyes, adopting a tone of flattery. Master is the most formidable, the most exceptional. Please spare me. In just a few days, I will head to the border to protect the male lead, and by then, you will have no opportunity to seek retribution. Furthermore, if my parents decide not to return, I shall remain at the border for eternity. That would be quite delightful. I would no longer have to face the master. When Daochen was incensed to discover that Nan Yunmo was harboring such thoughts, and he felt an urge to bind her to his side. Only by keeping this woman close could he ensure her compliance. In a few days, Pei Xiandong would lead troops to the border, and he would likely accompany them. He would not grant Nan Yunmo the chance to escape from him. Nan Yunmo's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to him. What did you say? You, the master, are leaving Lin due to accompany them to the border? When Daochen relished the sight of her astonishment, pinching her cheek. I have my reasons. Besides, by going to the border, I would be fulfilling your wishes. You would not have to see me for a considerable time. Nan Yunmo chuckled softly. Master. Just as she began to speak, the voice of Lu Shi interrupted. Mo. What are you and the master doing here? Mother. Nan Yunmo reached out to her pitifully. Mother, save me. The master is bullying me again. I suspect he has developed an addiction to tormenting me. Lu Shi cast a sharp glance at Wen Daochen, forcefully swatting his hand away to rescue her daughter. She gently stroked Nan Yunmo's head and said softly, You refused to practice martial arts when you were young. Now you must regret it, don't you? In her youth, Nan Yunmo had found martial arts too arduous and had adamantly refused to train. She and the prince did not wish to force her. Thus they had not insisted. Nan Yunmo clung to her waist, pouting in a spoiled manner. Mother, even if I practice martial arts, I would still not stand a chance against the master. You know how formidable he is. Just as Lu Shi was about to respond, when Daochen's voice, laced with regret, interrupted. My apologies, Princess Xianping, it is my fault. Lu Shi's gaze turned cool as she regarded him. It cannot be the master's fault. You are the all-powerful master. Our family is but an ordinary princely residence, unworthy of offending one as esteemed as you. Previously, she had thought highly of him, but now she felt deceived. If he could treat Nan Yunmo so roughly within Xuanping's residence, one could only imagine how he acted in private. Wen Daochen regretted losing his temper, having acted so recklessly before Nan Yunmo and being witnessed by Princess Xianping. Your Highness, what I meant to say. Before he could finish, Lu Shi interrupted him. Master, my household is too small to accommodate someone of your stature. Please return whence you came and do not visit us again. She had only one child, whom she cherished dearly, and had never treated her this way. Yet the master had been so brutish. Nan Yunmo wrinkled her nose and huffed at Wen Daochen, reveling in her newfound protection. Wen Daochen was both amused and exasperated. At this moment, he was powerless against her. Princess Xianping, I know that whatever I say now will not be heeded. After a pause, he added, but I assure you, I will not treat Princess Onping in this manner again. Lu Shi was unwilling to listen, believing her precious daughter had suffered a great injustice. That she had not dismembered the master on the spot was already a testament to her restraint. She instructed a nearby maid. See him out and ensure he does not return. The maid promptly approached Wen Daochen, respectfully gesturing for him to leave. Master, please follow the servant. Wen Daochen understood that further explanations would be futile. He could only wait for another opportunity to clarify matters with Princess Xianping. Princess Xianping, Princess Onping, I shall take my leave. He nodded and followed the maid away. Nan Yunmo felt a sense of satisfaction as she watched him depart, gazing at Lu Shi with admiration. Mother, you are incredible. You dealt with the master so easily. Lu Shi smiled, lightly tapping her forehead. It is not that I am remarkable. It is simply that the master truly cares for you and is willing to tolerate those around you to a certain extent. This incident reveals his genuine feelings for you. However, the master is not without flaws. Mother, do not be deceived by the master's facade. He has romantic interests, and not just one, Nan Yunmo remarked, rolling her eyes dramatically. Like that one at the Nan Feng Pavilion. Nan Feng Pavilion. Lu Shi's tone escalated. Mo, is the master truly fond of handsome men? Nan Yunmo nodded earnestly. Mother, the master has a genuine liking for handsome men. If you do not believe me, you can inquire about Lu Rong from the Nan Feng Pavilion. He is the master's heart's desire. Chapter 66. A significant issue brought forth by the system has arisen. Lu Shi, unfamiliar with these matters, resolved to investigate further. The emperor's master is indeed fond of handsome men, yet he should never have provoked Mo. Meanwhile, Tian Qinglan, accompanied by a maid, departed from the Tian residence, taking a carriage towards a tavern. The Princess Anping had sent word to meet her there to discuss an important matter, though Tian Qinglan wondered what pressing issue the princess wished to address. Lost in her thoughts, she remained oblivious that the carriage was not heading towards the tavern, but rather towards an unknown destination. As they traveled, an overwhelming drowsiness suddenly enveloped Tian Qinglan. Before she could comprehend the situation, she succumbed to unconsciousness, followed closely by her maid. Once both had fallen into a deep slumber, the carriage came to a halt in a secluded alley. The coachman, casting a wary glance around to ensure no one was watching, lifted the carriage curtain. Upon seeing Tian Qinglan and her maid in a stupor, a sinister smile crept across his face. Miss Second, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Blame yourself for obstructing others' paths. With that, he lowered the curtain and drove the carriage away in a specific direction. He believed that delivering the second miss to the designated location outside the city would reward him with a substantial sum of silver, allowing him to enjoy a life of ease. In his buoyant mood, he failed to notice Pei Xiandong passing by. Pei Xiandong immediately recognized the coachman as a servant of the Tian family, his brow furrowing in concern. He scrutinized the carriage more closely and noted its route seemed to lead towards the city gates. Who from the Tian family would venture out of the city at this hour? Glancing up at the sky, he realized it was already mid-afternoon. The situation began to feel increasingly suspicious to him. He exchanged a knowing look with his deputy, who promptly mounted his horse to pursue the carriage and block its path. Please wait a moment, he said cheerfully. The coachman, upon spotting a soldier, felt a sudden change in his demeanor, his heart racing with apprehension. What orders does the military officer have? He stammered, as if confessing, my young lady is in a hurry to leave the city. Please do not hinder her. The deputy leaned forward slightly, a sly smile on his lips. I haven't asked anything, yet you volunteered that your young lady is in haste to leave. Does that not sound like a case of no silver here? Thankfully, the general had noticed the carriage's oddities. Otherwise, dire consequences would have ensued. At this, the coachman's face drained of color, his speech faltering. Sir, it's a misunderstanding. I merely feared for my young lady's safety, which is why I spoke as I did. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and he appeared increasingly flustered. What could he do now to escape this military officer? The deputy pointed at the carriage, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Lift the curtain. I need to see your young lady's condition. I suspect you have ill intentions towards her. Drawing his sword, his gaze turned menacing. If you do not comply, I shall be forced to act. Before he could finish speaking, the coachman attempted to flee, but the deputy swiftly leaped onto the carriage. Where do you think you're going? He demanded, pressing the sword against the coachman's neck. In a panic, the coachman halted the carriage and knelt, begging for mercy. Please spare me. It has nothing to do with me. I was merely following orders. Had I known it would end this poorly, I would never have done this for a mere 20 taels. Just as the deputy was about to inquire further, Pei Xuandong's voice rang out. Bind him first, then we shall see who is inside the carriage. The deputy complied, procuring rope from a nearby shop to secure the coachman. During this time, Pei Xiandong lifted the curtain of the carriage. Upon seeing the unconscious Tian Qinglan and her maid, he grasped the situation, his expression turning icy. The only individuals who could command a Tian family coachman to act in such a manner were Madame Tian and Tian Qingya. This mother-daughter duo was indeed malicious. General, who is this young lady? The deputy inquired, having just arrived at the scene. Could she be someone of interest to you? Pei Xiandong cast a cold glance his way and replied, just an acquaintance. This is the second miss of the Tian family. You are to return her and the coachman to Lord Tian. The rest is not your concern. Upon hearing this, the deputy understood immediately. Rest assured, General. I will handle this matter efficiently. He realized that the second miss of the Tian family was none other than the general's former fiancée, which explained why the general had discerned the carriage's dubious nature so quickly. Pei Xiandong paid no heed to the deputy's musings and rode to the Xianping Wangfu to seek out Nan Yunmo. He hoped to glean more useful insights from her heart's voice. Moreover, he had learned from the mysterious system that this novel world was facing significant turmoil, potentially endangering both him and Tian Qinglan. Thus, he required clues from Nan Yunmo. Meanwhile, Nan Yunmo was tidying up when her maid informed her of Pei Xuandong's arrival. She rolled her eyes in annoyance. Tell him I am unavailable. Ask him to return another time. Before she could finish her sentence, Pei Xuandong's voice echoed. Does the Princess Anping not welcome me? He strode into the room, his gaze fixed intently on her. Nan Yunmo forced a smile. Since General Pei is aware of this, what is the purpose of your inquiry? It seems rather pointless. Pei Xiandong rubbed his temples and suddenly said, Just now I encountered Tian Qinglan, who had been kidnapped. Nan Yunmo's expression darkened. Are you saying Tian Qinglan has been abducted? Pei Xiandong nodded, his tone growing colder. I recognize the coachman as a servant of the Tian family. Yet the carriage was heading towards the city gates. Given the time of day, I found it suspicious and ordered my deputy to halt the carriage, leading to the discovery of the unconscious Tian Qinglan and her maid. Nan Yunmo regarded him with a peculiar expression. The only ones who would dare harm Tian Qinglan would be Madame Tian and Tian Qingya. The plot has unraveled. When the heroine faces a crisis, the hero conveniently appears to rescue her, she mused. Pei Xuandong's eyes darkened. Princess Anping. Before he could finish, a bloodied figure crashed before Nan Yunmo. Chapter 67. The identity of the bloodied individual is quite unexpected. What the? Nan Yunmo jumped back in alarm, her face pale as she stumbled away. What is happening? Who has brought a bloodied person to my home? The figure before her was unrecognizable, drenched in blood, with a steady stream flowing from him, quickly staining the ground. Pei Xiandong instinctively shielded Nan Yunmo, his gaze sharp as he addressed the maids. Quickly, take this bloodied individual away. You have frightened the princess. The maids, equally startled, snapped back to reality at his command and hurried to remove the figure. At that moment, the bloodied individual spoke. Anping, Princess Anping, it's me. Nan Yunmo's eyes widened as she recognized the voice. Qiu Yuanda? What has happened to you? Before Qiu Yuanda could respond, she hastily instructed the maids to summon the physician. Quickly, fetch the physician. Lay him on a chair. What on earth could have led Qiu Yuanda to this dreadful state? Two formidable women immediately helped Qiu Yuanda to his feet, allowing him to sit in a chair. In an instant, the chair became stained with his blood, with countless droplets cascading down, each falling to the ground and pooling into a small puddle. A maid hurriedly ran to summon the household physician. Nan Yunmo stood before Qiu Yuanda, her voice softening. Qiu Yuanda, hold on a little longer. The physician will arrive shortly. Just by observing Qiu Yuanda's condition, it was evident he had sustained multiple injuries. It was remarkable that he had managed to run to her. Suddenly, her expression changed. Something was amiss. Why had Qiu Yuanda, gravely injured, come to her instead of a medical facility? That didn't seem right. Qiu Yuanda merely murmured in response before losing consciousness. He had fainted. Pei Xiandong stood nearby, his gaze fixed and scrutinizing as he observed Qiu Yuanda. This man, so severely injured, had bypassed the clinic to seek out Nan Yunmo. This certainly piqued his curiosity. Nan Yunmo, anxious, kept glancing towards the door, worry etched on her face. Why had the physician not yet arrived? If he delayed any longer, Qiu Yuanda might bleed out. Pei Xuandong's eyes darkened slightly, his tone oddly cryptic as he inquired. Princess Anping, is this man of significant importance to you? Nan Yunmo, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of how to save Qiu Yuanda, instinctively replied, Not really. He is merely a friend. Upon hearing this, Pei Xiandong felt satisfied. He smiled slightly, suggesting that perhaps Princess Anping should keep her distance from him, as it seemed he had entangled himself in trouble. Nan Yunmo absent-mindedly replied with a hum. She rushed to the doorway, craning her neck to see when the physician would arrive. How frustrating. Just as she was on the verge of despairing, the physician finally arrived, breathless. Physician, please attend to Qiu Yuanda at once. Nan Yunmo exclaimed, grabbing the physician and hastening towards Qiu Yuanda, who had lost a significant amount of blood and appeared on the brink of death. The physician barely had time to catch his breath before being pulled along. Slow down. Princess. My constitution cannot endure this pace. Nan Yunmo quickly released him, Apologizing earnestly, "I'm sorry, physician, but Qiu Yuanda is in dire straits, and I am deeply concerned." The physician took several deep breaths, gesturing with his hands to indicate he was fine. "Do not fret, princess. I shall attend to him immediately." He approached Qiu Yuanda with his medical kit. Upon seeing Qiu Yuanda's condition, he gasped. It was no wonder the princess was anxious. If they did not act swiftly, he would truly perish. "Please, princess, step aside. I need to remove his clothing." Before Nan Yunmo could respond, Pei Xiandong had already pulled her out of the room. She did not protest, her focus solely on the physician's treatment of Qiu Yuanda. The physician carefully took scissors from his kit and began to cut away Qiu Yuanda's blood-soaked garments, revealing the extent of his injuries. Good heavens! The man bore multiple stab wounds, some so deep that bone was visible. It was astonishing that he had managed to endure and come to seek the princess. Most would have succumbed to unconsciousness by now. "It seems you are truly infatuated with the princess," the physician mused inwardly as he treated Qiu Yuanda. "Too bad you are unworthy of her." Meanwhile, Nan Yunmo paced anxiously, casting frequent glances into the room, uncertain of how the treatment was progressing. She was understandably distressed. "Do not worry, Princess Onping," Pei Xiandong said softly, looking at her with a reassuring gaze. "With the physician present, it is likely he will be fine." Suddenly, Nan Yunmo turned to him, her speech quickening. "General Pei, I have matters to attend to and cannot entertain you further. As for Tian Qinglan, since you saved her, please take full responsibility. Best not to involve myself in the affairs between the male and female leads. I do not wish to complicate matters further." Pei Xiandong appeared unconvinced, gently insisting, "Princess Onping, you may not be able to handle this situation alone. Allow me to stay. Should anything arise, I can assist." He was determined not to let Nan Yunmo be alone with that man. Nan Yunmo shook her head. No. This is my home, and there are maids here. What could possibly happen? General Pei, you should attend to your own matters. You have much to prepare for the upcoming expedition. I have no desire to entertain the male lead. He should seek out the female lead and not disturb me, the villainous. Right now, I only wish to resolve the issues within this narrative and complete my mission to return to the world that rightfully belongs to me. Pei Xiandong remained, hands clasped behind his back, clearly unwilling to leave. It is better that I stay. After all, the other party's identity is unclear. Nan Yunmo regarded him with a peculiar expression but refrained from further argument, her focus entirely on Qiu Yuanda's condition. Approximately half an hour later, the physician emerged from the room, looking somewhat fatigued, with traces of blood staining his garments. "Physician, how is Qiu Yuanda?" Nan Yunmo asked, hurrying to meet him. The physician explained in detail, "Qiu Yuanda has multiple stab wounds, with the more severe ones nearly reaching the bone. He must remain bedridden for the time being. Failing to do so could lead to serious complications, or even death." Upon hearing this, Nan Yunmo was filled with confusion. What had Qiu Yuanda done to sustain such grievous injuries? "I understand now. Physician, please take good care of Qiu Yuanda during this time. If he needs anything, do not hesitate to inform me." Chapter 68. The plot remains. The physician regarded her with an odd expression, silently questioning whether the princess harbored romantic feelings for Qiu Yuanda. Otherwise, why would she be so concerned for him? "Very well, princess. I shall ensure Qiu Yuanda is well cared for. Now I must prepare some medicine." With that, he departed. Nan Yunmo entered the room, only to find the maids tidying up the floor and clearing away the soiled garments. Qiu Yuanda lay slumped over a small table, unconscious. Nan Yunmo tiptoed forward, quietly asking a maid, "Is Qiu Yuanda going to be all right?" The maid bowed respectfully, replying, "According to the physician, young Master Qiu is stable for now, but he will need proper care moving forward." A wave of relief washed over Nan Yunmo, and she exhaled deeply. "Please take a few people to escort Qiu Yuanda to the guest quarters for rest. You all will attend to him for the time being," she added. "If you require anything, come to me." The maid complied and, together with two others, lifted Qiu Yuanda to carry him away. While she contemplated how to properly nourish Qiu Yuanda back to health to prevent any lasting effects from his injuries, chaos erupted at the Tian residence. In the main hall, Lord Tian glared at the kneeling Lady Tian and Tian Qingya, his expression one of barely restrained fury, as if he wished to rend the mother-daughter pair to pieces. Tian Qinglan stood to the side, her eyes filled with hatred as she glared at her mother and sister. She was well aware of their intentions to eliminate her, but she had not expected them to be so audacious, to use the name of Princess Onping to ensnare her and plot against her. "You have quite the audacity." Lord Tian slammed his hand on the table, his voice filled with rage. "If it weren't for General Pei saving Qinglan today, who knows what might have befallen her." He had nearly finalized the marriage arrangement between Qinglan and Yiliangjun, awaiting only the formal betrothal from the Yi family in a few days. Yet, at this critical juncture, this mother and daughter dared to act in such a manner. How despicable! My lord, you must not listen to such slander. How could I ever do something so atrocious? Lady Tian cried, her voice trembling. Even if I dislike Qinglan, I would never. Ah! Lord Tian, enraged, seized a teacup from the small table and hurled it at her face. The scalding tea splashed against Lady Tian, causing her to scream, "My face! My face!" She leaped up, frantically wiping at her face while ordering the maids, "Quick! Fetch a physician. Bring cold water. My visage must not suffer any misfortune." However, without Lord Tian's permission, how could the maidservants dare to summon a physician? They all stood there, heads bowed. Silence. Lord Tian cast a furious glare at Madame Tian, his eyes blazing with resentment. "You wretched woman! You have caused the demise of so many of my concubines and children. Now you dare to endanger Qinglan? I can no longer permit your existence." With that, he declared, "Today, I shall divorce you." At these words, Madame Tian halted her movements, staring blankly at him. "You, my lord, you intend to divorce me for that worthless Qinglan?" Lord Tian was already too weary to utter another word to her. He commanded a servant to fetch paper and ink, swiftly penning a divorce decree,
which he tossed before Madame Tian.
"From this day forth, you are no longer a member of the Tian family. Return to your maternal home." He reflected bitterly on his lack of a son and the misfortunes in his career, all due to this vile woman. He should have cast her aside long ago. When Nan Yunmo learned from Gigi that Madame Tian had been divorced and Tian Qingya had been sent to the Tian estate, she was momentarily taken aback. How could this development mirror the original plot so closely? In the original narrative, Madame Tian and Tian Qingya attempted to frame Pei Xiandong but were exposed, leading to Lord Tian's decision to divorce Madame Tian and abandon Tian Qingya to her fate at the Tian estate. This incident also allowed them to be exploited by spies of the Daping dynasty, triggering a series of events. She murmured softly, a chill settling in her eyes.
Gigi
arranged for trustworthy individuals to keep a close watch on Madame Tian and Tian Qingya, noting everyone who approaches them. If she was correct, even if this fictional world encountered significant issues, certain pivotal plot points would inevitably unfold, such as Madame Tian and Tian Qingya's exploitation by the spies of the Daping dynasty. Gigi acquiesced, then shifted the conversation to another matter. "Does the princess wish to visit young Master Qiu? I suspect he may be regaining consciousness." Upon hearing this, Nan Yunmo promptly made her way to the courtyard where Qiu Yuanda was temporarily residing. Upon her arrival, she found that Qiu Yuanda had just awakened. "You're awake?" Nan Yunmo seated herself on a stool beside the bed, observing the frail Qiu Yuanda. "Look at you, so weak. Were you not lively just a short while ago?" Qiu Yuanda, well aware of her sharp tongue and tender heart, managed a faint smile. "I would like nothing more than to be lively, but alas, I am unable to do so at this moment." At this juncture, he sobered. "Does the princess know how I sustained such grave injuries?" Nan Yunmo was curious. "You did not engage in some nefarious act, did you?" Qiu Yuanda rolled his eyes, lacking the energy to indulge in banter. "I was pursued by the spies of the Daping dynasty while investigating their activities, and I barely managed to escape." Nan Yunmo's breath caught, her mouth slightly agape. "Why would you delve into such matters? You had no obligation to investigate." Qiu Yuanda's gaze passed over her, his tone reflective. "Consider it a token of my loyalty to the Daling dynasty. To speak bluntly, if the Daping dynasty were to succeed, individuals like us from the martial world would not enjoy favorable days either." Nan Yunmo accepted his reasoning, her expression turning somber. "Can you share what you discovered?" Qiu Yuanda had intended to discuss this very matter, which was why he had strained his injured body to seek her out. "There are over 20 spies from the Daping dynasty in Lingdu." Over 20. Nan Yunmo was genuinely astonished. While she was aware of the presence of spies, she had not anticipated their numbers to be so vast. Qiu Yuanda nodded slightly, a flicker of anger crossing his pallid features. "Some of these spies are originally from the Daling dynasty, who betrayed their homeland for various reasons." Detecting the frustration in his tone, Nan Yunmo calmly replied, "Why waste your anger on such scoundrels? It will only harm your health." Qiu Yuanda chuckled, but the laughter caused him to wince in pain. "Princess, these spies have been increasingly active. They plan to kidnap you and then eliminate you."
"What?"
Nan Yunmo could scarcely believe her ears. "The Daping dynasty intends not to use me against the Daling dynasty and Pei Xiandong, but rather to kill me?"
"Why?"
At that moment, This scene was fortuitously witnessed by the imperial tutor, who was not entirely clear on Qiu Yuanda's situation, but harbored a suspicion. I suspect the Daping dynasty wishes to exploit your corpse for their own ends. Nan Yunmo was baffled, her head spinning. Would it not be more advantageous to keep me alive? Allow me to explain. Qiu Yuanda swallowed, appearing somewhat parched. Nan Yunmo, noticing this, promptly poured a glass of warm water and handed it to him. Drink some water first, then we can continue. She added, you may rest assured in my home. There is no need for concern. Qiu Yuanda took the cup, gulping down a generous mouthful of water to soothe his dry throat. Once his thirst was quenched, he exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling considerably better. Now let me share my speculation. However, as he began to speak, his hand slipped, causing the cup to tumble onto himself, soaking the bedding. Apologies, princess, I have dampened the bedding. Qiu Yuanda attempted to clean it up, but his hands lacked strength. It's nothing, I will take care of it. Nan Yunmo took out her embroidered handkerchief and stood up, gently dabbing at the wet spots on the bedding. This action brought the two of them exceedingly close. To an outsider's perspective, it appeared as if they were engaged in some clandestine activity. Unbeknownst to them, this scene was fortuitously observed by Wen Daochen, who looked as if he had swallowed a fly, his face contorted with rage. What are you two doing? His bellow startled Nan Yunmo, causing her to inadvertently press harder, right on Qiu Yuanda's wound. A cry of pain ensued. Ah! Qiu Yuanda was nearly sent into oblivion by the pain, his vision filled with stars. Princess Onfing, do you truly wish for my demise? He felt as if he were on the brink of meeting his ancestors. Nan Yunmo quickly released her grip and stood upright, repeatedly apologizing. I'm so sorry. I truly did not mean to. At this point, she turned her gaze, filled with indignation, towards Wen Daochen. You, dog imperial tutor, what are you doing here? And who invited you to my home? Just a moment, I nearly became a murderer. Wen Daochen's eyes were as cold as ice, his voice low and chilling. What are you two doing? He had not anticipated that this man would dare to entice Nan Yunmo. Such audacity was astonishing. Nan Yunmo rolled her eyes, exasperated. What do you think we are doing? We are merely having a discussion. Can't you see? The dog imperial tutor has truly lost his mind, yelling as if he has caught us in a compromising situation. Please, in his current state, Qiu Yuanda looks as if the slightest movement would be his last. What else could he possibly do? Upon hearing her thoughts, when Daochen realized he had misunderstood, his expression gradually softening, yet his wariness towards Qiu Yuanda intensified. The fact that this man had come to Nan Yunmo's home to recuperate signified his unique intentions towards her. Princess Onfing, this matter could have been handled by the servants. There was no need for you to take on such a task. He swiftly donned his usual gentle demeanor, his tone amicable. Moreover, there are distinctions between men and women. Nan Yunmo regarded him with incredulity. You, dog imperial tutor, dare utter such a statement? Have you lost your senses? Has he not laid hands on me before? It is absurd for him to say such things. Qiu Yuanda cast a knowing glance at Wen Daochen, realizing the man's jealousy. Unfortunately, Nan Yunmo remained oblivious to the imperial tutor's sentiments and continued to harbor her grievances against him. Wen Daochen approached, ruffling Nan Yunmo's hair with a hint of exasperation. All right, I concede. This time, it was my error. I should not have acted without understanding the situation. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Recently, upon observing the interactions between Nan Yunmo and Qiu Yuanda, one could not help but feel that they were engaged in something rather intimate.
Nan Yunmo,
displaying a hint of impatience, swatted his hand away, asserting, Do not try that with me. I am not so easily swayed. Furthermore, she inquired, How did you gain entry into my home? My mother has expressly forbidden you from stepping inside. Could it be that this individual had surreptitiously infiltrated her abode? Wen Daochen rubbed his temples, exuding an air of weariness as he replied, It was the princess of Xianping who permitted my entry. I did not sneak in. Just from the expression on Nan Yunmo's face, he could discern that she suspected him of clandestine behavior. Nan Yunmo, taken aback and perplexed, questioned, How could my mother allow you in? What have you done? Rather than address her inquiry, Wen Daochen shifted the conversation, asking, What were you and Qiu Yuanda discussing? We were conversing about matters concerning the great Ping dynasty. Qiu Yuanda interjected, clearing his throat, as he was keen to avoid incurring the emperor's tutor's wrath. Being on the receiving end of such enmity would render his life a relentless pursuit of survival. Upon hearing this, Wen Daochen seated Nan Yunmo on a stool and fixed a cold, piercing gaze upon Qiu Yuanda, his voice frigid as he queried, Oh, what new troubles have arisen from the great Ping dynasty? How did you come to know? Sensing the palpable animosity emanating from Wen Daochen, Qiu Yuanda retracted slightly and replied earnestly, "Previously, I informed Princess Anping about the Great Ping Dynasty's intentions to abduct her. Afterward, I could not shake the feeling that something was amiss, so I discreetly investigated the spies of the Great Ping Dynasty. The outcome." He let out a bitter chuckle. "I overestimated my abilities, which led to my grievous injuries. Had it not been for Princess Anping's timely rescue, I might have perished."
Indeed.
His hubris had resulted in his current plight. "Qiu Yuanda, you must not speak so," Nan Yunmo gently admonished. "You could not have foreseen such an outcome." When Daochen cast a sidelong glance at her, a cold smile gracing his lips, her kindness towards Qiu Yuanda was starkly contrasted by her disdain for him. "Qiu Yuanda, what have you uncovered regarding the Great Ping Dynasty?" he inquired coolly. Qiu Yuanda reiterated his earlier statements, then ventured his hypothesis. "I suspect the Great Ping Dynasty intends to kill Princess Anping post-abduction, aiming to exploit her corpse for their own ends." A chilling undertone crept into his voice. A corpse is far easier to manipulate than a living individual. The couple of Xianping will undoubtedly strive to reclaim Princess Anping's remains, thus making them pawns in the Great Ping Dynasty's game. He added, given their status and the Emperor's trust in them, they could easily orchestrate significant actions. After such a lengthy exposition, he leaned weakly against the wall, panting. What a malevolent scheme from the Great Ping Dynasty! Nan Yunmo exclaimed, her teeth clenched in frustration. "One day, I will ensure that the Great Ping Dynasty understands the consequences of crossing me." Her fervent gestures and impassioned words breathed life into the previously tense atmosphere. Chapter 70. Nan Yunmo discovers a dilemma when Daochen stifled a chuckle, playfully tapping her forehead. "Indeed, one day, our Princess Anping shall surely bring the entire Great Ping Dynasty to its knees, and compel its emperor to bow before you in contrition."
Nan Yunmo note that emphatically.
"It must be so." When Daochen's smile deepened, though his eyes glinted with a fierce resolve. The audacity of the Great Ping Dynasty to treat Nan Yunmo in such a manner would not go unpunished. "Very well, we shall heed your wishes," he said, his tone laced with affection and indulgence. Qiu Yuanda, feeling a chill run down his spine, regarded Wen Daochen with an odd expression. It was astonishing to witness the emperor's tutor in such a light. It was truly a fearsome sight. Wen Daochen remained unfazed by his scrutiny, for to him, save for those he held dear, the opinions of others were of little consequence.
"Tutor,
you should inform the emperor that there are over 20 spies from the Great Ping Dynasty concealed within Lingdu," Nan Yunmo declared, oblivious to the subtle shift in his tone. Her mind consumed with thoughts of swiftly vanquishing the Great Ping Dynasty. Although she possessed the script, which foretold the eventual downfall of the Great Ping Dynasty at the hands of Pei Xiandong, the current narrative had become precariously unstable, raising the likelihood of unforeseen complications. To mitigate any potential fallout, meticulous planning was imperative to ensure Pei Xiandong could successfully dismantle the Great Ping Dynasty. Truth be told, the emperor is already aware of these matters, Wen Daochen remarked nonchalantly. However, he does not possess the details to the same extent. Nan Yunmo understood this. In the narrative, her uncle, the emperor, was indeed a capable individual. Of course, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility of his own hidden agendas, for he was, after all, a living, breathing person, incapable of absolute impartiality. These spies needed to be dealt with expeditiously. She stroked her chin, contemplating, given that the plot has completely unraveled, does this imply that I can reveal certain elements of the narrative to the emperor? Uncertain of the repercussions such revelations might have on the storyline, she hesitated. Wen Daochen countered, there is no need to eliminate all the spies from the Great Ping Dynasty. We need only address a select few.
Nam Junmo, Papa, Inquit.
What do you mean? When Daochen's lips formed the phrase, lure the snake out of its hole. At this, Nan Yunmo grasped his intent, clapping her hands together. You mean to fish for information? However, there is no guarantee we will catch anything, and it could lead to significant peril. When Daochen spoke with unwavering confidence, danger is indeed a certainty, yet the rewards of successful fishing will outweigh the risks. He reassured her, rest easy. I shall handle this matter with care. You need only prepare the necessary provisions for our journey to the border. Nan Yunmo abruptly raised her gaze to him, astonished and bewildered. How did you know I intended to go to the border? No sooner had she posed the question than she heard Qiu Yuanda's inquiry, Princess Anping. You are going to the border? Nan Yunmo nodded, explaining, my parents are heading to the border, and I have no choice but to accompany them. I cannot remain alone in Lingdu. I must protect Pei Xiandong. If he were to perish at the border, we would all be doomed, and the narrative might not allow for a second chance. Sigh, I cannot fathom why this narrative has gone awry. The crux of the matter is that I still cannot ascertain what precisely has gone wrong. Qiu Yuanda, upon hearing her thoughts, began to comprehend the multitude of events that had transpired, the most alarming of which was the unraveling of the narrative. May I accompany you to the border? If Pei Xiandong is truly that significant, I must find a way to safeguard him. We cannot allow the story to reset, or we shall all face ruin. Nan Yunmo frowned disapprovingly, her tone growing grave. Look at your current condition. How could you possibly accompany us to the border? You would likely succumb to your injuries before even arriving. Qiu Yuanda recognized her good intentions and regretted his impulsiveness. Had I known Princess Onfeng was to travel to the border, I would not have taken such risks. He sighed heavily. At this rate, I do not know when I shall recover. His injuries were severe, and it would take months for him to heal significantly. Nan Yunmo offered words of comfort. You should focus on recuperating, leave the rest to the tutor. With his capabilities, he will surely bring the great Ping dynasty to its knees swiftly. When Daochen, upon hearing this, found himself both amused and exasperated, he pinched Nan Yunmo's cheek playfully. So now you seek to curry favor with me? Nan Yunmo shot him a sharp glare, her tone decidedly unsympathetic. Oh, tutor, must you always be so hands-on? It is truly bothersome, do you not realize? When Daochen recognized that she was genuinely annoyed and quickly raised his hands in surrender, it is my fault. I promise I will refrain from such behavior in the future. Nan Yunmo, unwilling to engage further, huffed and turned to leave, thoroughly irritated by his presence. When Daochen rubbed his temples, yet a smile lingered at the corners of his lips. It seemed Nan Yunmo's temper was growing increasingly fierce in his presence. This was, indeed, a positive development. Master, are you not going to pursue Princess Onfeng? Qiu Yuanda inquired cautiously. When Daochen's demeanor instantly transformed into one of icy indifference, his gaze sharp and unyielding as he retorted, That is none of your concern. Qiu Yuanda, scratching his nose, simply acknowledged with a soft "oh" and fell silent. Indeed, the differences among individuals are stark. When Daochen continued, As a person of the martial world, it would be prudent for you, young Master Qiu, to refrain from frequenting such places, lest you invite misunderstandings. Qiu Yuanda, fully aware of the warning and veiled threat in his words, hastily clarified, Master, you truly misunderstand. I harbor no romantic notions towards Princess Onfeng. I merely find her intriguing. Upon hearing this, when Daochen's expression hardened, layer by layer, like ice forming in winter. After all, it was his own interest in Nan Yunmo that had led him to linger around her so often. Now, hearing such words, he found Qiu Yuanda increasingly irksome. Young Master Qiu, regardless of your reasons for approaching Princess Onfeng, I expect you to conduct yourself as a proper knight. Do you understand? Qiu Yuanda frowned slightly, his expression dimming. Rather than concern himself with such matters, it would be wiser for the master to contemplate how to win Princess Onfeng's favor. For she is no mere young girl. He had claimed to have no romantic intentions towards her, yet the master insisted he steer clear of her. Such overreach. When Daochen, upon hearing his thoughts, merely cast a penetrating glance before departing. Meanwhile, Nan Yunmo had just returned to her courtyard when she received shocking news from Gigi. Are you saying Yi Liangjun and Tian Qinglan are to accompany the army to battle? She widened her eyes slightly, her tone rising. Gigi nodded vigorously. I heard that young Master Yi requested to join the forces. Upon hearing this, Nan Yunmo discerned a troubling pattern. Chapter 71. Who would come to capture Nan Yunmo at midnight? Nan Yunmo sat in her chair, thoughtfully stroking her chin as a contemplative expression settled on her face. She had previously considered that the plot was gradually unfolding along its original trajectory. For instance, Madame Tian was dismissed, and Tian Qingya was sent to the countryside.
Now,
with the news of Tian Qinglan accompanying the army, her suspicions were further solidified. In the original text, Tian Qinglan had only joined the battle after her relationship with Pei Xiandong had stabilized. How could she possibly accompany Yi Liangjun into battle? Gigi shook her head, confusion evident on her face. I'm not quite sure either. However, it is said that Miss Tian herself requested to join young Master Yi in battle, claiming she wished to contribute to the Delin dynasty. Nan Yunmo's eyes widened in surprise. She clicked her tongue. Indeed, the narrative was steadily reverting to its original course. In the primary account, Tian Qinglan had also volunteered to follow Pei Xiandong into battle, expressing the same sentiment of wanting to support the Delin dynasty. She tapped her fingers lightly on the armrest of her chair, her brows knitting together. In other words, she was still expected to play the role of the vicious female antagonist. However, the system had not indicated this before. It only instructed her to protect the male and female leads from harm. Did that imply she need not follow the original plot? She mused aloud. Gigi, bewildered, asked, Princess. What are you talking about? I didn't quite catch that. Nan Yunmo waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing. You may continue with your tasks. She was deep in thought about the narrative. Gigi, accustomed to her ways, curtsied and resumed her work. Knowing the princess was to accompany the prince and princess to the border the following day, thus, she needed to prepare diligently. Nan Yunmo leaned slightly to one side, continuing to ponder the storyline. Considering the system's previous instructions and the current situation, it seemed she need not maintain the persona of a malicious female character, but simply focus on safeguarding the male and female leads? It was likely so. After all, she had not adhered to the cruel character's role before and had encountered no issues. With this realization, Nan Yunmo felt a wave of relief wash over her. The prospect of no longer embodying the wicked female antagonist was exhilarating. However, ensuring the safety of the leads would prove challenging. Firstly, she lacked the narrative and systems assistance. And secondly, the Deping dynasty was a perilous environment where, with the slightest misstep, the leads could be in grave danger. Hence, it was evident that she must frequently appear before them to secure their safety. After contemplating these matters, Nan Yunmo felt significantly lighter and optimistic about the future. She believed that as long as she fulfilled the tasks as dictated by the system, she would eventually return to the modern world. As midnight approached, the moon concealed itself, leaving only a sparse scattering of stars in the night sky. Nan Yunmo had long since fallen into a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to her, several masked figures in dark clothing stealthily entered her courtyard. The masked individuals exchanged wary glances, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Confirming that no one was present, they nodded to one another before tiptoeing toward the house. With each step, they paused intermittently to assess their surroundings, ensuring no unforeseen complications arose. As they reached the door, preparing to push it open, they were suddenly engulfed in darkness and collapsed unconscious. Behind the masked intruders stood two vigilant shadow guards, applauding lightly. Investigate who these audacious fools are, daring to plot against our princess at this hour, one guard remarked, keeping a watchful eye on the area to thwart any potential accomplices. The other guard crouched down, meticulously examining the masked figures. Judging by their movements, it was apparent they possessed considerable lightness of foot. Otherwise, they would not have evaded the palace's watchful eyes. His companion rolled his eyes, exasperated. What is the point of stating the obvious? Hurry and search them quietly. We must not disturb the princess's sleep. The dawn will bring our princess to join the army. After thoroughly inspecting the masked intruders and finding nothing of value, it became evident they had preemptively covered their tracks. Those bold enough to create trouble for the princess at such a late hour were few and far between. Isn't that stating the obvious? His partner replied. All right, take these individuals to the Jingzhou prefecture for the magistrate to investigate. For now, we must remain vigilant and see if any further developments arise. Thus, when Nan Yunmo awoke the next morning and learned from the shadow guards about the masked individuals seeking her out, she was momentarily taken aback. Have you identified who is behind this? She asked. Who would dare trouble me at such an hour? The shadow guard shook his head, indicating they had yet to ascertain the identity of the culprits. Please forgive us, princess. We have not yet discovered who is responsible. Nan Yunmo bore no resentment and smiled warmly. You have done excellently in safeguarding me. How could I possibly blame you for this? She suggested they take their time in unraveling the matter. Pausing momentarily, a glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. Perhaps it won't even be necessary to investigate. The mastermind may soon reveal themselves. Since they dared to send someone to trouble me at such an hour, they will undoubtedly attempt again after this failure. She would wait patiently. After finishing her breakfast and preparing to head to the main hall with her bag, she was surprised to see her parents leading Wen Daochen into her courtyard, momentarily freezing in place. Isn't my mother quite disdainful of the dog master? Why is she here with him? As Wen Daochen noticed her bewilderment, the smile on his lips widened. Nan Yunmo's startled expression struck him as utterly charming.
Yunmo,
Have you packed everything? Lu Shi gently tapped the top of Nan Yunmo's head, her tone imbued with affection. If you're ready, we must depart promptly. We need to arrive ahead of everyone else. Given their family status, arriving late could invite unwelcome scrutiny. While they were indifferent to such opinions, they still had to consider the emperor's perspective. Nan Yunmo nodded absently, still trying to grasp the situation. Mother, I am already prepared. She gestured toward Wen Daochen, her face a canvas of questions. Why is he here with us? Lu Shi, aware of her daughter's sentiments towards the master, explained with a hint of resignation. The emperor sent the master to deliver some items to us. We shall accompany him as we go. She was acutely aware that the emperor would dispatch the imperial teacher, as it was his suggestion. Otherwise, the emperor would have sent eunuch Jin. Nan Yunmo had also considered this. She wrinkled her nose and huffed disdainfully at Wen Daochen. Clearly harboring no fondness for him, the imperial teacher was truly insufferable. "Mother, let us hasten our steps," she urged, linking arms with Lu Shi and briskly making her way outside, anxious not to squander time. Wen Daochen shook his head in resignation. Pondering how to placate the temperamental young lady, soothing a petulant girl was no simple feat. Mo, I heard there was a thief in your courtyard last night? Lu Shi suddenly inquired. Before Nan Yunmo could respond, when Daochen interjected, it was most likely orchestrated by the Wen family. Chapter 72, The Imperial Teacher's Past. Nan Yunmo shot him a cold glance, letting out a scoff. If it truly was the Wen family, then I would be entangled in the imperial teacher's affairs. Ever since the Wen family had last sought her out, they had not reappeared. However, given their nature, it was implausible that they would let the matter rest. Nor would they easily relinquish their hold on the imperial teacher. Indeed, you are entangled in my affairs, Wen Daochen replied with remarkable equanimity, a flicker of menace flashing in his eyes. I shall ascertain whether it was the Wen family responsible. Nan Yunmo did not rebuff his goodwill, and continued. If it was indeed the Wen family, how does the imperial teacher intend to address the matter? Wen Daochen smiled coldly, his gaze suffused with lethal intent. Naturally. I shall render them forever voiceless. Nan Yunmo appeared entirely unperturbed, abruptly querying, Imperial teacher, if this incident had not occurred, would you still retain the Wen family? Wen Daochen understood the underlying motive behind her question, for he had gleaned the fate of the Wen family from her unspoken thoughts. He spoke in a decidedly nonchalant tone. Even without the incident involving Princess Onfing, I would have resolved matters with the Wen family in the near future. His intention in keeping the Wen family around was, in part, to ensure that they witnessed firsthand the gradual decline of their once glorious lineage as they begged for mercy from others. Nan Yunmo acknowledged this with a soft "oh" and chose not to pursue the topic further. If the events of last night were indeed the work of the Wen family, it would only serve to hasten their descent into ruin. As Nan Yunmo and her companions reached the city gate, they were greeted by a throng of people. Countless citizens had gathered, some bidding farewell to family members, others cheering on the army, and many simply drawn by the spectacle. In summary, the city gate was a bustling mass of humanity. Nan Yunmo rose on her toes, peering around in astonishment. So this was the scene of an ancient army's departure. It was far more awe-inspiring than what she had seen on television. The sheer number of citizens present could not be replicated in a mere drama. Not to mention the imposing and majestic army nearby, the feeling of witnessing it firsthand was truly overwhelming. Just as she was absorbed in her excitement, when Daochen's amused voice reached her ears, "Do you enjoy the commotion so much?" Nan Yunmo shot him a glance, her expression indicating he lacked understanding. It was not merely a matter of excitement. When Daochen's lips curved into a slight smile as he tousled her hair, "You are absolutely right." Just as Nan Yunmo was about to retort, she heard someone shouting, "General Pei has arrived." Following the sound, she beheld Pei Xiandong, clad in general's armor, riding a horse and leading a regiment of soldiers in perfect formation, resembling a hero from a tale, radiating brilliance and capturing the attention of all present. The surrounding citizens erupted into cheers. "General Pei! General Pei! General Pei shall prevail! General Pei shall conquer the great Ping dynasty!" Pei Xiandong maintained his usual icy demeanor, offering no response to the citizens as he marched his soldiers toward the army. Along the way, he noticed Nan Yunmo standing among the crowd. She shone like a radiant sun, drawing everyone's gaze. A glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes as he resolved that if he successfully subdued the great Ping dynasty this time, he would petition the emperor for permission to wed her. Unbeknownst to her, Nan Yunmo was being tugged away by the increasingly sullen Wen Daochen. "What are you doing?" she protested, attempting to shake off his grip, but failing. "Let me go. I'm in the midst of something exciting, and you're pulling me away." Wen Daochen's expression darkened further, his displeasure evident. "What's so fascinating? It's just a man." It irked him that she found Pei Xiandong, of all people, worthy of her attention instead of him. Nan Yunmo remained oblivious to the jealousy brewing within the imperial teacher, merely thinking him absurd. "Imperial teacher, do not overstep your bounds. Tian Qinglan, come collect your imperial teacher." According to the unfolding narrative, the imperial teacher will soon find himself utterly captivated by Tian Qinglan. When Daochen halted abruptly, turning to face Nan Yunmo. "What are you staring at?" she snapped, baring her teeth in a fierce glare. When Daochen narrowed his eyes, his expression shifting slightly. "I just realized that holding on to Princess Onping like this is indeed inappropriate." With that, he released her. What did her previous thoughts imply? What did she mean by the narrative unfolding? Exactly. Nan Yunmo rubbed her sore wrist, grumbling, I warn you, should you continue this behavior, I will not go easy on you. This time, as General Pei leads his troops to the border, many events from the original text are bound to occur. For instance, the matter concerning the imperial teacher's deceased mother, as well as the romantic entanglements between the male and female leads. When Daochen, upon hearing her thoughts, came to a realization, the previously disrupted narrative was inexplicably beginning to restore itself. This was not favorable for him. He had no desire to follow the original storyline. All right, I shall refrain from such actions. He cleared his throat lightly, feigning casualness as he inquired, Princess Onping, do you think there will be any incidents during this expedition? Nan Yunmo shrugged, raising her palms in a gesture of uncertainty. How could I possibly know? I'm not a deity and cannot foresee the future. This expedition will undoubtedly encounter various issues. In the original text, when Pei Xiandong led his army, they faced numerous challenges posed by the Great Ping dynasty. Especially upon reaching the border, Pei Xiandong encountered considerable difficulties. Had it not been for the imperial teacher's assistance to him, for the sake of the Great Lin dynasty and Tian Qinglan, he might not have returned unscathed. It is evident that the imperial teacher truly harbors feelings for Tian Qinglan, willing to overlook the matter of his deceased mother to aid his rival. Regrettably, in the end, Tian Qinglan seemed not to reciprocate the imperial teacher as affections. In the original text, the imperial teacher's plight was indeed pitiable. In his youth, his father favored a concubine over his legitimate wife, conspiring with the concubine to poison his mother while attempting to eliminate him as well. Had it not been for a loyal servant who fought to protect him and help him escape the Wen family, he would have perished long ago. Even so, he endured a year or two of precarious existence. Eventually, after the loyal servant succumbed to illness, he was discovered by his father and the concubine's henchmen. Just as he was about to be slain, his master, Xian Yaozi, came to his rescue. Xian Yaozi saved the imperial teacher and took him to his home, providing him with a semblance of stability for the first time. Chapter 73. Ordinary Friends. The Great Ping Dynasty's Spies. Upon hearing Nan Yunmo's thoughts, when Daochen realized that many events would transpire during their journey to the border, many of which would align with the original narrative. Thus, he needed to exercise caution on the road, ensuring he was not swayed by the storyline into making inappropriate choices. I thought Princess Onping could foresee the future, he remarked cryptically. Nan Yunmo detected an unusual tone in his voice, yet unable to decipher its meaning, she chose to remain silent for the moment. Imperial Master, rather than loitering here, you would be better occupied with your affairs. After all, once we accompany the army to the borders, you will find no time to manage the matters of Lin Du. In the original text, the Imperial Master does not accompany the army to the borders. However, due to the female protagonist's influence, he remains vigilant about the situation at the borders, even employing his connections within the martial world. It is precisely this involvement that exposed the Imperial Master's influence in the martial realm, stirring a great uproar. I recall that, in the original narrative, after the Imperial Master's demise, his influence in the martial world fragmented, with a portion being assumed by the main characters, thus elevating them to a position of unparalleled authority. One Daochen's gaze gradually turned frigid, a derisive smile forming within his heart. Pei Xiandong and Tian Qinglan truly had the audacity, having manipulated him multiple times in the original text, even daring to seize his influence in the martial world. Given this, he saw no reason to retain them. Matters of Lin Du shall not require my intervention. My subordinates will manage them adeptly, he stated with an impassive demeanor. Nan Yunmo was well aware of her subordinates' capabilities, and thus chose not to pursue the topic further. She scanned her surroundings and soon found her parents engaged in conversation with someone. Father, mother, who are you speaking with? She cheerfully inquired, linking arms with Lu Shi. Lu Shi gently patted her hand, smiling warmly. It's a friend of your father's. We happened to run into him. Just call him uncle. Just an ordinary friend, she added. It's customary to greet one another when we meet. Following her gaze, Nan Yunmo turned, and upon seeing the refined middle-aged gentleman standing opposite Lu Shi, her eyes brightened. Hello, uncle. Ah, is this not the infamous traitor Ning Dihao from the original text? His presence here could signify one of two possibilities. Either he is exchanging information with other informants, or he seeks to glean intelligence regarding the army to relay to the De Ping dynasty, thereby plotting against the De Lin dynasty. That scoundrel. Once Emperor Uncle arrives, I shall inform him to deal with this traitor. Ning Dihao smiled amiably, exuding a demeanor that suggested he was easy to converse with. You must be Princess Onping. He remarked, I have long admired your reputation. Nan Yunmo's smile was insincere. You flatter me, uncle. Are you here to send off the army as well? Ning deho notet. Sighing, indeed, I came to bid farewell to the troops. Originally, I intended to send my son to the battlefield, but my wife vehemently opposed it, so I had to relent. Nan Yunmo responded with a meaningful "oh" as she processed this information. In the original text, Ning Dihao did not send his son to the borders at the outset of the conflict. Later, as the De Ping dynasty faced defeat, he forcibly dispatched his son to the borders, intending to extract intelligence for the De Ping dynasty. His son indeed managed to gather considerable intelligence, causing multiple crises for the army led by Pei Xiandong. Had the imperial master not uncovered this matter later, the Delin army would have faced even graver dangers. Ning Dihao sensed something peculiar about Nan Yunmo's attitude, but could not pinpoint what was amiss, leading him to be more vigilant. Today marked his first encounter with Princess Onping, yet her demeanor was strikingly unusual. She might have learned something. For the sake of his future glory and wealth, he needed to eliminate her as per his plan. Xianping Wang, I shall not intrude any further, he said, but before he could finish his sentence, a shadowy figure had already restrained him. Where does Lord Ning intend to go? When Dao Chun approached with a smile, his stride steady, Ning Dihao felt an instinctive unease in his heart. He forced a smile. Imperial Master, I was merely preparing to return. Return? When Dao Chun elongated his tone with a hint of peculiarity. Where does Lord Ning imply to return to? He had just overheard Nan Yunmo's thoughts. It was indeed surprising that the usually affable and dutiful Minister of Rights, Ning Dihao, was actually an informant. Ning Dihao suddenly broke into a cold sweat, a flicker of panic in his eyes, though he endeavored to maintain his composure. Imperial Master, you jest. I naturally mean to return home. I have but one home. Aside from it, I have nowhere else to go. Had the Imperial Master discerned something? Just as when Dao Chun was about to speak, a eunuch's sharp voice rang out, His Majesty has arrived. Upon hearing this, everyone present immediately knelt, exclaiming, Long live His Majesty. Emperor Xianwen, supported by Jin Gua, descended from the dragon chariot. He waved his hand with a cheerful smile. All rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. The crowd rose in clusters. However, the earlier lively atmosphere had dissipated, with most individuals appearing tense and uneasy, some even standing there in a state of trepidation. Emperor Xianwen had long grown accustomed to this. Despite any displeasure that might have flickered within him, he did not reveal it. The populace was fearful of him, including his concubines and children. Uncle Emperor, Nan Yunmo exclaimed, bouncing cheerfully to his side. We have been waiting for you to preside over the proceedings. At this point, she mischievously raised her eyebrows. Uncle Emperor, may I stand beside you? I believe it would be quite impressive. The Emperor's mood brightened instantly, and he laughed heartily. Very well, you may stand beside me. Onping was one of the few who treated him without distinction. Upon hearing this, Nan Yunmo proudly placed her hands on her hips, swaying as she chuckled. I knew Uncle Emperor is the most fond of me. Standing beside Uncle Emperor was splendid. Not only could she see everyone's expressions, but she could also survey the entire scene. The mere thought was exhilarating. Her antics amused Emperor Xianwen, who ruffled her hair. I see you wish to avoid the crowd below, thus you seek refuge beside me, do you not? Nan Yunmo feigned irritation. Uncle Emperor, to expose me publicly like this will surely make me upset. All right, it is my fault, the Emperor replied good-naturedly. Come, let us go see the army. Instantly obedient, Nan Yunmo followed closely behind the Emperor, subtly observing the surroundings. Chapter 74. If this isn't love, then what is? Surrounding the street were 2 rows of imposing imperial guards, tasked with maintaining order and ensuring the Emperor's safety. Behind the guards, the common folk stood, some with heads bowed, others seizing the opportunity to gaze at the Emperor, while a few murmured amongst themselves. Following the Emperor was a throng of palace attendants, with ministers trailing behind, exuding an air of authority. Emperor Xianwen approached the assembled army. A high platform had been erected before the troops. He ascended the platform with Nan Yunmo at his side. Pei Xiandong led the army in kneeling, proclaiming, We pay our respects to Your Majesty. Long live, long live, long live. The army's might was thunderous, igniting a fervor in the hearts of those present. Nan Yunmo's heart surged with excitement as she gazed starry-eyed at the troops, realizing that viewing the scene from such a height was indeed a unique experience. Most importantly, she could overlook the entire army's formation. So this is how Emperor Uncle feels during morning court sessions. It truly is a remarkable sensation. Though a chill ran down her back, as if someone were watching her with a sinister gaze. Turning around, she saw only a vast sea of people. With no one appearing to scrutinize her, this perplexity heightened her vigilance. She trusted her instincts, convinced that someone was covertly observing her every move, otherwise she would not feel this way. Meanwhile, when Daochen, having heard her thoughts, narrowed his eyes and scanned the area, suspecting that some ill-intentioned individuals were seeking an opportunity to scheme against Nan Yunmo. He needed to remain vigilant and ensure that those individuals had no chance to lay their traps. Over there, Emperor Xianwen had personally helped Pei Xiandong to his feet and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "General Pei, as you head to the frontier, I implore you to exercise utmost caution. Regardless of the challenges you encounter, rest assured that I and the Great Lin Court shall be your steadfast support." Pei Xiandong bowed respectfully and responded in a steady voice, "Your Majesty, please do not worry. We shall spare no effort in safeguarding the borders of the Great Lin and will not permit any nefarious individuals to trample upon a single inch of our land." The emperor was greatly pleased, his smile deepening as he added, "I shall refrain from saying more. I wish you a successful journey." Beside them, Nan Yunmo appeared disinterested, her keen eyes scanning the surroundings in search of potential spies, hoping to assist her uncle, the emperor, in resolving further issues. To her delight, she indeed spotted several suspicious individuals. Within the crowd, a select few wandered about, pausing briefly when they encountered one another. During these fleeting moments, they exchanged furtive glances before dispersing in different directions. Observing this, Nan Yunmo quickly beckoned to Jingguo, whispering, "Grandpa Jin, come here. I have something to discuss." Upon hearing her summons, Jingguo approached, holding a feather duster, and bowed respectfully. "How may I assist you, Princess Onping?" Nan Yunmo covered her mouth with her hand and leaned closer to his ear, speaking in a hushed tone, "I just saw several dubious individuals. Please dispatch the Imperial Guard to apprehend and interrogate them. They are undoubtedly involved in something sinister." Without seeking the Emperor's permission, Jingguo readily agreed. "Princess Onping, rest assured. I shall arrange for their capture and questioning immediately." It was no wonder the Emperor favored Princess Onping. She was thoughtful for the Emperor's concerns even in such moments, displaying no hint of arrogance. Nan Yunmo glanced around and sighed, "Oh dear, there are too many people. I can no longer see those individuals. Grandpa Jin, please keep an eye out. I distinctly saw them exchanging glances, which confirms their suspicious nature." She added, "We must be especially vigilant during times like these. We cannot afford any mistakes." Jingguo, with a serious demeanor, assured her, "Do not worry, Princess Onping. I will ensure these individuals are apprehended and will not allow them to commit any misdeeds." By this time, Emperor Xianwen had finished rallying the troops. Subsequently, Nan Yunmo hurried to his side and whispered, "Uncle Emperor, Ning Dihao poses a threat. Please take the time to interrogate him thoroughly. Additionally, I have concerns about these individuals." She proceeded to name several people, all of whom were spies bought by the Great Ping dynasty, posing significant future dangers to the Great Lin and the Emperor. Emperor Xianwen understood Nan Yunmo's character. He recognized that while she was often playful, she was serious when it came to important matters. His expression grew slightly colder as he replied, "I understand." He affectionately patted her head, admonishing, "As you accompany the army to the frontier, be sure to exercise great caution. Do you understand?" Initially, he had been opposed to Onping accompanying the army, but her insistence had compelled him to relent. Nan Yunmo smiled brightly, reassured him, "Uncle Emperor, you need not worry. I cherish my life dearly and shall return safe and sound." The Emperor could not express discontent in front of the army and the populace, so he merely patted her head. Soon after, the army, along with Nan Yunmo and others, set off under the watchful eyes of Emperor Xianwen and the assembled citizens. Inside the carriage, Nan Yunmo propped her head on her hands, her expression one of displeasure as she glared at Wen Daochen, who sat opposite her. "Why are you in my carriage?" The carriage she occupied had been specifically arranged by her uncle, the Emperor. Despite its unassuming exterior, it harbored considerable comfort within, ensuring her journey would be pleasant, free from discomfort. When Daochen, engrossed in a book, replied without looking up, "There were no other carriages available. So I had no choice but to squeeze in with you, Princess Onping." His intention was clear. He wanted everyone to know that Nan Yunmo was to be his future wife. Infuriated, she felt like biting him to death. "You shameless dog of a master. Have you no sense of decency? Don't think I'm unaware that the Emperor specifically prepared a carriage for you. Given his esteemed position as a master, it was only natural for the Emperor to provide him with a carriage for the journey to the frontier."
Oh.
"I noticed that Tian Qinglan and Yi Liangjun did not have a carriage, so I offer mine to them," Wen Daochen replied nonchalantly. Nan Yunmo raised an eyebrow. Her gaze sharpening. I knew it. The master is taken with Tian Qinglan, the female protagonist. Look. The master is so concerned for Tian Qinglan's lack of a carriage that he gives up his own. What else could that be but love? When Daochen, hearing her thoughts, felt his handsome features darken, his icy gaze piercing her. Nan Yunmo, do you think I would hesitate to act against you? Chapter 75. Nan Yunmo's outer calm and inner turmoil. Nan Yunmo was taken aback, her eyes wide with confusion. What madness is this, dog master? I have neither done nor said anything. Why are you directing your anger at me? She had merely muttered a few words about the dog master in her mind. Yet he was venting his frustrations on her. When Daochen rubbed his brow, feeling a headache coming on. Are you claiming that your O carried no other meaning? Nan Yunmo was not foolish enough to concede. She crossed her arms, regarding him coolly. Are you jesting? I merely uttered an O, and you extrapolate so many meanings from it. This alone reveals the depths of your depravity. Truly, the master has a wealth of experience in the bedroom. Rumor had it that he had been quite free-spirited with Lorong, exploring various escapades together in numerous locations. When Daochen's expression darkened to a stormy hue, his fists clenching audibly as he shot her a malevolent glare. What the hell? I am still untainted, and besides, you are the only one I have ever touched in such a manner. Why do you stare at me so? Am I not entitled to speak the truth? Nan Yunmo retorted, her arms crossed, keeping her distance. Speaking of which, I completely forgot to reach out to Lorong. No matter, I shall write him a letter. As long as Lorong persuades the master, he will cease to bother me, allowing me to enjoy some peace and focus on my tasks. When Daochen inhaled deeply several times, struggling to suppress the anger boiling within him, fighting against the urge to assert himself against Nan Yunmo. At present, they were en route to the frontier, and he could not allow personal grievances to disrupt discipline or morale. Princess Onping, I am keeping a record of all these grievances, he said with a strained smile. Nan Yunmo was taken aback, her eyes widening in shock. Wait, master, I have not provoked you. Is this truly necessary? Indeed. The dog master desperately needs Lorong to help him cool off, else he might fly into a rage at any moment. Later, she resolved to write to Lorong, imploring him to come and diffuse the situation with the dog master, lest she, the innocent and vulnerable woman, be caught in the crossfire. When Daochen felt as though darkness had enveloped him, narrowly avoiding an outburst. Suddenly, he slammed the book onto the small table, his face ashen with fury, his neck reddening with rage. Curse it all, he would eventually make Nan Yunmo understand whom he truly desired. Nan Yunmo quickly shrank into her corner, trembling as she watched him. Heavens, the dog master is angry with me. Could he possibly? In the original text, the number of individuals who met their demise at his hands is not insignificant, including both his father and his favored concubine. I certainly do not wish to perish at his hands. If it were to be by such a means, I might consider it. When Daochen comprehended her words, feeling both exasperated and amused. This was how Nan Yunmo always was, effortlessly transforming a grim atmosphere into one of levity. He exhaled slowly, reverting to his usual suave demeanor as the imperial master. Why should Princess Onping fear me? He fixed his gaze on Nan Yunmo, casually allowing a faint smile to blossom, remarking, what is this demeanor you present? Those unaware might think I have been tormenting you. He emphasized the word torment. Nan Yunmo, well aware of his insinuation, instantly froze, her expression stiffening. I knew it. I knew that the dog imperial master would harbor physical desires towards a beauty like me, adored by all. She sighed dramatically. Alas. What can I do? It is only natural for someone as exceptional as I to inspire such thoughts in the imperial master. When Daochen could not help but stifle a chuckle, his brows gradually relaxing, and the smile on his face became more genuine. Indeed, he did have thoughts regarding Nan Yunmo's physical form, but his intentions were not merely carnal. He yearned for a lasting companionship with her. Regrettably, she remained oblivious to this fact and still contemplated returning. Princess Onping, if I truly wished to impose something upon you, do you believe you could escape? He remarked with a semblance of a smile. Nan Yunmo's expression stiffened further, yet her inner monologue was vivid and animated. Dog Imperial Master, if you have the ability, come at me. I am not one to be trifled with. To be involved with the Dog Imperial Master is a capital matter in itself. When Daochen found himself genuinely curious about how Nan Yunmo managed to appear so fearful while her inner world was so vibrant. Princess Onping, your silence leads me to assume you acquiesce to my words. Nan Yunmo, choosing to ignore him, averted her gaze, pretending to lift the carriage curtain to inspect the outside. Where is the carriage of Tian Qinglan? I want the dog imperial master to witness the affectionate display between Tian Qinglan and Yi Liangjun, to infuriate him and compel him to speak to me thus. Wen Daochen was entirely indifferent to whom Tian Qinglan might be with. His concern lay solely with Nan Yunmo. As long as she remained by his side. Princess Anping, he began, only to be interrupted by a heavy tone. He turned his head to see Pei Xiandong leaning towards the carriage window, gazing at Nan Yunmo. His expression darkened, his eyes glinting like ice daggers aimed at Pei Xiandong. The latter merely cast a glance at Wen Daochen before continuing his conversation with Nan Yunmo. Princess Anping, are you adjusting well? The army will not halt until nightfall. Nan Yunmo, resting her chin on the window, replied cheerfully, I am quite accustomed. As for you, General Pei, riding under the sun must be sweltering. Do ensure you drink plenty of water to avoid heatstroke. She genuinely admired the soldiers of ancient times, clad in layers of heavy armor. If it were her, she would undoubtedly find it unbearable. Pei Xuandong's lips curled into a smile, the chill in his demeanor dissipating significantly. Rest assured, Princess Anping, we shall be vigilant. You should also take care. It can get stuffy in the carriage. If you wish to get some fresh air, I can arrange for someone to accompany you on horseback. He wished to ride alongside Nan Yunmo, yet as the commander, he must lead by example during the march. Nan Yunmo assured him she would be cautious soon. Pei Xiandong will encounter trouble, female trouble. According to the unfolding plot, the Daping dynasty had already learned of his leading the army to the border and had devised numerous schemes to sabotage the forces of the Daling dynasty. The first scheme orchestrated by the Daping dynasty was to use women to ensnare Pei Xiandong. Regardless of whether this plan succeeded, if the army were to discover that there were women in Pei Xuandong's tent, it would significantly tarnish his reputation and the morale of the troops. Pei Xuandong's expression darkened upon hearing her thoughts. Although he had anticipated that the Daping dynasty would stir trouble, he had not expected such tactics. Princess Anping, do you have anything further to discuss with me? He inquired cryptically. Nan Yunmo, oblivious to the depth of his words, tilted her head and teased, General Pei, be cautious during the march to prevent any issues. In the original text, Pei Xiandong was indeed wary of the Daping dynasty's schemes, which is why the ploy involving women ultimately failed, yet it stirred considerable unrest within the ranks. Pei Xiandong had to execute several soldiers to quell the matter. Following this incident, his standing among the troops rose significantly. All understood that Pei Xiandong was a capable and cunning leader, not to be trifled with. Pei Xiandong displayed no outward sign of concern, nodding slightly. Very well, I shall exercise caution. Now that he was aware of the Daping dynasty's plot, he would take preemptive measures. As Nan Yunmo prepared to speak again, a voice tinged with coldness and displeasure interrupted from behind. Princess Anping, it is too sunny outside. It would be best to lower the curtain. His eyes darkened. There was no reason for Nan Yunmo to converse with Pei Xiandong, a man clearly untrustworthy. Unaware of Wen Daochen's unease, Nan Yunmo remained engaged with Pei Xiandong, who, unlike her, noticed the tension. The gazes of Pei Xiandong and Wen Daochen exchanged a fleeting moment of understanding before they both averted their eyes. Princess Anping, I shall take my leave, Pei Xiandong declared, riding ahead to the front of the army. Nan Yunmo craned her neck to catch a glimpse of him, inexplicably clicking her tongue. Princess Anping truly has an eye for General Pei, doesn't she? Wen Daochen remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Nan Yunmo, disinterested, reclined lazily, idly surveying her surroundings to pass the time. Meanwhile, in the palace, within the side hall of the Yangxin Palace, Emperor Xianwen observed the kneeling figures of Ning Dihao and his associates as he received a report from Jin Gua. Your Majesty, I have conducted a preliminary investigation, and these individuals have, to varying degrees, committed transgressions. Jin Gua bowed slightly, speaking deferentially. For the time being, Lord Ning poses the greatest issue. He has been secretly selling official positions. Disregarding other matters, the mere fact of Lord Ning's corruption would suffice for him to be executed along with his entire clan. Well done. Emperor Xianwen slammed the document onto the imperial desk, his expression darkening to a nearly palpable degree. Ning Deho, you truly are bold to dare engage in such treachery. Had it not been for Anping's alertness, he would not have investigated Ning Dihao. Another pressing query arose. Why had he previously failed to uncover Ning Dihao's illicit dealings? Who else was complicit in this? Your Majesty, I assure you, I have never engaged in such acts, Ning Dihao stammered, drenched in cold sweat. Even if you were to grant me 100 more lives, I would not dare commit such offenses. He could not comprehend how such a concealed matter had come to the emperor's attention, nor why the emperor would investigate him without cause. Seeing him refuse to confess, the emperor's voice rose in fury. Bring these individuals away and subject them to severe interrogation. Immediately, the imperial guards seized the pleading Ning Dihao and his companions, dragging them away. Emperor Xianwen rubbed his temples, appearing somewhat fatigued. He turned to Jingua, saying, "It is truly Anping who has my best interests at heart. Look at her. She is always considering how to assist me, unlike those others who merely seek to gain favors from me." Jingua responded with a smile. "Princess Anping consistently prioritizes your majesty in all matters, whether trivial or significant. Everything related to your majesty is foremost on her mind. Take this recent capture of spies, for instance. Had it not been for Princess Anping's warning, I would not have apprehended them." A smile graced the emperor's face, his tone imbued with affection. "This child, Anping, is only confused when it comes to Pei Xiandong. Fortunately, she seems to have regained her clarity." As he spoke, he stroked his chin and observed, "It seems that the imperial teacher has quite an affection for Princess Anping." He inquired, "What do you think about the prospect of Anping being with the imperial teacher?" Jingua replied, "Your Majesty, the most crucial factor remains the willingness of Princess Anping herself." The emperor pondered this and agreed, affirming that Anping's consent was paramount. If she were unwilling, no matter how much he, as her uncle, tried to orchestrate their union, it would be futile. Moreover, he had no intention of coercing her. The orange sky gradually dimmed, yielding to a deep blue that enveloped the surroundings in a veil of muted gray. In the distance, the mountains appeared shrouded in darkness, and the trees cast only shadowy silhouettes, their slender branches intricately intertwined against the azure backdrop. The grand army settled beside a small brook. It was impossible for the vast multitude to all congregate at the brook's edge. Rather, they dispersed according to necessity. The most significant figures and supplies were positioned near the stream, heavily guarded by soldiers, rendering them inaccessible to ordinary troops. Nan Yunmo sat by the brook, idly flicking a blade of grass. The shimmering stream reflected a silvery sheen as a few small fish glided languidly by. The air was filled with the incessant sounds of footsteps and the clatter of supplies being arranged, yet conversation was scarce, and when it did occur, it was hushed. At that moment, Lu Shi approached and sat beside her daughter, gently ruffling her hair. "Bored, are we?" she asked. Nan Yunmo shook her head lightly, pouting. "Not bored. Just weary from riding in the carriage with that annoying imperial teacher all day. Mother, could you take me riding tomorrow? I do not wish to remain in his company." After spending an entire day in the carriage with the imperial teacher, she had reached the limits of her patience. Lu Shi chuckled. "As long as you are not afraid of the sun or discomfort from riding, I can certainly take you." Through her observations, she had discerned the imperial teacher's genuine affection for Mo, though his methods were rather lacking. Nan Yunmo clung to her arm, her face lighting up with a smile. "Mother, I am not afraid. As long as I am not with the imperial teacher, I will be happy anywhere." No sooner had she spoken than she heard Wen Daochen's voice. "Princess Anping, do you truly harbor such disdain for me?" Startled by his voice, Nan Yunmo felt her brow twitch, yet she maintained her composure and replied, "Indeed. I have little fondness for the imperial teacher, especially since he seems to take pleasure in tormenting me." Wen Daochen, with a semblance of resignation and exasperation, inquired, "How have I tormented you? Please, enlighten me." Just as Nan Yunmo was about to enumerate his transgressions, she caught sight of a figure clad as a soldier, stealthily making his way toward Pei Xuandong's tent, instantly invigorating her spirit. Chapter 77. Has my excitement disappeared? Nan Yunmo did not immediately pursue but remained vigilant of her surroundings. Wary of any potential accomplices, for some aspects of the plot diverged from the original narrative, and she couldn't dismiss the possibility of allies lurking nearby. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as her hands rubbed together unconsciously, her face betraying a clear eagerness for the unfolding drama. Oh, dear. If Tian Qinglan were to see a woman emerge from Pei Xuandong's tent, surely it would spark a conflict between the leads. In the original narrative, this very scheme had caused a minor rift between the protagonists, yet it ultimately strengthened their bond. When Daochen cast a sidelong glance at her, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Tian Qinglan in conflict with Pei Xiandong? That seems highly improbable. After all, Tian Qinglan was already betrothed to Yiliangjun, and she had distanced herself from Pei Xiandong. It was unlikely she would be offended by such matters. Nevertheless, it was clear that Nan Yunmo relished the prospect of witnessing a spectacle. Indeed, she was drawn to the commotion, provided it had no bearing on her personally. Once she observed the disguised soldier entering Pei Xuandong's tent, she prepared to sneak over to witness the events unfold, eager to partake in the excitement. However, just as she stood, a sudden crash echoed, followed by the sight of a projectile flying out from the tent. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was the very soldier who had just infiltrated Pei Xuandong's quarters. The soldier crashed heavily to the ground, swiftly subdued by two other soldiers. My excitement has vanished just like that? Nan Yunmo stood there, momentarily dazed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Wait, according to the plot, that soldier should have shed his disguise and cried for help, revealing a woman inside Pei Xuandong's tent. Now, this soldier had merely infiltrated and was promptly expelled? What on earth is happening? When Daochen glanced at her, then toward the tent. Perhaps Pei Xiandong genuinely possessed some inkling of the situation. Princess Anping, are you heading somewhere? He inquired with a gentle smile. Nan Yunmo mechanically settled back down, resting her head on one hand, lamenting, alas, my excitement has dissipated. But how could this woman disguised as a soldier be discovered? It is truly perplexing. At that moment, Nan Yunmo noticed Pei Xiandong emerging from his tent, hands clasped behind his back, flanked by several deputy generals, and her eyes widened in astonishment. Pei Xiandong and his deputies were in his tent. How peculiar. The plot aligned yet diverged in odd ways. A woman masquerading as a soldier to seduce Pei Xiandong was consistent with the tale, yet the subsequent events seemed amiss. Pei Xiandong cast a sharp glance in her direction before fixing his gaze on the soldier being restrained. The Great Ping dynasty is indeed treacherous. He deliberately raised his voice, declaring, the Great Ping dynasty, in its quest to undermine our morale and tarnish my reputation, has resorted to employing a woman disguised as a soldier to stealthily infiltrate my camp. The surrounding soldiers erupted in outrage. The Great Ping dynasty's treachery was indeed appalling, employing such vile tactics against their commander. The fact that they had failed to detect the woman's infiltration only underscored the presence of a spy among them. As the term spy echoed through the air, the atmosphere grew chaotic, with soldiers casting suspicious glances at one another, each eyeing the others as potential traitors. Surely you aren't the spy? You were gone for quite a while. Do not be absurd. I merely went to relieve myself. Is a trip to the latrine so lengthy? Observing the scene, Nan Yunmo stroked her chin and snickered. Truly, the despicable Great Ping dynasty has left such a contingency plan. Everyone! Pei Xiandong raised his voice, once more, his tone grave. As he spoke, the crowd swiftly quieted, all eyes turning toward him. With remarkable composure, he articulated, this is clearly another insidious scheme from the Great Ping dynasty, aimed at sowing distrust among us and inciting self-destruction. In times like these, we must remain steadfast and not fall prey to their machinations. Upon hearing these words, the soldiers gradually calmed. One soldier admitted, I was genuinely terrified. I found myself suspecting everyone around me, believing they could be spies for the Great Ping dynasty. I felt the same way. The mere thought is horrifying. The intricacies of the Great Ping dynasty's schemes were indeed malevolent, and any one of their plots could significantly impact the entire army. Seeing the soldiers' reactions, Pei Xiandong raised his hand to restore order, signaling for silence. Because of this, we must not succumb to the Great Ping dynasty's designs. After a brief pause, he continued, as for identifying the spy, I firmly believe that if we unite in our efforts, we shall soon uncover the traitor among us. Thus, during our march ahead, I urge everyone to remain vigilant for any unusual occurrences. No detail is too trivial to overlook. The soldiers responded in unison, rest assured, Commander, we shall remain alert. A faint smile graced Pei Xuandong's face, his tone softening. For anyone who can identify the spy, I shall ensure a substantial reward. Upon hearing of the generous rewards, the soldiers were filled with excitement. A substantial reward. If I were to receive such a bounty, would it not elevate my status? Do not indulge in such fanciful dreams. My demands are modest. Merely 10 taels of silver will suffice, enabling me to send some back home for my wife and children, so they might enjoy meat as well. I too yearn for silver. With it, I could afford to treat my mother's ailments, thus allowing my father some respite. The aspirations of the majority of soldiers are rather commonplace. Only the well-off scions or the selfish would lack such desires. Listening to these yearnings, Nan Yunmo felt a deep sense of empathy and remarked, this is the essence of the common people. The lives of the common folk are the ones I aspire to live, not the extravagant lives of the protagonists and supporting characters. She has always wished for the simple life of an ordinary person. When Daochen gently ruffled her hair, his gaze softening, we are all but members of the common folk. Whether in wealth or poverty, we are all part of the same tapestry. No one can truly escape this collective existence. Nan Yunmo tilted her head to look at him, her tone laced with surprise. You, the esteemed imperial teacher, would utter such words? When Daochen, appearing somewhat resigned, pinched her cheek lightly, this so-called exalted status is merely a construct imposed by society. Most people are inclined to elevate their own identities, as if this grants them superiority over others. Nan Yunmo initially intended to jest with him, but upon seeing the sardonic glint in his eyes, she held her tongue, realizing the weight behind his words. Chapter 78. Did Nan Yunmo's heart stir? For one who has traversed the shadows, these words resonate deeply. In the original text, the imperial teacher viewed the world from a lofty perch before his descent into darkness. Imperial teacher, since you claim to be one of the common folk, you must integrate with them rather than remain perched on high. She tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with mischief. If you do not descend from your lofty perch, how shall I ever catch you? When Daochen, upon hearing this, felt his heart thaw from the icy winds of desolation to the warmth of spring, he leaned in slightly, his gaze tenderly fixed upon Nan Yunmo. You wish to capture me, Omping County Lord? What do you intend to do, once you have me? Under his gentle gaze, a blush crept onto Nan Yunmo's cheeks, her heart, once tranquil, now rippled with excitement as if a stone had been cast upon its surface, quickening her pulse. Feeling somewhat flustered, she shifted back, lowering her gaze. I was merely jesting. How could I dare to truly capture the imperial teacher? How could the aloof imperial teacher regard her with such gentleness? It felt almost unfair. When Daochen observed her reaction, the smile on his lips deepening. Oh,
So,
the Omping County Lord was merely jesting? His tone bore a hint of regret as he continued. I thought the Omping County Lord truly intended to capture me for some purpose. Nan Yunmo, what is this regretful tone of yours? Oh, imperial teacher. Your tone suggests I am some kind of wanton woman harboring inappropriate thoughts towards you, when it is you who harbor such thoughts. One Daochen's deep-set eyes twinkled with a teasing glimmer. How could the Omping County Lord remain silent? Should you choose silence, I shall assume your acquiescence to my words. He touched his own face, contemplating. I am upright and refined.
stop.
Nan Yunmo hastily halted him with an expression of distaste. Imperial teacher, please refrain from uttering such nauseating words. It truly offends me. Could this imperial teacher be a fraud? How could he dare to speak such repugnant words in public? Or perhaps he is simply envious due to Tian Qinglan's constant company with Yi Liangjun? That seems the most plausible. After all, Tian Qinglan only has eyes for Yi Liangjun, ignoring all other men, even the imperial teacher, which must have left him feeling jealous and heartbroken. The imperial teacher is truly pitiable, regardless of whether the plot falters. He remains unable to secure a place in Tian Qinglan's heart. One Daochen's smile gradually stiffened, his gaze towards Nan Yunmo shifting from tenderness to ire. Did she truly unearth his feelings for Tian Qinglan? He despised her. Nan Yunmo, I truly believe you deserve a good reprimanding. Were it not for their surroundings, he would have thoroughly taught her a lesson, ensuring she never entertained such reckless thoughts again. Nan Yunmo, defiantly lifting her chin, retorted, Imperial teacher, are you forbidding me from speaking the truth? I must inform you, this is utterly unacceptable. My mother is right beside me, and so many soldiers are watching. I do not believe the imperial teacher would dare to act against me. When Daochen sensed the light, airy gaze of Lu Shi upon him, instantly deflated. Even with 100-fold courage, he would not dare to act inappropriately before the princess of Xianping. He rubbed his temples, exhaling slowly. It is my fault. I apologize to the Omping County Lord and assure you that I shall not behave thus in the future. Will that suffice? His willingness to apologize sparked suspicion and wariness in Nan Yunmo. She scrutinized him from head to toe. This time, I shall forgive you. How could the aloof imperial teacher so easily utter words of remorse? Just then, Nan Yunmo heard Tian Qinglan's voice. Liangjun, let us gather some firewood from the kitchen. Turning her head towards the sound, she spotted Tian Qinglan and Yi Liangjun walking side by side, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Their shared laughter and the stars in their gazes made it seem as though only they existed in the world, rendering everyone else mere props. Abruptly, Nan Yunmo turned back, casting a knowing glance at Wen Daochen. I knew it. The imperial teacher cannot easily apologize because his beloved has arrived. Look how desperately the imperial teacher seeks to impress Tian Qinglan. Alas, even at the conclusion of this tale, the imperial teacher will leave little mark on her heart. To her, he will merely be a fleeting figure. One Daochen sat there, expressionless, unwilling to utter another word. Given the current circumstances, any explanations would be futile. For Nan Yunmo would not believe him. She would only adhere to her own assumptions. Meanwhile, Yi Liangjun, having caught wind of Nan Yunmo's thoughts, cast a discreet glance in her direction before resuming his conversation with Tian Qinglan. Qinglan, what are your thoughts on the imperial teacher? He suddenly inquired. Tian Qinglan, puzzled by his question, replied, "The imperial teacher, in my view, appears amiable but is, in truth, rather difficult to engage with. Moreover, I cannot shake the feeling that he harbors a sense of superiority, as though he enjoys toying with others. I felt such a vibe when I first encountered him at the palace banquet." Yi Liangjun was taken aback by her candid assessment of the imperial teacher, momentarily stunned. "Do you not think he possesses commendable qualities in every regard?" Most people lauded the imperial teacher, yet Qinglan did not share that sentiment. Qinglan pondered for a moment. From a purely objective standpoint, he certainly exhibits many admirable traits. However, that is merely a superficial evaluation. Furthermore, perceptions of the same individual can vary greatly among different people. Can they not? In her eyes, the imperial teacher was simply that type of person. Yi Liangjun suddenly chuckled, his laughter imbued with delight. "You are correct. Perspectives on the same individual can indeed differ widely." This alone indicates that Qinglan harbors no idolization or admiration for the imperial teacher. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. Outside, at a farm belonging to the Tian family, Tian Qingya had just wreaked havoc in her home, shattering everything within reach, her contorted visage rife with resentment and indignation. Why should this be? Simply because that wretched Tian Qinglan is adept at manipulation, winning the affection of both their father and General Pei. In fact, their father, in a bid to curry favor with the Yi family, had sent her to this dilapidated estate. "Qingya." At that moment, Madame Tian hastily entered. She had shed her usual regal demeanor, her hair disheveled, resembling a madwoman. "Qingya, I have devised a plan that could benefit us both." Chapter 79. Indeed, this mother and daughter were entangled in their own schemes. Tian Qingya looked at her mother with a gaze filled with hostility, akin to that of an adversary. "What plan could you possibly have? If it weren't for your ineptitude, I would not have descended to such a plight, nor would I have been banished to this estate. If it weren't for you, who failed to secure our father's heart and allowed Tian Qinglan to thrive, she would not have become what she is now. This is all your fault." Madame Tian, however, did not perceive her circumstances as a personal failing. In her eyes, all blame lay with Tian Qinglan, that vile girl who obstructed their path to wealth and prestige. Thus, she was resolute in her intent to exact vengeance on Tian Qinglan. "Qingya, there exists someone who can facilitate your marriage to General Pei and eliminate Tian Qinglan." At this juncture, she cast a wary glance outside, lowering her voice. "Moreover, we can return to the Tian family in glory, reclaiming all the honor that rightfully belongs to us." That individual had assured her that, should she adhere to the plan, all her desires would be fulfilled. Upon hearing this, Tian Qingya grasped her mother's hands tightly, her excitement palpable. "Mother, is this truly the case? Is there genuinely someone willing to assist us?" Madame Tian nodded vigorously, lowering her voice further. "They merely require us to perform a few tasks, and in return, they will help us achieve our wishes." She was well aware that the individual sought to exploit her and Qingya, yet under the present circumstances, they had nothing left to lose. It was better to be used for their own ends than to remain powerless. Tian Qingya comprehended the deeper implications of her mother's words. Her thoughts aligned with Madame Tian's. Having fallen to such depths, what was there left to lose? It was better to take a leap of faith, as it might lead to a brighter future. "Mother, can they truly help us achieve our desires?" "You must not be deceived." A flicker of caution remained, a concern that they might be misled and not receive the promised aid. Madame Tian chuckled darkly. "Silly girl. Do you think I am so naive? How do you think I came to find you at this estate? Soon, we shall seek out General Pei, and you will undoubtedly become Mrs. Pei." Once Qingya assumed that title, she would return to the Tian family with great fanfare, garnering respect and authority, even gaining the power to deal with concubines and illegitimate offspring. As Tian Qingya envisioned the splendid days ahead as Mrs. Pei, she mused, "Once I become Mrs. Pei, it will be but a word to deal with Tian Qinglan. Whether she or anyone else, they will have to kneel before me, and even Princess Anping would dare not to challenge me again." Madame Tian gently patted her hand, her eyes gleaming with a murderous intent. "Once we catch up with General Pei, our first order of business will be to eliminate Tian Qinglan. She must never have the chance to entice your General Pei." Tian Qingya, upon hearing this, blushed, cupping her face with her hands. "Mother, why speak such things? You make me shy." Only she was worthy of General Pei. Madame Tian grew increasingly satisfied with her thoughts. The more she contemplated, the more her anger subsided. The ultimate victors could only be her and Qingya. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation had been overheard by a maid. Nan Yunmo's expression changed slightly upon receiving a message by a carrier pigeon, her gaze growing colder. When Dao Chen, sitting beside her, noticed her change and inquired, "What has transpired?" "Nothing," Nan Yunmo replied, tucking the letter away and peering outside the carriage. They had been on the march for several days now. Aside from the initial encounter with that woman, the army and Pei Xiandong had not encountered any further issues or troubles. The only downside was the discomfort from riding, coupled with the harsh sun, which forced her back into the carriage, remaining alongside the canine master. The thought alone was excruciating. When Daochen discerned that she was not being entirely truthful but chose not to press further. "I noticed your sleep has not been very restful these past few days."
So I made you a sleep aid sachet.
He produced a sachet from his sleeve and handed it to Nan Yunmo. "Place it by your pillow when you sleep tonight. It may help you rest." Nan Yunmo regarded him with an expression akin to that of an extraterrestrial, her eyes glimmering with skepticism. "Master, you can craft a sleep aid sachet?" Why was she so doubtful? Surely, the canine master would not have placed anything harmful within it? When Daochen, catching the look on her face, understood her thoughts, his expression darkening slightly. "If I truly intended to harm you, would I resort to such measures?"
Nan Yunmo pouted.
Still harboring doubts. "You know best whether you have done such a thing. Why do you not trust me?" When Daochen pressed. After a moment of reflection, Nan Yunmo replied earnestly, "Perhaps it is because you have done too many questionable things to me in the past that I harbor such doubt." When Daochen pondered her words, realizing that indeed, he had been less than kind to her at times, yet that hardly justified her suspicions. "Rest assured, I have not tampered with the sachet. It contains only herbs for sleep." Nan Yunmo inspected the sachet with a look of astonishment. "Master, how did you come to make this? It hardly aligns with your usual demeanor." One Daochen chuckled, teasing, "What do you think my usual demeanor entails?"
Nan Yunmo replied thoughtfully.
"You should be the sort to stand or sit with an inscrutable tome, surveying all with a condescending gaze, never participating in any affairs." Leaning back against the carriage, when Daochen responded in a relaxed tone, "Isn't that precisely how I used to be?" Before understanding Nan Yunmo's sentiments, he indeed embodied that very persona. Aside from the emperor's directives and essential matters, he seldom intervened in anything else, often neglecting to even glance in their direction. Nan Yunmo conceded, "That is indeed true." Just as she was about to say more, she heard Pei Xuandong's voice from outside. "Princess Onping, do try these freshly picked wild fruits." Pei Xiandong had appeared by the carriage window, offering her several washed wild fruits with a hint of a smile, though it remained uncertain whether Princess Onping would find them to her liking. After thanking him, Nan Yunmo accepted the wild fruits. They resembled pears, yet were not quite pears. Small and somewhat unsightly. She took a bite, and the sweet and sour juice burst in her mouth, invigorating her senses and alleviating some of her thirst. "General Pei, this fruit is quite delightful. Where did you gather it?" Chapter 80, Is the Master About to Confess? Pei Xiandong noted her lack of pretentiousness typical of noble ladies, and a broader smile graced his features. He gestured towards the rear of the army, speaking softly, "I gathered them over there. There are plenty of such wild fruits along the way. If Princess Onping enjoys them, I shall gather more for you next time we encounter them." Before Nan Yunmo could respond, she heard Wen Daochen's voice, cool yet edged with sharpness. "If Princess Onping likes the fruit, I shall send someone to bring you some." His expression shifted to a profound and enigmatic one, with a lingering gentle smile that conveyed an air of danger. Nan Yunmo glanced at him, quickly interjecting, No, that is unnecessary. This is not an outing. We are in the midst of a military march. I cannot indulge in such luxuries." She lifted the wild fruits in her hand, her radiant smile illuminating the surroundings as she exclaimed, "Having wild fruits is sufficient. I am not a picky person." Her smile resembled the morning sun, capable of dispelling all gloom and darkness. Witnessing such a smile, Wen Daochen's mood instantly transformed from overcast to resplendent. He no longer cared about Pei Xuandong's attentions towards Nan Yunmo, but rather leaned closer to her, extending his hand to request a wild fruit. "Give me a fruit. I wish to savor its flavor." As he spoke, he audaciously took the very fruit that Nan Yunmo had bitten into. "Hey, that's the one I already tasted." Nan Yunmo protested, eager to reclaim it. However, when Daochen deftly evaded her grasp, raising an eyebrow with a teasing laugh, "Is the esteemed Princess Onping trying to distance herself?" Before she could respond, he continued, "Is it not too late for you to avoid suspicion, Princess? After all, we have shared a carriage for several days, and everyone in the army believes we are a couple." Upon hearing this, Nan Yunmo slapped him across the face, her voice laced with indignation. "You should be quiet." The sound of the slap, rang clear. Pei Xuandong's brow twitched in response, and he immediately shielded Nan Yunmo, saying, "Please forgive Princess Anping, Master D. She did not intend any offense. This matter is also partially your fault." He was concerned that the Master D might act rashly against Nan Yunmo in anger. Such an outcome would be disastrous. When Dao Chen cast a disinterested glance at him, his tone frosty. "General Pei, you worry too much. This is merely a playful exchange between me and Princess Anping. I would never harm her." He scoffed at Pei Xiandong's attempt to gain favor in front of Nan Yunmo, as if he had any say in the matter. Pei Xiandong narrowed his eyes, his expression unchanged. "I am merely concerned, especially given Master D's notorious history." This statement alone revealed that Master D was serious about Nan Yunmo. Otherwise, he would not tolerate being slapped by her in public. Meanwhile, Nan Yunmo, bewildered by the sudden confrontation between Wen Daochen and Pei Xiandong, munched on her fruit, utterly confused. What is going on? Why are Master D and Pei Xiandong arguing? It seems to be related to me. How is it related to me? I simply took a few wild fruits from Pei Xiandong. I did nothing. Wen Daochen, noticing her obliviousness, inwardly cursed her lack of awareness. He and Pei Xiandong were quarreling over her, yet she remained blissfully ignorant, leisurely consuming her fruit. He regarded Pei Xiandong with a cool gaze. "My past offenses pale in comparison to General Pei's, especially considering how he treated Princess Anping. Now you dare to appear before her?" Pei Xuandong's immediate reaction was to glance at Nan Yunmo. She met his gaze, her eyes filled with confusion.
Huh.
It was evident to him that she was not listening to their argument and was completely unaware of the situation. He shook his head in amusement and exasperation, losing the desire to continue arguing with Wen Daochen. "Princess Anping, please continue enjoying your wild fruits. I must attend to matters within the army." Even amidst their march, he had to remain vigilant about the army status to prevent any mishaps. "Oh," Nan Yunmo responded, taking a bite of her fruit. She picked up a letter nearby and handed it to Pei Xiandong, mumbling, "General Pei, take a look at this letter. It will be immensely helpful to you." This scene darkened when Daochen's expression, a cold smile curling at his lips. Nan Yunmo was truly something. She was unwilling to show him the letter, but was eager to share it with Pei Xiandong. Oblivious to his displeasure and anger, she urged Pei Xiandong, "Please, do not let anyone see this letter for now. It is very important." Understanding her character, Pei Xiandong immediately grew serious. "Rest assured, Princess Anping, I will ensure that no one sees this letter." Nan Yunmo felt relieved, removing the fruit from her mouth. "General Pei, once you finish reading the letter, come find me. I have something to discuss." Reluctantly, Pei Xiandong had to depart momentarily.
All right.
He nodded at Wen Daochen before riding away. As Nan Yunmo leaned against the window, preparing to gaze outside casually, she overheard Wen Daochen's sarcastic remark, "Princess Anping is quite kind to General Pei, sharing secrets with him." Turning to him with a perplexed look, she asked, "Is Master D feeling unwell? Why would you say something so strange?" "My secrets are mine to share with whomever I choose." She felt that Master D was becoming increasingly peculiar. Wen Daochen nearly choked on his breath upon hearing her words. His expression turned as sour as if he had swallowed a fly, his gaze sharp as a knife directed at Nan Yunmo. "Did you not realize that I wished to know about that letter?" Nan Yunmo feigned innocence. "Of course I realized, but why should I tell you? I just said that my secrets are mine to share as I see fit." She genuinely believed that Master D had recently been behaving like a sulking relative, his temper fluctuating wildly. Realizing her thoughts, when Daochen's anger flared, "Nan Yunmo, why are you shouting?" With her neck craned defiantly, she glared at him. "You are not anyone to me. Why should I divulge my secrets to you? Besides, you are meddling too much. The dog Master D is certainly acting out due to Lu Rong's absence, and Tian Qinglan is preoccupied with her romantic entanglements with Yi Liangjun. Thus his temperament has been so erratic. Fortunately, I have secretly written to Lu Rong. When she arrives, Master D's mood should stabilize." Upon hearing her inner thoughts, Wen Daochen was genuinely frustrated. "Nan Yunmo, have you not sensed my feelings for you?" He could not believe that she remained oblivious to any romantic inclinations he might hold. Chapter 81. Nan Yunmo kicks the Master D off the carriage with a look of astonishment. Nan Yunmo regarded Wen Daochen, her tone rising slightly.
Master D.
"What are your feelings for me? I sense you have a physical interest in me. You, the dog Master D, have certainly been rather forward." Wen Daochen, taken aback, responded, "Is that truly your interpretation of my feelings?" He had not anticipated that she would remain so oblivious to his affections. Furrowing her brow, Nan Yunmo glanced at him from side to side. "Master D, you have grown increasingly strange. Your sudden inquiries and remarks lead me to suspect that you may be unwell. When Dao Chen sighed deeply, feeling a sense of helplessness wash over him. Nan Yunmo, I genuinely wish to know if you have any feelings at all. He perceived her as someone entirely devoid of sentiment, else she would not have uttered such words. Rolling her eyes, she patted her chest. How could I lack feelings? If I did, would I still be alive? As she spoke, she noticed when Dao Chen staring at her, his gaze fixated on a particular direction. Following his line of sight, she was immediately consumed by anger and embarrassment, raising her hand to slap him across the face.
Pervert.
Dog Master D, how dare you gawk at me? She was truly taken aback by his shamelessness. When Dao Chen showed no sign of embarrassment or discomfort, raising an eyebrow with a smile. Princess Onping, your words are misplaced. Were it not for your actions igniting my imagination, I would not have been staring. However, I must admit that your figure is quite appealing. You possess all the right curves, and you are certainly not the emaciated type. Nan Yunmo's face flushed with indignation, her eyes narrowing as she glared at him. Dog Master D, what do you intend to do? When Dao Chen leaned slightly closer, his voice low and husky. How about I die in your presence? Nan Yunmo seized his ear with a fierce grip, her expression menacing as if she intended to make him tremble. When Dao Chen, your audacity knows no bounds. Do you presume that as the imperial teacher, you can act with impunity towards me, believing I won't dare retaliate? She truly hadn't anticipated that the true nature of this haughty imperial teacher was such. Please do not be angry, when Dao Chen implored, enduring the pain in his ear with remarkable patience. I misspoke, it was wrong of me to say that. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? This time, he had genuinely provoked Nan Yunmo's ire. She had never treated him this way before. She tightened her grip on his ear, her face a mask of fury. When Dao Chen, I shall warn you one last time. If you dare to repeat such actions or utter those words again, I will ensure that you suffer the consequences, even to the point of mutual destruction. Her tolerance for the imperial teacher's antics had limits, and she would not endure all of his misdeeds. When Dao Chen winced, his face contorting in pain, yet he dared not rescue his ear, for it was his own fault for provoking Nan Yunmo's anger. I promise, I shall never again act in such a manner or utter similar words. He feared his ear might actually be twisted off by her. With a heavy huff, Nan Yunmo delivered a swift kick, sending the imperial teacher tumbling from the carriage.
Get out.
Thud. The usually dignified imperial teacher rolled several times on the ground, covered in dust before finally coming to a halt. This spectacle drew the attention of countless soldiers. Some brave souls whispered amongst themselves. The imperial teacher has angered Princess Onping and was kicked out of the carriage. It was indeed Princess Onping who had the audacity to send the imperial teacher sprawling. It appeared that even the esteemed imperial teacher could be humbled before his beloved. Oh dear, look at the imperial teacher's disheveled state. He appears as though he is rolled in the mud. It is truly amusing. Prince Xianping and Lady Lu exchanged glances, both recognizing the shared exasperation in each other's eyes. The matters between Mo and the imperial teacher were best left to themselves. After all, one was willing to strike, and the other to endure. Once when Dao Chen managed to regain his composure, he stood up with remarkable calmness, brushing off the dust from his clothes. He disregarded the curious gazes of the soldiers and instead leaped to sit beside the carriage driver of Nan Yunmo's vehicle. Turning his head, he lifted the curtain of the carriage and cheerfully addressed her. Do not be angry anymore. It was my fault. Nan Yunmo pretended not to hear him. She lay back on the carriage cushion, completely ignoring any attempt to engage with Wen Dao Chen. Realizing her deliberate dismissal, he sighed softly. The consequences of having angered Nan Yunmo were indeed quite severe. He gently lowered the carriage curtain, pondering how he might appease her. Winning her over would likely not be an easy task. Yet, no matter the difficulty, he was determined to make amends. As night fell, the main force settled in the woods by the roadside. Soldiers busily prepared dinner, setting up tents, and the atmosphere remained relatively tranquil. Nan Yunmo sat beside a carriage, holding a freshly roasted sweet potato, blowing on it as she awaited her treat. The sweet potatoes were simply delectable. Just as she was about to swap hands due to the heat, she heard Wen Dao Chen's exasperated voice. Do you not know to let it cool first? Ignoring him, Nan Yunmo continued to blow on her sweet potato, having waited a long time for this treat. Wen Dao Chen, recognizing her lingering displeasure, squatted beside her. He took the sweet potato from her hands, gently blowing on it to cool it down. Is this your favorite? Nan Yunmo huffed lightly, her gaze fixed on the sweet potato in his hands, her mouth watering. Wen Dao Chen chuckled. It will be ready soon. Do not indulge too much, or you may not have room for dinner later. Nan Yunmo continued to ignore him, her eyes glued to her sweet potato. Wen Daochen was unperturbed by her attitude. After all, he had brought this upon himself. Once the sweet potato had cooled sufficiently, he patiently peeled it, handing it back to her. She thanked him and took a large bite, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. So delicious. Eat slowly, no one is competing with you for it, Wen Daochen teased, a smile breaking across his face. He retrieved a handkerchief, gently wiping the corners of her mouth. To an onlooker, one might think she had been starved for days. The sweet potato was indeed delightful. He recalled a time in his childhood when, during a time of hardship, a loyal servant had made roasted sweet potatoes for him. Back then, he had thought them the finest food in the world. Nan Yunmo paid no heed to his reminiscing, continuing to enjoy her sweet potato. Already planning to have another, when Daochen poured her a cup of water, placing it before her. Chapter 82. The imperial teacher's public flirtation with Nan Yunmo. Before he could finish his thought, he heard Pei Xuandong's voice, Princess Anping. Pei Xuandong approached with a small basket, his demeanor gentle as he came before Nan Yunmo. He nodded slightly to Wen Daochen before seating himself across from her. Princess Anping. These are freshly baked cakes from the kitchen. Please have a taste, Pei Xuandong said, placing the basket before Nan Yunmo. She leaned forward to peer inside, discovering 2 steaming cakes nestled within. General Pei, has everyone received theirs? Pei Xuandong's eyes brightened with a smile, his tone softening, with tens of thousands of soldiers. It is impossible for everyone to have theirs so quickly, but everyone will receive one. The more he interacted with Nan Yunmo, the more he discovered her to be a kind-hearted girl, unspoiled by privilege. She exhibited none of the typical flaws of a lady of status, never complaining during the march, nor making demands. She simply followed along with the troops. Feeling reassured, Nan Yunmo took a piece of cake and found it quite pleasant. Though it paled in comparison to the fare prepared by her household chefs, such food was a rare treasure on the march. Pei Xuandong, well aware that she was accustomed to finer delicacies, noted that she never voiced her discomfort. Princess Anping, I sought you out regarding that letter, he said, his expression turning serious. Nan Yunmo was not surprised by his visit. She responded calmly, General Pei, feel free to ask whatever you wish. I will answer to the best of my ability. Pei Xuandong did not press her for all the details at once, lowering his voice. Can you confirm the truth of this matter? The corners of Nan Yunmo's eyes lifted slightly, a teasing smile playing on her lips. General Pei, if I dared to entrust you with this letter, it is because I am certain of its authenticity. Pei Xuandong misunderstood her tone and quickly clarified, Princess Anping, I do not doubt you. It is simply that this matter is of great importance, and I must understand it clearly. Nan Yunmo waved her hand dismissively. I would not take offense over such trivialities. There was no need for her to be upset over such matters. Upon hearing this, Pei Xuandong breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Princess Anping is not upset, that is good. He continued with the serious discussion. If what the letter states is accurate, I must report this to His Majesty and make arrangements promptly. Nan Yunmo shrugged. To be honest, General Pei, these are your affairs. It does not benefit me to know so much. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard Wen Daochen's inquiry. Princess Anping, what are you discussing with General Pei? Might I be of assistance? He despised the feeling of being excluded from their conversation. Nan Yunmo shot him a sidelong glance, saying with a hint of sarcasm, Oh, Imperial teacher, with all your abilities, why not investigate it yourself? Seeing that she was finally willing to engage him, a smile crept onto Wen Daochen's lips, lifting his spirits considerably. I could never match the capabilities of Princess Anping. He leaned closer to her, imploring, Please, Princess Anping, tell me what has transpired. Otherwise, I shall remain in a state of restless curiosity. Nan Yunmo did not find Wen Daochen particularly remarkable. In fact, she felt a tinge of disdain, wishing he would keep his distance as she found him bothersome. Pei Xuandong's gaze toward Wen Daochen shifted dramatically. It was the first time he had witnessed the esteemed Imperial Master display such unashamed behavior. This alone indicated that the Imperial Master held a genuine affection for Nan Yunmo. Otherwise, he would never have lowered himself to publicly engage in such antics. Instead, Wen Daochen drew even closer to Nan Yunmo, his eyes shimmering playfully as he remarked, That simply won't do. Unless the Princess Anping divulges the secret to me, I shall not depart from your side. Nan Yunmo merely scoffed, pushing Wen Daochen's face away with a hand and lowering her voice. It concerns Madame Tian. Oh, the former wife of Lord Tian. And it seems that Tian Qinya and her mother may have colluded with spies from the Great Ping dynasty. Had I not been concerned about this mother-daughter pair causing trouble and sent someone to keep an eye on them, I would have remained oblivious to this matter. I certainly cannot speak the truth. If I were to reveal that I had foreseen their alliance with the spies from the Great Ping dynasty, it would undoubtedly bring me a myriad of troubles. Wen Daochun's expression darkened slightly, surprise flickering across his face. Were the mother and daughter mad? He lowered his voice in turn. If this matter were to be exposed, they would have no chance of survival, and even the Tian family would be implicated. Nan Yunmo feigned ignorance, while internally she derided, Madame Tian and Tian Qinya are nothing but foolish simpletons, deluded into thinking they could manipulate the spies from the Great Ping dynasty to fulfill their desires, all the while reveling in their misguided sense of assistance. In the original narrative, once this mother-daughter duo became accomplices to the spies of the Great Ping dynasty, they committed numerous acts and secretly sought to recruit court officials. This time, however, they have not sought to recruit officials or engage in other schemes, but rather have come to follow the military. It seems they plan to stir trouble within the ranks. Wen Daochun and Pei Xiandong both achieved their objectives. While Wen Daochun was indifferent to whether Madame Tian and Tian Qinya succeeded in their misdeeds, he would not allow them to assist the spies of the Great Ping dynasty in causing chaos within the Delin court. Pei Xiandong was already preparing a series of arrangements within the military to prevent Madame Tian and Tian Qinya from causing disruptions, while also considering using them to investigate the spies among the troops. Very well, let General Pei handle this matter. We shall remain uninvolved, Wen Daochun suggested, patting Nan Yunmo on the head as he shifted the topic. Shall I take you for a stroll nearby, just to enjoy the scenery? Nan Yunmo regarded him with a mixture of suspicion and caution. Imperial Master, your sudden invitation to stroll nearby, could it be that you harbor ulterior motives? When Daochun playfully twirled a strand of her hair around his finger, his breath brushing against her ear, his voice low and enticing. I have always harbored improper thoughts about Princess Onping. I wonder if she would be willing to grant me this opportunity. A shiver ran down Nan Yunmo's spine, and she instinctively leaned back, increasing the distance between them. Imperial Master, kindly maintain decorum. When Daochun closed the space between them once more, his demeanor becoming increasingly dangerous. He raised an eyebrow, a tantalizing smile gracing his lips as he asked, Princess Onping, do you truly refuse to grant me this opportunity? Before Nan Yunmo could respond, Pei Xuandong's figure appeared before her, causing her to blink in confusion. What is happening? What does Pei Xiandong want? Imperial Master, please show some respect, he admonished, glaring at Wen Daochun. Princess Onping is not yours. She need not acquiesce to your unreasonable demands. He raised his voice slightly. It is well known that the Imperial Master has a preference for men. This revelation elicited a collective gasp from the assembled soldiers, their gazes toward Wen Daochun transformed. So the Imperial Master genuinely favors men. I had thought it mere gossip. But why then does he behave this way toward Princess Onping? Could it be that the Imperial Master is using her as a facade to conceal his true inclinations? I have heard that some prominent families employ such tactics to deflect suspicion. Princess Onping is truly unfortunate, being so manipulated by the Imperial Master. Nan Yunmo's lips twitched in disbelief as she subtly distanced herself from both Pei Xiandong and Wen Daochun, eager to avoid being entangled in their potential conflict. In some respects, she genuinely admired Pei Xiandong for daring to publicly expose the Imperial Master's preferences. Wen Daochun's expression darkened, a sharp smile curving his lips. General Pei certainly has a way with words. Upon hearing the icy tone, Pei Xiandong immediately adopted a defensive stance. I merely spoke the truth. Does the Imperial Master not permit others to voice reality? Wen Daochun's expression hardened, his gaze piercing. Of course not. I have never hindered anyone from speaking the truth. However, he paused before continuing, General Pei, are you certain that what you say is indeed the truth? Pei Xiandong scoffed, Imperial Master, is what I said not factual? It is common knowledge that you have an affinity for handsome men and have been entangled with a certain head courtesan from the Nanfeng Pavilion. There are murmurs that you have been keeping her as a mistress. This statement further altered the soldier's perception of Wen Daochun. I have heard such rumors. It seems the Imperial Master truly has taken a head courtesan from the Nanfeng Pavilion. I have heard that the head courtesans there are particularly skilled and capable, especially in their intimate endeavors. It appears the Imperial Master is indeed using Princess Onping as a mere shield. How could he resort to such a malicious stratagem? Do you think the Prince and Princess of Xianping will reprimand the Imperial Master? Many soldiers cast furtive glances at the royal couple, the Prince of Xianping and Lady Lu. Do not look at them. They wish to remain uninvolved. Meanwhile, Nan Yunmo had retreated behind her parents, peeking out to observe the unfolding drama. Goodness. Pei Xiandong and the Imperial Master should be vying for the heroine's affection, yet the heroine is over there, flirting with Yi Liangjun. Could it be that the tension between these two stems from their jealousy over her interactions with Yi Liangjun? It must be so. I thought. How could Pei Xiandong and the Imperial Master quarrel without reason? It turns out they are both envious of Yi Liangjun. Not far away, Yi Liangjun having overheard her thoughts, interjected, "No, Princess Onping, you have entirely misunderstood. The Imperial Master and General Pei are not envious of me. They are competing for your affection." He felt a pang of sympathy for both the general and the Imperial Master, as they were publicly embroiled in conflict while Nan Yunmo remained blissfully unaware of their true feelings, even mistakenly believing they were interested in Qianlong. Wen Daochen and Pei Xiandong shared a moment of pity for themselves, pondering where they had gone wrong to leave Nan Yunmo believing they had affections for Tian Qianlong. They exchanged glances, filled with shared lamentation directed at her. "What now?" Nan Yunmo's brow twitched in annoyance as she tightly clutched Lady Lu's garment. "I have done nothing." "You two shall not implicate me." Pei Xiandong and the Imperial Master seemed to have lost their senses, gazing at her in such a manner. "Momo, perhaps you should refrain from speaking," Lady Lu wearily suggested. How could a mother and father with such emotional intelligence raise a daughter so oblivious to it? "Mother,
How could you not support me?"
Nan Yunmo looked at her with a pout, feeling utterly wronged. Lady Lu felt increasingly exasperated, letting out a long sigh and rubbing her temples. "Momo, all you need to do is remain silent." If Momo continued to speak, it was likely that Pei Xiandong and Wen Daochen would reach their breaking point. Nan Yunmo sulked, sitting there with a disgruntled expression, feeling it was unjust that her mother was not on her side. Seeing her finally quiet down, Wen Daochen and Pei Xiandong both sighed in relief. Yet their desire to continue their rivalry had dissipated. No matter how they sparred with one another, it was futile if Nan Yunmo remained oblivious. The two exchanged disdainful glances before one retreated to his tent while the other remained seated. The soldiers watched in bewilderment, wondering if this was truly the end. How could it conclude in such a strange manner? Nan Yunmo was also puzzled by this situation. She had anticipated a confrontation between Pei Xiandong and the Imperial Master. Yet, unexpectedly, the two concluded their encounter without any apparent conflict. What was the nature of their relationship? Meanwhile, in Lingdu, at the Nanfeng Pavilion, Lo Rong was shouldering a bundle as he made his exit, only to be intercepted by the brothel madam seeking him out. He greeted her politely, "Mother." The madam scrutinized his charming visage, her reluctance to part with him growing stronger, yet she understood that he was under the protection of the Imperial Master, a figure she dared not provoke. "Are you truly going to seek out the Imperial Master?" Lo Rong was well aware that the madam was loath to lose her lucrative asset. Concealing his thoughts, he replied, "Mother, the Imperial Master has sent for me, and I must comply, lest I incur his wrath." The madam, not wishing to anger the Imperial Master either, felt compelled to acquiesce. "Very well. Go quickly to the Imperial Master," she said with a beaming smile, "and should you find prosperity in the future, do not forget us." A flicker of malice flashed in Lo Rong's eyes, yet he maintained a gentle smile as he assured her, "Do not worry, Mother. I will remember this place when I achieve success. I shall take my leave now," he declared, shouldering his bundle as he departed from the Nanfeng Pavilion. Casting a glance back at the establishment, his eyes were shrouded in shadows. Had it not been for the completion of his mission, he would not have concealed his identity here. Fortunately, his task would soon reach its conclusion. He boarded a carriage heading towards the army. However, before he could exit the city gates, a cacophony reached his ears, accompanied by cries of distress. Peering through the carriage window, he beheld a throng of prisoners being escorted by officials, many of them weeping. As he pondered the unfolding scene, the discussions among the onlookers provided clarity. It was said that the Wen family members in Lingdu had all been apprehended. "I heard about this too. Rumors suggest the Wen family was involved in selling official positions and oppressing the innocent, among various other crimes, prompting the emperor to issue a decree for their arrest."
"Hey,
Did you know several members of the Wen family managed to escape? They say a few from their hometown got away for some unknown reason. And now a citywide manhunt is underway." Upon hearing this, Lo Rong's gaze shifted as he regarded the prisoners more intently, realizing they were indeed members of the Wen family. The Wen family, after all, was related to the Imperial Master. With the Wen family in turmoil, it signified that the Imperial Master might soon face his own troubles, presenting an opportune moment for action. Chapter 84. The Imperial Master begins to clean up the Great Ping Dynasty when Daochen, accompanying the army, had received a message via carrier pigeon informing him of the Wen family's downfall, yet he was taken aback by the news of several members' escape. His uncle had proven somewhat capable, managing to evade his pursuit, and he could not currently locate those accompanying his uncle. This suggested that someone was secretly aiding them.
who could it be?"
Wen Daochen's first thought was the Great Ping Dynasty. Aside from them, no one else would dare assist his uncle, nor would anyone choose to do so. The Great Ping Dynasty. A glimmer of sharp murderous intent flickered in his eyes. They truly were bold to engage in such covert activities. It seemed his methods had been too lenient. Imperial Master? At that moment, Nan Yunmo leaned out of the window of another carriage, waving at Wen Daochen. Imperial Master, are you in good spirits today? Since the last incident, she had resolutely refused to share a carriage with him, compelling him to take a seat in another. Upon seeing her smiling face, his mood instantly brightened. I am quite well, thank you. Does Princess Onping have a particular reason for inquiring? Nan Yunma's eyes glimmered mischievously, her smile cunning. I merely wish to ask. If the dog Imperial Master is in a good mood, he won't trouble me, allowing me to focus on my tasks while also enjoying the drama of men vying for the female lead. Wen Daochen. He knew that her inquiry held no good intentions.
Oh?
Princess Onping is simply asking out of curiosity. Just as she was about to affirm, a commotion erupted nearby, accompanied by a furious shout. Assassins! Protect the commander! Instantly, Nan Yunmo craned her neck in curiosity. Where are the assassins? The assassins had indeed made their appearance. Their role was significant. Having failed in their attempt on Pei Xuandong's life, they disguised themselves as soldiers in the army. No, they had been masquerading as soldiers all along. Or perhaps, from the very beginning, these assassins had been concealed within Lingdu, waiting for the Great Ping dynasty to dispatch troops to the border. At which point they enlisted to find an opportunity to assassinate Pei Xuandong. Wen Daochen, hearing her thoughts, narrowed his eyes. No wonder Pei Xuandong had been unable to uncover the identities of these spies despite his ongoing investigation. These infiltrators were exceptionally skilled at concealment. Princess Onping, be cautious. Do not indulge your curiosity, he advised, exasperated. Nan Yunmo paid no heed, continuing to peer around. Soon, she spotted a large group of soldiers pursuing several masked figures. Recognizing their frantic movements, she exclaimed, quickly, block the assassins to the east. If they escape that way, they will elude capture. There are accomplices waiting to assist these assassins to the east, who are also spies hidden within the military camp. Upon hearing her thoughts, Wen Daochen immediately dispatched men to the east to apprehend the assassins' cohorts. Since the assassins had revealed themselves, it was best to capture them all at once to prevent a series of ensuing problems. Nan Yunmo remained oblivious to Wen Daochen's actions. Her focus solely on the soldiers chasing the assassins. Upon witnessing the soldiers successfully cutting off the assassins' escape route to the east and capturing them, a broad smile spread across her face. Ha! Look where you assassins think you can run. These assassins are merely the beginning. Numerous troubles await, such as poisonings, the antics of Madame Tian and her daughter, and other matters. The more Wen Daochen listened, the more he felt that the Great Ping dynasty needed to be dealt with swiftly. They truly were a menace, perpetrating such vile acts. Thus, in the Great Ping dynasty, at the Palace of Tranquil Heart, Emperor Lin was reviewing a document, flanked by several princes kneeling at his side, including the Crown Prince. Your audacity seems to have grown, he stated, his tone devoid of discernible emotion, his gaze not landing on the Crown Prince and the others. As if discussing a commonplace matter. You dare to bypass me and settle matters with court officials privately, not to mention the fratricidal strife. He permitted conflict among the princes. Yet only within certain bounds. Exceeding those limits was unacceptable. The Crown Prince and his brothers lowered their heads, too wary to utter a word. Well aware of their father's character and methods. Now that their father had discovered their clandestine actions, they feared they might not escape unscathed. Why do you remain silent? Emperor Lin's gaze bore down on the Crown Prince and his brothers, his voice steady. You few are usually quite loquacious, are you not? You even speak ill of your brothers. The Crown Princes bowed their heads even lower, fully grasping that today's affair would not be easily resolved. They could only wonder which fool had been so careless as to attract their father's attention with their secretive maneuvers. Now they would face the consequences. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Emperor Lin slammed a teacup down before the Crown Prince. Scalding tea splattered across the Crown Prince, yet he dared not move, not even to blink. He knew his father too well. Should he make any move now, the Emperor would seize the opportunity to unleash his wrath, potentially stripping him of his title. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. He prostrated himself on the ground. It is our fault. And I implore you not to be angered by our transgressions. The other princes followed suit, nearly prostrating themselves as they pleaded, Please, Your Majesty, quell your anger. Quell my anger? Emperor Lin's countenance was shrouded in darkness, his voice imbued with an intense fury. How am I to quell my wrath? He hurled the documents before the Crown Prince and his companions, exclaiming, Every clandestine act you have committed has been fervently disseminated. The entire Pingdu is now aware of it. Were it not for the uproar, I would not be in such a state of ire. The tumultuous uproar had incited the populace to murmur incessantly. attributing the blame to him, the sovereign father, for failing to instill proper conduct in his offspring. Moreover, it dredged up the memories of his surprise attack on the Lin dynasty, tarnishing his reputation. Yet, these concerns paled in comparison to the paramount issue at hand. The sentiments of the people would determine whether he could embark on war once more. Should he be unable to do so, all his endeavors over the years would be rendered futile. The crown prince and his group were not fools. They sensed the machinations at play, yet who possessed the audacity and capability to orchestrate such schemes in silence? Father, could it be related to the Lin dynasty? The crown prince inquired. Emperor Lin was uncertain if it indeed pertained to Lin. He had yet to uncover any direct link, but harbored suspicions. The crux of the matter lay not in the query itself, but in how to remedy the situation. His anger still simmering, he berated them. You wretches! In your quest to eliminate rivals, have resorted to unscrupulous means, causing the suffering of too many officials. Now, the streets are replete with curses directed at you. How do you propose we resolve this? Chapter 85. The three men were rendered speechless by Nan Yunmo. At this juncture, the crown prince and his companions finally comprehended that their father did not seek to hold them accountable for their clandestine activities, but rather demanded they devise a solution to the current predicament. With this realization, a palpable relief washed over them. As long as their father refrained from settling scores, they could navigate the remainder with greater ease. Father, given the uproar in Pingdu, it is inescapably linked to the Lin dynasty, is it not? The crown prince suggested, his words laden with implication. Emperor Lin entertained such thoughts, yet the challenge lay in determining the most prudent course of action to address the matter. Crown Prince, share your insights, he urged. Leaning against the dragon throne, his expression grave. The Crown Prince articulated his perspective with clarity. The citizens of Pingdu harbor considerable animosity towards the Lin dynasty. If we disseminate the narrative that the Lin dynasty is orchestrating schemes against us, I believe the populace will be incensed, thus facilitating our resolution of this issue. Emperor Lin let out a cold scoff. Were it that simple, would I be so troubled? Prior to summoning you, I had already clandestinely propagated similar rumors. Yet they bore no fruit. Rather, the rumors of my intention to wage war against Lin have only intensified. Worse still, some have circulated tales suggesting I would sacrifice countless lives to achieve this aim, resulting in widespread panic among the populace. Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince and his companions exchanged glances, clearly taken aback by the notion that such a plan would not succeed. Historically, such strategies had proven effective. They had employed similar tactics to outmaneuver others with considerable success. Father, the Crown Prince began, but was abruptly interrupted by the frantic, piercing voice of a eunuch. Your Majesty, trouble is afoot. Your Majesty, trouble is afoot. The eunuch stumbled into the chamber, having fallen several times in his haste. Emperor Lin felt an ominous premonition as his brow furrowed deeply. I am perfectly well, he barked. The eunuch, trembling with anxiety, prostrated himself, bowing deeply. Your Majesty, outside. The news has spread. Emperor Lin was in no mood for such tidings. He clenched his fists, his expression darkening. What news? The eunuch spoke rapidly, his voice quivering. Your Majesty, it is rumored that you are poised for war. Many households in Pingdu are preparing to relocate, and some have already fled the city. Emperor Lin sprang to his feet, his countenance shifting erratically. What more? He discerned that the eunuch's message was incomplete. The eunuch swallowed hard, his face paling. It is also rumored that you have clandestinely harmed countless subjects to prepare for war, and that you have shifted the blame onto the Crown Prince and his companions to prevent any division of your power. The troubling aspect is that many in Pingdu believe these tales, primarily due to your usual conduct. Upon hearing this, Emperor Lin grasped the gravity of the situation. It was no longer merely a matter of quelling rumors. He needed to soothe the populace to avert chaos in Pingdu. Should disorder ensue, not only would his grand ambitions falter, but it would also provide the Lin dynasty with an opportunity to exploit the turmoil. Investigate. I demand a thorough inquiry into who is behind this. His expression was as grim as if he had swallowed a fly. Moreover, from this moment forth, Pingdu is to be sealed. No one may enter or exit. Should anyone dare to incite turmoil or attempt to leave at this critical juncture, their entire clan shall face annihilation. The immediate priority was to stabilize the situation in Pingdu. When Wen Daochun received a carrier pigeon from Pingdu, he was in the midst of preparing grilled fish for Nan Yunmo. The army had encamped beside a river, and both the soldiers and accompanying individuals like Tian Qinglan were wading into the water to catch fish. The river was abuzz with activity, resembling a bustling market. Fish were being tossed ashore, laughter erupted as someone slipped, and the air was filled with joviality. Nan Yunmo stood at the riverbank, beaming as she directed, Yi Liangjun. Did you not see that large fish swimming by your feet? You truly embody the adage, scholars are the most inept. She gestured to the surrounding soldiers. Look at everyone else. They have all caught fish to varying degrees, yet you remain empty-handed. Yi Liangjun glanced around and, indeed, observed that nearly everyone had managed to catch fish. Even Tian Qinglan had made a catch, while he stood there, despondent, like a child weighing over 100 pounds, lamenting, "Why can't I catch any fish? I've been trying so hard." He genuinely could not comprehend why, despite his earnest efforts, he had yet to secure a single fish. Nan Yunmo laughed heartily, hands on her hips, unabashedly mocking, "It's because you're foolish. Fish do not favor the dim-witted, hence your failure to catch any." Yi Liangjun felt even more aggrieved. "Princess Anping, you are being excessive. At such a time, rather than offering me comfort, you choose to mock me?" Just as Nan Yunmo was about to respond, she noticed Tian Qinglan approaching Yi Liangjun, instantly gleeful as she sought the figures of Pei Xiandong and Wen Daochen. Where are Pei Xiandong and the dog master? While Tian Qinglan comforts Yi Liangjun, the two sycophants, Pei Xiandong and the dog master, must be utterly heartbroken. I want to witness their sorrowful expressions. Yi Liangjun, who was being consoled, suddenly felt that Qinglan's comfort was somewhat off-kilter. As Pei Xiandong was immersed in catching fish, he pondered how he could convey to Nan Yunmo that he harbored no feelings for Tian Qinglan. Meanwhile, Wen Daochen, making his way towards Nan Yunmo, sighed deeply within. Next time, he must clearly articulate to Nan Yunmo that he held no interest in Tian Qinglan. Otherwise, given Nan Yunmo's nature, she would perpetually misconstrue his intentions. "Master." Nan Yunmo was the first to spot Wen Daochen, her smile radiant as she waved at him. "Master, come quickly and take a look. From my vantage point, I can clearly see the affectionate exchanges between Tian Qinglan and Yi Liangjun. It will surely infuriate the master. Perhaps I might even witness the master single-handedly confronting Yi Liangjun." Yi Liangjun felt exasperated. Nan Yunmo, enough. He needed to find an opportunity to have a serious discussion with Nan Yunmo, otherwise, she would continue to harbor baseless grievances against him. Wen Daochen paused his steps before approaching Nan Yunmo. He reached out and playfully flicked her forehead, a hint of indulgence in his helpless smile. "You called me over so eagerly. Could it be that you harbor feelings for me?" Chapter 86. The Master Enacts a Wet Temptation. Nan Yunmo wore a look of suspicion. "How could I possibly have feelings for you? Please, Master, do not indulge in such narcissism." She casually gestured towards Tian Qinglan and Yi Liangjun, saying, "Look, Master, isn't the river quite lively?" Wen Daochen cast a fleeting glance, replying nonchalantly, "Indeed, it is rather bustling."
Ah!
Seizing the moment when he was off guard, Nan Yunmo kicked him into the river. She laughed cheerfully. "Master, one must enjoy the company of the people, so you should join in and catch some fish." This scene left countless onlookers, both in the water and on the shore, utterly astonished, their gazes towards Nan Yunmo now markedly different. Truly, she was the princess of Anping, daring to kick the master into the river in public. When Daochen quickly surfaced, droplets cascading down his handsome features, his lips pressed tightly together. Below, his drenched garments clung to his physique, revealing a lean and muscular form, hinting at the contours of his abs. Many stared in wide-eyed astonishment. Witnessing this, Nan Yunmo's heart raced involuntarily, her cheeks warming as an unnamed fire surged within her. Goodness! The master was employing a wet temptation. How alluring! Have you had your fill of fun, Princess of Anping? Wen Daochen casually wiped his face, casting a soft smile in her direction. A simple gesture, yet it bore an enticing allure when performed by him. Nan Yunmo's face flushed, yet her eyes remained unwavering, fixed upon him. "I've had enough fun, enough indeed." One must admit, the master's physique is truly admirable. The kind that looks slim in clothes yet reveals muscle when undressed. Moreover, every movement he makes exudes an air of superiority, almost as if he wishes to be pulled down from his lofty pedestal and thoroughly tormented. No more thoughts, no more thoughts. If I dwell further, I might just bleed from my nose." She covered her nose, stepping back a few paces, attempting to force herself to look away, yet failing miserably. The master is indeed a tormenting enchantress. When Daochen chuckled softly, his laughter brimming with delight. It seemed that this tactic was what it took to entice Nan Yunmo. He had learned well. Not far off, Pei Xiandong nearly crushed the fish in his grasp, his gaze dangerously intense. Both in the river and soaked. Why was it that Nan Yunmo paid no heed to him, only focusing on that rascal master? He inhaled deeply, raising his voice. "Princess of Anping, Nan Yunmo reluctantly glanced at him before returning her attention to Wen Daochen. Is there something you need, General Pei? Cough, cough, cough. The Master's abs are becoming increasingly prominent. How I long to touch those abs. Last time I felt the Master's chest, the sensation was exquisite. Pei Xiandong crushed the fish in his hand, a storm brewing on his face. He too possessed a well-defined chest and abs. Why did Nan Yunmo never express a desire to touch his? Meanwhile, when Daochen's smile widened, his mood brightening. Clearly, he had to adopt an enticing approach to capture Nan Yunmo's attention. Princess of Anping, would you care for some grilled fish? I can prepare it. A good man must be skilled in both the hall and the kitchen, and possess a fine physique to entice the one he desires. Upon hearing about grilled fish, Nan Yunmo's mouth watered uncontrollably, her concerns for Wen Daochen's physique instantly forgotten. She bobbed her head eagerly like a chick pecking at grain, exclaiming, I want to eat. I want to eat. Seeing her enthusiasm, Wen Daochen's lips curled into a smile, his eyes softening with tenderness. Very well. I shall prepare grilled fish for the Princess of Anping. Thus, Wen Daochen personally ventured into the kitchen to grill fish for Nan Yunmo. While engaged in this endeavor, he received a message by a carrier pigeon. After reading it, he handed the note to Nan Yunmo, indicating for her to take a look. Surprised that he would pass it to her, she accepted it and read the contents. Upon seeing the message, her gaze shot up to meet Wen Daochen's. Her expression a mix of astonishment and disbelief. You did this? Wen Daochen understood her shock, responding with a calm, Yes, I did. After all that has transpired in Deping, I must collect a bit of interest. Nan Yunmo gave him a thumbs up, praising, Master, you are absolutely right.
You are splendid.
The letter indicated that Pingdu was currently in disarray, the situation dire. Rumors were spreading that the Emperor of Deping was indifferent to the lives of countless subjects in his pursuit of war. This was fortuitous for them. When Daochen chuckled, a refreshing breeze sweeping through him. How rare it is to hear the Princess of Anping commend me. Such a thing is truly hard to come by. Nan Yunmo huffed. If it weren't for your excessive actions, would I have praised you? Wen Daochen, in good humor, conceded, Yes, it was my fault. I should not have acted thus. Please forgive me, Princess of Anping. Before Nan Yunmo could retort, a chorus of hisses erupted around them. How disgusting, the master openly uttering such words. I nearly vomited. Previously unfamiliar with the master, they had assumed him to be a lofty figure. Now, it was clear that he had completely shattered their misconceptions. It was remarkable that the Princess of Anping could endure his words. Indeed, love blinds one's perception. Nan Yunmo interjected, Are you all misunderstanding something? How could I possibly have such a relationship with that rascal master? His affections lie with Tian Qinglan, you know. When Daochen's smile deepened, and he scanned the crowd with twinkling eyes. Everyone, do refrain from mocking the Princess of Anping, lest she grows upset with me, and I end up suffering the consequences. You nonsense-spouting rascal. Nan Yunmo clenched her fists, glaring at him fiercely. If you dare utter another word, I swear I'll knock you out. When Daochen feigned innocence, indicating with his expression that he had foretold this reaction. All right, it's all my fault. Please don't be angry. A shiver ran through Nan Yunmo at his words, causing her to tremble. Master, you are truly becoming increasingly peculiar. Before she could finish her thought, Tian Qinglan's voice rang out nearby. Liangjun, try this grilled potato I made. I think it tastes rather good. In an instant, Nan Yunmo understood everything, casting a meaningful glance at Wen Daochen. Oh, no wonder the rascal master is acting this way. He is envious of Yi Liangjun. Originally, the object of the master's jealousy was Pei Xiandong. Each time he learned of or witnessed Tian Qinglan's kindness towards Pei Xiandong, he would sulk for ages, devising ways to target Pei Xiandong. Now, that envy has shifted to Yi Liangjun. Poor master, regardless of whether the plot has changed or collapsed, he remains unable to win over Tian Qinglan. Wen Daochen's smile faltered momentarily. He longed to discard the fish in his hand and pull Nan Yunmo into the tent to settle matters. Just as he was about to speak, Pei Xiandong's voice interrupted. Princess of Anping, I have prepared a grilled fish for you. Would you like to try it? Chapter 87. Nan Yunmo, why be so cruel to her? Pei Xiandong presented a platter of grilled fish before Nan Yunmo. His typically cold demeanor bore a hint of a smile as he gazed intently at her. Would you care to taste it? Nan Yunmo, with an expression of understanding, patted his shoulder sympathetically. General Pei, I understand you. There's no need for you to feel sad. Pei Xiandong is quite pitiable, having personally prepared grilled fish for the heroine, only for her to make grilled potatoes for Yi Liangjun while they engage in their lovey-dovey antics. Alas, Both the master and Pei Xiandong are wretched. Yet, in comparison, the master is more unfortunate, for Pei Xiandong is the male lead who will ultimately win the heroine's heart. The smile on Pei Xiandong's face stiffened momentarily as he took a deep breath. Princess of Anping, I believe you have misunderstood a few things. Firstly, my heart is not burdened with sorrow. Secondly, I harbor no sentiments towards Tian Qinglan, so please refrain from unfounded speculations. He is truly exasperated. Which of Nan Yunmo's eyes observed him with envy or jealousy towards Yi Liangjun? He does not envy Yi Liangjun at all, does he? In fact, he wishes for Tian Qinglan to be with Yi Liangjun. Nan Yunmo nodded repeatedly. General Pei, I understand, I truly do. There is no need for you to explain. Pei Xiandong is merely maintaining a facade for the sake of masculinity. In truth, his hands tremble, a testament to his distress. What a pitiful male protagonist. Witnessing his female lead indulging in affection with another man. Pei Xiandong's trembling hands are not from sorrow, but from anger. Princess Anping, why must you persist in your fabrications? Why will you not believe my words? A hint of ire laced his tone. Is it only what you perceive that constitutes reality? Is it only your view that is correct? Nan Yunmo was perplexed by his anger. She had done nothing but offer a few words of comfort to Pei Xiandong. Had she comforted him incorrectly? Pei Xiandong enunciated each word clearly. Princess Anping, I shall reiterate one final time. I have no feelings for Tian Qinglan. Please cease your presumptuous remarks. He wished to express the same sentiment. Wen Daochen cast an annoyed glance at Nan Yunmo, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Princess Anping, kindly refrain from discussing peculiar matters, such as the affair between me and Lorong. I have never encountered this person named Lorong. All that is said is merely gossip. Regarding other matters, please speak based on facts and not frivolous notions. At that moment, Yi Liangjun approached. His demeanor solemn as he addressed Nan Yunmo. Princess Anping, what the imperial teacher and General Pei have conveyed is precisely what I wish to express to you. Please refrain from conjuring strange thoughts and uttering bizarre statements. Open your eyes and truly observe. The three of us are not as you have described, nor as you imagine. This was what he had longed to convey. Perhaps it was due to her entanglement in the novel's narrative that Nan Yunmo persistently believed Qinglan would end up with General Pei, and that he and the imperial teacher would go to any lengths to win her affection. Nan Yunmo stared blankly at Wen Daochen, Pei Xiandong, and Yi Liangjun, her mind in a state of disarray. What is happening? Why are these three speaking to her in such a manner? She had done nothing to them. Observing her bewilderment, Wen Daochen entrusted the grilling of fish to his subordinates. He knelt before Nan Yunmo, tenderly brushing his hand over her head, softly stating, "Mo. What you perceive and what you know may not necessarily reflect the truth. Our collective frustration stems from your propensity to misconstrue relationships and utter nonsensical remarks." After a pause, he added, for example, regarding Tian Qinglan, she is already betrothed to Yi Liangjun, and their bond is quite strong. How could you utter such things? Would you be pleased if the roles were reversed? If he was not mistaken, Nan Yunmo's steadfast belief that Pei Xiandong and Tian Qinglan were meant to be together stemmed from her immersion in the story, while he and Yi Liangjun could only harbor affections for Tian Qinglan. Moreover, at her core, Nan Yunmo was reluctant to see the narrative shattered, as it would hinder her return to her homeland. Nan Yunmo mechanically turned her head towards him, her eyes flickering before she slowly inquired, "Is that true?" When Daochen understood her momentary inability to grasp the situation, she could not accept it, for if it were indeed the case, the plot would truly unravel, and she would be unable to return to her home. "Yes, it is true," he replied slowly. Mo is not at fault. It's simply that your understanding has not yet aligned with reality. Once you come to comprehend, you will realize that things are not as you have imagined. Nan Yunmo gradually widened her eyes, seemingly unable to accept this reality. The male protagonist no longer desires the female lead? The imperial teacher also forsakes the female lead? The female lead truly is with the second male lead? This is not merely a matter of the plot collapsing, it has veered entirely off course. Is there truly no reset? Is it solely due to the significant issues that have arisen in this novel's world? She felt as if she might lose her sanity. Why had the storyline deteriorated into such a dismal state? Mo, it's all right. Wen Daochen took her hand, softening his voice to reassure her. Regardless of the circumstances, I will remain by your side. As long as this novel's world remains intact, unreset, and without major issues, everything will be fine. Nan Yunmo still struggled to accept this reality, feeling somewhat overwhelmed as she sat there. She had once believed that the plot was gradually returning to its rightful course, allowing her to fulfill her tasks and return to the modern world. However, The truth was that the narrative had long since deviated, and she was utterly incapable of returning to her time.
How could this be?
Mo, it's all right. It's all right. When Dao Chun embraced her, gently patting her, assuring her that everything would eventually improve, Nan Yunmo leaned weakly against him, her face slightly pale, as if her very spirit had been sapped. After finally perceiving a chance to return to the modern world, it had dissolved like vapor. Why must they be so cruel to her? All she desired was to return to the familiar modernity. When Dao Chun sighed softly, understanding that any further words of comfort would be futile, he was acutely aware of how much Nan Yunmo yearned to return to her home and his Pei Xuandong's. And Yi Liangjuan's words had effectively shattered her hopes of doing so. How could she not feel despondent? Pei Xiandong felt a twinge of jealousy towards Wen Daochen. Yet he recognized that this was not the time for rivalry. Yi Liangjun silently returned to Tian Qinglan's side. His goal had been achieved. And whatever transpired next was no longer his concern, nor could he be troubled by it. The surrounding soldiers exchanged glances, bewildered by how the situation had evolved so dramatically. The couple, Prince Xianping and his wife, decided to remain uninvolved. The matter of the children was theirs to handle, while they would maintain control over the overarching situation. Chapter 88. The imperial teacher's first instance of jealousy. Nan Yunmo remained despondent for quite some time, unable to muster any spirit, sitting listlessly as if she were a sunflower stripped of its radiance. Initially, upon realizing the plot had collapsed, she had ceased to hope for a return to the modern world. Subsequently, the system suddenly appeared, informing her that significant issues had arisen in the novel's world, urging her to safeguard the male and female leads. At that moment, she had thought she could return to the modern world once more, thus striving to protect the leads and ensure that all events unfolded according to the narrative. Yet now she had learned that returning to modernity was utterly impossible. What could be more cruel than offering hope only to shatter it? Mo, would you like to have some grilled fish? When Daochen offered a pair of chopsticks with tender fish meat, bringing it to her lips. I just grilled this fish. Weren't you eagerly awaiting it? Nan Yunmo cast a dim glance at him before lying directly on the ground, resembling a lifeless fish. She no longer wished to protect the male and female leads, nor did she care about the fate of this wretched novel world. After all, she could not return to the modern world. Why should she bother? Observing her state, when Daochen set down the chopsticks and retrieved a thin blanket to drape over Nan Yunmo. Since she was weary, it would be best for her to rest for a while. She could eat the grilled fish upon awakening. He felt an immense ache in his heart, for this was the first time he had seen Nan Yunmo so devoid of vitality. In the past, she had faced every challenge with boundless energy. Nan Yunmo ignored him, simply closing her eyes and lying there, unsure if she had fallen asleep or not. When Daochen remained silent, choosing to stay beside her, the imperial teacher, who had been with Pei Xiandong, finally spoke up, lowering his voice. Shall we have a discussion? When Daochen shot him a cold glance, his tone laced with displeasure. General Pei, I do not believe we have anything worth discussing. If the general had the time, he would be better off contemplating how to address the issues once they reach the border to swiftly resolve matters with the Daping dynasty. He could probably surmise what Pei Xiandong was about to say, yet at that moment, he had no time to entertain him. The most pressing concern for him was to remain by the side of Nan Yunmo. Pei Xuandong's anxious gaze swept over Nan Yunmo, and he rubbed his temples, suddenly regretting having uttered those words. After all, Nan Yunmo had merely spoken a few flowery words about him in her mind. It wouldn't cost him a piece of flesh. So why had he felt the need to say such things? Now, with Nan Yunmo in this state, it was uncertain when she would recover. Master, we shall discuss this another day, he declared, setting aside the grilled fish and departing. When Daochen chose not to discard his fish, he did not wish to further upset Nan Yunmo at this critical juncture. Just then, a soldier's startled cry pierced the air. Come quickly. Someone has fainted here. It seems their injuries are severe. In an instant, the attention of numerous soldiers was drawn, and they hurried to assess the situation. What is happening? We have yet to engage in battle. How could someone be injured? We weren't even in a rush to travel, and the provisions are ample. How did this person faint? Concerned that the commotion might disturb Nan Yunmo, when Daochen gestured for the accompanying personnel to investigate, then resumed his focus on caring for her. Nan Yunmo remained oblivious to the outside world, even shunning the bustle that she usually relished. Soon, the accompanying personnel returned with a report. Master, it is Qiu Yuanda. He has somehow infiltrated the army and concealed himself for several days. Today, due to his injuries, he fainted and was discovered by a soldier quite by chance. A fleeting moment of surprise crossed Wen Daochen's face, and he frowned slightly. What was Qiu Yuanda doing infiltrating the army? You go, he began, but before he could finish, he saw Nan Yunmo suddenly sit up. He hurried to support her. Mo, why have you gotten up? Are you feeling unwell? Where is Qiu Yuanda? Nan Yunmo, regaining a bit of her spirit, inquired of the personnel accompanying them. They exchanged a glance with Wen Daochun before responding. Your Highness, Qiu Yuanda is over there, pointing to a nearby cluster of soldiers tending to him. Do you wish to see how he is? Wen Daochun gently asked as he helped her to her feet. Nan Yunmo nodded, a hint of agitation in her voice. I want to check on Qiu Yuanda's condition and understand why he infiltrated the army. If this matter is not handled properly, Pei Xiandong will take action against him. By military regulations, Qiu Yuanda has committed a grave offense and could theoretically face execution. Remarkably, when Daochun showed no signs of jealousy or displeasure, instead, he guided her toward the gathering. Let us see the situation first. They arrived at the crowd, where the soldiers parted to allow Wen Daochun and Nan Yunmo to pass through with ease. Upon entering, Nan Yunmo observed 2 military doctors attending to the unconscious Qiu Yuanda, with Pei Xiandong and several of his deputy commanders standing nearby. Seeing Qiu Yuanda in such a dire state, she realized he had endured considerable hardship. Has he lost his mind? With such severe injuries, why would he sneak into the army? Pei Xiandong had noticed her presence. He exchanged a glance with Wen Daochun before inquiring of the doctors. What is his condition? One of the doctors rose and saluted, explaining in detail, Commander, this individual already had old injuries, and after several days of neglecting proper care, his condition has worsened due to inflammation. Fortunately, he received timely treatment, and his life is not in danger. However, he must take time to recuperate, otherwise, he could face serious consequences. This person certainly has courage. To infiltrate the army with such severe injuries, Pei Xiandong mused, feeling slightly reassured. For the time being, ensure he is well cared for. As for how he managed to infiltrate the army, I will investigate thoroughly. He suspected that Qiu Yuanda's infiltration might somehow be connected to Nan Yunmo, as he was aware of Qiu Yuanda's penchant for seeking her out. The doctor acquiesced, subsequently requesting soldiers to carry Qiu Yuanda to a tent to rest. Pei Xiandong gestured for the soldiers to disperse, instructing them not to spread rumors to maintain morale. Yes, Commander, the soldiers complied, scattering in small groups. Meanwhile, Nan Yunmo made her way to the tent where Qiu Yuanda was resting, with Wen Daochun following closely behind. Upon their arrival, Qiu Yuanda was just regaining consciousness. Qiu Yuanda, Nan Yunmo said, taking a seat on a makeshift stool beside the bed, her tone tinged with discontent. You knew your injuries were severe. Why did you infiltrate the army? Moreover, sneaking into the army is a serious crime. Qiu Yuanda, appearing exceedingly weak, struggled to articulate his response. I just thought. To follow you. Nan Yunmo raised an eyebrow, perplexed. For what reason would you follow me? Are you not afraid of dying? Chapter 89. Nan Yunmo finally realized the gravity of the situation. Qiu Yuanda let out a bitter smile, believing he could endure, having sustained injuries before, yet this time he could not hold on. I apologize for causing trouble for your highness, he said. His desire to follow her stemmed from a wish to glean more insights from her heart, thus avoiding being ensnared by the narrative. Nan Yunmo waved her hand, furrowing her brow tightly. That is not the issue. It is your infiltration into the army that concerns me. Qiu Yuanda, if you do not speak the truth, I cannot protect you. Truly. It seemed that trouble was mounting upon her. She had yet to resolve her own matters, and now Qiu Yuanda's predicament had arisen. Qiu Yuanda scratched his head. A bit embarrassed, actually. I wanted to follow your highness. Follow me for what purpose? Nan Yunmo asked, pointing at herself in confusion. Qiu Yuanda could not reveal the truth. So, he concocted a seemingly reasonable excuse. Isn't your highness intriguing? I merely thought to accompany you. When Daochun's cold gaze flicked toward him, sensing his lack of honesty, but choosing not to expose him, Nan Yunmo regarded him with skepticism, scrutinizing him from head to toe. I do not believe you would follow me with such serious injury simply because you find me interesting. Before Qiu Yuanda could respond, she added, furthermore, this excuse will not convince Pei Xiandong and the others. I advise you to carefully consider what justification you can provide to persuade them, lest Pei Xiandong decide your fate. Qiu Yuanda was somewhat aware of military regulations and sighed. If I were to exchange information I have gathered over the past few days in the army, would that ensure my survival? Nan Yunmo appeared slightly taken aback. Your time in the army was not merely for recuperation? Qiu Yuanda swallowed hard, pleading, Your Highness, could you please provide me with some water? If this continues, I truly might die of thirst. Nan Yunmo lightly slapped her forehead. My apologies, I completely overlooked that. As she spoke, she moved to find a teapot. However, Wen Daochen was quicker, pouring a cup of tea and lifting Qiu Yuanda to drink. Here. Do not trouble your highness. She has enough on her plate. Qiu Yuanda discerned the underlying threat in his tone and quietly finished the cup of water, realizing that Wen Daochen was rather possessive in these matters. After quenching his thirst, he resumed speaking about the earlier topic. I cannot simply recuperate indefinitely. That would arouse suspicion. So I will occasionally move about in different locations to ensure others believe I am just an ordinary soldier. For a moment, Nan Yunmo was at a loss for words, thinking Qiu Yuanda was reckless for risking his life in such a manner. When Daochen bluntly retorted, if you wish to court death, simply say so. I would gladly grant you that, and you need not waste your highness's efforts in saving you. Qiu Yuanda's face was filled with remorse and guilt. Your highness, I truly apologize. It was not my intention. He could only blame his overwhelming desire to understand her thoughts, which had led him to take such risks. Nan Yunmo shook her head, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Tell me, what have you discovered within the army? As soon as the words left her lips, she heard Pei Xuandong's inquiry. What is the Princess Onfing saying? Turning her head, Nan Yunmo saw Pei Xiandong approaching with a deputy commander, who nodded in acknowledgement. Qiu Yuanda stated that he had uncovered some matters during his time in the army, and I was inquiring about it. Pei Xuandong's gaze sharpened slightly as he turned to Qiu Yuanda. If you can provide any valuable information, I may spare your life. Qiu Yuanda, too weak to rise, clasped his hands in a salute to Pei Xiandong. General Pei, during my days wandering the army, I have discovered 3 issues. Yet, just as he was about to continue, darkness enveloped him, and he fell into unconsciousness. He had truly passed out at a most unfortunate moment. Nan Yunmo shrugged her shoulders towards Pei Xiandong, her voice tinged with resignation. Qiu Yuanda's injuries are far too severe. It is a wonder he has held on this long. You may ask him again once he regains consciousness. Pei Xiandong nodded lightly, refraining from attempting to rouse Qiu Yuanda. His worried gaze shifted to Nan Yunmo, his tone gentle. Is Princess Onfing feeling better? Is there anything wrong with me? Nan Yunmo momentarily failed to grasp the situation, a question mark slowly forming above her head. Pei Xiandong glanced at Wen Daochen before addressing Nan Yunmo again. As long as Princess Onfing is alright, that is all that matters. He skillfully redirected the conversation. Princess Onfing, with Qiu Yuanda now unconscious, you should return and have something to eat. Do not neglect your own well-being. Alright, Nan Yunmo replied. I shall return to have my meal. She added, General Pei, should Qiu Yuanda awaken, please have someone inform me. Pei Xiandong acquiesced, gesturing courteously. Princess Onfing, allow me to escort you back. There is no need for that, General Pei. Wen Daochen assisted Nan Yunmo to her feet, his tone cool, as he addressed Pei Xiandong. I will take Mo back. General Pei is busy with military affairs. It would be best for him to attend to those matters. We shan't impose any further. Having said this, he led a somewhat dazed Nan Yunmo away. Pei Xiandong merely watched as Nan Yunmo and Wen Daochen departed, refraining from taking any action or uttering another word.
For now.
Nan Yunmo's emotions had yet to settle completely, and it would be unwise to act. Once she regained her composure, he could pursue whatever intentions he had in mind. When Daochen brought Nan Yunmo back to their resting place, he helped her settle onto a low stool before pouring her a glass of water.
Montag.
Sit here for a moment while I warm up the grilled fish. Oh, Nan Yunmo responded, only to sense an oddity. She abruptly turned to Wen Daochen. Disbelief etched on her face. You, master. What did you just call me? Was she hallucinating? Had she misheard?
Montag, Wen Daochen replied.
His eyes sparkling with warmth and his tone gentle. Though it was merely a common name, when uttered by Wen Daochen, it carried a unique significance. Hearing it made her heart ripple like a stone cast into a still lake, her cheeks flushed and her heart racing uncontrollably.
What?
What does the dog master intend to do? You. She stammered, flustered. Dog master, I warn you, who gave you permission to call me that? When Daochen's eyes curved in amusement, a faint smile gracing his lips. I have always called you that, you never objected.
Nan
Yunmo's words faltered. She seemed to have a vague recollection. At that time, upon realizing that she could never return to the modern world, she had nearly collapsed. And it was then that the dog master had called her Mo. Chapter 90. The master's paramour arrives when Daochen returned with the warmed grilled fish and seated himself before her, placing the dish on the table. He then served 2 bowls of rice, setting one before Nan Yunmo. Mo, let us eat first. Nothing is more important than a meal. Nan Yunmo's face flushed as she took her chopsticks and began to eat, stealing glances at him now and then. The master was indeed acting strangely affectionate. Why would he call her so endearingly without reason? Mo, do not only eat rice. Have some grilled fish as well. When Daochin selected the tender, boneless part of the fish and placed it in her bowl. Today has been quite eventful. I will make you a soup and some vegetables tomorrow for a balanced meal. Nan Yunmo, her face blank, murmured an "oh," her eyes filled with confusion. The more he behaved this way, the more unsettled she felt. Though she was certain the master did not harbor feelings for Tian Qinglan, his treatment of her sent shivers down her spine. When Daochin noticed her unease and confusion, but chose to remain silent for now, eating was the priority. Master, Princess Onping, at that moment, Tian Qinglan entered with a plate of grilled potatoes and a plate of stir-fried greens. I made these myself. If you two do not mind, please enjoy. When Daochin responded coldly, with a simple thank you. Thank you, Miss Tian, Nan Yunmo smiled brightly, her tone cheerful. Miss Tian can cook too, unlike me, who can only eat. Though she had some culinary skills, since her soul had crossed into this world, she had lived in luxury, and those skills had faded away. Tian Qinglan covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, her demeanor bashful. I hardly possess culinary skills. I just know a few simple dishes. I shall not disturb your meal any longer. She bowed slightly and departed. Nan Yunmo bit the end of her chopsticks, watching her retreating figure. Sigh. The female lead is admirable in every aspect, yet the plot has collapsed, preventing her from being with the male lead. What a pity. As she pondered this, when Daochin lightly tapped her hand with his chopsticks, causing her to look at him in bewilderment. What was that for? Do not bite the chopsticks. You might poke your throat, when Daochin scolded, his face stern. If you do that again, I shall see how to deal with you. This girl was reckless, daring to bite the chopsticks. Nan Yunmo pouted and huffed, picking up a piece of grilled potato. Dog master. When Daochin paid no mind to her inner insults. After all, she had scolded him more than once, and he had long since grown accustomed to it. After their meal, Nan Yunmo wished to lounge lazily, but was compelled to take a walk instead. Reluctant, she found even taking a single step laborious. Master, I truly do not wish to walk. As the saying goes, the more one lies down, the longer one lives. Given how the plot has turned out, I no longer wish to exert myself. I simply want to lie flat and disregard what becomes of a storyline or this novel world. Moreover, who knows, perhaps this novel world will collapse entirely and be reset, giving me another chance to return. When Daochin, having heard her thoughts, understood that she still yearned to return to her home. He could not comprehend why. Given that Nan Yunmo seemed to be living quite well here, she would wish to return. Be good, it is unwise to lie down immediately after eating. He wrapped his arm around her shoulders and guided her slowly on their walk. Once we finish walking, you may return and rest. He would need to find an opportunity to have a serious conversation with Nan Yunmo soon. With a resigned sigh, Nan Yunmo could only continue to walk under duress. She truly did not want to take a stroll. The soldiers around them, witnessing Nan Yunmo and Wen Daochin's leisurely pace, teased them good-naturedly. Oh, the master is truly kind to his wife, always trying to please her. You all ought to learn from him. Master, do not go too far. How are we to live if you continue this way? When Daochin smiled amiably, please excuse my behavior. At that moment, someone called out, Master, a man claiming to be Le Rong has come to see you. He says you wrote to invite him. At this proclamation, the crowd fell silent, casting strange glances at Wen Daochin and Nan Yunmo. Was this Le Rong the infamous paramour of the master, the headliner of the South Wind Pavilion? Instantly, Nan Yunmo perked up, only to deflate moments later. The master did not hold any affection for Tian Qinglan. Could he possibly have feelings for Le Rong? Sigh. I suppose there will be no entertainment to be found. When Daochin lightly tapped her forehead, both amused and exasperated, this girl still harbored thoughts of entertainment. Clearly her spirits had been significantly restored. I don't. Before he could finish his sentence, he caught sight of a soldier leading a young man of unfamiliar countenance approaching. In an instant, all gazes converged upon Wen Daochin. Was this the rumored paramour of the imperial master? He was quite handsome. Had I not been aware that he was the star attraction of the Southern Wind Pavilion, I might have mistaken him for the scion of a prominent family. This would prove interesting. The rumored paramour was now face to face with the one who occupied his heart, who would triumph remained to be seen. Le Rong stood composedly before Nan Yunmo and Wen Daochin, executing a graceful bow. Greetings, Imperial Master, Princess Onping. Nan Yunmo scrutinized the so-called star from head to toe. This individual possessed both striking looks and an impressive demeanor, clearly a product of the Southern Wind Pavilion's investment. Le Rong, You arrived remarkably swiftly, she remarked with a light smile. When Daochen cast not even a sidelong glance at Lo Rong. Lo Rong's smile was perfectly calibrated, neither sycophantic nor apathetic. You jest, Princess Onfing. The moment I received your message, I hastened here, fearing any delays. Nan Yunmo responded with an "oh," her smile unwavering. Clearly, Lo Rong had just arrived and must still be weary. It would be prudent for him to rest well this evening and defer any discussions until tomorrow. Lo Rong exhibited no reluctance or desire to linger, obediently following the soldier, who led him away. Nan Yunmo stroked her chin, glancing at Wen Daochen and then at Lo Rong, now genuinely uncertain whether the Imperial Master harbored feelings for him. Never mind it, Imperial Master, I shall return to rest, she declared, and with that, she skipped away. Wen Daochen shook his head with amusement, watching her return to the tent. He then summoned a subordinate and whispered instructions. Certain matters warranted investigation. Inside the tent, Lo Rong was tidying his belongings when he suddenly overheard a few soldiers engaged in conversation.
Hey.
Do you think the Imperial Master will choose Lo Rong or Princess Onfing? If it were me, I would choose Princess Onfing. Lo Rong is indeed handsome, but he is still a man from the Southern Wind Pavilion, which would greatly affect the Imperial Master's reputation. But you misunderstand. The Imperial Master can take both. With his status, he could marry Princess Onfing and then bring Lo Rong into the Imperial Master's residence. Even the Wang family of Xianping would not dare to object. Upon hearing this, Lo Rong's eyes darkened with murderous intent, were it not for the mission. He would never have taken on the role of a star at the Southern Wind Pavilion, nor would he allow these people to humiliate him so freely. Once the mission was complete, he would eliminate all who had insulted him. At that moment, he heard the sound of steady footsteps approaching, and he quickly concealed all expression, feigning ignorance as he continued his task. Shortly thereafter, a familiar male voice broke the silence. I am Pei Xiandong. May I come in? Lo Rong's heart leapt with excitement. Yes, you may. He took a deep breath, suppressing his joy and anticipation, and turned to face the man entering. He bowed respectfully and greeted General Pei. My apologies for intruding, Pei Xiandong replied, his demeanor cold and exuding an air of aloofness. Lo Rong nodded in response, his tone indifferent. Your presence in the army is acceptable, but you must adhere to the rules here, refrain from acting impulsively or wandering about. Pei Xiandong had come to observe the famed star of the Southern Wind Pavilion. However, upon seeing Lo Rong for the first time, he understood that the Imperial Master would not be interested in him. Despite his intense dislike for the Imperial Master, he could not deny that given the latter's character, he would never take a liking to someone like him. Lo Rong answered submissively, Rest assured, General Pei, I will not engage in any inappropriate conduct. I generally remain within this tent. Pei Xiandong seemed somewhat satisfied with his attitude. Furthermore, do not seek out the Imperial Master or Princess Onfing.
Le Rong réadili acquiesced.
Appearing compliant, as if he would agree to anything Pei Xiandong proposed without a hint of dissent. Pei Xiandong furrowed his brow, his sharp gaze fixed upon him. As the star of the Southern Wind Pavilion, you are surprisingly docile. He found it hard to believe that a star from such an establishment could possess such a meek disposition. Such submissiveness was inconceivable in a place like the Southern Wind Pavilion. Lo Rong felt a jolt of alarm. He had not anticipated that his compliance would raise Pei Xiandong's suspicions. Please forgive me, General. Being here naturally necessitates a certain degree of submissiveness, he said politely with a bow. Pei Xiandong remained unconvinced. A Southern Wind Pavilion star exhibiting such a lack of personality and compliance seemed awry. Even if one accepted Lo Rong's explanation, his demeanor was excessively meek, devoid of any temperament or individuality. I see. Pei Xiandong did not expose Lo Rong but instead offered an understanding expression. This is your first time in the army. It's natural to feel a bit anxious. You think being compliant will make things easier. Lo Rong felt a slight relief, displaying an appropriately anxious expression, echoing Pei Xiandong's assessment. It is indeed my first time in such an environment. Anxiety is to be expected. Then you should rest well in the tent. If you need anything, just inform the soldiers, Pei Xiandong instructed.
Take your rest.
With that, he departed. Lo Rong dared not lower his guard, quietly leaning against the tent entrance, straining to hear if Pei Xiandong had truly left. Once he confirmed the general had gone far, he felt a modicum of relief, albeit tinged with worry. He had no idea whether Pei Xiandong suspected him. He had thought that displaying meekness would prevent suspicion, yet it had instead aroused doubts. A glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. He must swiftly complete the task concerning the Imperial Master and Pei Xiandong so that he would no longer have to worry about being exposed. Meanwhile, Upon returning to his own tent, Pei Xiandong summoned a trustworthy deputy and instructed, investigate that Lu Rong discreetly. The deputy, taken aback by the unfamiliar name, pondered for a moment before recalling, are you referring to the Imperial Master's paramour? Pei Xiandong nodded affirmatively, yes, investigate him quietly, without raising any alarms. I suspect this individual may pose a problem.
Ah?
A star from the Southern Wind Pavilion. What kind of problem could he possibly present? The deputy was completely baffled. Pei Xiandong rubbed his temples in frustration. Have you ever visited the Flower Street? Noticing the deputy's evasive gaze, he continued, speak honestly. I will not punish you. As long as you haven't violated military regulations, you will not face repercussions. Coming from a military family, Pei Xiandong had seen and heard enough to know that many soldiers often visited the Flower Street during their leisure time. The deputy, feeling reassured, replied, I have accompanied others to Flower Street a few times. Why do you ask, Commander? Were the girls you encountered there all compliant and obedient? Pei Xiandong queried. The deputy reflected and replied, not particularly. Obedient girls would bore patrons. After all, if one encounters compliant girls frequently, one seeks amusement elsewhere. Many people frequented Flower Street, either discontent with their wives or concubines, or simply in search of entertainment. Thus, the girls there typically possess strong personalities. Pei Xiandong scoffed. That star from the Southern Wind Pavilion, Lu Rong, is not only excessively compliant, but he also agrees to everything I say, without a hint of reluctance. The deputy exclaimed, that's impossible. Regardless of which establishment's leading figure it may be, each possesses a distinct personality, and none are particularly known for their amiable dispositions. Nor are they likely to acquiesce to certain demands without hesitation. Upon uttering this, he grasped the underlying issue. Commander is harboring doubts. Could this Lu Rong be an impostor? Pei Xiandong narrowed his keen eyes, pondering whether Lu Rong's authenticity was indeed questionable. For the time being, it remained uncertain. You shall investigate. Only through inquiry will the truth be unveiled. The vice-commander was commanded to ascertain the veracity of Lu Rong's identity. As the grand army of the Great Lin dynasty advanced toward the border, the capital of the Great Ping dynasty erupted into chaos. Several princes and officials fell victim to assassination attempts, some surviving but severely wounded, while others did not survive at all. Even Emperor Lin once suffered multiple assassination attempts. After enduring these threats, he deduced that this string of events was orchestrated by the Great Lin dynasty, yet without concrete evidence, he found himself unable to confront them. Casting a brooding glance at the chief eunuch in attendance, he inquired, is the army of the Great Lin dynasty nearing the border? Initially, he had contemplated resolving the threat posed by this army en route to the border, an action that would not only cripple the Great Lin dynasty but also eliminate the last remnant of the Pei family. However, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. The chief eunuch, bowing slightly in deference, replied, Your Majesty, the Great Lin dynasty's forces will take some time to reach the border. Chapter 92. To die, without revealing the secret after pondering for a considerable time, Emperor Lin reached a decision. Now is not the opportune moment to initiate hostilities. Should he choose to engage in battle at this juncture, victory was not assured, and he might even risk his own life. You go and draft a decree. In the grand scheme, a temporary concession may not be a poor strategy. It could very well be a wise one. At midnight, in the stillness of the hour, moonlight cascaded upon the earth, while stars adorned the black canvas of the sky, twinkling faintly. Most of the troops had long since retired for the night, leaving only the sentinels and patrolling soldiers, whose soft footfalls occasionally broke the silence. The campfire crackled softly, emitting the occasional pop. Suddenly, a shadow flitted past, unnoticed by the patrolling soldiers. The figure had a clear objective, heading straight for the tent where Wen Daochen resided. Unimpeded, he reached the entrance of Wen Daochen's tent. After ensuring that Wen Daochen remained oblivious and that no one else was nearby, he stealthily drew a dagger from his sleeve and silently slit the fabric of the tent. With a narrow opening created, he slipped inside. Upon entering the tent, he gripped the dagger tightly and advanced toward the bed, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Abruptly, the entire tent was illuminated, and countless soldiers bearing torches surrounded it, sealing off any escape. Even the individual who had been sleeping on the bed sat up in surprise, exclaiming, I never expected you to fall for this so easily. The person was not Wen Daochen but rather an impostor. Seeing the situation, the assassin turned to flee. However, just as he pivoted, he encountered Wen Daochen, Pei Xiandong, Nan Yunmo, and several vice-commanders entering the tent, and he instantly realized escape was futile. Confusion clouded his mind. He could not comprehend where things had gone awry, as everything had seemingly proceeded according to plan, yet it had all gone wrong in the end. Should I address you as Lorong or Ifekong? When Daochen's expression turned frostbitten, his gaze fixed with fierce intensity upon him. What? Nan Yunmo gasped in shock, pointing at the standing Lorong, her expression one of disbelief as she looked at Wen Daochen. Are you saying he is not Lorong, but Ifekong? Wen Daochen gently ruffled her hair, moderating his tone. Lorong is but a pseudonym I adopted for various undertakings. His true name is Ifekong, one of the undercover agents cultivated by the Great Ping Dynasty. Nan Yunmo gasped, her eyes widening in realization. He is also an agent of the Great Ping Dynasty. Wait, this was never mentioned in the original text. Such a crucial detail was omitted entirely. What on earth is happening? When Daochen understood her astonishment, for when he had uncovered Lorong's true identity, he too had been taken aback. Who could have imagined that the head figure of the South Wind Pavilion was actually one of the undercover agents trained by the Great Ping Dynasty? And that no one had discerned Lorong's true identity over the years? The Great Ping Dynasty had cultivated many agents like Lorong, embedding them across various sectors to prepare for their assault on the Great Lin Dynasty. Even he had only uncovered a fraction of these agents, with many others remaining undetected. Nan Yunmo sensed the gravity of the situation, her brow furrowed. But why is he not attempting to assassinate General Pei, but instead targeting you, the imperial teacher? In the original text, the only information regarding Lorong was that he was the beloved of the imperial teacher, later discarded upon the imperial teacher's affection for the female lead, with no further details provided. Yet now, the imperial teacher had discovered that Lorong was an agent placed by the Great Ping Dynasty. This detail was never mentioned in the original text. How peculiar. Wen Daochen and Pei Xiandong exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Lorong had been a relatively significant character, and such important information should have been noted in the novel. Yet, it had not been. Was it possible that there was a flaw within the narrative itself? Or perhaps they were not even ensconced within the realm of a novel. Wen Daochen patiently elucidated for Nan Yunmo, Ray, should anything happen to me, it would not only incite considerable turmoil, but would also place General Pei under scrutiny. Nan Yunmo suddenly grasped the situation, her right fist striking her left palm in realization. So that's it. Just as the imperial teacher said. If you were to come to harm, then my uncle, the emperor, would certainly hold Pei Xiandong accountable. The crucial point was that the imperial teacher's subordinates would undoubtedly seek retribution against Pei Xiandong. Thus, the Great Ping Dynasty could instigate internal strife within the Great Lin Dynasty while seizing control at minimal cost. Seeing her understanding dawn, Wen Daochen's gaze turned cold as he fixed it upon Lorong. You should not have come. Had you not appeared, I would have harbored no suspicions regarding you. At last, Lorong comprehended where the problem lay. It was right here. Why had the imperial teacher doubted him based solely on this? He still struggled to grasp that point. It was not that Lorong did not wish to escape. Rather, he was acutely aware that at this juncture, escape was no longer an option. When Daochen, intrigued, elaborated, it's quite simple. You are most aware of the truth regarding our connection. If that is the case, upon receiving Princess Onping's letter, you should not have come, yet you did, without offering any explanation. A true leading figure would not be foolish enough to offend someone of his stature, nor would they genuinely involve themselves in such matters. As individuals of the flower streets, they were acutely aware of what actions were acceptable, which were not, whom they absolutely must not offend, and what rumors should never be circulated. Lorong finally grasped the crux of his failure. He had believed that allowing the rumor of his close relationship with the imperial teacher to circulate would not only secure his position within the South Wind Pavilion but also facilitate his endeavors in certain aspects. Yet, he never anticipated that this very detail would become the key to exposing his identity. The imperial teacher was indeed deserving of his title. With a bitter smile, he tugged at the corners of his mouth. I thought everything was within my plans, that tonight I would successfully complete my mission. Yet, it seems I was overly arrogant. Upon receiving Princess Onping's letter, he should not have come directly. He should have acted in the shadows. When Daochen, disinclined to engage in further banter, directly posed the question. You have two paths to choose from. Before he could finish a sentence, Lorong abruptly slashed his throat, taking his own life. I will not divulge anything, were Lorong's final words before his demise. Wen Daochen's immediate reaction was to shield Nan Yunmo's eyes, preventing her from witnessing the gruesome scene. His brows knitted together. A palpable displeasure etched upon his countenance. How dare he die before Mo, thus staining her vision with his demise. Yet, South Yun Mo remained untainted. The imperial master exaggerated. Pei Xiandong, who was a beat slow in his actions, cast a heavy glance at Wen Daochen, his hands gradually tightening. He turned to instruct his deputy, Hang Lorong. General Pei, please wait, Wen Daochen interjected, speaking slowly. I have an idea that may assist you in identifying the infiltrators within the army. Pei Xiandong glanced at Lo Rong's lifeless form and immediately grasped Wen Daochen's intent. Was the Imperial Master suggesting to use Lo Rong's corpse as bait? Wen Daochen was not surprised by his deduction and nodded in affirmation. As General Pei posited, Lo Rong's body, hanging in plain sight, would deter the spies from revealing themselves. Yet it would elicit unusual behavior from them. In this manner, General Pei could follow these leads to uncover certain infiltrators. After contemplating briefly, Pei Xiandong resolved to adopt Wen Daochen's strategy. Perhaps this approach could indeed unveil some spies. He commanded his deputy, suspend Lo Rong's body at the entrance of the army camp and circulate the news of his role as a spy for the Great Ping dynasty throughout the encampment. Subsequently, observe any unusual movements within the ranks. His gaze turned icy. If anyone exhibited odd behavior, they were to be seized and interrogated. The deputy complied immediately, dragging Lo Rong's corpse away. Only then did Pei Xiandong turn his attention to South Yunmo, his demeanor transforming as if rejuvenated. No longer frigid. Has the princess of Anping been frightened? Unfazed, South Yunmo shrugged off Wen Daochen's hand and addressed Pei Xiandong. Thank you for your concern, General Pei. I am quite well. However, I am rather curious about how Lo Rong managed to infiltrate the South Wind Pavilion and how so much information was disseminated. In the original narrative, Lo Rong was merely the top courtesan of the South Wind Pavilion. Yet now, his true identity was that of a spy embedded by the Great Ping dynasty. I shall explain it to you in due time. Let us first depart from here, Wen Daochen said, guiding her outside. Before exiting, he cast a cool sideways glance at Pei Xiandong. Pei Xiandong was well aware that Wen Daochen was issuing a warning. Yet he did not take it to heart. Ultimately, winning South Yunmo's affections could not solely rely on the Imperial Master's manipulative tactics. Upon your return, do enjoy a cup of calming tea, he advised South Yunmo. Just as she expressed her gratitude, she heard Wen Daochen's voice, tinged with mild discontent. Mo. Do not concern yourself with these matters. I shall handle everything. South Yunmo looked up at him, a puzzled expression adorning her face. Imperial Master, you seem a bit strange. Are you unwell? I have heard that those who are ill often behave peculiarly. The emotional currents of the original plot had become irrelevant, leaving her uncertain about the situation concerning the Imperial Master. When Daochen felt a tinge of weariness, he rubbed his temples. Do you truly not understand at all? South Yunmo responded with a befuddled expression. What is it that I should understand? Never mind, he sighed, aware of her emotional bluntness, and decided it futile to press the matter. It is of no consequence. Let us return. I shall prepare you a soothing cup of tea, which should aid you in achieving a more restful sleep. Take your time. If all else failed, he could resort to more direct methods of persuasion. South Yunmo sensed his unspoken words, but felt an instinctive urge to refrain from inquiring further about the matter. Trusting her intuition, she resolved not to pry. Tell me more about Lo Rong. I find this matter quite intriguing. Wen Daochen, following her lead, continued, I previously explained that I have no connection with Lo Rong. Did I not? South Yunmo chuckled awkwardly. Well, everyone seemed to think so at the time, so it is only natural I would believe it. The original text emphasizes the interactions between the Imperial Master and Lo Rong, subtly hinting at their relationship, leading me to assume they were involved. Little did I know. The Imperial Master and Lo Rong shared no such entanglement. In fact, Lo Rong was a spy. When Daochen's expression darkened upon hearing her thoughts, he had just been pondering that perhaps the world they inhabited was not merely a fictional realm but rather a tangible reality. For reasons unknown, this world had devolved into an unfavorable state, necessitating Mo's rectification. To prevent her from adversely affecting this reality, or for other reasons, the system had informed her that she was within a narrative. Whether this was indeed the case required further investigation. Lo Rong had indeed existed, but he had been slain before being sent to the South Wind Pavilion. South Yunmo clapped her hands, exclaiming, I understand now. This impostor exploited the true Lo Rong's identity to infiltrate the South Wind Pavilion and conceal himself. Given the diverse clientele within the pavilion, no one would suspect his true nature, allowing him to carry out his espionage with greater efficacy. Wen Daochen's eyes sparkled with admiration as he commended, Mo. You are truly astute. You have deduced correctly. With a slight tilt of her head, her hands on her hips, she declared proudly, Of course, I am clever. My parents are exceptionally intelligent, so it is only fitting that their daughter possesses a keen intellect. When Daochen's smile deepened, exuding an undeniable charm. Indeed. Mo is the brightest and most formidable. South Yunmo, brimming with pride, felt as though her metaphorical tail would be wagging with delight if she had won. Imperial Master, do not think that your compliments will sway my opinion of you, she teased. Wen Daochun's smile widened, his gaze softening as he looked at her. Then what must I do to alter your perception of me? How could his Mo be so irresistibly endearing? Unaware of the intensity of his gaze, South Yunmo was captivated by a group of soldiers nearby. She nudged Wen Daochun with her elbow, inquiring, Imperial Master, what do you suppose they are doing? Wen Daochun followed her line of sight. A throng of soldiers appeared to be transporting something, moving purposefully in a particular direction. He speculated. They are likely delivering supplies to a designated location. Given the recent incident with Lu Rong, certain items need to be relocated. Some matters were better left untroubled by Mo. Though South Yunmo felt something was amiss, she decided against fretting over military affairs, trusting Pei Xiandong and his companions to manage them. Imperial Master, please continue telling me about Lu Rong. She was eager to discern if any other supporting characters in the original narrative were similarly dubious, like Lu Rong. Wen Daochun felt a pang of disappointment as the previously harmonious atmosphere was disrupted. Shortly after Lu Rong's infiltration of the South Wind Pavilion, he had begun circulating rumors of a close relationship with me. His eyes darkened with disdain as he continued. The reason he targeted me was not only due to my status and position, but also the rumors surrounding my supposed affections for men, along with the connections of the Wen family. Upon hearing this, South Yunmo grasped Lu Rong's machinations. She scoffed, Lu Rong is quite ambitious. He aims to achieve multiple goals with a single scheme, not fearing the possibility of overreaching. Before the Wen family's downfall, they wielded significant influence among scholars and literati. If he could manipulate the Wen family, it would undoubtedly create substantial chaos for the Great Lin dynasty in a short span. Chapter 94. South Yunmo unveils a secret when Daochun quipped, it is not Lu Rong seeking to achieve multiple objectives, but rather the Great Ping dynasty. He reflected deeply, recalling that had it not been for the sacrifices made by the Pei family, the Great Lin dynasty might have faced dire consequences. Indeed, the Pei family had valiantly obstructed the Great Ping dynasty with their blood, but the price they paid was steep. Their lineage was nearly extinguished, leaving only Pei Xiandong as the sole surviving son, with not a single woman remaining. Moreover, tens of thousands of the Pei family's loyal soldiers perished in that war. Nan Yunmo's expression darkened, her eyes ablaze with fury, all directed towards that vile emperor of the Great Ping dynasty. Were it not for his insatiable ambition to conquer the Great Lin dynasty, thus inciting war, none of these calamities would have transpired. In such narratives, the malevolent deeds of the Great Ping Emperor are countless. Beyond the wars of yore, he has infiltrated the capital of Lin with countless spies, inciting turmoil at every turn, and ruthlessly slaughtering the innocent to further his schemes. Even in the end, when interrogated by Pei Xiandong, he remained unrepentant, boldly asserting that it was his inadequate preparations that led to his defeat. And on the day the Great Ping Emperor met his end, another significant event unfolded. He was replaced by a shadowy assassin trained over many years. Only the emperor and his most trusted eunuchs were privy to the existence of these assassins, whom he had trained to both protect him and create chaos. I recall that the original text mentioned the hiding place of these assassins. Let me ponder for a moment. Indeed, the emperor concealed them within the residence of the crown prince. The crown prince's abode is, in fact, larger than the current one, with a portion sealed off specifically for the training of these assassins. The Great Ping Emperor had orchestrated a cunning plan. Not only did he cultivate these assassins, but he also intended to use the crown prince as a scapegoat, employing these assassins to carry out various plots. One must admit, the Great Ping Emperor is truly despicable, even willing to manipulate his own flesh and blood. Having gleaned the information she sought, when Daochun assisted Nan Yunmo back to her tent. Once she was settled, he returned to his own quarters. Summoning a subordinate, he whispered instructions, send word to the Great Ping dynasty's branch, instructing them to uncover the whereabouts of the assassins hidden within the crown prince's residence. Leave no trace. Dispose of the bodies before the Great Ping Emperor. If the emperor wished to play games, he would indulge him, though he hoped in the end, the emperor would not come to regret his choices. His subordinate acknowledged the command and departed promptly. When Daochun sat in his chair, drumming his fingers against the armrest, his brow furrowed in contemplation on how to swiftly deal with the Great Ping Emperor. Only by eliminating the emperor could all matters be resolved. The challenge lay in the fact that dispatching the Great Ping Emperor was no simple feat. Every assassin he had previously sent had met with failure. As he pondered this predicament, a shadowy figure appeared before him. Imperial teacher, the dark guard knelt, presenting a letter. This has just arrived from the capital at great haste. Wen Daochen took the letter and, upon reading its contents, immediately rose and strode outside, astonished by the emperor's audacity. He sought out the busy Pei Xiandong. General Pei, he called. Pei Xiandong looked surprised at Wen Daochen's approach, greeting him politely. Imperial teacher, what brings you here at this hour? Wen Daochen motioned for him to step aside for a private conversation. In a secluded corner, Wen Daochen handed the letter to Pei Xiandong, his demeanor cold. This is a letter I have just received. Take a look. Understanding the gravity of the message, Pei Xiandong accepted it and, as he perused the contents, his expression shifted slightly. Imperial teacher, is the information contained within true? Wen Daochen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice grave. It is indeed true. Were it false, it would not have reached me. Pei Xiandong tightened his grip on the letter, a fierce hatred igniting in his eyes. It was the emperor of the Great Ping dynasty who had instigated the war that decimated his family. Now, he was covertly scheming to ignite conflict once more. Upon sensing the precariousness of his position, the emperor sought to employ negotiations as a means to defuse the situation. The letter conveyed that the Great Ping Emperor had dispatched envoys to the capital, seeking to negotiate peace. I have no desire for negotiations, Pei Xiandong exclaimed, his voice tinged with vengeance. I only wish to obliterate the Great Ping dynasty and avenge my fallen kin and the innocent lives lost. Wen Daochen understood his sentiments all too well and replied, General Pei, I too am disinclined towards negotiations. However, you must recognize that, given the current circumstances, diplomacy is the most prudent course of action. Pei Xiandong was painfully aware of this reality, and it filled him with resentment and bitterness. The implication of Wen Daochen's words suggested that negotiations were inevitable. Wen Daochen raised an eyebrow, cautioning, I advise you, General Pei, refrain from any actions that may be deemed unwise. Even in your thirst for vengeance, should you act recklessly, the emperor will not spare you. You know well that the emperor prioritizes the realm and the people above all else. Pei Xiandong scoffed, Imperial teacher, you overthink. I shall not engage in any actions that cross the line. Even in his desire to dismantle the Great Ping dynasty, he would not jeopardize the stability of the realm or the welfare of its citizens. This was the code of the Pei family. Recognizing the sincerity in his words, Wen Daochen shifted the topic. From the contents of this letter, it seems the emperor will soon issue a decree for the troops to return home. My suggestion is that we temporarily remain here until we receive further orders from the emperor, at which point we shall determine our next steps. Pei Xiandong, resigned to the situation, wore a grim expression. Very well. Thank you, Imperial teacher, for informing me. I will make the necessary arrangements. He would seek another opportunity to launch an offensive against the Great Ping dynasty. Wen Daochen nodded and prepared to depart when Pei Xiandong called after him, Imperial teacher, please hold a moment. I have something else I wish to discuss with you. Wen Daochen, sensing the nature of the conversation, cast him an icy gaze. General Pei, are you referring to the matter of Princess Anping? Pei Xiandong met his gaze unflinchingly, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. Imperial teacher, you must understand. Princess Anping is not yours to claim. I implore you to cease any inappropriate actions. Wen Daochen regarded him coldly, his eyes narrowing as if looking at an insignificant insect. What authority do you possess to make such claims regarding my affairs with Princess Anping? Pei Xiandong's disdain for Wen Daochen grew with each passing moment. Imperial teacher, let us be forthright. Wen Daochen's expression hardened, a chilling smile gracing his lips. I see no necessity to discuss anything with you, General Pei. His interest in Pei Xiandong's matters had waned, for the narrative had diverged, and Mo need not adhere to the script any longer. Pei Xiandong's dark eyes clouded, his lips tightening. Imperial teacher, are you not seeking to tarnish Princess Anping's reputation to obtain her favor? Before he could finish, Wen Daochen seized him by the throat with a single hand. The intensity of Wen Daochen's gaze was filled with lethal intent. Pei Xiandong, I warn you for the last time. Should you dare to exploit Mo's virtue for your gain, you shall face the consequences. Though he occasionally acted inappropriately towards Mo, he would never allow anyone to tarnish her reputation. Pei Xiandong's piercing gaze met his, a sardonic smile curling his lips. Imperial teacher, do you dare to act but fear my words? He appeared oblivious to the fact that Wen Daochen had his hand clenched around his neck. If it weren't for your actions toward Princess Anping, would her reputation be so tarnished? Wen Daochen tightened his grip slightly, as if truly intent on choking the life out of him. Pei Xiandong, do you not bear any responsibility for the poor reputation of Mo? Had you not treated her in such a manner back then, would she have gone to such lengths to pursue you? The very thought of it was laughable. Just recalling how Mo had pursued Pei Xiandong for the sake of the storyline made him wish to shatter this man into pieces. Pei Xiandong scoffed, "Master, I admit my mistakes from before, but what about you now? You have no ties to Princess Anping, yet you embrace her daily. When the army returns to the capital, her reputation will undoubtedly be ruined because of you." When Daochen disdainfully cast him aside, he took out a handkerchief and meticulously wiped his hands, indicating that Pei General need not concern himself with matters between him and Mo. If General Pei had the time, he might as well ponder how to swiftly quell the great Ping dynasty. Just as he finished speaking, he heard Nan Yunmo's surprised inquiry, "What are you two doing?" When Daochen turned to see Nan Yunmo, Tian Qinglan, and Yi Liangjun standing nearby, instantly adopting a demeanor as gentle as jade. Mo, why are you still awake?" Nan Yunmo glanced at Pei Xiandong with concern before addressing Wen Daochen. "Miss Tian informed me that something was happening here, so I came to check." "Master, what is going on between you and General Pei?" When Daochen remained unfazed and said, "I was merely discussing some matters with General Pei. It was just a slight disagreement." "Do not worry, Mo," Nan Yunmo retorted. "Master, do you think I would believe that? The situation seems amiss. Not to mention that Miss Tian told me what transpired on the way here." Wen Daochen could tell from her expression that she had learned the details from Tian Qinglan. Earlier, they had inadvertently been seen by Tian Qinglan and Yi Liangjun. Mo, do not be angry," he said, gently patting her head and lowering his tone. "It is my fault. I should not have disturbed your sleep at this late hour. Let us not discuss this any further. Shall we go back to sleep?" Nan Yunmo pushed his hand away, her expression stern. "Wen Daochen, we are in the military camp now, not in the capital. Nor is this a private discussion between you and General Pei. If this matter escalates, it could be manipulated by those with ulterior motives. The great Ping dynasty is already watching closely, and now you and Pei Xiandong are embroiled in such a situation. Do you both wish to make the military camp even more chaotic?" When Daochen rubbed his nose and coughed lightly, Mo, it is all my fault. Please do not be upset. It would not be wise to let this bother you." He continued, "I promise that I will not argue with General Pei in public again. Is that acceptable?" Before Nan Yunmo could respond, Pei Xiandong interjected, "Princess Anping, this time it is my fault along with the master, and it will not happen again." Upon hearing this, Nan Yunmo ceased to press the issue. "Very well, let this matter rest. I shall return to sleep now." With that, she yawned and departed. Tian Qinglan and Yi Liangjun exchanged glances hand in hand, deciding it best not to wander to secluded places in the future, lest they witness something inappropriate. Wen Daochen cast a deep look at Pei Xiandong before striding away. Pei Xiandong rubbed his neck and coughed a couple of times, resolving to settle his affairs before confronting the master about this later. Unbeknownst to him, Wen Daochen had stealthily slipped into Nan Yunmo's tent.
Montag.
Upon hearing his voice, the startled Nan Yunmo nearly leaped from her bed. "Wen Daochen, are you mad? Coming here to scare me in the middle of the night?" "Not at all," Wen Daochen replied, sitting at the edge of her bed, his gaze gentle as he observed her. "If I intended to frighten you, I would not have uttered a sound." Nan Yunmo adjusted herself back into a comfortable position, not sparing him a glance. "Why are you here at this hour? Is there something you need?" "Indeed, there is," Wen Daochen said suddenly, grasping her hand and guiding it beneath his clothing. Feeling the warmth and texture, she instantly became alert. She turned to face him, her eyes sparkling with a peculiar light. "Wen Daochen, what are you trying to do?" As she spoke, her hand wandered over his abdominal muscles, exclaiming in awe, "Wow, this is just as I imagined, so impressive. Just touching, I can tell the master has a well-defined physique. I can't help but want to touch more." Wen Daochen's body tensed instantly, his lips pressed into a thin line, his gaze darkening ominously. He clenched his jaw, summoning all his willpower to refrain from acting further. "This is precisely what I desire." His voice held a husky note of desire as he murmured, Mo, would you like to explore further?" Lost in the delight of touching his abs, Nan Yunmo barely comprehended his words. Oh. When Daochen pulled her hand higher, his voice growing increasingly hoarse.
Montag.
"Only you can do this." Chapter 96. Nan Yunmo declines to marry the master. The more Nan Yunmo touched, the more joy she felt.
Wow.
The master's chest muscles are just as delightful. She wondered how he maintained such a physique, why it felt so good to touch. As she continued, her hand began to wander downward, her eyes gleaming with excitement. When Daochen could no longer contain himself, he lifted her chin, pressing his lips against her forehead, her eyes, and her nose. Finally, succumbing to temptation, he captured the lips he had long yearned for. Nan Yunmo's eyes widened in disbelief at his sudden boldness. In that instant, when Dao Chun held the back of her head with one hand, while the other encircled her waist, drawing her close as he deepened the kiss. Breathless from his passionate assault, she pressed her hands against his chest, gradually gasping for air, while tilting her head to receive the fervent kiss of a man. His kiss was assertive, fierce, as if he were attempting to meld her into his very being.
Ugh.
Nan Yunmo struggled to endure, gently pushing against him. Yet her feeble resistance was akin to a mere tickle to the man lost in the sweetness of the moment. The quiet atmosphere allowed their intimacy to flourish unabashedly. Wen Daochen gradually forgot his original intention, pressing Nan Yunmo onto the bed. Time slipped away unnoticed. Just as the atmosphere between Wen Daochen and Nan Yunmo reached its peak, a sudden shriek pierced the silence. Ah! Startled, Nan Yunmo jolted awake, her body trembling as she regained her senses. What happened? What is going on? She looked around in confusion, only to find Wen Daochen gazing at her with undeniable desire. In that instant, her mind raced back to the events that had transpired. Her face flushed crimson, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, lips slightly swollen, exuding a vibrant hue. Wen Daochen. She kicked him away, her voice filled with indignation. You shameless scoundrel! How dare you come here in the dead of night to do this? I have no recollection of how we ended up like this, she thought in a flurry. I only remember touching the master's abs, and then it all spiraled out of control. The master must have deliberately seduced me with his charm and physique. When Daochen, unperturbed by her kick, chuckled softly, his laughter brimming with delight. Of course, he had come to entice her in the dead of night. Initially, he had intended to save this for later, but after the quarrel with Pei Xiandong, he had to expedite his plans. Nan Yunmo covered her face, her ears burning with embarrassment, feeling utterly overwhelmed. The esteemed dog emperor truly is the cherished white moonlight in the hearts of countless noble ladies, excelling in both stature and other attributes. The most pivotal aspect is that the recent encounter was quite exhilarating. When Daochen, upon hearing her innermost thoughts, felt a smile gradually blossom upon his lips, evidently pleased by Mo's earlier satisfaction. However, the interruption left him rather displeased. Mo, once we return to Lingdu, shall we wed? Would that be agreeable? He caressed Nan Yunmo's cheek, his gaze tender and affectionate.
What?
Nan Yunmo exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Emperor, what on earth are you talking about? Marriage? How absurd, she declared. I intend to keep a multitude of handsome men. How could I possibly be tied down to just one? There's no way I would marry and conform to the archaic traditions of obedience. When Daochen narrowed his sharp eyes, peering deeply into hers. Was it that Mo did not wish to marry him? Nan Yunmo, with utmost sincerity, replied, No, I do not wish to marry. I intend to lead a comfortable life alone, serving no one. Although I cannot return now, it does not imply that I will abide by the customs here and become a mere woman of the inner chambers. My aspiration is to nurture a cadre of handsome men, indulging in their company when I please and exchanging them when I do not. After all, I am a princess. With my imperial uncle's backing, I can keep as many handsome men as I desire. When Daochen's expression darkened, his fists clenching with a cracking sound, utterly astonished to discover that Mo harbored such thoughts. Very well, if you refuse to marry me, then I shall marry you, he stated with unwavering resolve. Nan Yunmo, stunned, gazed at him blankly, bewildered by the absurdity of his words. When Daochen brushed his lips against the corner of hers, his eyes alight with mirth. You do not wish to marry me, so I shall marry you, as long as I can be with you. It matters not whether you marry me or I marry you. Our intentions are the same. Just as Nan Yunmo prepared to refuse, a group of people abruptly burst in, led by the illustrious couple of the Prince of Xianping. Mo, are you unharmed? Lu Shi exclaimed, her words trailing off as she witnessed the scene within the tent. She tugged at the prince, urging him to exit. Mo, continue. She mused aloud about the grand commotion outside, speculating that the inquisitive Mo must be inside fooling around with the emperor. Mother, it's not as you think, Nan Yunmo protested, her expression teetering on the edge of tears. Help! Why did my parents have to witness this? Lu Shi waved her hand dismissively, insisting, Indeed. It's not as I have seen, it's even more intense than I imagined. Mo, you are a young lady now and in a military camp. You ought to exercise caution. She ought to begin preparing Mo's dowry. Mother, please let me explain. Nan Yunmo felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Having exited the tent, Lu Shi called back. Mo, they were just apprehending spies. You and the emperor must be careful, do you understand?
Suddenly,
Nan Yunmo understood the source of the earlier commotion. Indeed, they were capturing spies within the camp. Mother, she exclaimed, watching Lu Shi's figure vanish from sight. Once Lu Shi was completely out of view, she turned her furious gaze toward Wen Daochen. Dog Emperor, look at the mess you've created. I warn you, if any rumors spread through the camp, you shall be the first I hold accountable. How could she have been so foolishly enchanted by his charms? Truly, beauty can lead one astray. Wen Daochen's expression was one of delight, his eyes glimmering with mirth. Mo, the prince's wife has acknowledged me. Are you still not prepared to acknowledge me? He had not anticipated such a fortuitous turn of events. Fuming, Nan Yunmo pinched his face and retorted, acknowledge what? Dog Emperor. Stop dreaming. I will not marry you, nor should you harbor any thoughts of marrying me. When Daochen narrowed his dangerous eyes, his tone growing frigid.
Montak.
Are you certain? Chapter 97. Nan Yunmo's clarity upon encountering Wen Daochen's perilous gaze. Nan Yunmo realized he was serious and instinctively recoiled, clutching the blanket to shield herself. She feigned ferocity, resembling a cat ready to pounce. Dog Emperor, what do you intend to do? She edged back, warning, if you dare lay a finger on me, beware of my claws. Her demeanor amused Wen Daochen, lightening his mood instantly. Mo, do you realize how adorable you appear right now? Adorable enough that I wish to tease you. Nan Yunmo's face flushed with indignation.
Pa.
You shameless Dog Emperor. How could you utter such words? How has the plot fallen apart? The heroine ought to have thoroughly tormented the Dog Emperor, allowing him to experience the pain of being mistreated. Moreover, the male lead should chastise the Dog Emperor to prevent him from perpetually scheming to bully me.
Wen Daochen chuckles softly, Montak.
I have been shameless in your presence for quite some time. Why waste your breath articulating it? Nan Yunmo was momentarily speechless, acutely aware of the Dog Emperor's brazen nature, which had reached unprecedented levels of audacity. Observing her silence, Wen Daochen playfully pinched her cheek and coaxed, All right, it's all my fault. Do not be angry, for your health is paramount. Nan Yunmo swatted his hand away, her silence punctuated by her simmering frustration. It was utterly perplexing. Though she was cast in the role of the malicious female supporting character, meant to torment the leads, she found herself on the receiving end of mistreatment. It was utterly unreasonable. Do not be angry, please. This time, it was my error. You may scold or strike me as you wish. Just do not let your temper flare. Nan Yunmo found herself increasingly exasperated by this version of Wen Daochen, who resembled a boyfriend attempting to appease his girlfriend, lowering himself to please her. She touched her flushed cheeks, then kicked at Wen Daochen. Stop being so shameless. I am fully aware of your intentions. Wen Daochen's lips curled into a subtle smile, his gaze shimmering like clear water. My intention is to marry you, or perhaps I should marry you instead. He placed little value on societal expectations or masculinity. These were trivial compared to having a wife. Nan Yunmo inhaled deeply, her tone earnest as she declared, Emperor, I shall say this one last time. I will not be with you. Not because you are unworthy or for any other reasons, but simply because I have no desire to marry, nor do I wish to take a husband. She added, in my view, a woman's sole path does not lie in marriage or being with someone. It is entirely possible to lead a fulfilling life alone. Yet she was acutely aware that her current comfort stemmed from her status as a princess and the support of her imperial uncle. Without these privileges, her life would not be nearly as carefree or pleasant. She would be entirely overwhelmed. When Daochen discerned her sincerity and tempered his mirth.
Montak.
Could you share why you are averse to marriage? Your family is harmonious and loving. The Prince of Xianping and his wife are devoted to each other. And he has no concubines or other women. What prompts such a perspective from you? Has something untoward occurred in what you call your old home? His eyes shimmered with concern. Had Nan Yunmo faced any misfortune in her past? Had she been wronged by a callous scoundrel? Nan Yunmo understood the reason behind his inquiry. In ancient times, marriage was often deemed obligatory, and even in modern contexts, those who choose not to marry frequently face relentless inquiries from relatives. With calm composure, she replied, This has nothing to do with my parents' affections or my own domestic happiness. Emperor, everyone harbors differing views. Just because you wish to marry does not mean others must follow suit. Her thoughts were simple. She had no intention of marrying and preferred to live with her parents. She tilted her head slightly to gaze outside the tent, her tone imbued with an indescribable tranquility. If one day, the capital could no longer accommodate her, she would not cling stubbornly to it. The world was vast, and there would always be a place for her. This notion emerged after she learned that returning to the modern world was impossible. If for any reason she could no longer stay in the capital, she would seek another refuge. After all, the capital was not her only option. Suddenly, when Dao Qin seized her hand, his expression darkening. "Where do you intend to go?" he asked. Nan Yunmo looked at him in confusion. "I have no intention of going anywhere. Master, what is wrong with you?" His odd behavior perplexed her. When Dao Qin tightened his grip slightly, a hint of madness flickering in his eyes. "Mo, if one day you were to leave without a word, I would certainly find you. At that time, I would ensure you remain by my side forever." His demeanor prompted Nan Yunmo to shake off his hand and distance herself. "When Dao Qin, you need to come to your senses. You must understand one thing. I am not yours." After a pause, she added, "Do not think that just because you are the master, you can do whatever you please with me or imprison me at your side."
Indeed.
This was reminiscent of an old-fashioned novel, where male characters, whether protagonists or antagonists, exuded a domineering air, often declaring, "Do not leave me, or I shall be lost." When Dao Qin had long been aware that her outward expressions often contradicted her inner thoughts. Thus, hearing her true feelings was not entirely surprising. However, he couldn't help but wonder if Mo was perhaps overly informed. Where had she learned such peculiar notions? He truly began to doubt her experiences back in her hometown. "How could I ever imprison you?" he mused, rubbing his temples and exhaling deeply. Mo, I believe we need to have a serious conversation," Nan Yunmo replied. "I do not see any need for such a discussion. If you wish to speak of this so-called marriage between us, there is absolutely no need for that. I have already made myself clear." Seeing her resolute stance, when Dao Qin understood that continuing would be futile and could potentially provoke her further. "Very well. I will heed your words." He descended from the bed, squatting before her. Mo, I do not wish to force you into making a choice, but I hope you will contemplate it thoroughly. The life you desire may seem appealing, yet whether it is truly so can only be discerned through your experiences.
Can it not?
Chapter 98. Oh dear. It seems the entire military camp is aware of this. Nan Yunmo looked at him, her eyes calm. "Whether the life I desire is good or not, I cannot answer, nor can you. Only through my own experiences can I ascertain its value. Moreover, from my perspective, the path I have chosen is what I desire, and that suffices." When Dao Qin nodded, understanding her point. "Since you have expressed it this way, I shall respect your decision." A sense of foreboding washed over Nan Yunmo, and she regarded him warily. "You do not intend to do anything, do you?" When Dao Qin took her hand gently, his gaze tender. Mo, rest assured, I will not take any action against your will. Just pursue your desires, and I will support you from behind." If Mo truly wished to live independently, he would remain by her side. Nan Yunmo sensed an unsettling undercurrent in his intentions. Yet she understood that prolonging the conversation would be futile, as she could not prevent him from acting as he pleased. "You should return to your tent. I wish to be alone for a while. Today has been quite eventful." When Dao Qin acquiesced, advising her, Mo, please rest well. Should you require anything, send someone to inform me." Lying on her bed, wrapped in her blankets, Nan Yunmo turned her back to him and fell silent. When Dao Qin placed a kiss on her forehead before exiting the tent, with a soft sigh, she felt a twinge of annoyance. Unable to comprehend how things had spiraled into this chaos. She had merely followed the storyline after all. In her previous life, there had been no complications, yet this time, numerous issues had arisen. Lost in thought, she suddenly sat up, calling out internally, "System? System?" After waiting in vain for response, she realized the system was still unable to access this world. The problems within this novel world were so severe that even the system could not penetrate it. Yet, despite the gravity of the situation, there had been no reset, nor did anything appear amiss. This was clearly not right. After pondering for a while, she could not pinpoint the source of the discrepancy, but she understood something was indeed amiss in this novel world. How vexing, she thought, lying back down, her mind swirling with thoughts of the significant issues plaguing this narrative, all the while knowing she could not consult anyone. Upon entering this novel world, the system had once warned her that if grave problems arose, the world would either reset or collapse. Yet, neither scenario had occurred. This was exceedingly peculiar. As a result of her concerns, she tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, until dawn broke. The sky gradually brightened, as if someone had brushed a layer of pink across the pale fields, concealing countless golden rays beneath. Nan Yunmo stretched and stepped out of the tent, her face weary. As she emerged, she noticed the surrounding soldiers gazing at her with expressions laden with mischief, mockery, and teasing, leaving her utterly bewildered. "What is going on?" she questioned. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" She touched her face, puzzled. I washed my face and brushed my teeth this morning. I am particularly clean. What was wrong with these people, staring at her in such a manner? Cheerful soldiers began to jest. Princess Onfing, when shall we toast to your wedding with the master? Indeed, we are all aware of last night's events. Upon realizing the reason behind their behavior, Nan Yunmo felt as though she might choke on her own indignation. Where did you hear such nonsense? Do not spread baseless rumors. The soldiers erupted in laughter. Need we even ask? Last night, the princess's tent was quite the scene. And with the master emerging so late, it is clear to us all. I personally witnessed the master leaving the princess's tent, looking quite content. Nan Yunmo was taken aback. What a blunder. She had never anticipated this outcome. Having spent time with Nan Yunmo, the soldiers recognized her as a straightforward and cheerful girl. One who would never stand on ceremony, which emboldened them to tease her. Princess Onfing, when you marry the master, do remember to send us an invitation. Let us urge the master to propose sooner. Nan Yunmo gazed up at the reddening sky, letting out a long sigh. Truly, a single misstep can lead to eternal regret. Had I known that yielding to the master's charms would lead to such consequences, I would have restrained myself last night, regardless of how tempting he was. After all, I am not some stoic sage, impervious to allure. The surrounding soldiers roared with laughter, yet not a single one mocked Nan Yunmo genuinely. She, too, was not offended, casually engaging in banter with them, for it was merely light-hearted jesting, and she saw no reason to take offense. At that moment, she caught sight of Pei Xiandong approaching her, his expression stern, alongside the frail Qiu Yuanda. General Pei, she greeted with a bright smile. Qiu Yuanda, how is your recovery? What did the military doctor say? Qiu Yuanda cast a glance at the coldly emanating Pei Xiandong before responding to Nan Yunmo. I am recovering well. Princess Onfing. I heard some troubling news this morning. His words faltered, and the icy aura radiating from General Pei made it clear that the matter was serious. Nan Yunmo blinked her eyes and casually remarked, it's merely a trifling matter. Tilting her head slightly, she jested, it's not unlike how you men pursue women. Who decreed that only you gentlemen are permitted to frolic about, while we women are forbidden from seeking out men? As her words resonated, the chill surrounding Pei Xiandong gradually dissipated, akin to the arrival of spring melting the frost. A subtle smile graced his lips. Qiu Yuanda wiped the sweat from his brow and silently exhaled, relieved that he harbored no inappropriate feelings towards Princess Onfing, lest he be summarily dealt with by General Pei and the Imperial Master. However, when Dao Chen, who had just arrived, was not in such good spirits. From Nan Yunmo's insinuation, it seemed she intended to consume everything and then deny it. He approached, holding a tray that bore a bowl of meat porridge and 2 small dishes. Upon seeing him, Nan Yunmo straightened her neck defiantly and declared, Imperial Master, do not spout nonsense. I did not consume everything. Last night, she and the Imperial Master had not gone all the way. When Dao Chen raised an eyebrow, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he replied, M.O. The soldiers surrounding us are all witnesses who can attest to what you did to me last night. The soldiers around them erupted in laughter, echoing, yes, yes. We are all witnesses. Princess Onfing, do not deny it. Feigning ferocity, Nan Yunmo bared her teeth and retorted, you lot should refrain from supporting the Imperial Master. I can be quite fearsome, you know. The soldiers, well aware of her jest, chuckled in response. Indeed, Princess Onfing is very fierce. Please, do not provoke Princess Onfing any further, when Dao Chen said with a good-natured tone as he brought the tray before her. If you continue to tease her, and she truly becomes angry and forbids me from entering the tent, what shall we do? No sooner had he spoken than a sharp sword was thrust towards his neck.